Chapter 1. The Collapse. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent chimes echoed, prompting Chen Zhou to instinctively roll over and reach for his phone, only to find that the texture felt quite unfamiliar. What is this hard object? He opened his eyes, expecting to see the ceiling of his apartment, but instead beheld a boundless azure sky devoid of clouds. Am I still dreaming? He pinched his thigh and felt the pain, confirming that this was no dream. Rising to survey his surroundings, he discovered himself in the midst of a vast desert, with a straight highway stretching beneath his feet. What the hell? Where am I? Is this even still my country? A mechanical female voice resonated in his mind. Welcome to the highway survival world. Preparing your vehicle. At that moment, his mind erupted with realization. Have I really crossed over? Is this a highway survival narrative? Being an avid reader of novels, he quickly grasped his current predicament. Though he had only skimmed through a few pages of highway survival stories, he regretted not delving deeper into them, having never anticipated that he would one day find himself in such a scenario. However, with fate now in motion, he could only resign himself to the unfolding events. Within his mind, the mechanical voice continued to relay information. We now present the survival rules. 1. Each individual's vehicle is randomly assigned. This system assumes no responsibility for any consequences. 2. Vehicles can only reverse 100 meters. Exceeding this limit will result in immediate termination. 3. Do not fret about your family, for you shall never see them again. 4. You may acquire resources from supply boxes near the highway or face peril. The choice is yours. 5. Nighttime is fraught with danger, yet the rewards are greater. Do not perish easily. 6. Every 7 days, a weather disaster will occur. Please prepare in advance. 7. The more teammates you have, the greater the rewards. You may also choose to go solo. 8. Random events may occasionally transpire. Exercise caution while driving. 9. Life is precious. You have no opportunity for a second chance. 10. Gentle reminder. Please upgrade your vehicle promptly. As the voice concluded, a pale blue orb materialized abruptly in the center of the highway. Moments later, the orb dissipated, revealing an electric bicycle in its place. Although he had only perused a few pages of highway survival literature, it was evident that starting with an electric bicycle signified a disastrous beginning. Even a dilapidated van would have sufficed. System sister, could I perhaps restart? How am I supposed to navigate with an electric bicycle? Please refer to Rules 1 and 9. The emotionless mechanical voice replied indifferently. Chen Zhou cursed inwardly. Damn, what a ridiculous survival scenario. Yet, despite his grievances, he mounted the electric bicycle. Suddenly, the urgent beeping resumed. Reflexively, he reached into his pants pocket, only to find his phone absent. Instead, he retrieved a wristwatch from his pocket, the chimes emanating from it. This must be the initial item of the game, he mused, fastening the watch onto his left wrist, where a translucent panel materialized before him. The panel displayed 8 neatly arranged buttons: inventory, personal attributes, world channel, regional channel, trading hall, vehicle information, team formation, and others. How high-tech! He exclaimed as he opened the first backpack, only to find it completely empty. Counting carefully, he noted there were precisely 10 compartments. 10 slots, neither more nor less. I wonder if the items can be stacked. Contemplating this, he proceeded to inspect his personal attributes. Personal attributes. Health 100. Strength 6. Average level is 8. The protagonist, a corporate worker, lacks time for fitness. Agility 5. Average level is 7. Prolonged hours of sitting in the office have left his body stiff. Dear readers, do remember to exercise. Speed 6. Average level is 7. This statistic accounts solely for overall speed. Rapid finger dexterity is of no consequence. Stamina 98. Hydration 95. Hunger 96. Talent SSS Divine Auxiliary. Talent current level 1. Upgrade progress 0.5 times. Effect enhances a teammate's talent once per day with an effect duration of 8 hours. Resets at midnight. Gazing at his attributes, a twinge of bitterness welled up within Chen Zhou. Frequent late-night work had led him to a state of suboptimal health. Indeed, the office life was a bane. Observing his frail physical stats, one could hardly hope for survival. Even a swift demise would be a blessing. As for the talent, he thought, wait. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the 3 letters SSS radiating with resplendent brilliance, signifying its esteemed status. He could scarcely believe it to possess an SS-level talent. The moment he discerned this talent, his earlier gloom dissipated entirely. System sister, you truly care for me. After closing his personal information, he swiftly navigated to the World Channel and Regional Channel. The World Channel was temporarily muted, yet the number of participants in the upper right corner was steadily rising. 1/10,100,000. Good heavens, 1.8 billion people have already entered. According to the third rule, one individual had been extracted from every household on Blue Star and thrust into this so-called road survival world. Upon awakening, every household would discover a missing member. However, Chen Zhou's family would remain unaffected, as he was an orphan. Blue Star must be in chaos right now, he mused, shaking off the distracting thoughts, only to find a regional channel abuzz with fervent discussions. Brothers, the system has assigned me a cool ride. Image. My talent is so pathetic it's great. Can someone strong take me under their wing? Stop dreaming the strong. We'll definitely team up with other strong players. Folks like us with low-tier cards are overlooked. But I have 3060. Girl, your strength is here. Scrade talent will elevate you. I can't drive. Who can teach me? Wah. First, press the clutch, then shift gears. Gently release the clutch while giving a bit of gas. After perusing for some time, without uncovering any useful information, Chen Zhou closed the chat window and opened the vehicle information. As he had anticipated, the attributes of the electric bike were utterly dismal. Vehicle name, electric bike. Quality, F. Top speed, 20 km/h. Endurance, 4 hours. He sighed, contemplating the situation. This electric bike could only travel a maximum of 80 kilometers. If he could find a battery before that, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. According to the fourth rule, a battery should be retrievable from the supply crates. Yet, the dilemma loomed. With the abysmal endurance of this electric bike, would he even encounter a supply crate before the battery ran out? Even if he did, what were the chances of actually finding a battery? Should he fail to procure one, his only recourse would be to traverse on foot. Undoubtedly, this path would lead to certain demise. Given the current circumstances, coupled with his unique abilities, it was evident he could not operate as a lone wolf. Perhaps this was the system's design, compelling him to seek out companions. Dear system, I implore you, grant me a reliable teammate. Chen Zhou prayed with his hands clasped, then pressed the team formation button on the panel. Matching you with a teammate, a funnel appeared at the center of the panel, spinning continuously. After a few moments, it vanished. Teammate matched before he could lift his gaze to locate his new partner. A dilapidated van barreled towards him. Inside the driver's seat, a fair-skinned, exquisitely featured girl clad in a JK uniform was wildly steering the wheel. She shouted, "Get out of the way! I've just learned to drive." As the van hurtled towards him, Chen Zhou swiftly sidestepped. Nonetheless, he was grazed by the vehicle's bumper, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a halt. Bang! The electric bike beside him was utterly wrecked. The girl slammed on the brakes, the shrill sound echoing as it left 2 dark tire marks on the pavement. Immediately, the van's door swung open, and a long leg emerged from the driver's seat. The girl hurriedly exited and closed the door. Struggling to rise, Chen Zhou felt a tug on his arm. Turning, he saw the girl's anxious expression. Simultaneously, a sweet voice resonated in his ears. "Are you hurt, big brother?" After a cursory examination, he discovered only minor abrasions on his right leg. Fortunately, he had merely been brushed by the vehicle. Had he been a moment slower, the game would have surely ended. "How are you? Can you still move?" The girl's concerned voice persisted. Limping a few steps to assess his condition, Chen Zhou finally replied, "I should be fine, but please drive a bit slower next time, miss." Hearing that he was unscathed, the girl exhaled in relief. "I sincerely apologize, I just learned to drive 10 minutes ago." Chen Zhou chose not to respond to her, but instead approached the wrecked electric bike, his expression despondent. "Now I don't even have a bike to ride." The girl stood nearby, looking embarrassed. Unsure of what to say, she continued to apologize. At that moment, both of their watches emitted a notification sound. All personnel have joined. Road survival now commencing. Weather catastrophe countdown. 168:59:58. The first 7 days are novice protection period. Friendly reminder. Avoid reckless actions to ensure survival. Wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience. After the alert sound, the watch's display transformed into a 7-day countdown. The struggle for survival had commenced. If this world truly resembled the narratives found in novels, one must navigate the roads to endure. In this scenario, vehicles were paramount. Since the electric scooter had been rendered inoperative, hope now rested upon the transportation of teammates. Miss, my electric scooter is beyond repair due to your collision. Is it unreasonable to request your vehicle? The young lady readily acquiesced. No problem. Please go ahead. Just as they were about to embark, an idea sparked in Chen Zhou's mind. He approached the electric scooter once more, crouched down, and touched its body with his finger. In an instant, the electric scooter vanished without a trace, leaving not even a fragment behind. Wow, how astonishing, remarked the girl, clearly intrigued by this phenomenon. Chen Zhou checked his backpack, confirming that the scooter had indeed been stored away. Having secured the electric scooter, he urged the girl, Miss, time is of the essence, let us hurry into the vehicle. Oh, all right, but I'm not very skilled at driving, she replied, a complex expression gracing her features. No worries, I can handle it. I'll take the wheel. They entered the vehicle, and Chen Zhou turned the key to ignite the engine. The sound of the engine echoed like a tractor, followed by a vigorous shaking of the vehicle before it finally began to move at a leisurely pace. Simultaneously, a panel appeared on the windshield. Vehicle name, 20-handed van level, 1. Quality, e-speed, 50 kmh fuel tank, 40L fuel consumption, 25 kml. Upon seeing the vehicle's attributes, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes. While I did mention wanting a 20-handed van, I didn't expect it to be literal. At this moment, beyond the anxiety of survival, he was more concerned about the possibility of this vehicle breaking down mid-journey. Alas, fortune is indeed a conserved entity. Possessing remarkable talents often leads to misfortune in other realms. Hello, I am Su Wanxiu. The girl broke the silence within the vehicle. Chen Zhou, momentarily lost in the world of survival, quickly introduced himself. I am Chen Zhou. After this exchange, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Seizing the opportunity to glance at the rearview mirror, Chen Zhou discreetly stole a look at Su Wanxiu beside him. The term JK, cute girl, seemed tailor-made for her. It appeared Su Wanxiu noticed his gaze and softly remarked, There's only our vehicle on the road. You need not rely on the rearview mirror to sneak a look at me. I won't bite. Caught in the act. Chen Zhou steadied his heartbeat, awkwardly clearing his throat twice. It's just a habit to check the rearview mirror while driving. Please don't misunderstand. Su Wanxiu chuckled, indicating that he could look freely. She was entirely unbothered. She then expressed her apologies. I truly apologize for damaging your electric scooter earlier. I promise to compensate you when the opportunity arises. Chen Zhou graciously waved his hand. No need to worry about it. There's no need for compensation. Honestly, I was not keen on that electric scooter anyway. Though this van was in a dilapidated state, it was at least an improvement over the scooter. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's response, Su Wanxiu did not appear relieved. Rather, her expression grew more serious. Chen Ge, where exactly are we? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou glanced out at the desolate landscape beyond the car window. After a moment of silence, he remarked, We have traversed into another realm. He was uncertain if his companion would grasp the meaning of his words, yet it was the most fitting expression he could conjure. Although Su Wanxiu had never delved into novels, she possessed a basic understanding of the concept of transmigration. Ultimately, it was merely the abruptness of their circumstances that left her feeling somewhat disoriented and difficult to accept. However, the presence of Chen Zhou, a tangible individual beside her, offered her a semblance of comfort. Just as the atmosphere within the vehicle became once more heavy with silence, a sudden thud echoed from the compartment behind them. Both individuals turned simultaneously, only to witness the inexplicable appearance of a cardboard box in the carriage. What is that? I have no idea. They exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Su Wanxiu seemed to recall something, giving her thigh a decisive slap. Her fair legs, visible beneath her checkered skirt, had a delightful elasticity that prompted Chen Zhou to steal another glance in the rearview mirror. I remember now, I seem to have a title, Express Delivery Enthusiast. A title? Yes, it states that for every 20 kilometers traveled, one is entitled to receive a delivery package. Su Wanxiu examined the information on her watch with curiosity and inquired, Chen Ge, do you possess this as well? Chen Zhou hesitated for a moment, then observed her fiddling with her watch and comprehended that she was referring to abilities. Yes, I have 1-2. My ability is classified as a divine support skill, which allows me to enhance the abilities of my teammates. Su Wonka's eyes sparkle with excitement. Wow, can you enhance my abilities? I haven't utilized it yet. Do you wish to try it now? Yes. After contemplating for a few seconds, Su Wonsu nodded in agreement. Considering it was her first time using such an ability, Chen Zhou prudently parked the car by the roadside. Su Wonsu boldly extended her hand before Chen Zhou. He gently took her right hand in his. This was his first experience holding a girl's hand. It felt soft and smooth. Under her expectant gaze, Chen Zhou closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Suddenly, Su Wonsu felt a surge of electricity coursing through her hand, swiftly radiating throughout her entire body. An exhilarating, tingling sensation enveloped her, prompting an involuntary, soft gasp. Why does this reaction seem somewhat akin to? Chen Zhou opened his eyes to find Su Wonsu covering her mouth, her face flushed crimson. You didn't hear anything just now. I should have heard nothing at all. Chen Zhou awkwardly turned his gaze towards the window, while Su Wonsu busied herself with her watch. It seems like the enhancement truly worked. What has changed? Previously, I received 1 delivery blind box for every 20 kilometers. Now, it has changed to 15 kilometers. Chen Zhou cast a glance at the odometer, which still indicated 20 kilometers. If the ability had indeed been augmented, the next package would be at 35 kilometers. However, he pondered about the distance at which the resource box mentioned in the rules would appear. As Chen Zhou contemplated this, Su Wonsu suddenly opened the car door and stepped outside. Let me see what treasures this delivery blind box holds. As she spoke, she grasped the door handle and pulled back with force. Why won't this door open? Chen Zhou also exited the vehicle to try his hand at the door, only to discover that both doors were firmly locked. What a piece of junk this car is, Chen Zhou exclaimed, kicking the tire in frustration. Then we can only recline the seats and access the back row, he added. The two returned to the vehicle, and Su Wonsu leaned back her seat, kneeling on it as she crawled toward the rear. Chen Zhou casually glanced at the rearview mirror, taking in the scenic view before him. Clearing his throat, he started the engine and said, "Be careful, I'm about to drive." "Oh, all right," Su Wonsu replied, successfully reaching the back seat and using her nails to pry at the tape on the package. "What's inside?" She wondered aloud. "Wow, this teddy bear is so adorable." She extracted a plush teddy bear from the box and placed it on her lap, playing with it. Chen Zhou, looking somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What use is a teddy bear? It would be more useful to find food and water." "Come on, don't be such a killjoy," she retorted, crawling back to the front and positioning the teddy bear on the dashboard. "If only we could find another teddy bear." "Why do you desire a teddy bear so much?" Chen Zhou inquired, puzzled. "One bear is so lonely, two can at least have a conversation, just like us. How wonderful that would be." As she spoke, she fiddled with the bow on the bear's left ear, murmuring, "Don't worry, little bear, I shall find you a companion." Chapter 1. The Collapse of Heaven. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent chimes echoed, prompting Chen Zhou to instinctively turn over in search of his phone, only to find the texture unfamiliar. What feels so rigid? He opened his eyes, expecting to see the ceiling of his apartment, but was instead greeted by an endless expanse of azure sky. Am I still dreaming? He pinched his thigh, feeling pain, confirming that he was indeed awake. As he rose and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in the midst of a desolate desert, with a straight road stretching beneath his feet. What the hell, where am I? Is this still in the country? A mechanical female voice resonated in his mind. Welcome to the road survival world. Preparing your vehicle. At that moment, his mind felt as if it had exploded. I've crossed over, and it's a road survival narrative. An avid reader of novels, he quickly grasped his current predicament. Though he hadn't delved deeply into road survival literature, having merely skimmed a few pages, he lamented that had he known he would one day be transported into such a scenario, he would have studied those texts more thoroughly. Yet here he was, with fate now in the hands of the universe. In his mind, the mechanical voice continued. We hereby announce the survival rules. 1. Each individual's vehicle is randomly assigned. This system bears no responsibility for any consequences. 2. Vehicles may only reverse 100 meters. Exceeding this limit will result in immediate termination. 3. Do not worry about your family, for you shall never see them again. 4. You may acquire resources or face dangers from supply boxes near the road. The choice is yours. 5. Nighttime is considerably more perilous, yet rewards are greater. Do not perish easily. 6. A weather disaster will occur every 7 days. Please prepare in advance. 7. The more teammates you have, the more generous the rewards. You may also choose to go solo. 8. Random events may occur. Exercise caution while driving. 9. Life is precious. You have no opportunity for a second chance. 10. Friendly reminder. Please upgrade your vehicle as soon as possible. As the voice concluded, a pale blue orb suddenly materialized in the middle of the road. Moments later, the orb dissipated, revealing an electric scooter in its place. Despite having only skimmed a few pages of road survival literature, he understood all too well that starting with an electric scooter was a sure sign of a catastrophic beginning. Even a battered old van would have been preferable. System sister, could you perhaps restart this? How am I supposed to play with an electric scooter as my initial vehicle? Please refer to Rules 1 and 9. The emotionless mechanical voice replied blandly. Chen Zhou internally cursed, damn, what a ridiculous survival scenario. Cursing aside, he climbed onto the electric scooter. Suddenly, the urgent beeping resumed. Instinctively, he reached into his pants pocket, but found no trace of his phone. Instead, he pulled out a watch from which the chimes originated. This must be the initial game item. He strapped the watch onto his left wrist, and a semi-transparent panel abruptly appeared. The panel displayed 8 neatly arranged buttons: backpack, personal attributes, world channel, regional channel, trading hall, vehicle information, team formation, and others. How technologically advanced. He clicked on the first backpack, which was completely empty. Counting, he found there were 10 compartments. 10 compartments, neither more nor less. I just wonder if the items can stack. Contemplating this silently, he opened his personal attributes. Personal attributes. Health 100. Strength 6. The average level is 8. Our protagonist is a corporate worker with little time for fitness. Agility 5. The average level is 7. Prolonged hours of sedentary work have rendered his body rigid. Dear readers, remember to exercise. Speed 6. The average level is 7. This only accounts for overall speed. Mere quickness of hands is of little use. Stamina 98. Hydration 95. Hunger 96. Talent SSS Divine Support. Talent current level 1. Upgrade progress 05. Effect can enhance a teammate's talent once daily, lasting for 8 hours. Resets at midnight. Gazing at his attributes, Chen Zhou couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Frequent late-night overtime had left him in a suboptimal state of health. The grind of work was indeed detrimental. Looking at this feeble body, one could scarcely hope to survive. Merely wishing for a swift end would be a blessing. As for the talent, he thought, wait. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the SSS letters gleaming with resplendent light, signifying its esteemed status. For a moment, he could scarcely believe that he possessed an SS-level talent. The moment he laid eyes on it, his earlier gloom dissipated like mist. Sister system, you truly do cherish me. After closing the personal information, he proceeded to open the world and regional channels. The world channel was temporarily muted, yet the number of participants in the upper right corner was steadily increasing. 1/10,000,000 goodness, already 1.8 billion people have entered. According to the third rule, it seemed that one person from every household on Blue Star had been selected and cast into this so-called road survival world. Upon awakening, every household would discover a missing member. However, Chen Zhou's family would exhibit no reaction, for he was an orphan. Things must be quite chaotic on Blue Star right now. He cast aside his distractions and then observed the fervent discussions in the regional channel. Brothers, the system daddy has assigned me a cool ride. Image. Oh my goodness, my talent is so pathetic it's drank. Someone powerful, please guide me. Stop dreaming. The big shots are surely teaming up with other big shots. Folks like us are beneath their notice. But I have 3060. Girl, your strength is impressive. With strength talent, you'll soar. I don't know how to drive. Quem someone te ache me? Sobe. Press the clutch, shift gears, gently raise the clutch, and give it some gas. After scanning for quite some time, without finding any useful information, Chen Zhou closed the chat window and opened the vehicle information. As he had anticipated, the attributes of the electric scooter were utterly dismal. Vehicle name, electric bicycle. Quality F. Speed, 20 km/h. Endurance, 4 hours. He sighed, contemplating the situation. This electric vehicle could travel a maximum of 80 kilometers. If he could locate a battery before that, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. According to the fourth rule, a battery should be found within the supply crates. Yet the dilemma was, with the abysmal endurance of this electric bicycle, would he even encounter a supply crate before the power was depleted? Even if he did, what were the odds of finding a battery? Should he fail to procure one, he would be left to traverse the remainder of the journey on foot. Undoubtedly, this would lead to a dead end. Given the current circumstances, coupled with his unique abilities, he was fated not to thrive as a lone wolf. Perhaps this was the system's design, compelling him to seek companions. "Please, dear system, grant me a reliable teammate," Chen Zhou pleaded, hands clasped in prayer, before pressing the team formation button on the panel. Matching you with a teammate, a funnel appeared at the center of the panel, spinning incessantly. After a brief interval, it vanished. You have been matched with a teammate before he could lift his gaze to search for his new ally. A dilapidated van hurtled towards him. Inside the driver's seat, a girl with fair skin and delicate features, clad in a JK uniform, was wildly jerking the steering wheel. "Get out of the way. I don't know how to drive," she shouted as the van bore down upon him. Realizing the imminent collision, Chen Zhou swiftly dodged to the side. Yet he was still grazed by the vehicle's bumper, tumbling twice before coming to a halt. Bang! The electric bicycle nearby was utterly wrecked. The girl slammed on the brakes, the shrill screech echoing as two black tire marks marred the pavement. Moments later, the van's door swung open, revealing a long leg emerging from the driver's seat. The girl exited, closing the door behind her. Her steps hurried. Chen Zhou struggled to rise from the ground when he suddenly felt a force grasping his arm. Turning, he found the girl's anxious expression. Simultaneously, a sweet voice chimed beside him. "Hey, are you hurt?" He conducted a cursory assessment of his body, noting only minor abrasions on his right leg, the injuries not severe. Fortunately, he had merely been brushed by the vehicle. Had he hesitated a moment longer, it might have been game over. "How are you? Can you move?" The girl's concerned voice persisted. After limping a few steps and confirming he was largely unscathed, Chen Zhou replied, "I should be fine, but please drive a bit slower next time." Hearing that he was all right, she exhaled in relief. "I'm really sorry, I just learned to drive 10 minutes ago." Chen Zhou chose not to engage further, instead making his way to the wrecked electric bicycle, his expression despondent. "Now I have no vehicle to ride." The girl stood beside him, looking awkward and unsure of what to say, repeatedly apologizing. At that moment, their watches emitted a simultaneous alert. "All personnel have joined. Road survival now begins. Weather disaster countdown, 168:59:58. The first 7 days serve as a novice protection period. Friendly reminder, avoid reckless actions to ensure survival, wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience." After the sound prompt, the watch's display transformed into a countdown of 7 days. The struggle for survival had commenced. If this world truly resembled the tales penned in novels, one must endure on the highways. In such circumstances, vehicles became paramount. With the electric scooter rendered useless, hope now rested upon the transportation of a teammate. "Miss, my electric scooter was unfortunately totaled due to your collision. Is it too much to ask to borrow your vehicle?" The young lady readily acquiesced. "No problem. Please, after you." Just as he was about to enter the car, a sudden thought struck Chen Zhou. He approached the electric scooter once more, crouching down to touch its body with his finger. In an instant, the scooter vanished without a trace, leaving not even a shard behind. Wow, how astonishing! The girl beside him appeared quite intrigued by this feat. After checking his backpack, Chen Zhou confirmed the electric scooter had indeed been stowed away. With the scooter secured, he urged the young lady, "Miss, time is of the essence, let's get in the car." "Oh, right, but I'm not very skilled at driving," she confessed, trailing behind with a complex expression. "No worries, I can handle it, I'll drive," he reassured. They both entered the vehicle, and Chen Zhou turned the key to ignite the engine. The engine roared to life with a sound reminiscent of a tractor, followed by a vigorous shudder before the vehicle gradually began to move. Simultaneously, a panel appeared on the windshield. Vehicle name, 20-handed van. Level 1. Quality E. Speed, 50 km/h. Fuel tank, 40 L. Fuel consumption, 25 kml. Upon viewing the vehicle's attributes, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes. "While I did mention I wanted a 20-handed van, I didn't expect it to be delivered literally. At this moment, amidst the pressure of survival, he was more concerned about the likelihood of this vehicle breaking down mid-journey. Alas, luck is indeed a conserved quantity when one possesses exceptional talents. Fortune compensates in other areas. Hello, my name is Su Wanxiu. The young lady broke the silence within the car. Chen Zhou, momentarily jolted from his reverie of survival, quickly introduced himself. Chen Zhou. Following this, a silence enveloped the vehicle once more. Seizing the opportunity to glance in the rearview mirror, Chen Zhou discreetly stole a look at Su Wanxiu beside him. The term J. Kim Murray seemed tailor-made for her. Su Wanxiu seemed to sense his gaze and softly remarked, "There's only us in this vehicle. You needn't rely on the rearview mirror to sneak a peek. I promise I won't bite." Caught in the act, Chen Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment. He steadied his heartbeat and awkwardly cleared his throat. It's just a driving habit to check the rearview mirror. Please don't misunderstand." Su Wanxiu chuckled lightly, indicating he could look freely, as she bore no concern. She then expressed her apologies. "I'm truly sorry for damaging your electric scooter earlier. If the opportunity arises, they'll compensate you." Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, no need for compensation. I wasn't particularly keen on that scooter anyway." Although this van was dilapidated, it was at least a slight improvement over the electric scooter. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's response, Su Wanxiu did not appear relieved. Rather, her expression grew more serious. "Chen Zhou, what exactly is this place?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou gazed out at the desolate landscape beyond the car window. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "We have traversed dimensions." He was unsure if his companion would grasp the meaning of his words, yet it was the closest expression he could muster. Although Su Wanxiu was not an avid reader of novels, she understood the concept of dimension traversal. Ultimately, her discomfort stemmed from the suddenness of their circumstances, which was rather difficult to accept. However, with Chen Zhou, a living embodiment of reality, by her side, she felt a modicum of reassurance. As the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense once more, a resounding thud echoed from the compartment behind them. Both turned their heads simultaneously, only to behold a cardboard box that had seemingly materialized out of thin air. "What is that?" "I have no idea." They exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Su Wanxiu seemed to recall something and slapped her thigh. Her fair legs, visible beneath her checkered skirt, elicited a fleeting glance from Chen Zhou in the rearview mirror. "I just remembered, I seem to have a title, Express Delivery Enthusiast." "A title?" "Yes, it states that for every 20 kilometers, I can receive a delivery package." As Su Wanxiu perused her watch's description, she curiously inquired, "Chen Zhou, do you have this as well?" Chen Zhou paused, realizing she was referring to their innate abilities upon noticing her fiddling with her watch. "Indeed, I possess it as well. My ability is divine support, which enhances the talent of my teammates." Su Wanxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, can you enhance my talent? I haven't tried it yet. Would you like to test it now?" Sure." After pondering for a few seconds, Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. Considering it was her first time utilizing her ability, Chen Zhou prudently pulled over to the roadside. Su Wanxiu confidently extended her hand toward him. Chen Zhou gently took her hand in his. It was his first time holding a girl's hand. It felt soft and smooth. Under her expectant gaze, he closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Suddenly, Su Wanxiu felt a surge of electricity coursing through her hand, rapidly spreading throughout her body. A tingling sensation enveloped her entire being, prompting an involuntary sound of pleasure to escape her lips. Why does this reaction seem somewhat familiar?" Chen Zhou opened his eyes to find Su Wanxiu covering her mouth. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You didn't hear anything just now?" "I should have heard nothing." Chen Zhou awkwardly averted his gaze to the window, while Su Wanxiu busied herself with her watch. "Hey, it seems to have truly enhanced. What has changed? Earlier, it was one delivery blind box for every 20 kilometers. Now, it's reduced to 15. Chen Zhou glanced at the odometer, which still indicated 20 kilometers. If the ability had indeed strengthened, then the next package would appear at 35 kilometers. He pondered when the resource boxes mentioned in the rules would manifest. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu had exited the car. "Let me see what treasures this delivery blind box contains." As she spoke, she grasped the door handle and tugged forcefully. Why won't this door open?" Chen Zhou also exited and attempted to open the doors, only to discover that neither would budge. What a wretched vehicle this is, Chen Zhou exclaimed, kicking a tire in frustration. I suppose we must recline the seats and access the back row. The two returned to the car, and Su Wanqiu adjusted her seat, kneeling on it as she crawled backward. Chen Zhou, glancing casually at the rearview mirror, took in the splendid view. Clearing his throat, he started the engine and said, "Be careful, I'm about to drive." "All right," Su Wanqiu replied, successfully maneuvering to the back seat, where she began to pry at the tape on a package with her nails. "What's inside?" "Wow, this teddy bear is adorable," she exclaimed as she extracted a toy teddy bear from the box, placing on her lap to admire. Chen Zhou, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "What good is a teddy bear? It would be far more useful if it could produce food and water." "Oh, come on, don't be so lacking in charm," she retorted, crawling back to the front and positioning the teddy bear on the dashboard. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if another teddy bear came out? Why do you desire a teddy bear so much?" Chen Zhou asked, puzzled. "One bear is so lonely two can have a conversation, just like us. How delightful that would be," she mused, fiddling with the bow on the bear's left ear, whispering, "Don't worry, little bear, I will find you a companion." Chapter 3. The first wave of resources acquired. Beep, you have a new package. Please check it. With a thud, yet another delivery box appeared in the compartment. Chen Zhou glanced at the odometer. Indeed, it read 35 kilometers. Another parcel had arrived. Su Wanqiu pushed her seat back and reached for the box, which felt considerably heavier than the last. She deftly sliced open the tape with her fingernail and revealed a carton of yogurt within. Upon seeing the yogurt, Chen Zhou's spirits lifted slightly. He retrieved a carton for himself, and a semi-transparent panel materialized beside him. Muxi yogurt. Quality, green. Category, food effect. Hydration 10. Hunger 5. Aside from a slight decrease in Chen Zhou's health points at the outset, both of their statuses were nearly at maximum. Although yogurt could not substitute a full meal, it served well in emergencies. "Let us not drink it now. Let us save it for later." Su Wanqiu's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment as she obediently stowed the yogurt in her backpack. She was acutely aware of their precarious situation. They needed to ration their food and water until they could freely distribute their resources. Next, she opened the World Channel, hoping to discover a way back to Blue Star. The chat had been unmuted, and an array of messages in various languages scrolled rapidly, yielding little in terms of useful information. She shook her head and turned to the regional channel, where messages were similarly inundating the screen. There were cries of homesickness, boasts of impressive vehicles, and pleas to locate lost loved ones. The barrage of messages left her feeling increasingly agitated, prompting her to dismiss the chat window and gaze out the window instead. "What's wrong?" Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chen Zhou inquired with concern. "Chen Ge, do you think we will ever return home?" Su Wanqiu turned to him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Zhou momentarily faltered, unsure how to console a girl as a steadfast man. Finding the words was akin to surviving on a scooter in dire circumstances. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to say, "Don't worry, I will bring you back." Su Wanqiu was taken aback, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Thank you." The mood inside the vehicle lightened slightly, and to alleviate the tension, they engaged in lively gossip. Chen Zhou listened intently, occasionally expressing his astonishment. Over an hour passed, during which Su Wanqiu received 4 more packages. However, they contained little of value, just a collection of miscellaneous items. "Is there anything edible in the parcels?" Chen Zhou continued to fret over their food situation. There is a clothes-drying rack, a kitchen knife, and a squeeze toy. With that, she opened the last box, which contained merely a few stickers. Chen Zhou could not help but scoff. The odds of retrieving food and water seem rather dismal. Su Wanqiu nodded in agreement. By this time, it was nearly 10 in the morning, approaching noon, and they had yet to secure any lunch. Chen Zhou glanced at the information displayed on the windshield. Date, day 1, time, 10:05, in-car temperature, 29, outside temperature, 29, weather, clear, the sun blazed brightly in the sky, and the road shimmered with heat. Chen Zhou's shirt was thoroughly soaked, beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks. In the passenger seat, Su Wanqiu was equally drenched, fanning herself with a sticker in hand. Chingo, look over there. What is that? Su Wanxiu exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the patch of sand on the right side of the road. Following her gaze, Chen Zhou spotted two white boxes positioned a few dozen meters away. He noted the odometer reading, exactly 100 kilometers. Those must be the supply boxes mentioned in the rules. He cautiously parked the car approximately 10 meters from the resource boxes. To ensure safety, he instructed Su Wanxiu to wield a closed pole while he armed himself with a kitchen knife. I'll take the lead. If there is any danger, retreat to the car. At his words, Su Wanxiu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. As they exited the vehicle, Su Wanxiu clutched the hem of Chen Zhou's shirt, trailing closely behind him. Chen Zhou, holding the kitchen knife with one hand, gradually approached the white boxes. Upon reaching the first box, he gently tapped its surface with his fingertip. With a sound, the box opened automatically. Open white box, croissants 2. Chinsu Mountain Spring Water 2. They proceeded to the second box, which also opened with a sound. Open white box, croissants 2, gasoline 10L, returned to the car. Chen Zhou retrieved all the supplies. For croissants, 2 bottles of water, and he tossed the gasoline into the back seat. Chingo, we have food now, Su Wanxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the croissants. Are you hungry? Shall we eat a little? Truth be told, Chen Zhou was nearly famished. He typically skipped dinner, so he would eat more in the mornings. However, having been thrust into this surreal highway world early that day, he had yet to have breakfast. Su Wanxiu shook her head. Chingo, I'm not hungry. You eat first. Just save 1 croissant for me. Chen Zhou was taken aback. Logically, resources should be shared equally, yet she was offering him 1. Let us each have 2. Resources should be distributed evenly. As he spoke, Su Wanxiu found herself with 2 croissants and a bottle of water. She smiled, handing one of the croissants back to him. Chingo, you promised to take me home. You should eat more to protect me. Chen Zhou was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to place such hope in him. However, gazing into her bright, innocent eyes, he found it impossible to reveal that his earlier reassurances were mere comforts. Goodness, I really talked big back there and got myself into it. He internally chided himself, silently accepting the croissant she offered. After hastily devouring a few bites, he started the car and resumed their journey. As midday approached, the temperature continued to rise. The display on the windshield indicated that the interior temperature had reached 29 C, while the exterior temperature stood at 30 C. During this time, Su Wanxiu opened several packages, revealing nothing but useless trinkets. She glanced at her watch, hoping to find some valuable information. Chen Zhou, curious about the circumstances of others, hesitated to check himself for fear that distraction while driving might lead to an accident. Thus he entrusted the task to Su Wanxiu. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiu accessed the chat records from the regional channel on her watch. After a while, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Chen Zhou, some teams have already upgraded their vehicles to level 2. Let me see, Chen Zhou replied. Su Wanxiu extended her wrist toward Chen Zhou, revealing a message accompanied by 2 images. The vehicle depicted was a van, appearing to be in better condition than theirs. From a superficial glance, the difference between a level 2 and a level 1 vehicle was not significant, merely transitioning from second-hand to a brand-new appearance. However, there were notable changes inside. Firstly, a white rectangular box had been added to the cargo area, and secondly, a square hatch had appeared on the floor. What were those 2 additional items for? Chen Zhou pondered, refocusing on the road. The white box is called a workstation, Su Wanxiu remarked as she sifted through the records. It seems that there is a living area beneath that hatch. A living area? For a gaming enthusiast, the concept of a workstation required no further elaboration, as anyone who had played games would understand. However, he felt the need to learn more about the living area. They described it as resembling an alternate dimension, with a few square meters of space that even contained a bed. Did they mention the conditions for upgrading the vehicle? Chen Zhou inquired. Yes, they stated that once the materials are gathered, the vehicle will upgrade automatically. Chen Zhou nodded, a plan beginning to form in his mind. After approximately 20 more minutes of driving, the odometer reached 200 kilometers. He glanced up and, sure enough, spotted a white box not far ahead. The second wave of boxes has arrived. Hopefully, they contain the materials we need. After parking the vehicle, the 2 approached the resource box as they had before, one in front and the other behind. White box opened, iron 5. Plastic 2. The second box yielded the same. 5 iron blocks and 2 plastics. Once back in the vehicle, Chen Zhou retrieved the supplies from his backpack. At that moment, a notification sounded from his watch. Ding. Upgrade materials detected. Vehicle customization module unlocked. Chapter 4. Good things with ominous implications. Chen Zhou opened his watch, and indeed, there was an additional button labeled Vehicle Customization on the panel. Upon clicking it, 3 more buttons appeared, labeled Vehicle Upgrade, Accessory Installation, and Vehicle Modification. The two of them huddled together, engrossed in deciphering the functions of these 3 buttons for quite some time. Chen Zhou could roughly discern the functions from the names of the buttons. However, for Su Wanqiu, these were entirely new concepts. Listening to Chen Zhou's explanations, Su Wanqiu accessed the Vehicle Upgrade menu. Materials required for Vehicle Upgrade. Iron blocks 1020, plastic 410, wooden planks 010, fabric 05, unlockable functions after upgrade, workbench, living area. As for the subsequent options, accessory installation and vehicle modification, they were currently inaccessible. Upon entering, it merely displayed no available accessories and no available modifications. Perhaps upgrading the vehicle to level 2 would unlock the corresponding accessories? Contemplating the materials list, Chen Zhou pondered thoughtfully. They had already located some iron blocks and plastic, but the remaining materials had yet to be encountered. According to the 7th rule of survival, the more teammates one has, the richer the rewards. The team that ascended to level 2 vehicles so swiftly likely had an advantage in numbers. Should we match with another teammate? Chen Zhou inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu shook her head vigorously. Teammate matching should be random, right? Our meeting was pure serendipity, but the next one may not be as fortunate. Chen Zhou considered this and found it reasonable. It was indeed wise to exercise caution in selecting teammates. In this regard, both character and skill were of paramount importance. As it stood, Su Wanqiu's talent appeared formidable, likely an S-grade talent. The essential food and water they had been lacking could be procured from deliveries, albeit with a rather disheartening probability. However, resources directly applicable to the vehicles could only be obtained from resource boxes. Once they unlocked the workbench, perhaps there would be new functionalities that could transform those useless deliveries into usable materials. Lost in thought, Chen Zhou suddenly asked, "What is your talent level?" Su Wanqiu looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Huh? Can't your watch display my personal information?" Chen Zhou was taken aback, opened the team menu, and found only their avatars, nothing more. It seemed he genuinely cannot see it. Su Wanqiu let out a small exclamation and displayed her watch to Chen Zhou. In her team menu, she could not only see the attributes of her teammates, but also had the option to expel them from the team. However, regarding talents, the captain could only view the talent levels of teammates, but not the specific details of their abilities. At this moment, Chen Zhou finally comprehended. The owner of the vehicle was the captain. His electric bike had long since been reduced to ruins, consequently demoting him to the status of a team member. As expected, Su Wanqiu's talent was also S-grade, though hers was a double S, surpassing his by 1 tier. Both possessing S-grade talents lifted Chen Zhou's spirits considerably. He turned the key to start the car and continued on his journey. Along the way, Su Wanqiu engaged him in various discussions, ranging from trivial family matters to grand life aspirations, speaking eloquently and incessantly. "Su Wanqiu, may I pose a question to you?" "Go ahead. Do you possess many friends who accompany you for conversation daily?" Chen Zhou, a gaming enthusiast, was not particularly loquacious and thus had few friends. In his mind, one who is garrulous would naturally have an abundance of friends. "Are you tired of me? If so, I shall remain silent." Su Wanqiu turned to lean against the car window, her expression tinged with disappointment. "No, I'm not tired of you at all. I merely thought that someone as beautiful and talkative as you must have numerous friends," Chen Zhou quickly clarified. Suddenly, Su Wanqiu turned to gaze intently at Chen Zhou's face, causing him to shiver. "Considering your compliment about my beauty, I suppose I shall reluctantly answer your question." With that, she lowered her gaze, her tone lacking the vivacity she exhibited during their gossip. "I study abroad alone, surrounded by strangers, and I have no friends. What about your classmates or roommates?" Chen Zhou inquired, noting that Su Wanxiu appeared to be around 20, an age typically associated with university life. Surely, even if she was not close with her classmates, her roommates would be familiar. Not at all. I run a place near the school and live by myself. I am not particularly fond of the way people look at me, so I prefer to avoid interaction whenever possible. Though Chen Zhou found it difficult to imagine Su Wanxiu's life, he regarded her with sympathy. Brother Chen, may I ask you a favor? Su Wanxiu suddenly said. Yes? What is it? From now on, please call me Wan. Do not refer to me by my full name, as it feels too formal. A blush crept across Su Wanxiu's face. All right, Wan, you may call me a Zhou. Very well, a Zhou. They exchanged smiles, drawing a little closer in their connection. Before long, a thud announced the arrival of a new package. Su Wanxiu, as before, climbed into the back seat, and Chen Zhou casually glanced at the rearview mirror. After retrieving the parcel from her backpack, she began to eagerly unwrap it with a kitchen knife. In Blue Star, she had always relished the thrill of unboxing deliveries, finding herself addicted to the anticipation. As she opened her package, she mumbled, "Inside is a screaming chicken," which was soon followed by a few clucks from the back seat. Here are some slippers, here are some socks, and a pack of tissues. Wow, Zhou. I received a case of mineral water. There are a total of 24 bottles. Su Wanxiu excitedly pulled out a bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a drink, simultaneously offering one to Chen Zhou. This water is cold. Chen Zhou eagerly opened his bottle and drank heartily. After downing half, the oppressive heat subsided slightly. At that moment, the temperature on the windshield had reached 30 C. Had it not been for that case of water, he might have suffered from heat stroke. Indeed, Wan, remember to place that box of water into the backpack. It may serve as insulation. All right, it's in, she replied. In the rearview mirror, Su Wanxiu signaled an okay gesture. Not far ahead, 2 resource boxes materialized. Wan, prepare yourself. The third wave of resource boxes has arrived. After parking the vehicle, Chen Zhou, wielding a kitchen knife, opened the car door, and a wave of heat engulfed him. After merely a few steps, sweat began to pour profusely. Goodness, this feels akin to stepping into a sauna. Chen Zhou approached the first box, holding the knife aloft. White box opened, iron 5, Chinsu Mountain mineral water 2. Subsequently, they arrived at the second box. White box opened, wooden planks 5, blueprint for the mountain cutting knife 1. Upon seeing the blueprint, Chen Zhou's heart tightened. Receiving a weapon blueprint signifies that impending danger may lurk ahead. Even during the novice protection period, it does not imply complete tranquility. Let us head back to the car. It's scorching outside. Shielding his eyes with his hand, Chen Zhou quickly made his way back to the vehicle. Zhou, you go ahead. I have something to attend to. Su Wanxiu's expression was somewhat bashful as she spoke. What can't wait until you're in the car? Chen Zhou questioned, perplexed. Oh, I need to use the restroom. Su Wanxiu's face flushed with annoyance, her lips pursed high. Fine, I'll wait for you in the car. Chen Zhou opened the door and entered the vehicle, watching as she squatted down behind the car, rendering her invisible. After a few minutes, she returned to the car. Fortunately, there was a pack of tissues in the delivery. Otherwise, using the restroom would have posed quite the challenge. Shall we depart now? Yes, let's go. On the road, Su Wanxiu suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, was there anything valuable in the boxes we just opened? There was one item of value, though its implications are rather ominous. Saying this, Chen Zhou handed the mountain-cutting knife blueprint to Su Wanxiu. Mountain-cutting knife blueprint, quality, white. Usage, infinite. Required materials, iron 2. Wooden plank 1. Is this a design for a knife? Su Wanxiu examined the blueprint, observing various lengths of lines, each annotated with numbers, appearing quite professional. In response, Chen Zhou merely nodded. What do you mean by ominous implications? She scrutinized it for a while, but found no curses or ill-omened inscriptions. You might not be aware, but there is a saying in the gaming community, before a great battle, there will be supplies. Being given a weapon blueprint foreshadows forthcoming dangers. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's words, Su Wanxiu felt a tightening in her chest. What kind of danger will we face? Chen Zhou shook his head. He, too, was uncertain of what lay ahead. Chapter 5. The vehicle successfully upgraded to level 2 at this moment. The temperature outside the vehicle was nearing 32 C. Chen Zhou glanced at the time. It was just past 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day. However, The temperature would gradually begin to decline thereafter. Fortunately, the backpack did indeed possess insulating properties, as the water that had not been consumed earlier remained refreshingly cool. Chen Zhou took another sip, the coolness coursing down his throat, alleviating some of the heat. 2 more packages arrived. Su Wanxiu smiled brightly, retrieving a parcel from her backpack. With a swift motion, she brandished a kitchen knife and sliced open the bag, revealing its contents. Chen Zhou peered over, noticing only a small plastic bag stuffed with a bundle of black fabric. "What is that?" he inquired with curiosity. Nothing." Su Wanxiu replied hastily, tossing the plastic bag to the back seat before opening the second package, which contained a refrigerator magnet. Once again, there was no food to be found. Leaning against the car window, she wore an adorably despondent expression. "It's all right, we still have a few pieces of bread," Chen Zhou said, attempting to comfort her. However, he soon noticed that her shirt was already drenched in sweat. He swallowed hard, recalling a phrase, "Purple is more enchanting." The fabric of her shirt had a significant drawback. It lacked breathability, causing excessive perspiration. Once she began to sweat, the shirt clung to her skin, creating considerable discomfort. The additional layer of less breathable clothing, combined with the nearly 40-degree weather outside, was nothing short of torment. Su Wanxiu felt utterly uncomfortable. The shirt adhered to her skin, aggravating her distress. "Ding! You have a new package. Please check it." She pulled out a parcel from her backpack, and upon opening it, she discovered a summer nightgown. Her eyes lit up as she climbed into the back seat. "What are you doing?" Chen Zhou was startled by her sudden movement. "Don't look back, focus on driving," she commanded, adjusting his head to ensure he faced forward. "I warn you not to look. You may only gaze when I permit it." "Okay, understood." Chen Zhou kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to move his head even slightly. Moments later, delicate rustling sounds emanated from the back seat. He instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of a slender white arm moving about. Su Wanxiu was hidden behind the driver's seat, seemingly preoccupied with something. After a while, she returned to the front passenger seat, now adorned in a purple lace nightgown. "Ah, finally much more comfortable," Su Wanxiu sighed with relief. Chen Zhou stole a glance in the rearview mirror and gasped. "All right, you can look now." "Look at what?" "I need to concentrate on driving." "Don't pretend. I know how men are." "Please, don't say such things. I am an upstanding gentleman." "I don't believe you. You've definitely stolen glances at me in the rearview mirror more than a few times." In the midst of taking a sip of water, Chen Zhou suddenly choked, coughing uncontrollably. "Ha, I knew it. So, tell me, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Wanxiu laughed heartily. Chen Zhou patted his chest, stifling cough. "Why should I tell you? That is my personal privacy." "Oh, come on, share with me." "I'm simply too curious," Su Wanxiu chimed, wrapping her arm around Chen Zhou's right arm and swaying playfully. Having been single for over 20 years, Chen Zhou found it hard to withstand such an affectionate gesture and replied in a dispirited tone, "I have always been single." "Oh, so you're a little inexperienced." Su Wanxiu teased, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "Then you must have many boyfriends?" Chen Zhou retorted, "I barely have a few friends, let alone boyfriends." "Then how can you mock me?" "Hee, I just enjoy teasing you." "TCH, how boring." The two continued to banter for quite some time, their spirits lifting in the increasingly jovial atmosphere. In the world of survival on the road, the greatest challenge was not merely survival, but maintaining one's mental health and sanity. However, for the two of them, it seemed they need not worry about their mental state. As for their physical well-being, that was another matter entirely. In a lull in their conversation, Su Wanxiu glanced at the regional chat channel. The frequency of new messages had considerably slowed, indicating that everyone had entered a survival mode. She observed the upper right corner, 99,673 100,000. In just one morning, the population in their area had diminished by over 300. Some in the channel had noted this alarming trend. Why have so many people died? I don't know. Maybe they died from stupidity. Mind your words. Show some respect for the deceased. I'll say whatever I want. It's none of your business. Are you crazy? Furious. The channel erupted into chaos, filled with curses and heated exchanges. These people have all gone mad, Su Wanxiu thought, closing the regional chat to shield herself from the negativity. Chen Zhou sighed. Well, after all, everyone has a different capacity for mental endurance. I think this place is quite nice. At least we don't have to attend classes. Some find joy, while others are burdened by sorrow. Why do you appear so composed, Zhou? Without hesitation, Chen Zhou replied, because I am an orphan. It's all the same to me wherever I am. Just as he finished speaking, he felt something soft enveloping his right arm. Turning to look, he found Su Wanxiu hugging his arm gently, her voice softening. I'm sorry. Zhou. Chen Zhou tenderly patted her head. It's all right. Once we return to Blue Star, I'll come to your house and eat for free. Ha ha ha, all right. I promise you. Is it a deal? It's a deal. The two extended their pinkies, intertwining them, and with a press of their thumbs, their promise was sealed. The vehicle continued its journey, and soon they had covered 400 kilometers. Inside the 2 resource boxes, they found 5 iron blocks, 2 pieces of plastic, 5 wooden planks, and 10 liters of gasoline. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, after driving all day, Chen Zhou felt utterly exhausted, akin to a worn-out dog. The watch indicated they had an hour until darkness fell. They decided to camp for the night and set off early the next morning. At that moment, seated cross-legged atop the van, the two shared bread and bottled water beside them. The afterglow of the setting sun was exceptionally beautiful, and the evening temperature had dropped to a pleasant 20 degrees, devoid of the daytime's oppressive heat. Chen Zhou was inventorying the supplies in his backpack, contemplating whether he could elevate his vehicle to the 2nd level today. He was still short 4 pieces of plastic and 5 pieces of fabric. Rubbing the back of his head, he realized the deficit was rather significant. They had not managed to acquire any of the fabric listed on their inventory. It was uncertain whether it was merely bad luck or if they had not opened enough boxes on the first day. Should we consider selling some supplies? At that moment, Su Wanxiu was browsing the trading hall, filled with goods offered by other participants. Chen Zhou pondered for a moment. Their resources were indeed limited. However, upgrading the vehicle was crucial, to the extent that the rules had even delineated a specific clause to underscore its importance. Let us sell a few bottles of yogurt to gather the materials. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiu spent some time editing on the interface, successfully listing 2 bottles of yogurt, which were instantly snapped up. They sold so quickly. How many materials did we get in return? They exchanged for 5 pieces of plastic and 5 pieces of fabric. After performing a few operations on her smartwatch, Chen Zhou's device suddenly emitted a notification sound. Su Wanxiu has gifted you 5 pieces of plastic and 5 pieces of fabric. Chen Zhou opened his backpack and indeed found an additional compartment filled with plastic and fabric. He accessed the vehicle upgrade menu, confirming that all the required materials were now in hand. He promptly clicked the confirmation button at the bottom. Please ensure all individuals exit the vehicle. We need to disembark first, he instructed. The two jumped down from the vehicle's roof, but Chen Zhou landed awkwardly, falling unceremoniously. Zhou, you are quite clumsy, Su Wanxiu teased while helping him up. It was just a mistake, Chen Zhou defended himself, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The vehicle is currently upgrading. Please wait patiently. Once they had exited, a blue light screen enveloped the van, displaying a 60-second countdown. After a minute, the screen shattered, revealing the van in a brand new state. Let us get in and take a look. The two opened the doors and were astonished by the transformed interior. The vehicle was not only cleaner, but the front control panel also featured a large screen. The only thing that remained unchanged was the pile of delivery boxes stacked in the back seat. Chapter 6. Su Wanxiu's subtle thoughts. Su Wanxiu busied herself with the large screen in the passenger seat, while Chen Zhou opened the side door of the vehicle, inspecting the workstation within. Indeed, following the upgrade, the side door was now operable. He crouched inside the compartment, carefully examining a white box measuring 0.5 meters on each side. A black line encircled the box about 10 centimeters from its top. Placing his hands on either side of the line, he gently lifted, separating the lid from the box. To his surprise, the interior was solid, devoid of any space. The top of the box was adorned with a transparent glass panel, while the inner side of the lid housed the screen. Upon illuminating the screen, 3 buttons appeared: synthesize, decompose, and repair. How wonderful! The decomposing function would enable him to dismantle the useless packages and exchange them for basic materials. After hastily stowing all the delivery boxes from the back seat into his backpack, the workstation promptly detected items ready for decomposition. Suddenly remembering something, He approached the nearby boxes by the roadside. With a mere thought, he summoned 2 boxes into his backpack. Goodness, he had missed out on a fortune. Throughout their journey, they had opened 8 boxes, 6 of which had been squandered. In the early stages of survival, one could never have too many materials. Alas, how had he overlooked the opportunity to collect those 6 boxes? At that moment, Chen Zhou felt a pang of regret. Returning to the vehicle, he meticulously gathered the useless items into his backpack, along with the 2 empty boxes, all of which he proceeded to decompose at the workstation. After a brief wait, he obtained merely 2 iron blocks, 2 plastics, and a wooden plank. The materials procured were just enough to craft a machete. Clicking the synthesis button, the circle on the screen spun for a few seconds before successfully detecting the machete blueprint in his backpack. Would you like to synthesize the machete? Yes. No. He selected the left option. Yes, and the transparent glass panel of the workstation illuminated with sudden brilliance. Soon, the handle of the machete emerged from the panel, followed by the blade, culminating in the complete assembly of the weapon, which hovered in midair. Impressive. How technologically advanced. Chen Zhou marveled, grasping the machete in his hand. Machete, quality, white, durability, 50, sharpness, to effect, highly effective for clearing obstacles ahead. He swung the machete through the air a few times, finding it to be remarkably well-balanced. At that moment, Su Wanxiu stepped out of the vehicle and approached him. The machete is completed. Give it a try. Taking the machete, Su Wanxiu effortlessly swung it a few times, nodding in approval. Quite well-balanced, it requires little effort to wield. Chen Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, you have knowledge of blades? My neighbor abroad is a contestant in a sword-making competition, Su Wanxiu replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, he couldn't shake the feeling of being outmatched. Su Wanxiu then climbed back into the compartment, pointing to a small door on the floor. This door looks exactly like the one in the picture. It should lead to the living area. Thus, Chen Zhou opened the small door and peered inside. A ladder descended into a modest space, furnished solely with a small bed, a diminutive table, and a solitary chair. Goodness, it was even more rudimentary than my rented apartment, he remarked. Su Wanxiu, however, took it in stride. While it paled in comparison to her expansive house, it inexplicably bestowed upon her a sense of tranquility. The two descended in succession, the area proving quite cramped, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Su Wanxiu reclined upon the bed, indifferent to the stickiness that clung to her. Chen Zhou, observing the scant space remaining on the bed, turned and said, Wan, you should sleep here. I'll manage in the driver's cabin for the night. Su Wanxiu propped her head on her left hand and gazed at Chen Zhou. Are you certain? Upon hearing her query, Chen Zhou turned to look at her, then quickly averted his gaze. Affecting a casual demeanor, he remarked, a lone man and woman sharing a room. It may not be entirely appropriate. Suwanku flesh-craving. Didn't you claim to be a paragon of virtue during the day? Afraid you might lose control? Chen Zhou bristled at her words. Who said I would lose control? I'm a steadfast man. Nothing could sway me. With that, he flopped onto the bed and extinguished the room's lights. I warn you, do not provoke me. I have a modicum of boxing skills. Understood, boxer. Now, do try to sleep, Su Wanxiu replied, turning her back to him, though her ears remained perked, keenly attuned to any movement nearby. The room was enveloped in silence. She could even hear the rhythmic beating of her own heart. I've warned him. Surely he wouldn't act inappropriately. A tinge of fear gripped her, her mind conjuring images akin to those in action films. Before long, faint snoring emanated from behind her. Chen Zhou, exhausted, had succumbed to slumber. Su Wanxiu turned to glance at him, noticing the rise and fall of his body with each breath. Strangely, witnessing Chen Zhou asleep stirred a sense of disappointment within her. To be frank, she was not devoid of male admirers. Yet, those who surrounded her were brash and often boorish foreign boys with their golden hair and blue eyes. She held no interest in them, even feeling a certain aversion. But encountering someone like Chen Zhou, reserved, understated, and too shy to admit to stealing glances at her, was a refreshing change. She found herself not only unbothered, but somewhat fond of his company. Not to mention, teasing him proved to be quite entertaining. However, if survival meant cohabitating with those crude boys, she would rather face starvation alone. Su Wanxiu's thoughts bubbled forth like effervescent bubbles. one after another. Lost in her reverie, she eventually drifted into a deep sleep. The following day, Chen Zhou was the first to awaken. After a moment of bewilderment, realization dawned upon him. Thus, he feigned sleep, savoring the warmth enveloping him. After a considerable time, Su Wanxiu stirred awake, only to discover that she was cradling Chen Zhou in her arms. Fearing she might disturb his slumber, she gently withdrew her arms and legs from his grasp. Surely, I did not sleep the entire night while holding on to Chen Zhou sitting up in bed. Su Wanxiu's mind raced with uncontrollable thoughts. Upon hearing that Su Wanxiu had awakened, Chen Zhou feigned awakening himself, murmuring in a soft tone, "You're awake. How did you sleep last night?" "Not too bad," Su Wanxiu replied, her voice slightly weak, not realizing that she was the one who had succumbed to the situation. Chen Zhou swung his legs off the bed, retrieved some bread and yogurt, and placed them on the table. He then remarked, "There is no opportunity for proper hygiene at the moment, so let us make do. After breakfast, we shall set off." "All right." After finishing their meal, the two ascended a ladder to the cockpit. Chen Zhou turned the key to start the car, and the central control screen illuminated simultaneously. Upon seeing the three-dimensional model of the vehicle on the screen, Chen Zhou's interest peaked. Vehicle name, 20-handed van. Level, 2. Quality. Speed, 60 kilometers h. Fuel tank, 2450 L. Fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L. Modification slots, 0.5. Accessory installation, 0.5. While the speed and fuel tank capacity of the vehicle had improved, the fuel consumption had also risen. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed this reasonable, considering the increased weight of the vehicle. However, the modification and accessory installation features remained unused, perhaps because they had yet to encounter any applicable items. Chen Zhou pursed his lips and pressed the accelerator, setting the vehicle in motion. Thus commenced the survival endeavors of the second day. Chapter 7. Acquiring the collector. Date, Day 2, time, 9:15. Inside temperature, 24 C. Outside temperature, 29 C. Weather, clear. Chen Zhou glanced at the information displayed on the windshield. The outside temperature was nearing 30 C, yet the interior of the vehicle remained quite comfortable. Could it be due to the vehicle's upgrade to level 2? It is no wonder that the rules emphasize prioritizing vehicle enhancements. They indeed proved to be immensely beneficial. Yesterday, they had driven with the windows down, nearly succumbing to the heat. Had they known better, they would have sold that crate of yogurt and exchanged it entirely for materials to upgrade the car. This would have spared them a significant ordeal. At that moment, Su Wanxiu nestled in the passenger seat, perusing messages on the regional channel. There were suggestions for everyone to open boxes in the evening, as the rewards were plentiful and valuable. Is that truly the case? Unfortunately, I am afraid of the dark and dare not venture out at night. Do not heed the above. I went out with my teammates to open boxes one night, and a wolf suddenly emerged, biting off a chunk of flesh from my teammate's calf. Does anyone have bandages and disinfectant? Otherwise, my teammate's leg is as good as ruined. How pathetic to be bitten by a wolf while opening a box. What kind of language is that? If your mouth is filthy, perhaps you should keep it shut. It seems to be that fool who called someone stupid yesterday. So it's you, you foolish. How dare you criticize my incompetence, you insufferable. Su Wanxiu shook her head and closed the chat window, pondering how she always encountered such nonsense. Wasting half a day was hardly better than unboxing a delivery. She opened her backpack, which already contained a parcel. "Ah, Zhou, you forgot to enhance my talent. All right, let me enhance it for you now." Chen Zhou parked the car and took hold of Su Wanxiu's left hand. Su Wanxiu tightly shut her eyes, her body rigid, mentally affirming, "I absolutely must not cry out today. I am about to begin." A tingling sensation coursed through her left hand once more, and she struggled to suppress the unusual feelings in her body. Yet the intensity of the enhancement proved too overwhelming, and ultimately, she could not contain herself. Noticing Su Wanxiu's reaction, Chen Zhou immediately inquired with concern, "Wan, is this feeling uncomfortable?" Su Wanxiu remained silent, merely waving her hand. After a minute, she finally calmed down. "It's fine now, let us set off. Are you truly all right?" "I'm fine now, let us depart." Seeing her return to normalcy, Chen Zhou had no choice but to start the car again. As the enhancer of the talent, he felt not a trace of discomfort. However, Witnessing Su Wanchio's pronounced reaction piqued his curiosity. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly like to experience it himself. Time passed, and they eventually encountered their first wave of supply boxes. The outside temperature had risen to 33 C, significantly hotter than the previous day. It seemed that the temperature increased daily. At this rate, it could reach over 40 C by noon. Chen Zhou wielded a machete, while Su Wanchio held a kitchen knife. They both opened the car doors simultaneously, and a blast of heat rushed in, the glare from the asphalt road almost blinding. Upon arriving before the boxes, they discovered that one of them was remarkably green. This box is green? Could it possibly contain something wonderful? Su Wanchio's large eyes sparkled with anticipation. If all went as expected, it should indeed hold a delightful surprise. Chen Zhou chose not to open the box with his hands this time. Instead, he delivered a swift kick to it and promptly jumped back. This method, colloquially known as the kick open, was a prudent choice. One could never tell whether the contents would be a pleasant surprise or a fright. With a resounding thud, the box sprang open, emitting a brilliant green light. Green box open, Chinsa Mountain Mineral Water 4, Water Collector Blueprint 1, Hornbread 4. Fortunately, this time it was a pleasant surprise. Among the contents was a blueprint for a water collector. Chen Zhou shared the blueprint with Su Wanchio via his smartwatch. This is wonderful. We will have water to drink. Su Wanchio exclaimed, visibly excited. The second white box, however, yielded no remarkable items. Only 2 hornbreads and 2 pieces of plastic. Chen Zhou, now more astute, collected both boxes into his backpack, leaving no resource unclaimed. Once back in the vehicle, Su Wanchio began to study the water collector blueprint. Water collector blueprint, quality, green, usage, 1 time, materials required, plastic 5, fabric 2. After upgrading their vehicle the previous day, their materials were nearly depleted. To construct the water collector, they needed to gather additional resources. We still lack 2 pieces of fabric to build a collector. Should we wait? Subanku Inkawayev. No waiting. We'll trade yogurt for it, Chen Zhou replied decisively. It was essential to utilize all available resources to address their needs for sustenance. Yogurt, once consumed, would be gone. However, the water collector would provide a sustainable source of water. He recognized the importance of immediate nourishment over fleeting pleasures, believing that exchanging yogurt for the water collector was a worthy trade. With Chen Zhou's affirmation, Su Wanchio quickly prepared to offer the yogurt. However, this time, she opted not to exchange it directly. Instead, she sought buyers in need of food, encouraging them to trade materials for her yogurt. While this merely seemed a transition from buyer to seller, the outcome was drastically different. Before long, she successfully traded a bottle of yogurt for a plethora of materials. Zhou, can you guess how much I acquired for a single bottle of yogurt? Su Wanchio asked, her face beaming with pride. Chen Zhou thought to himself. Yesterday, he had traded a bottle of yogurt for 5 pieces of plastic. Given her exuberance, she must have received more than that. Pondering this, he remarked, let me guess, 10 pieces of plastic? Su Wanchio chuckled. I traded for 5 iron blocks, 6 pieces of plastic, and 4 pieces of fabric. Chen Zhou was taken aback. Wow. Wan, that's incredible. How did you manage that? Was she possessed by the spirit of a shrewd merchant? Had she swindled the poor buyer out of all their possessions with a mere bottle of yogurt? With a triumphant smile, Su Wanchio explained, I found a buyer desperately in need of water and bargained for quite some time before securing 5 iron blocks and 6 pieces of plastic. The remaining 4 pieces of fabric? I traded those for a selfie, but I didn't show my face. I only sent a picture of my foot. He cast a glance at Su Wanchio's sneakers, then at his own flip-flops. You wouldn't be sending me my own, would you? He chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's forehead immediately glistened with sweat. They didn't berate you, did they? No. He even expressed his gratitude. He praised your exquisite feet. At that moment, Chen Zhou could no longer maintain his composure. Such beauty will only bring you trouble. How impressive am I? Su Wanchio puffed out her chest, tilting her head, her proud demeanor eliciting a suppressed laugh. As Chen Zhou complimented her prowess, he glanced at the right side rearview mirror. Sensing a shift in Chen Zhou's gaze, Su Wanchio quickly crossed her arms and admonished, Zhou, are you now so brazen as to steal glances? He turned to face forward, a mischievous grin upon his face. Having already touched, What's the fuss over these mere looks? Su Wanchio let out a light huff, murmuring, scoundrel. Before long, as the water collector was completed, both of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. Beginner water collector, level. Quality, green, durability, 100 effect, produces 500 milliliters of pure water daily. Can this contraption really collect water? What is the mechanism behind it? Chen Zhou observed the round water collector, which sported a tiny faucet, presumably for drawing water. Its shape was rather delightful. He found it quite charming. Girls have an undeniable weakness for adorable things. Let us see if the accessory installation works. She manipulated the large screen, locating the accessory installation button. After selecting the installation position, the water collector in her hands vanished in a flash, only to reappear on the side wall of the cabin. Once the words, "Installation complete," danced across the screen, they finally realized the water collector was set up. On the screen, a droplet icon had appeared on the three-dimensional vehicle model's cabin position. The icon was filled with blue, accompanied by a line of small text. Water capacity full. Water collector has ceased operation. Did we just receive a bottle of water? Chen Zhou remarked, impressed with the game's considerate design. This game is quite user-friendly, which Chen Zhou greatly appreciated. Su Wanchio took a leftover mineral water bottle from yesterday to fill it. She took a small sip first. How is it? Chen Zhou inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Deliciously cold. Su Wanchio shivered after finishing, noting that this bottle was even colder than the farmer's 3-punch from yesterday. Chen Zhou took a sip as well, feeling as though his teeth might freeze at that moment. Ah, refreshing. There is no greater pleasure than a sip of ice-cold water on a scorching summer day. However, consuming it this way might have a drawback. His stomach could rebel. Not long after, Chen Zhou felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. Oh no, I need to rush to the restroom. Chapter 8. Chen Zhou's extraordinary talent with a sudden screech. The van came to an abrupt halt at the roadside. The driver's door swung open violently, and a figure leapt from a vehicle, racing into the desert. In times of urgency, one finds themselves at their most vulnerable, yet also at the peak of their potential. Chen Zhou sprinted with remarkable speed, rolling and scrambling to the sheltered side of a sand dune, where he promptly began to relieve himself. Inside the van, Su Wanchio witnessed Chen Zhou's disheveled state and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She hurriedly activated her watch and opened the camera function. A panel appeared above the watch, revealing the landscape ahead. Su Wanchio aimed the panel towards Chen Zhou, sliding a bar to zoom in. Then, she was taken aback by what she beheld. Zhou, your talent is truly extraordinary. Su Wanchio glanced down at her abdomen, her cheeks instantly flushing a vibrant red. 5 minutes later, Chen Zhou returned to the van, shutting the door behind him to savor the coolness inside. Although the temperature within the vehicle was still 29 degrees, it felt refreshingly cooler compared to the sweltering heat outside. All right, let us continue our journey, he announced, starting the engine, oblivious to the peculiar glint in Su Wanchio's eyes. As noon approached, they encountered a second wave of resource crates. Stay close to me, Wan, and be cautious, Chen Zhou instructed. Oh, all right, she replied, trailing closely behind him, her gaze occasionally drifting downward. There seemed to be something moving down there. Chen Zhou was clad in loose beach shorts and a simple black t-shirt, an outfit quite suitable for the scorching climate. However, ever since Su Wanchio had noticed his remarkable talent, she found herself unable to resist glancing at those beach shorts, particularly the wave pattern on the front, which seemed to ripple with each of his strides. White box opened. Bandage 1, Kiantuition mineral water 2. White box opened. Iron block 5, wooden board 5 this time. They had discovered something new, a bandage. Noticing Su Wanchio standing dazedly in place, Chen Zhou felt a twinge of curiosity. Wan, what is wrong? Su Wanchio quickly snapped back to reality, responding, It's nothing, the bandage is great. It could be useful in case of injury. Chen Zhou shook his head. Let's hope we don't need it. Getting injured is never a good thing. Once inside the van, they took a moment to rest. Chen Zhou reclined his seat, intending to catch a quick nap, while Su Wanchio sat in the back, unboxing a plethora of packages accumulated throughout the morning, each one promising her moments of joy. As she continued to unwrap, she came across a box of puppy diapers. She promptly picked up the square box and stashed it into her backpack. Stealing a glance at Chen Zhou in the front, she was relieved to find him soundly asleep, utterly unaware of her actions. As for why she didn't simply discard the box of items at the workstation for disassembly, perhaps it was due to a sense of necessity. What if she actually needed it someday? Oh dear, Wanwan, what are you thinking? Focus on survival. Su Wanqiu shook her head, clearing her mind of distractions, and resumed unboxing her packages. Fortuitously, in the final parcel, she unearthed a box of instant noodles. Ming Meilong instant noodles, quality, white, category, food, effect, moisture 10, hunger 40. Su Wanqiu's return to the front row prompted her to rouse Chen Zhou, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah Zhou, we have instant noodles to eat." Upon hearing the news of the noodles, he immediately perked up. Wow, Wanwan, you're truly extraordinary today. It's as if a celestial being has descended. At Chen Zhou's praise, Su Wanqiu could hardly contain her pride, her tail practically soaring to the heavens. I'm so impressive. It's not too much to ask for a reward, is it? As soon as the words left her mouth, she mentally chastised herself. Su Wanqiu, what are you saying? Do you really think he has something to reward you with? Even if he did, could you handle it? Chen Zhou was equally taken aback. What could I possibly reward you with? I have nothing. After pondering for a while, he decided to relinquish the initiative to her. What do you wish for as a reward? I assure you, I shall not be vague. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, Chen Zhou hadn't made any decisions, otherwise it could have been quite awkward. I haven't quite figured it out yet, so let's just leave it as a debt for now. But no backtracking, all right? Su Wanqiu asserted. All right, I absolutely won't backtrack. Thus, the two made another pact. As they continued on their journey, evening descended swiftly. After opening 2 waves of resource boxes in the afternoon, they decided to rest at their current location. Just like the previous day, they perched atop the vehicle, munching on bread while the wind tousled their hair. Today, they switched roles. Su Wanqiu took charge of tallying their collected supplies, while Chen Zhou monitored the messages. In the regional channel, the number of participants in the upper right corner had dwindled by 500. However, the reactions were not as fervent as the previous day. It seemed that everyone had come to accept death as a commonplace occurrence. The channel buzzed with casual conversation. I napped all day, preparing to open boxes tonight. Wish me luck. Hands clasped. May you return laden with treasures. May you return laden with treasures. Everyone in the channel exchanged their well wishes in unison. Chen Zhou found it quite amusing and joined in with a comment. At that moment, he noticed that his avatar had transformed into a bear, and his name had changed to Bear Team. Curiously, he clicked on the avatar, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. After much contemplation, he realized it resembled the plush bear from the driver's seat. A subtle smile crept onto his face, as he surmised it was undoubtedly Su Wanqiu's handiwork. If it were him, he would have dubbed it something like Invincible Tyrannosaurus Team or Dalmatia Team, names indicative of a late-stage midlife crisis. He opened a dialog box and typed a message. Bear Team, how perilous is it to open boxes at night? 18 CM Team, it depends on your luck. During the novice protection period, it should be relatively safe. Capybara Team, talent is crucial as well. My teammate has an invisibility talent, making box opening incredibly effective. Heaven bless our nation Team. Indeed, my teammate practices martial arts and possesses offensive talents. Last night we encountered a black bear, and he dispatched it with a single punch. The Rainbow Team. The team is led by a distinguished leader. Search for the name and submit your application. My lifelong love, the Rainbow, the cursed manipulator, now departed. Brothers, I can no longer endure. We shall meet again in the next life. The Loudspeaker Team. To the esteemed brother above, do not despair if difficulties arise. We shall assist one another. The Middle-Aged Team. Hands clasped together. Indeed, brother, do not lose hope. Let us strive together. The cursed manipulator, now departed. Thank you all, but it is unnecessary. My teammates abandoned me by the roadside to await my demise, merely because a wolf bit me last night. I fear my time is short. In my final words, I wish to express curses upon the hidden instigator, the vile creature of fate. I curse you. No sooner had the message been sent than he vanished, as if he had disconnected, his avatar turning gray. Chen Zhou sighed and closed the dialog box. According to the prior messages, there is a risk of danger when opening boxes at night. However, possessing special abilities or offensive skills would make the task easier. Unfortunately, neither he nor Su Wanqiu possessed suitable talents. Opening boxes solely during daylight would yield insufficient quantities, leading to a sluggish acquisition of resources. 5 days later, a cataclysmic weather disaster would strike, and given their current predicament, only a path to demise awaited them. After much contemplation, he made a bold decision. Tonight, he must take the risk and open boxes. Chapter 9. Nighttime Unboxing. Harvesting car air conditioning. Chen Zhou was still contemplating the matter of unboxing that evening. Su Wanqiu had already organized all the resources. Zhou, we have gathered 4 waves of resources today, totaling 8 boxes. The provisions are only sufficient for a day, but we have not touched even a liter of gasoline. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou nodded and remarked, "The efficiency of unboxing during the day is too slow. I intend to stay up late tonight to open another wave of boxes." Isn't there a risk involved in unboxing at night? Su Wanqiu faintly recalled instances in the channel where individuals had ventured to unbox at night, only to be attacked by wolves. Regarding weaponry, they currently possessed only a machete and a kitchen knife. She did not believe that 2 blades would suffice in the face of danger. Moreover, their group consisted solely of the 2 of them, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. Chen Zhou was aware of Su Wanqiu's concerns, yet he believed the risk was worth taking. The allure of double rewards at night meant that 4 boxes could yield the equivalent of 100 kilometers. At their current speed, that would take just over an hour. If they were fortunate enough to discover 1 or 2 green boxes, it would be an immense gain. Given the current rate of temperature increase, the anticipated weather disaster in 5 days was likely associated with high heat. Although their vehicle offered some insulation, it still reached 36 C at noon. If this calamity were indeed due to excessive heat, their fate would be sealed. Furthermore, the duration of this impending weather disaster remained uncertain. With death as the inevitable outcome, it seemed prudent to gamble. After hearing Chen Zhou's reasoning, Su Wanqiu pondered for a moment and ultimately agreed that unboxing at night was indeed necessary. The temptation of double rewards was simply too great to ignore. Thus, she nodded in affirmation. "All right, we will open another wave tonight. However, if we encounter any danger, we shall cease immediately." Chen Zhou also nodded in agreement. Halting the unboxing in the face of danger was unequivocal. Upon returning to the vehicle, Chen Zhou glanced to the windshield. Date, day 2, time, 17:15, interior temperature, 28 C, exterior temperature, 33 C, weather, clear. The current mileage stood at 800 kilometers, and he planned to drive an additional 90 kilometers. At their present speed, that would take approximately 1.5 hours, perfectly aligning with the 15 minutes prior to nightfall. Once darkness fully enveloped the land, he would complete the remaining 10 kilometers. This strategy would allow them to capitalize on the double resource boxes while minimizing the time spent driving at night. Having finalized the unboxing plan, they filled the fuel tank and set out. Along the way, Su Wanqiu opened several packages, yielding only 4 notebooks and 2 pens. She decided to keep all the pens, selecting 1 notebook, while discarding the rest for disassembly at the workbench. Item disassembly successful. Obtain wooden planks too. Su Wanqiu then understood that the disassembly function of the workbench merely reverted items to their original form, rather than reducing them to fragments. Outside the vehicle, the scorching sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, while the moon ascended into the night sky. After traveling 890 kilometers, Chen Zhou reduced the speed of the vehicle to a mere 10 kilometers h. Soon, the clock struck 7, and darkness enveloped the sky entirely. The vast blackness consumed everything, leaving only a small patch of light illuminated by the car's headlights. As the odometer reached 899 kilometers, the 2 of them widened their eyes, searching for the whereabouts of the boxes. There, Su Wanqiu was the first to spot the boxes on the left side of the road. Chen Zhou craned his neck, pointing ahead. 1, 2, 3 for boxes, indeed a double reward. After parking the car by the roadside, he adjusted the vehicle's position to ensure that the headlights perfectly illuminated the 4 boxes. Armed and ready, they opened the doors and stepped out. The desert is known for its significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. As soon as the sun sets, the temperature drops rapidly. A cool breeze swept through, causing both of them to shiver involuntarily. Approaching the boxes, Chen Zhou was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the 4 boxes, one was green and another was blue. What a windfall today! Encountering both blue and green boxes was sheer luck. Chen Zhou delivered a swift kick to the blue box. With a resounding bang, the box opened. Blue box opened. Car air conditioning blueprint 1, 100L gasoline, powerful solar panel 1, electronic components 2, off they go. With the air conditioning, they need not worry about the heat for the time being. The solar panel is a valuable asset as well. Their chances of survival had significantly improved. Next, the green box was also kicked open. Green box opened. Fabric 5, wooden planks 5, plastic 5. The remaining 2 white boxes yielded only some basic materials. Collecting all the boxes into their backpacks, they hurried back to the car. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers. Did they obtain anything worthwhile? No sooner had they entered the vehicle than Su Wanxiu exhaled a long breath, her taut nerves relaxing. Of course, Chen Zhou retrieved the newly acquired air conditioning blueprint and placed the solar panel on the back seat. Car air conditioning blueprint, quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Require materials, iron blocks 15, plastic 8, electronic components 1. Here is the blueprint. Let us see if we have enough materials to create it. Su Wanxiu took the blueprint, checked their backpack, and smiled. Absolutely, we have more than enough. A few minutes later, a strangely shaped mechanical device appeared in the car compartment. Basic car air conditioning. Level 1. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Effect. Operates perfectly between outdoor temperatures of -5 to 50. Can operate independently with the solar panel. Can be upgraded via the blueprint. This doesn't look like an air conditioner at all. Su Wanxiu poked at the metallic contraption in front of her, puzzled. Chen Zhou playfully flicked her head. Silly, this is a car air conditioner, not a wall-mounted unit. Su Wanxiu rubbed her head, glaring back at him defiantly. I'm not silly, oomph. Chen Zhou approached the large screen and swiped his fingers across it a few times. In the blink of an eye, the car's air conditioning vanished, replaced by several vents and control buttons on the central console. Su Wanxiu eagerly approached the passenger seat and pressed the air conditioning switch. A gentle breeze flowed from the vents, instantly refreshing the interior of the vehicle. However, it was not long before a warning about insufficient power appeared on the central screen. It was best to turn it off for now. Once the solar panels were installed, they could use it freely. With that thought, Chen Zhou switched off the air conditioning. The large screen displayed updated information about the vehicle. Vehicle name, 20-handed van. Level 2. Quality, speed, 60 kilometers H. Fuel tank, 1950 L. Fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L. Modification slots, 0.5. Parts installed, 2.5. They had acquired 2 vehicle components, a water collector and an air conditioning unit. Yet, regarding vehicle modifications, they had made no significant progress. They had opened a few crates tonight and had gathered quite a bounty. Chen Zhou even contemplated driving another 100 kilometers to open a second wave of crates. But this notion was firmly dismissed by Su Wanxiu. They had been fortunate to avoid danger this time, but the next encounter was uncertain. At present, they possessed only 1 bandage, which was insufficient for reckless ventures. Recognizing the resolute gaze of Su Wanxiu, Chen Zhou reluctantly conceded, You make a valid point. Let's rest here for the night. Subsequently, Su Wanxiu took the lead and entered the living quarters to sleep, while Chen Zhou dismantled all the collected crates at the workbench, filled the fuel tank, and installed the solar panels. At that moment, he realized that installing the solar panels had consumed 1 modification slot. Stepping outside, he noticed that the front half of the car's roof had transformed into solar panels. No wonder it consumed a modification slot. It was as if they had converted the roof into solar panels. After returning to the vehicle to tidy up, he locked the doors and proceeded to the living quarters to rest. Lifting the hinged door, he stealthily descended the ladder, preparing to turn off the lights and sleep. Suddenly, he heard Su Wanxiu's voice behind him. Zhou, kiss me. Chapter 10. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Chen Zhou found himself momentarily frozen in place. Was the other person speaking in their sleep? Yet, the content of this somnolent utterance was rather absurd. Sensing movement beside her, Su Wanxiu slowly awakened. In her drowsiness, she noticed Chen Zhou standing at the bedside, seemingly lost in thought. She was somewhat irritable upon waking, and being roused from slumber was among her least tolerated grievances. Zhou, stop the noise and come back to bed. Chen Zhou was startled by her outburst, prompting him to quickly turn off the light and lie down. Not long after he settled in, Su Wanxiu draped her arm over him. She had a habit of clutching something while she slept. Typically, it was a pillow, but for now, Chen Zhou would suffice. Observing Su Wanxiu beside him, breathing evenly and lost in a deep slumber, Chen Zhou found it difficult to rouse her and instead urged himself to fall asleep. Date, Day 3, time, 7:05, in-car temperature, 23 C, outside temperature, 33 C. Weather, clear after a night devoid of incidents. Su Wanxiu was the first to awaken at 7 o'clock the following morning. Upon realizing she was holding onto Chen Zhou's back, an expression of knowing washed over her face. The tendency to embrace something while sleeping had been a long-standing habit, one she found hard to alter. Fortunately, Chen Zhou did not seem to mind her unconventional sleeping posture. Otherwise, she would have considered tying herself to the bed with a rope. Their bed was rather narrow, approximately 1.5 meters wide, with her positioned on the inner side and Chen Zhou on the outer. To disembark from the bed, she would have to traverse its entirety to reach the edge. As she maneuvered around Chen Zhou, nearing the bed's edge, he unexpectedly turned over, shifting into a supine position. Their eyes met. In that moment, Chen Zhou softly asked Wan. "What are you doing?" "How did you wake up?" Su Wanxiu yelped, sitting back down on the bed, stammering, "I was not doing anything. Just wanted to get out of bed." Chen Zhou's gaze was filled with skepticism. "If you have something on your mind, you could discuss it with me." Su Wanxiu, her cheeks flushed, retorted loudly, "Oh, stop being so naggy. We need to finish breakfast," and set off. Embarrassed, she wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. Noting her reluctance, Chen Zhou refrained from further commentary. He rose to get out of bed, only to be suddenly tugged back. Avoiding Chen Zhou's gaze, Su Wanxiu murmured, "Enhance my talent now, but no peculiar questions." "All right, then, give me your hand." With another soft huff, they sat in silence at the table, partaking in breakfast. In the preceding days, they had worried about food scarcity, limiting their rations to 1 bread roll per person per day. However, yesterday, they had opened a box of instant noodles containing no fewer than 30 packets. Even if each person consumed but 1 packet daily, they could sustain themselves for half a month. With their food concerns temporarily alleviated, they resolved to indulge in a morning feast, increasing their allowance to 2 croissants each. Su Wanxiu often controlled her diet to maintain her figure, so for her, a few skipped meals posed no burden at all. It was merely a period of fat reduction. However, Chen Zhou felt somewhat unwell, having lost at least a pound over the past 2 days. This morning, he indulged in 2 croissants, which restored a semblance of satisfaction to his hunger. After breakfast, the two continued their journey. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Chen Zhou activated the air conditioning. With the air conditioning on, the drive became exceedingly comfortable. Coupled with the powerful solar panels atop the vehicle, the fuel consumption for running the air conditioning was almost negligible. They could enjoy the luxury of air conditioning without reservations, a feat unattainable on Blue Star, yet realized in this survival world. The temperature outside remained oppressively high. By 9 in the morning, the thermometer outside registered a scorching 38 C. Gazing out from the driver's seat, the asphalt road shimmered with heat waves. If one were to crack an egg on the pavement, it would likely be cooked in no time. Chen Zhou switched to the regional channel and discovered that all the convoys that had opened boxes at night had acquired air conditioning. Only a few timid convoys had not received it, but those that had shared images of their car's interior temperature, eagerly clamoring to open boxes at night. In the back seat, Su Wanxiu was enthusiastically unboxing packages. As she tore into one, she exclaimed, "Oh, this is soap. I'll save it for later. And here is a cushion. Zhou, this is for you. It'll all be good for your back since you drive often." "Oh, thank you, Wan." Chen Zhou accepted the cushion and placed it behind his waist, feeling a bit more comfortable. As she continued to unpack, she pulled out a fish-shaped head cover, a powerful flashlight, and upon reaching the 7th package, she screamed upon seeing the design on the box. "Zhou, there's a box of apples." She tore open the box to find it brimming with vibrant red Fuji apples. Without a second thought, she plucked one and took a hearty bite, disregarding any concerns about pesticides. The crisp flesh burst with sweet juice, filling the car with an intoxicating aroma of fruit. Chen Zhou, who typically eschewed fruit for its inconvenience, preferring juice instead, now found the apple in his hand to be the most delectable food in the world. Fuji apple, quality, green, category, food, effect, hydration 30, hunger 40, health 10. Upon seeing the apple's attributes, Chen Zhou understood why people often said, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." As he munched on the apple, he remarked, "By the way, Wan, we should take a few apples to the market. We could surely trade them for something valuable." "All right." With the apple still in her mouth, Su Wanxiu rummaged through the box, selecting 3 rather stale apples and placing the rest into her backpack. Subsequently, she opened her watch to seek buyers in the trading market who were in dire need of food. After some intense bargaining, she returned triumphantly. "Avu, guess what I traded for?" As was her custom, Su Wanxiu enjoyed teasing him, and Chen Zhou was more than willing to play along. "Let me guess, food? Water? Surely not a blueprint?" With her signature smile, she replied, I acquired a storage box blueprint, 2 bandages, and 2 electronic components. All materials obtained from colored boxes, and only cost 3 slightly stale apples. Late at night, you are my deity." Chen Zhou's words of admiration were abundant and unreserved. Su Wanxiu's laughter rang out, as she suddenly realized that this man before her was not entirely the typical male. At 12:30 in the afternoon, after acquiring 3 waves of resource boxes, Chen Zhou, as was his custom, reclined in his seat for a brief respite. The relentless midday sun rendered his eyes dry and sore, without a moment's rest. He felt as though he might lose his sight. Su Wanxiu, who was not accustomed to napping, found herself with little to occupy her time. In her moment of boredom, she retrieved a sketchbook she had previously set aside and began to draw in the passenger seat. After a brief contemplation, she glanced at the slumbering Chen Zhou beside her and was suddenly struck with inspiration. With just a few strokes, the image of a man peacefully sleeping emerged on the page. In the bottom right corner, she penned a playful inscription, "The mischievous Chen Zhou is napping." As if he sensed Su Wanxiu's creative muse, the sleeping Chen Zhou shifted in his seat, mumbling, "I am not a bad guy. You're the one who is naughty." Su Wanxiu smiled gently and replied softly, "A man who is not a rogue is a man unloved." Chapter 11, Second Night, Unboxing, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Zhou awakened languidly. A glance at his watch revealed the time. Why had Wan not awakened him? He sat up straight and turned to look. Su Wanxiu was curled up at her seat like a little kitten, cradling a notebook in her arms. Chen Zhou chuckled and shook his head. This scene struck a chord deep within him. How utterly adorable! Who could possibly resist such charm? He gazed at Su Wanxiu for quite a while, only averting his eyes to start the car when she stirred awake. "What time is it?" Su Wanxiu's voice was soft and drowsy. "It's 2 in the afternoon." Chen Zhou replied, his tone betraying a hint of forced calm. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I overslept and forgot to wake you," she said. "Not a problem. We still have the unboxing tonight, so it's just as well to rest up," he reassured her. Su Wanxiu nodded. For the past few days, Chen Zhou had been doing the driving, while she merely assisted with fetching water and unpacking deliveries. Thus, she had no qualms about following his routine. Back on Blue Star, she was quite the night owl, but these past few days of rising early had adjusted her internal clock. At that moment, the temperature outside soared to 40 C. Had it been Blue Star, a heat warning would have been issued. In such sweltering conditions, unboxing during the day was sheer torment. After stepping out of the car, one would return as if emerging from a sauna, utterly drenched in sweat. Chen Zhou felt a twinge of envy as he recalled seeing a team utilizing their stealth abilities to unbox at night. Although they could procure some resources through deliveries, it paled in comparison to what could be garnered from nighttime unboxings. After all, the air conditioning they enjoyed in the car could not be extracted from the packages. Lost in thought, Chen Zhou suddenly said, Wan, could you show me the blueprints for the boxes we obtained this morning?" "Oh, certainly," Su Wanxiu replied, deftly transferring the blueprints to him. Storage box blueprint, quality, green. Usage, unlimited, require materials. Wooden planks 5. Chen Zhou returned the blueprint to her and suggested, "Why not craft a box now? My backpack is full." Su Wanxiu concurred, Her backpack had been full for days, with excess items piled in the back of the vehicle. "All right, I'll make one," she declared. Approaching the workbench, she fumbled for a moment before successfully creating a storage box. The box was not large, just the right size for a person to cradle in their arms. Its wooden structure exuded a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of items from her parents' generation. She placed the box beside the workbench, and its properties panel promptly appeared. Storage box, quality, green, durability, 100 effect, capacity of 50 slots. With a maximum stack of 10 per slot, gasoline 50L per slot. Su Wanxiu's mathematical skills were sufficient, and she quickly calculated that this box could hold 500 items. She stuffed the materials that had been cluttering the back of the vehicle into the box, instantly tidying up the space. Returning to the passenger seat, she activated the regional channel. In just 3 short days, the population in their area had dwindled to 80,000. The initial wave of panic had subsided, and the surviving convoys had largely devised their own unique survival strategies. Capybara Convoy. For those planning to open crates at night, avoid doing so, if possible, beyond 500 kilometers. Hungry for Leather Convoy. It's Capybara Boss. We are saved. What is wrong with Middle-Age Convoy? Could you elaborate? Capybara Convoy. The risk associated with supply crates beyond 500 kilometers is significantly higher, with an increased probability of encountering beasts. However, the rewards within the crates are quite substantial. Convoys lacking the means to handle such beasts are advised to act with caution. What is wrong with Middle-Age Convoy? Bows. Thank you for sharing, Brother Capybara. A Bear Convoy. Will there be beasts at crates before the 500-kilometer mark? Capybara Convoy. Indeed, but the likelihood is lower. Just remain vigilant. I love Rainbow's Convoy. With a boss leading the convoy, search for names and send applications. My lifelong love is Rainbows. Youngster, you must accumulate convoy. What is there to be cautious about? To put it bluntly, it's just for the inexperienced. I can open crates all night without even blinking. Heaven bless our nation convoy. Brothers, no need for further discussion. Let us go for it. Seizing the moment before the regional channel erupted into chaos, Su Wanxiu hastily shut off her watch. Fortunately, she had gleaned crucial information in that brief interval. After sharing the news with Chen Zhou, he appeared contemplative. Given their current combat capabilities, 5 waves of crates will be the maximum they could manage. With bears and wolves lurking, they only had 2 knives, one of which was merely a kitchen knife, utterly inadequate for the task at hand. Su Wanxiu surmised that Chen Zhou intended to directly tackle 5 waves of crates. However, the potential for encountering beasts could not be overlooked. Thus, she quickly reassured him, Zhou, let us not rush. We'll adhere to our established plan. Chen Zhou nodded in agreement. Tonight, we'll open 2 waves of crates first. If all goes well, I'd like to attempt the 3rd wave. After weighing her options, Su Wanxiu consented. Although she felt some reluctance, danger was unavoidable, and her only wish was for their safety. With still some time before nightfall, Su Wanxiu moved to the back seat to unwrap the parcels. The first few contained nothing of particular use. Disposable cups, a few cents worth of tissue paper, and yet another box of puppy waste bags. Upon opening the 5th parcel, her expression shifted in surprise. Inside lay a key. Bronze key. Category: Special. Quality: Orange. Usage: Unlimited. Requires materials for activation. First use free. Effect: Inserting the key into a vehicle unlocks a special instance, and upon completion, substantial rewards can be obtained. Su Wanxiu presented the key to Chen Zhou. Puzzled, what is an instance? After reviewing the key's attributes, Chen Zhou was elated. This key is a valuable item. You can think of an instance as a reward level. Completing it grants you rewards. He placed the keys on the dashboard of the passenger seat and continued, let's leave them here for now. After we finish unpacking tonight, we shall venture in tomorrow. Su Wanxiu nodded silently, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, adhering to their established plan, they drove 90 kilometers, reserving the remaining 10 kilometers for the twilight hours. A twinge of anxiety coursed through Su Wanxiu as she took deep breaths, reminding herself not to dwell on unsettling thoughts. In contrast, Chen Zhou appeared more composed, relinquishing his grip on the steering wheel, allowing the vehicle to cruise leisurely. Soon night enveloped them, and they arrived at the location of the first batch of supply crates. True to form, Chen Zhou directed the car's headlights towards the crates. The pair disembarked and cautiously ventured into the desert. With a series of metallic clicks, the 4 crates opened sequentially. No wolves or bears were in sight. All was secure. After securing the supplies, they hastily returned to the vehicle, setting off towards the next cache. Fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon 2 green crates. In addition to the usual materials and provisions, they uncovered a new blueprint. Water collector upgrade blueprint. Quality, green. Usage, 1 time. Effect, upgrades the water collector to level 2, yielding 1 L of purified water daily. Require materials: iron block 3, wood plank 5, plastic 5, fabric 4. The materials seemed manageable, and their current stock was ample. Along the way, Su Wanxiu efficiently completed the upgrade of the water collector. Basic water collector, level 2 quality, green durability, 100 effect, produces 1,000 milliliters of purified water daily now. They could reliably procure 1 L of water each day, temporarily alleviating their concerns regarding water resources. Coupled with the water obtained from the deliveries and the supply crates, they were assured of their hydration needs. With the water issue resolved, the next concern arose: hygiene. When would they be able to take a shower? Su Wanxiu sniffed her clothes, recoiling at the unpleasant odor of sweat that assailed her senses. Even the daintiest of fairies would transform into a smelly creature in such circumstances. Chen Zhou's teasing voice echoed from the driver's seat. "I haven't complained about you. Why are you starting with me?" In a swift motion, Su Wanxiu lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhou's neck in a playful chokehold. He patted her elbow, coughing slightly as he pleaded, "I'm sorry, fairy sister. I do not find you undesirable." Releasing her grip, she pouted defiantly, as if you would dare. Chapter 12. Encounter with the wolf. More than an hour had passed when they stumbled upon a second batch of supply crates. This time, fortune favored them with 1 green and 1 blue box. Chen Zhou wielded his machete and delivered a swift kick to the crate. Green resource box opened. Gasoline 100 L. Wooden planks 5, iron blocks 5. Damn it, at least give me a blueprint. He cursed under his breath, promptly kicking open the second crate. White resource box opened. Plastic 5. Fabric 5. The third box yielded nothing but basic materials. Chen Zhou instructed Su Wanxiu to retrieve them while he made his way directly to the 4th blue crate. With a loud clang, the lid burst open, and a black wolf leaped out from within. Chen Zhou was caught off guard and was promptly knocked to the ground by the ferocious creature. In the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes fixated menacingly on his neck. With a chilling snap, the wolf's sharp fangs sank down. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack with his left arm, shielding his neck. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal blow. Crimson blood seeped from his skin, sending the wolf into a frenzy as it tasted the blood. It clamped down on Chen Zhou's arm, shaking its head violently in an attempt to tear away the flesh. The excruciating pain ignited Chen Zhou's will to survive. Gripping his machete tightly in his right hand, he thrust it into the wolf's neck. The blade pierced the creature's flesh with a sickening thud. He followed with a second stab, then a third. Chen Zhou became a whirlwind of rage, continuously pulling the knife out and plunging it back in. It was not until the wolf lay lifeless atop him that he finally ceased his assault. Su Wanxiu, witnessing the gruesome scene, was paralyzed with fear. It was only when she heard Chen Zhou's weak call that she realized her legs had given way, leaving her kneeling on the ground. "Wan, come help me." Su Wanxiu attempted to rise, but found herself incapable, so she crawled to Chen Zhou's side instead. "Zhou, don't die. Please don't leave me." Her trembling voice was laced with desperation as she pried open the wolf's jaws and pushed the corpse aside. Chen Zhou's left arm was now a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh in disarray. "Zhou, are you okay? You must survive." Chen Zhou patted Su Wanxiu's shoulder, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Help me up first. Don't look at my wounds. It's frightening." By now, Su Wanxiu was in tears, her face streaked with sorrow. She draped Chen Zhou's right arm over her shoulder, assisting him to sit beside the truck. At that moment, the crate that had concealed the wolf suddenly emitted a blue light. "Wan, don't worry about me. There is still something in the crate." Chen Zhou pushed Su Wanxiu aside, urging her to examine the box. "You're in this condition. Forget about that wretched crate. Su Wanxiu wiped her tears, her voice a blend of indignation and frustration. Chen Zhou was undeterred. That was something he had paid for with an arm, and he was determined to discover its contents, no matter how trivial. Unable to dissuade Su Wanxiu, he resolved to check the crate himself. The blue resource box has been opened. Car radar blueprint 1, electronic components 1, Qiansui mountain mineral water 2, wooden boards 5, upon seeing the contents. A smile crept across his face. At least there was a blueprint. At this moment, Su Wanxiu had also approached, her tone softening as she gently said, "Ah Zhou, come here and tend your wound, I beg you." Chen Zhou, regaining his focus, felt the searing pain radiating from his left arm. It hurts, it hurts. It's killing me. He settled himself by the edge of the vehicle as Su Wanxiu retrieved a bottle of mineral water to cleanse the blood from his injury. The piercing agony compelled Chen Zhou to exclaim, "Damn, this is unbearable. Damn!" Rather than chastising him, Su Wanxiu encouraged his outbursts, knowing that cursing could alleviate some of the pain. Once the blood was washed away, the gruesome wound became apparent. Blood oozed steadily from the injury. Fortunately, it had not severed an artery, where the situation would have escalated drastically. Tears streamed down Su Wanxiu's face, yet her hands remained steady. She tore off a segment of bandage to apply pressure to the wound, accompanied by a ripping sound as she tore a corner from her nightgown to secure the bandage firmly around his arm. Although they could have used the remaining bandages, they only had 3 rolls, and conserving them was imperative. Thankfully, after utilizing 2 rolls, the bleeding finally ceased. "Wan, thank you." Observing the sweat glistening on Su Wanxiu's brow, he felt a swell of emotion. Su Wanxiu said nothing, instead sitting beside him, wiping away her tears. Chen Zhou, at a loss for words, remained by her side in silence. After a while, Su Wanxiu leaned her head against Chen Zhou's shoulder, wrapping her arms around his right arm, and softly said, "You promised me you would take me back to Blue Star. Don't even think about leaving me behind." Chen Zhou instinctively embraced her waist, murmuring, "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Will you be able to sleep tonight?" Chen Zhou glanced at his bandaged arm. Forcing a smile, "I definitely won't be able to sleep with this pain." Hearing this, Su Wanxiu rose and slipped into the living quarters. After a moment, she returned, clutching a mattress. "Your arm is too inconvenient for climbing the ladder. Let us squeeze into the cabin tonight." As she spread out the mattress and shut the door, she assisted Chen Zhou in lying down. With his arm throbbing uncomfortably, Chen Zhou sought to distract Su Wanxiu. Wan, could you move a bit closer? It's a bit cramped here, but there is no space for me either. How about we sleep in the room? Look at my arm, wrapped like a dumpling. Do you really expect me to climb the stairs? So what do you suggest? This will do." With that, Chen Zhou slipped his right hand beneath Su Wanxiu's neck, gently pulling her into his embrace. "Oh, how annoying. You still have the energy to be mischievous?" Su Wanxiu feigned resistance. But seeing that Chen Zhou was unwilling to let go, she acquiesced. "Will this lessen your arm's pain?" "Of course, the tighter you hold me, the less it hurts." Su Wanxiu rolled her eyes but inched closer to Chen Zhou. The following day, Su Wanxiu awoke from a harrowing nightmare. In her dream, Chen Zhou was drenched in blood, being devoured by a pack of ravenous wolves. Upon waking and finding Chen Zhou safe and sound beside her, she let out a sigh of relief. She refrained from rousing him and instead tiptoed to the driver's seat, determined to take the wheel herself that day. Recalling Chen Zhou's usual maneuvers, she grasped the key and turned it downwards. The vehicle shuddered slightly before successfully starting. Next came the clutch, shifting gears, gently releasing the clutch, and lightly accelerating. As she muttered to herself, she carefully navigated the car forward. "Chen Zhou, look at how well I'm driving." Su Wanxiu eagerly wished to share her joy with him, but suddenly remembered he was still asleep. Glancing back at Chen Zhou, she saw him lying there, utterly still. "Chen Zhou, are you awake?" "Chen Zhou," she called out several times, but received no response. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and she slammed on the brakes. Rising from her seat in a flurry, she inadvertently brushed against the car key, which fell into the crevice of the seat. At that moment, Chen Zhou lay peacefully on the mattress, a rosy hue gracing his cheeks. Su Wanxiu reached out to test his forehead. "Oh no, he is burning up. A sense of dread washed over her. This was a sign of fever. Immediately, she unwrapped the bandage on Chen Zhou's left arm, discovering that the wound had become infected and was oozing pus. But there were no antibiotics, nor was there any alcohol to treat the injury. The situation was dire. What should I do? Thinks Su Wanxiu. Panic engulfed her as tears streamed down her face. It was all her fault. She had foolishly spoken of life and death yesterday. And now this was the result. Why am I such a jinx? Her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Yes, the supply box. I must access the supply box. Seizing this glimmer of hope, she hurried back to the driver's seat. However, as she prepared to start the vehicle, she could not find a car key anywhere. Did I take it out? Where could it be? She scanned the entire driver's cabin with her eyes while her hands frantically searched her person. Suddenly, she spotted the bronze key on the passenger seat, gleaming with a blue light. Chapter 13. Special Instance. Madness City. The enticing notion of rewards upon completing the challenge lingered in her mind, echoing the words Chen Zhou had spoken the previous day. The bronze key emitted a faint blue glow, flickering as if in response to her thoughts. With determination, she grasped the bronze key and inserted it into the lock. In the next instant, words appeared upon the windshield. Special Instance. Madness City. Instance content. Escape in an armored vehicle through a city teeming with zombies. Completion requirement. Survive for 15 minutes. Completion reward. 1 vial of antitoxin serum. Awarded only for the first completion. 2 random rewards. Fixed. Activation method. Start the vehicle using the bronze key to enter. Upon witnessing the key's effect, Su Wanxiu felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Not wishing to dwell over much and risk retreating, she decisively activated the vehicle. The moment the engine roared to life, the space ahead warped unnaturally. After a brief pause, an oval portal materialized before her. The portal seemed hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a scene from an animated series titled The Adventures of Grandfather and Grandson. Su Wanxiu maneuvered the vehicle, slowly driving into the portal. A blinding light enveloped her, and when it faded, the landscape had transformed dramatically. The once humble van had metamorphosed into a robust armored vehicle. The vast desert had given way to a skyline dominated by towering edifices. As she surveyed her surroundings, the city appeared ravaged, bearing the scars of immense devastation. Streets stained with blood, disheveled storefronts, and charred vehicle wrecks littered the thoroughfare. The buildings flanking the road were in ruins, many reduced to mere fragments of their former selves. At that moment, the armored vehicle cruised along the main avenue of the city. A 10-second countdown commenced on the windshield. Su Wanxiu tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her hands trembling uncontrollably. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the countdown concluded, her expression tensed. From around the corner of the street, a horde of zombies surged forth, akin to a relentless tide, advancing towards her path. The undead, their mouths agape in gruesome hunger, charged at the armored vehicle like frenzied beasts. As they closed in, Su Wanxiu swiftly turned the vehicle around, driving in the opposite direction. The cacophony of their roars resounded, shaking the very foundation of the city. Navigating the armored vehicle, she deftly dodged obstacles while keeping a keen eye on the time displayed on the windshield. Suddenly, a fresh wave of zombies appeared ahead. She swerved wildly to avoid them, only to crash into a nearby storefront. In that instant, a mechanical electronic alert blared within the vehicle. Vehicle collision detected, current integrity 98, quickly shifting into reverse. Su Wanxiu attempted to regain the road. Yet, zombies converged from all directions, surrounding the entrance of the store in an instant. A few of them clambered onto the armored vehicle, thrashing against the windshield with relentless fury. Their grotesque visages filled her with a mixture of fear and revulsion. Vehicle sustaining damage, current integrity 95. She pressed the accelerator fiercely, and the armored vehicle rapidly reversed. The immense horsepower of the vehicle shoved aside the zombies behind it. A loud crash echoed. After colliding with over a dozen zombies, the vehicle struck a wrecked truck that lay across the road. Vehicle sustaining collision, current integrity 93. The zombies seized the opportunity, surrounding the armored vehicle completely. They climbed atop the vehicle, relentlessly battering it with their heads. Inside, the chilling sound of alerts rang incessantly. overwhelmed by the terrifying scene that unfolded before her. She broke down in despair. "I'm sorry, Zhou. I can't save you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Zhou, please don't blame me." She cradled her head in her arms, collapsing into tears on her seat. The windshield was besieged by zombies, their bloodied faces pressed against the glass, leaving streaks of crimson in their wake. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out and gripped her shoulder. Startled, she screamed, fearing that the zombies had breached the armored vehicle and entered. But when she beheld Chen Zhou's expression of schadenfreude, it was as if hope had been rekindled within her, and she embraced him tightly. Chen Zhou patted her back gently, speaking in a soothing tone. "How could I possibly blame you? I'm a reasonable person." Su Wanqiu's voice trembled with tears as she replied, "I'm sorry. Zhou, I thought you were about to die." Chen Zhou continued to reassure her. "It's all right, look, I'm fine." This, of course, was merely a comforting lie. In reality, he was feeling dizzy. His arm had ached throughout the night, and he had only fallen into a deep sleep just before dawn. As for Su Wanqiu's cries, he had been completely oblivious. The fever clouded his mind, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of clarity. Glancing at the time displayed on the windshield, he noted that 5 minutes had already passed. However, the vehicle's integrity had plummeted to 65 and continued to decline rapidly. "Zhou, what should we do now?" Su Wanqiu asked, her demeanor reflecting that of someone who had caused a calamity. Chen Zhou took his place in the driver's seat, surveying the central console, which featured only a few standard control buttons. Then, he turned his attention to the passenger's seat, where he noticed a joystick standing upright, adorned with a red button. He moved the joystick, and the passenger's windshield display flickered, transforming into a God's eye view. There, a black barrel appeared, aimed at the front of the vehicle. He finally comprehended that this was a cooperative mission requiring 2 participants. Relying solely on driving to evade the zombies would be futile. They would soon be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, bringing the armored vehicle to a standstill before devouring them. Thus, it was imperative for the other teammate to operate the weapon to carve a path, creating space for the armored vehicle to advance. With the gravity of their situation clear, Chen Zhou spoke earnestly. "Wan, listen to me. This is the weapon control joystick. Why tell you where to shoot? You must do so." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu nodded, swiftly taking her place in the passenger's seat, gripping the joystick before her. Chen Zhou ignited the vehicle, and the engine roared to life. "Wan, take aim at the zombies ahead." At his command, Su Wanqiu quickly pressed the red button. Suddenly, the dark muzzle on the windshield erupted with flame, and the bullets shattered the zombies' bodies. Bang, bang, bang. After a few seconds of firing, a small clearing appeared in front of the vehicle, littered with zombie remains. Chen Zhou swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow. After traveling approximately a kilometer, they encountered a horde of zombies pouring out of an alley on the left side of the road, obstructing their path. Wan, there are more zombies on the left." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu redirected the gun and unleashed a barrage of firepower to the left. In an instant, the zombies were eradicated. Chen Zhou maneuvered the armored vehicle skillfully, weaving around every obstacle. However, he soon discovered that the road ended in a T-junction, with numerous zombies swarming both paths. The area behind them was equally dense with zombies, leaving them trapped. "Zhou, what should we do?" Su Wanqiu sensed the gravity of the situation and sought Chen Zhou's guidance. With time slipping away, they could not afford to be cornered here. The T-junction ahead was overwhelmed with zombies, and proceeding would lead to certain doom. Resolutely, he turned left, charging into the alleyway. With a thud, the front of the vehicle grazed the right wall. Fortunately, the armored vehicle successfully entered the alley. Due to its narrowness, Chen Zhou had to reduce speed to avoid getting stuck. However, this offered the zombies an opportunity as they surged into the alley like a relentless tide. Su Wanqiu aimed her gun backward, only to find that the walls obstructed her from fully turning the weapon. "Zhou, the gun is blocked by the walls." Chen Zhou glanced in the rearview mirror. The zombies were closing in rapidly, compelling him to accelerate. Despite his careful efforts to maintain stability, the vehicle scraped against the walls several times, producing a grating sound. Just as they were about to exit the alley, a zombie suddenly leaped onto the roof, landing directly in front of the windshield. The unexpected appearance startled Chen Zhou, causing him to lose his grip momentarily. With a loud crash, the armored vehicle's front bumper collided with the wall, causing the vehicle to become wedged at an angle in the alley. At that moment, the zombies surged forward, surrounding the armored vehicle once more. Chapter 14. A narrow escape as they successfully navigate the dungeon. In the alley, the horde of zombies once again encircled the armored vehicle. The mechanical alerts echoed continuously. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 50. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 47. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 40. Chen Zhou adjusted the vehicle's position, but the surrounding zombies were too numerous, wedged tightly between the vehicle and the walls, rendering it immobile. He pressed the accelerator fiercely, inching the vehicle through the mass of zombies. Su Wanxiu was equally occupied, operating the machine gun to eliminate the undead ahead. By chance, a zombie was shattered, and the vehicle suddenly found some slack, allowing it to finally right itself. Chen Zhou slammed on the gas, dragging a few zombies along as he burst out of the alley. Ahead lay a vast expanse of lawn. The armored vehicle swayed left and right on the grass, flinging off the zombies clinging to its frame. However, at the end of the lawn, there was no asphalt road, but rather a rushing river. Chen Zhou swiftly turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle to veer sharply and head upstream along the riverbank. At that moment, 5 minutes remained on the countdown, yet the vehicle's integrity had dwindled to a mere 15. The previous 10 minutes felt like a lifetime. The armored vehicle exited the lawn and returned to the road. But the relentless pursuit of the zombies continued. The road they traversed was flanked by towering office buildings. From above, several figures crashed through the glass, plummeting to the pavement below. Good heavens, these zombies are utterly insane. Chen Zhou observed ahead as zombies rained down like dumplings from the buildings, landing directly on the road. Some that fell from lower floors crawled on the ground, dragging their mangled lower limbs. With a resounding thud, a zombie landed on the windshield, prompting a startled scream from the two. This is disastrous. The glass is cracked. The windshield now bore a spiderweb of fissures. Thankfully, it was made of domestic glass and had not shattered completely. Zhou, there's another wave of zombies ahead, and more behind us. Su Wanxiu suddenly panicked, indiscriminately firing at any zombies in sight. Chen Zhou glanced around. This was not merely being besieged from all sides. It felt like being trapped in a chorus of despair. The zombies closed in once more. Chen Zhou contemplated whether to take to the water and drive directly into the river, but quickly reconsidered. The armored vehicle was too heavy and would surely sink. Although time was running short, the vehicle's integrity was dwindling as well. He could not conceive of a solution. Were they truly destined to meet their end here? Just then, he spotted a broken concrete bridge ahead. On the other side of the bridge lay a lush green meadow, devoid of any presence. If they could reach the far end of the bridge, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. 3 minutes remained. They were still 500 meters away from the bridge. Under normal circumstances, 500 meters would take mere seconds to traverse. However, now they must traverse the densely packed horde of zombies ahead in order to reach the concrete bridge. Even if they arrive there, the success of leaping to the other side remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Chen Zhou resolved to take a gamble and give it a try. 1-1. Focus on the zombies in front. We need to soar over that concrete bridge. Su Wanxiu followed the direction Chen Zhou pointed and indeed spotted a broken bridge. Could they really leap across? Her heart raced with anxiety. Setting aside the possibility of making the jump, there was still the concern of whether they would crash and shatter upon landing. The surrounding zombies were closing in, resembling a crowded tourist attraction during the holidays, with heads bobbing in every direction. Time for deliberation was running short. They could either plunge into the sea of zombies, leading to destruction, or take a chance and attempt to fly over the broken bridge, perhaps finding a glimmer of survival. Su Wanxiu aimed her gun at the advancing horde and pressed the trigger. A torrent of flames erupted from the muzzle, obliterating the zombies one by one. Chen Zhou also decided to take the plunge, flooring the accelerator and driving at maximum speed. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided with a small cluster of zombies. Vehicle damage, current integrity 12. Vehicle damage, current integrity 9. Vehicle damage, current integrity 5. Vehicle damage, current integrity 2. At that moment, An armored vehicle soared into the air from the fractured concrete bridge. It glided nearly 5 meters before the front and crashed against the other side of the break. Due to inertia, the entire vehicle pivoted 180 degrees around its front, with the tires facing upward and the roof plummeting down, landing heavily on the bridge surface. Subsequently, they slid forward a few meters until colliding with the guardrail, finally coming to a halt. Inside the vehicle, both individuals had blood seeping from their foreheads and were unconscious. On the shattered windshield, a countdown reached 0, with the word success barely legible. In the next instant, their bodies radiated a brilliant light. Upon looking again, the surrounding scenery had vanished, replaced by a warmly decorated room. After a long while, Su Wanqiu slowly regained consciousness. She attempted to rise, only to find her body aching as if it were in disarray. Turning her head, she saw Chen Zhou beside her and immediately crawled over with all her might. At that moment, a mechanical voice filled the room. Congratulations to the Bear team for completing the instance. Mad City. Rewards will now be distributed. As the voice faded, a glass table materialized in the center of the room. In the instance, the Bear team had exterminated 412 zombies, with the vehicle's remaining integrity at 1. Receiving an overall score of E, random rewards were issued, 2 blue resource boxes. First-time completion fixed reward, antidote serum. On the glass table, a bottle of pale yellow potion appeared, alongside 2 blue resource boxes. The mechanical voice continued. The completing team may rest in the designated area for 24 hours before returning to the survival world on the road. The time within the instance is not synchronized with the outside world. Upon return, you will resume from the 4th day. As the melody of a delightful piano piece filled the room, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, Su Wanqiu's gaze fell upon a bottle of pale yellow potion at the table. Antidote serum, quality, purple, usage count, in effect, eliminates all negative statuses of the user while enhancing physical constitution. She twisted the cap off, and an indescribable aroma wafted towards her. Could this potion truly be effective? After a moment's contemplation, she raised the vial to her lips and took a sip. The peculiar taste spread across her palate, prompting her to furrow her brow as she swallowed. After a short while, she felt a comforting warmth in her stomach. To her astonishment, the itch on her forehead led her to touch it, revealing that the wound had miraculously healed. Without pausing to fully appreciate this transformation, she propped up Chen Zhou's head and poured the remainder of the potion into his mouth. After a tense moment of silence, when he did not awaken, panic set in. Zhou, please wake up. We won. We even received 2 blue chests as rewards. Don't you adore opening chests? Please rise. She clutched Chen Zhou tightly, tears streaming down her face in a mix of sorrow and desperation. Suddenly, a muffled voice emerged. I can hardly breathe. Chen Zhou extricated himself from her embrace, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. I was hoping to enjoy that a bit longer, but your enthusiasm was rather overwhelming. Seeing Chen Zhou's playful demeanor, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but chuckle through her tears. Forgetting her anger, she turned and nestled back into his arms, feigning a pout. What nonsense are you spouting? You nearly scare me to death, you rascal. Chen Zhou gently patted her back, offering reassurance. I'm sorry, but look, I'm perfectly fine now. At that moment, he noticed the altered surroundings and inquired, where exactly are we? Su Wanqiu glanced around and replied, a voice just informed me that this is a resting area. A resting area? Chen Zhou stood and approached the door on the right, opening it to reveal a spacious bedroom beyond. Chapter 15. Fool. I meant taking a bath. The bedroom exuded a warm ambience, with a soft double bed inviting one to lie down and relax. Exiting the bedroom, Chen Zhou approached a door on the left side of the room. Upon opening it, he discovered a long table at the center, neatly adorned with plates, cutlery, and candles that enhanced the atmosphere. It was evident that this was a dining room. Gurgle. Chen Zhou's stomach audibly protested. The two took their seats at the table, where he noticed a tablet placed before them. He lit up the screen, revealing a series of tantalizing images of delectable dishes. Even merely gazing at them invoked a sense of hunger. After a brief exploration, he realized that the tablet served as the restaurant's ordering system. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered every dish that caught his eye. This audacious act left Su Wanqiu momentarily speechless. Zhou, do you think we can finish all this? In response, Chen Zhou donned an expression of playful ignorance. Of course, we won't finish it all. We'll just pick a few to eat, and the rest will go into the backpack to take home. Since we're finally here, we must indulge ourselves. After hearing this, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of you. Chen Zhou chuckled and pressed the order button on the tablet. Instantly, a flurry of white light enveloped the table, rendering them momentarily blinded. As the brilliance faded and their eyes adjusted, they found the table laden with a feast. Wow! They exclaimed in unison. Wan, why are you still dawdling? Dig in, Chen Zhou declared, already tearing into a lobster. Regaining her focus, Su Wanqiu swiftly grabbed a turkey leg and devoured it. The two of them, like famished souls, voraciously attacked the spread before them. A half hour later, they left the dining room, their bellies round and full. The table was left immaculate, every plate thoroughly cleared. After a brief respite in their original room, Chen Zhou ventured back into the bedroom. As he explored, he stumbled upon a rather concealed sliding door. With a swift motion, he opened it, revealing a bathroom, a bathtub, shower, washing machine, and dryer. Everything one could desire. Overjoyed, Chen Zhou hurried to share this delightful news with Su Wanqiu. Upon hearing that they could bathe and do laundry, Su Wanqiu was nearly moved to tears. Having gone 3 days without a wash, the odor of sweat clinging to them could attract flies from miles away. Entering the bathroom, Chen Zhou eagerly stripped off his clothing and tossed it into the washing machine. Just as he was down to his underwear, he remembered Su Wanqiu was still nearby. At that moment, she stood at the bathroom door, her gaze fixated on a large python. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chen Zhou asked, Wan, would you like to wash together? At his words, Su Wanqiu's face flushed crimson, and she gently replied, well, that's not entirely out of the question. Sensing the potential misunderstanding, Chen Zhou quickly clarified, I meant doing the laundry. In an instant, Su Wanqiu's expression shifted from bashfulness to indignation. Fool, I meant taking a bath. After speaking, she approached Chen Zhou, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Soon after, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bed in the bedroom suddenly sank. Another 2 hours passed, and the bedroom door swung open once more, revealing a sweaty Chen Zhou stepping out. He made his way directly to the dining area, ordered several bottles of mineral water on the tablet, and gulped them down. He was aware that it was essential to replenish fluids after exercising, a piece of knowledge he possessed among the few he had about fitness. Su Wanqiu's face was flushed as she emerged from the bedroom in a bathrobe. Adu, I'm hungry. Could you please order me something to eat? Upon reaching the dining area, she chose not to sit in her designated spot, but instead settled directly onto Chen Zhou's lap. He embraced her waist and gently inquired, All right, Wanqiu, what would you like to eat? The turkey leg from earlier was delightful. Let us have another one. In a flash of white light, a fragrant roasted turkey appeared on the table. Like a little bird, Su Wanqiu pecked at Chen Zhou's cheek before returning to her seat to devour the turkey leg. Chen Zhou sat beside her, contemplating his attributes displayed on the panel. Health, 100, strength, 10, agility, 9, speed, 8, stamina, 60, hydration, 100, hunger, 100, talent, SSS divine support, talent current level. Upgrade progress, 3-5. Effect, can enhance a teammate's talent once daily. Lasting for 8 hours. Refreshes at 0. If his memory served him correctly, his strength was previously 6 points, agility was 5 points, and speed was 6 points. After consuming the antidote serum, the former two increased by 4 points each, while speed saw only a 2-point rise. Chen Zhou picked up a fork nearby and, with a gentle press of his thumb, bent the fork's handle. Upon witnessing this, Su Wanqiu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhou, your strength is remarkable. Chen Zhou set down the fork and replied, It must be the antidote serum that enhanced my attributes. My original strength was rather limited. Then I also took a sip. Does that mean my attributes have improved as well? Su Wanqiu set down the bone in her hand, wiped her fingers, and activated her watch. Indeed, my original strength and agility were both 7 points, and now they have risen to 8 points. However, speed remains unchanged. Chen Zhou nodded. That's correct. If one were to consume the entire antidote serum, it should enhance by 5 points. Oh, had I known, I would have given it all to you. I was afraid it might be toxic, so I only took a sip. Su Wanxiu pouted, displaying a look of regret. Chen Zhou gently patted her head, indicating that he bore no ill will regarding the matter. Without Su Wanxiu, he likely would have succumbed to blood loss on that fateful night with the Black Wolf. Now, being able to enjoy a day in this place was largely due to her willingness to save him. Had it been someone else, he would likely have been left on the roadside to perish. Wanxiu, thank you for your willingness to save me. So, how do you plan to reward me? Su Wanxiu seemed to suddenly recall something. Don't forget that you still owe me a reward. You mustn't play tricks on me. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou swiftly lifted Su Wanxiu from her chair and turned towards the bedroom, declaring, "Then let me reward you in full right now." "Oh, but I haven't washed my hands. They're all greasy. I'll clean them up for you in a moment." "You're so disgusting. Just be gentle later." With a resounding thud, the bedroom door was firmly shut. A few minutes later, the sound of running water echoed again from the bathroom. After a while, the bed sank once more. "Zhou, you needn't be polite this time. Then I shall dispense with all politeness." The following day, the two stood in the initial room, awaiting the countdown to conclude. Chen Zhou felt an immense satisfaction as he gazed at the bulging items in his backpack. Beside him, Su Wanxiu clung to his arm, equally pleased, though her legs felt weak. "Zhou, my legs are too weak to stand. Shall I carry you?" He bent down, effortlessly lifting Su Wanxiu into his embrace. She nestled against him like a gentle kitten. As the countdown reached its end, the surrounding scenery flickered, and after a dizzying whirl, they found themselves back in the road world. The familiar highway, the sweltering heat, and the brand-new van greeted them. Observing the scene, Chen Zhou felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Glancing at the time, it was still 8 o'clock on the morning of the 4th day. "Let us go. We should get in the car. Please carry me up. I can hardly walk." Chapter 16. Acquiring the portable cooling suit after placing Su Wanxiu in the vehicle. Chen Zhou scavenged all the empty boxes beside the highway. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 blue resource chests awarded from the quest. Open blue resource chest, water collector upgrade blueprint 1. Gasoline 100L, iron block 5, wooden plank 5. Open blue resource chest. Portable cooling suit 1, plastic 5, fabric 5, splendid. New blueprints have emerged. However, upon examining the blueprints, a frown creased his brow. It was not that the blueprints were lacking in quality. Rather, the materials required were rather excessive. Water collector upgrade blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Effect, upgrades the water collector to level 3, producing 2L of purified water daily. Required materials, iron block 15, wooden plank 20, plastic 10, fabric 10. Simply the blueprint for the water collector would consume a significant portion of their materials. The requirements for the portable cooling suit were even more staggering. Portable cooling suit blueprint, quality, blue. Usage, 5 times required materials, fabric 50, plastic 30. Electronic components 2. With a heavy sigh, Chen Zhou realized that selling some food would be necessary. Fortunately, the backpack had a preservation feature, allowing the meals brought from the quest to sustain them for quite a while. Otherwise, given the current temperature, by afternoon, all the food would spoil. He planned to sell a few boxes of yogurt and, in the evening, open several more chests. This should resolve their material dilemma. In the early stages, the primary challenges faced by most teams were food and water, as evidenced by the plethora of items in the trading hall. Hundreds of pages of goods primarily exchanged materials for food and water, making their situation, which involved trading food for materials, quite rare. With 3 days remaining until the weather disaster, judging by the blueprint for the portable cooling suit, it was highly likely that an extreme heat wave awaited them. The specifics of the situation remained uncertain. He hoped that his decision to exchange food for materials would prove to be a wise one. Returning to the driver's seat burdened with thoughts, he discovered that Su Wanxiu had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. She must have been utterly exhausted from the previous night. Succumbing to slumber, Chen Zhou gently turned the key, but the vehicle refused to start. Upon removing the key, he realized it was the bronze key inserted. Holding the key in his palm, he noticed some changes in the information displayed on its panel. Bronze key, quality, orange, usage, unlimited 200 iron blocks to activate. Effect, Inserting this key into a vehicle unlocks a special quest. Upon completion, substantial rewards can be obtained. Rewards are random only. Goodness, it requires 200 iron blocks to activate. What an exorbitant fare. Chen Zhou grumbled internally before placing the bronze key into his backpack. Huh, where's the car key? He rummaged through his belongings and finally spotted the car key beneath the seat. However, his movements roused Su Wanqiu from her slumber. Still half asleep, she murmured, "How did I fall asleep? Was it that I was too fatigued last night?" With these words, Chen Zhou inserted the car key into the ignition and started the engine. What can I possibly do with such innate talent? Though she was harshly critiquing him, the smile on her face betrayed her true sentiments. Observing Su Wanqiu's beaming smile, Chen Zhou suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Should he continue this? At his remark, Su Wanqiu's face turned pale with alarm. "Please spare me. I wish to rest." At that moment, Chen Zhou unexpectedly grasped Su Wanqiu's hand and, without further ado, unleashed his talent. Rest was certainly out of the question. Otherwise, there would be no boxes to unpack. At this juncture, Su Wanqiu no longer restrained herself as before, but rather embraced the experience with open arms. Chen Zhou reached over to fasten her seatbelt and gently said, "All right, I am about to hit the road." With that, the tires kicked up a cloud of dust as they sped along the highway. Time, day 4, time, 9:05. In-car temperature, 26 C. Outside temperature, 40 C. Weather, clear on the road. Chen Zhou remained attuned to the information displayed on the windshield. Each day's temperature surpassed that of the previous, and the rate of increase was ever more rapid. If memory served him right, by this time the day prior, the temperature had barely reached 30 C. Now, on the 4th day, it had suddenly soared to 40 C. Chen Zhou shared the 2 blueprints he had just obtained with Su Wanqiu. Wan, take a look at these blueprints. Which one should we prioritize in crafting? Su Wanqiu, supporting her lower back, sat up straight and consulted her watch. After a considerable pause, she leisurely suggested, "I recommend we first create the cooling suits. In this sweltering heat, having cooling suits will facilitate opening boxes." Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. While upgrading the water collector would increase their daily water supply, it would adversely affect the acquisition of other resources. Currently, the most reliable method of resource gathering remained the opening of supply boxes. If they concentrated their resources on crafting cooling suits, it would at least make box openings more manageable during the heat wave. Wan, let us exchange a few bottles of yogurt for some materials. Of course, Su Wanqiu accessed the trading marketplace, locating a seller urgently in need of water whose offerings aligned perfectly with her requirements for fabric. Bear team, I have a bottle of yogurt here. I'll trade it for your fabric. Spicy shrimp team, yogurt. That's acceptable, but I can only offer you 5 pieces of fabric. Bear team, 5 is too few. You have a moment to reconsider. Spicy shrimp team, fine, trade or not, just don't waste my time. Bear team, no problem. Goodbye. A few minutes later, Su Wanqiu's watch chimed once more. Spicy shrimp team, I agree to trade, but I can only give you 10 pieces of fabric at most. Bear team, 15, no bargaining. Spicy shrimp team, you're quite the opportunist. Bear team, well, I'm not the one who's thirsty. If you want to trade, then trade. Another minute passed. Spicy crawfish brigade, I want to exchange. What a shrewd merchant. Ding. The spicy crawfish brigade requests a trade with you. Su Wanqiu's lips curled into a smile as she clicked the trade button. Instantly, her inventory was enriched with 15 pieces of fabric. Excellent. Now all the materials are ready. She approached the workbench, inputting the materials and blueprints, and after a brief wait, a silver-gray jumpsuit materialized in her hands. Portable cooling suit, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, suitable for high-temperature weather, operable within a temperature range of 0 C to 50 C. Upon wearing, it intelligently adjusts the internal temperature according to the surrounding environment, ensuring the wearer's comfort. The blueprint can be utilized for upgrades. Zhou, the outfit is ready. Would you like to give it a try? All right, we're about to encounter a crate, so I shall test it out. Returning to the driver's seat, Su Wanqiu handed the garment to Chen Zhou. Why is it a jumpsuit? Chen Zhou unzipped the garment, pulling the zipper from the collar down to his lower back. Of course, how else would it cool you down? Su Wanqiu replied, assisting Chen Zhou in donning the outfit. After zipping it up and securing the hood, Chen Zhou stepped out of the vehicle. Gazing at his reflection in the window, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hiss. Why is this suit so snug? Surprisingly, he felt no heat from the outside once clad in the suit. He turned to open the crate, while Su Wanqiu, waiting inside the vehicle, was already in tears from laughter. Click. Unable to contain herself at the sight of Chen Zhou's comical appearance, she snapped a photo. However, upon viewing the image showcasing his muscular physique, a thought struck her. Has Zhou's figure improved slightly? Chapter 17. I apologize. I will endeavor to exercise greater restraint next time. This garment is truly remarkable. One hardly feels the heat while venturing outside. Chen Zhou returned to the vehicle, marveling at the efficacy of the cooling outfit. As long as it fits well, that is sufficient. Su Wanqiu lowered her head, her fingers incessantly scrolling through the messages on the regional channel, her thoughts adrift elsewhere. Chen Zhou unzipped his jacket, revealing his entire upper body. Perhaps due to the effects of the antitoxin serum, his strength had increased and his physique had improved accordingly, even lending a more rugged quality to his features. Previously somewhat soft, he now exhibited a physique defined by sinewy muscle. His 8-pack abs were subtly pronounced, giving him an entirely muscular appearance. Seeing Chen Zhou driving shirtless made Su Wanqiu hesitant to lift her gaze. Her fingers twirled around the ends of her hair, her eyes occasionally drifting to the left. A droplet of saliva slipped from the corner of her mouth, only to be caught by a piece of paper. Stop looking. You're drooling, Chen Zhou remarked, wiping the corner of her mouth and planting a gentle peck on her cheek. Su Wanqiu's face instantly flushed crimson as she softly exclaimed, "Oh, how annoying. I merely thought of the delicious food from yesterday and couldn't help myself." Are you certain you are referring to food? Su Wanqiu paused momentarily, then lightly scolded, "You fool. What are you talking about?" Before long, noon arrived, and the outside temperature soared to a terrifying 50 C. Yet, clad in his cooling outfit, Chen Zhou felt no discomfort from the heat. In fact, he found it somewhat refreshing. With a sound, 2 boxes sprang open. They were both white, containing nothing of particular note, merely some basic materials. He tapped on his watch a few times, and the materials he had just acquired were transmitted to the storage box. This was a new feature he had discovered for the storage box. As long as items were placed inside, both of their watches could view them in real time and transfer them to their backpacks at will. Likewise, items in the backpack could be sent to the storage box. However, this feature had a distance limitation. Beyond 10 meters from the vehicle, the watch would no longer detect the presence of the resource box. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanqiu exchanged some yogurt for additional materials, crafting another cooling outfit. This way, she could also step out of the vehicle and move about. Remaining cooped up inside was not particularly beneficial for her health. Upon returning from opening the boxes, Chen Zhou found Su Wanqiu already donned in the cooling outfit, standing before the vehicle awaiting him. The silvery gray garment accentuated her figure flawlessly. "Wow, Wanwan, you put one on as well. I wish to join you in opening boxes," he remarked. For reasons unknown, Su Wanqiu's tone today was softer than usual, a sweetness that seemed to seep into his very bones. Glancing at the back of the vehicle, he noticed the mattress still in place. Without a word, Chen Zhou lifted Su Wanqiu into the cabin. How could an 8-point strength possibly break free from a 10-point strength confinement? Of course, Su Wanqiu had no intention of escaping. "Zhou, what are you planning to do?" "Why, it is time for a midday rest," he replied. With a resounding thud, the door of the vehicle was firmly shut. An hour and a half later, the window opened and a small plastic bag was tossed out. After a tender moment together, they returned to the driver's seat and drove away from the scene. The entire afternoon, Su Wanqiu felt utterly drained, slumped in her chair, unable to move an inch. Chen Zhou, seated beside her, continuously apologized. "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. I promise I'll control myself next time. I don't blame you. I just fear I might hold you back." "How could that be? Don't think like that. I'm just too exhausted. Could you help me with the package?" Su Wanqiu pointed to the back seat, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "All right, you rest. I'll take care of it," Chen Zhou replied. As he approached the back seat, a sigh escaped his lips upon seeing the overflowing packages. "I must learn to control myself next time." With a swift motion, he retrieved a kitchen knife, rolled up his sleeves, and began to open the parcels. While unboxing, He stumbled upon an unusual package. Unlike the typical cardboard boxes, this one was a plastic suitcase. Its exterior was a solid gray, with a sturdy, matte finish, and it felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. On either side of the handle were two clasps. He gently pushed one, and with a click, the clasp sprang open. Lifting the lid revealed a handgun nestled inside. Chen Zhou recognized it from the game, a Colt 1911, the quintessential handgun. The case also contained two exclusive accessories, a genuine leather holster and a tactical flashlight. This surely isn't a delivery from Huagua, he mused. Suvankyu leaned forward, startled at the sight of the weapon in Chen Zhou's hands. This is quite common in the land of the free, Chen Zhou remarked with a smirk. It's astonishing that such items can be delivered right to one's doorstep. He picked up the handgun, and its attribute panel instantly materialized. Colt 1911, category, weapon, rarity, purple, durability, 500, effect, timeless classic. The handgun is more durable, increasing durability by 400. Follow-up, infinite ammunition, but requires a 3-second loading time. Can you handle it? Su Wancho shot him a skeptical glance. I've used it in games, Chen Zhou replied, raising his hand to aim at a distant object. Bang! A wisp of white smoke curled from the muzzle. For children raised in Huagua, firearms remained confined to the realm of toys. Yet, the moment they touched the real thing, a primal urge stirred within them. I wonder when I'll encounter a convoy from Sakurakuni. I'd like to see if I possess any shooting talent. He strapped the holster from the suitcase around his waist, repeatedly drawing the handgun, aiming each time. Su Wancho chuckled. Stop playing around. The sun is about to set. Shall we open a few boxes tonight? After contemplating for a few seconds, Chen Zhou turned and suggested, how about we try to open 5 boxes tonight? Su Wancho frowned slightly. I see you're eager to test out that handgun. You guessed it. Chen Zhou grinned, securing the handgun in its holster. Returning to the vehicle, the two entered the living area to have dinner. After a long day of toil, Chen Zhou was ravenous. Su Wancho presented a platter of grilled steak on the table, skillfully slicing it into delicate strips. Then, she speared a piece of beef with her fork and fed it to Chen Zhou. Is it delicious? At that moment, I was too full and had yet to taste this steak. Chen Zhou chewed thoughtfully on the beef in his mouth, savoring it before declaring, it's tasty, but not as good as yours. Su Wancho playfully nudged his head and replied softly, how corny of you, but I love hearing it. The two of them enjoyed the plate of beef, lost in their affectionate banter. Su Wancho then climbed up and tossed the mattress down. After Chen Zhou arranged the mattress, he surveyed the cramped little room and suddenly contemplated the prospect of upgrading the vehicle. The living space of the Level 2 vehicle was indeed rather limited. He wondered if the Level 3 vehicle would offer a bit more room. He activated his watch to check the requirements for the upgrade. Materials required for vehicle upgrade. Iron blocks 4050, plastic 130, wooden planks 3340, fabric 030. Upgrade details. Unlock workspace. Living space unlocks kitchen. Expands bedroom. The expansion of the bedroom was crucial as the current small room felt somewhat cramped. Ideally, it would accommodate a larger bed, providing more convenience for movement. As for the kitchen, it was of little consequence at the moment, as there were no ingredients available for cooking. Regarding the workspace, further exploration could only be conducted after the upgrade. Chapter 18. A sip of icy cola. As Chen Zhou climbed up from the living area, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Su Wancho. What has brought you such joy? He inquired with curiosity. Ah Zhou, my talent has leveled up. Su Wancho eagerly presented her attribute panel to Chen Zhou, showcasing all her stats. Personal attributes: health, 100, strength, 8, agility, 8, speed, 8, stamina, 85, hydration, 70, hunger, 90, talent. SS-level express enthusiast, talent current level 2. Upgrade progress, 0, 200, effect, for every 15 kilometers traveled. 1 express blind box can be redeemed. Our survival pressure has significantly diminished, Su Wancho exclaimed, excitement overwhelming her as she wrapped her arms around Chen Zhou's neck and kissed him. They lingered in their embrace for a considerable time before reluctantly parting. Apologies, I got a bit carried away, Su Wancho admitted with a playful tongue-out gesture, though she was unrepentant about it. Chen Zhou affectionately tousled her hair, secretly relieved. That was close. I almost lost my composure. He started the car and continued on their journey. Soon, they encountered the first wave of supply crates for the night. The duo quickly exited the vehicle. Su Wanxiu approached the side of a crate, preparing to open it, while Chen Zhou positioned himself in front, gun aimed at the crate's opening. This method had been devised during their earlier discussion in the car. If it weren't for the necessity of personal contact to open the supply crates, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. I'm ready, Wan, he announced. Su Wanxiu nodded, gently touching the surface of the crate. Green resource box opened. Plastic 5, fabric 5, wood 5 safe. Next one. Chen Zhou gestured for Su Wanxiu to proceed to the next crate. Blue box opened. Plastic 5, ice 5, ice 5, iron 5, 1. This one is also safe. On to the next. Su Wanxiu approached the third crate, another blue one. She lightly tapped the lid, which sprang open with a loud bang. A black wolf leapt out, charging directly at Chen Zhou. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Zhou fired 3 shots, missing 1 but hitting 2. Within 7 paces, his aim was swift and precise. Exhaling the smoke from the barrel, he slowly approached the black wolf. Though still alive, it had lost the ability to move. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the wolf's head now bore a gaping hole. Su Wanxiu approached, poking the corpse with her finger. Can we store it in the backpack? That should be possible, Chen Zhou thought, and with a mental command, the wolf's body vanished. Inside the backpack, it automatically decomposed into 5 pieces of meat and 1 hide. Oh, it decomposes automatically. No wonder I've only seen meat chunks in the trading market. The secret lies here. Is this meat edible? Chen Zhou suddenly contemplated the prospect of consuming wolf meat. It must be quite tough if eaten raw. Su Wanxiu rose to her feet and approached the final box. There's 1 more box. Hurry and open it. All right, he replied. The last box was merely a plain white supply crate. After completing the first wave of boxes, the two of them boarded their vehicle and set off for the next location. By midnight, after 5 hours of driving and 3 consecutive waves of box openings, they decided to pull over and rest. Within the 3 waves of boxes, they had unearthed 2 blueprints, with the remainder consisting of various materials. However, the quantity of materials fell short for upgrading their vehicle. It seemed that the upgrade would have to wait until tomorrow. With a sigh, he took out the blueprints he had acquired that evening. One was for upgrading the car's air conditioning. While he had sufficient materials, he did not intend to craft it just yet, and preferred to focus on upgrading the vehicle first. The other blueprint was of merely green quality. Electric fan blueprint, quality, green, usage count, once required materials. Iron blocks 8, plastic 5. I already have air conditioning. What use do I have for this fan? Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, discarding the blueprint into the storage box. I could sell it at the trading market. Su Wanxiu handed him a paper cup, which crackled with the sound of bursting bubbles. Chen Zhou took the cup, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Wan, where did you get this cola? It came from the deliveries this evening. We have 3 boxes of cola, Su Wanxiu exclaimed, savoring a sip that felt like drinking ambrosia. Don't rush to drink it. Wait for me. Saying this, Chen Zhou retrieved 2 ice cubes from his backpack and placed them into Su Wanxiu's cup. Wow, how do you have ice cubes? She marveled. Of course, they were from tonight's boxes. He then added 2 ice cubes to his own cup. Cheers! They gently raised their cups and took a sip of the chilled cola. Almost simultaneously, they released a satisfied sigh. Who could resist a refreshing sip of cold soda on a sweltering day? Su Wanxiu opened the camera on her watch and snapped a picture of their toast. At that moment, Chen Zhou noticed his own image in the album. Why are all the photos in your album of me? He queried. Oh dear, you caught me. She laughed. Don't run away. Delete them. Not a chance. They playfully circled around the vehicle. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, Su Wanxiu leaned against Chen Zhou's shoulder, her voice somewhat feeble. How come you seem so energetic, as if you never tire? Chen Zhou responded nonchalantly. Perhaps it's just my exceptional talent. You're such a tease. She nudged him playfully before turning away. I'm going to sleep now. You should too. You go ahead. I'll just check the channel messages. After speaking, Chen Zhou opened the regional channel to review the messages he had missed. The number of participants in the top right corner had dwindled to 80,000. Compared to previous days, the rate of decrease had slowed. The messages in the channel indicated that everyone was struggling to survive. They were either seeking aid or bidding farewell. A duo like theirs, with such a light-hearted spirit, was indeed a rarity. The majority of teams teetered daily on the precipice of death. Journey to the end team. Brothers, I was just bitten by a cobra. I fear my time is short. My teammates have all perished, and I am left alone. You must carry on in my stead. Fight on. Clenched fist. Middle-aged missteps team. Brother, may you journey well. You shall forever remain in our hearts. Until the end team. Brother, our names are quite similar. Our team shall surely continue in your honor. Loudspeaker team. Count me in. Together, we shall prevail. A bear team. R.I.P. At that moment, the entire regional channel was inundated with R.I.P. Chen Zhou sighed, shutting off the regional channel and opening the world channel he had not perused for some time. It was still bustling with messages, but some, adorned with images, caught his eye immediately. He casually clicked on a message featuring individuals adorned with white headscarves and sporting bushy beards. Each person held a bottle of mineral water, squatting beside a fire, relishing the roasted meat in their hands. Undoubtedly, the most striking element in the image was the resplendent gold vehicle parked behind them. Such affluence, it was almost beyond comprehension. After perusing for a while without encountering anything particularly intriguing, he closed his watch, preparing to retire for the night. Just as he lay down, Su Wanchio's arm draped over him. In his drowsy state, she murmured in her sleep, "Zhou, hold me." A smile graced Chen Zhou's lips as he gently pecked her forehead and whispered, "I'm here." Chapter 19. Double bedroom. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Chen Zhou, in a state of half-sleep, heard Su Wanchio calling out to him. "Get up, Zhou, I'm hungry." As he slightly opened his eyes, he was greeted by Su Wanchio's sparkling eyes and an adorably innocent expression. Unable to resist, he pecked her cheek and then rose to say, "What's this? Can't you eat without me?" "Stop jesting and let us eat," she replied. On the table, a serving of pasta awaited, still emitting steam from its recent preparation. After finishing their meal, they made their way to the driver's seat. With a roar, the vehicle surged forth along the highway. Time, day 5, time, 9:15. Internal temperature, 27 C. External temperature, 45 C. Weather, clear. As the mileage increased, packages began to appear continuously. Su Wanchio seemed endlessly delighted by the prospect of unboxing, expressing her enthusiasm with, "I relish the thrill of not knowing what the next package will reveal." Naturally, she was equally eager to jump out and unveil the contents. Throughout the morning, they opened 3 batches of boxes, supplemented by materials acquired from trading all their yogurt. At last, they amassed the necessary components for upgrading their vehicle. "Let us get out. We can elevate the car to level 3. Chen Zhou opened the door and, with a few taps on his watch, enveloped the entire vehicle in a shimmering light curtain. After 5 minutes, the curtain shattered, and their former van transformed into a compact cargo truck. They eagerly clambered inside, marveling at the dramatic overhaul of the interior. The windshield and driver's cabin were now more spacious, and a small door appeared behind the seats. Upon opening it, they discovered a few square meters of space, with an open kitchen directly ahead. Each side wall boasted a door. The left side led to a workshop where the workbench had been relocated, while the right side revealed a bedroom, where the previous single bed had morphed into a double. A wardrobe was placed beside the bed. At this moment, they lay on the bed. Though the mattress retained some firmness, it was notably softer than the previous one. A double bedroom is indeed splendid. Chen Zhou stretched his arms wide, savoring the lazy sensation of his body unwinding. Snuggled in his embrace, Su Wanchio murmured, "I still prefer the old small bed. It allowed me to be closer to you. Come on, you use me as a pillow every night. What difference does the size of the bed make? Shoo, don't ruin the ambience." Returning to the driver's cabin, Chen Zhou's attention was captivated by the new central control screen. He clicked to view the vehicle's details, noticing a marked improvement in its performance. Vehicle name, cargo van, level, quality, speed, 80 kilometers, 8 fuel tank, 5080 L, fuel consumption, 15 kilometers L, modification slots, 18 accessory installations, 28 goodness. Why has the fuel consumption increased so much? It feels like I can barely afford the gas now. He glanced at the fuel reserves in the storage compartment, noting over 400 liters, primarily obtained from last night's unboxing. Each blue box revealed gasoline in quantities of 100 liters. The green box contains a generous 50 liters, whereas the white box holds a mere 10 liters, which may not even be accessible. Given the current fuel consumption, 50 liters is barely sufficient for a single day's journey. However, the likelihood of encountering the green box during the day is rather slim, almost requiring 2 to 3 days to stumble upon one. Therefore, to ensure an ample supply of gasoline, it is imperative to increase the frequency of opening boxes at night. Indeed, the old adage rings true: fortune favors the bold. After sharing this information with Su Wanxiu, she appeared somewhat conflicted. While opening boxes during the day certainly offers safety, the resources are inadequate. Conversely, the night presents a wealth of resources, albeit accompanied by inherent dangers. Chen Zhou gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Now that we have a firearm, we are quite safe." "Oh dear, I simply lack a sense of security." "I understand the reasoning," Su Wanxiu replied, pouting slightly before adding, "Let us strive to open boxes at night and rest during the day." Chen Zhou smiled and nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon, leaving some time before nightfall. He decided to conserve fuel and remain stationary. At that moment, a melodious piano piece unexpectedly filled the air. He looked up to see Su Wanxiu playfully gazing at him. "Did you play that music?" he inquired. "Indeed. This is a new feature of the upgraded vehicle, a surround sound system," she replied. Chen Zhou surveyed the interior and noticed speakers strategically placed in various corners. Su Wanxiu rose from her seat and approached Chen Zhou, tugging at his arm. "Come, I shall teach you a new skill." With a puzzled expression, Chen Zhou followed her to the rear compartment of the vehicle. "Stand here and place your right hand on my waist." "Yes, now grasp my right hand with your left." "Excellent. Now step forward with your left foot." Chen Zhou adhered to Su Wanxiu's instructions, taking one step after another. The confined space of the vehicle did not hinder their movements. Under Su Wanxiu's guidance, he gradually learned the steps of social dance. "Wan, why are you teaching me this?" he asked. "Of course, to dance with me," she replied, her laughter ringing out. "While abroad, I always yearned for a graduation ball, but I was never invited, and I was reluctant to dance with strangers." Su Wanxiu placed her hand on Chen Zhou's shoulder, her head resting against his chest. "Therefore, I wish for you to help me fulfill this regret." Chen Zhou's heart softened, and he tightened his grip around her waist. "All right, I shall help you realize your wish." 2 hours later, the pair emerged from the compartment. "You cheeky Chen Zhou, don't do that again," she admonished playfully. With a grin, they settled into the driver's seat, where Su Wanxiu began to unwrap a package. Chen Zhou, meanwhile, opened a regional channel to check for messages. "Neighbor Li's team. Brothers, what should we do? We recruited a new teammate yesterday, and I suspect he might be gay. I'm quite frightened. Invincible Tyrannosaurus team. Haha, brother. Just remember not to wear your long johns inside out. I love Rainbow's team. Why discriminate against marginalized groups? Do you dare to report me to the Blue Star? Banana team. Please stop living in a fantasy. The law holds no power here. You can't possibly believe that we will return to Blue Star. I love Rainbow team. I have memorized your names. Once we return to Blue Star, I shall send you all a letter from my lawyer. Hungry enough to eat a belt team. Everyone, cease your bickering. Why has Capybara not spoken all day? Surely nothing unfortunate has befallen him. What is wrong with middle-aged team? Indeed, where's Brother Capybara?" As the group called out for Capybara in the channel, on a desolate stretch of desert highway, inside a large truck, a young man with yellow hair tightened the ropes and said to the woman beside him, "Make sure it's secure." Next to him, a girl was bound tightly, her body marred with wounds, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The woman in the black dress tossed her hair and then viciously kicked the girl in the stomach. The girl let out a pained whimper. "Oomph. What is so impressive about being invisible? Let us starve her for a few days." The woman in black then coldly commanded, "Blonde, go open the box for me." "Miss, it's too hot out there. One might suffer from heat stroke." The young man protested reluctantly. Previously, he had only been responsible for driving. The girl had handled the boxes. Ever since this woman in black had been brought in yesterday, everything had changed. At that moment, a glint of red flashed in the woman's eyes, and she swiftly slapped the young man across the face. He not only refrained from retaliating, but knelt on the ground and murmured, "As you command." The woman spat in contempt and cursed. "Humph, this dog of a man dares to defy me." Chapter 20. Private Messages of the Capybara. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the night descended upon the world. On the pitch-black highway, only two beams of light ventured forth like lantern fish gliding through the depths of the ocean. Inside the vehicle, the pulsating rhythm of music reverberated loudly. "Sister, don't be anxious. Lean against my chest," the lyrics proclaimed. We traversed the nocturnal road, counting the stars in the sky. Suddenly, the music was abruptly interrupted. Su Wanxiu, resting her forehead in exasperation, remarked, "Ah Zhou, your taste in music leaves much to be desired. Is it really that unpleasant?" Chen Zhou defended himself while driving, his tone tinged with grievance. "I told you not to listen to my playlist, yet you insisted. My apologies, this is my fault. Let us listen to my playlist instead." Su Wanxiu swiped at the screen, and in an instant, the gentle strumming of a guitar filled the air. "I'm walking through the night. The lonely moon is just like lonely you. But you don't know, I'm coming for you." The gravelly voice of the man emanating from the speakers was surprisingly melodious. Chen Zhou nodded along to the rhythm, his fingers tapping in time. "What a splendid tune. Hee, this is my favorite song." Caught up in the moment, Su Wanxiu began to sway to the beat, with the song as their companion. The night's journey felt considerably lighter. As the first wave of crates appeared, the duo exited the vehicle. Inside, the soothing guitar was replaced by an urgent drumbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Outside, Chen Zhou raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The two sounds collided harmoniously, as if they were performing in an impromptu theatrical production. Thus, the vehicle continued its journey throughout the night. By 4 in the morning, after completing the 7th wave of crates, they decided it was time to rest. That night alone, they had amassed a staggering 1,000 liters of gasoline, not to mention a plethora of other materials, a veritable bounty. Once all the materials were stored away, Chen Zhou retrieved the blueprints for the water collector upgrade he had acquired days prior. Within minutes, the water collector in the vehicle was upgraded to level 3. Basic water collector, level 3, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, produces 2 liters of purified water daily. Next, he pulled out the blueprints for the car radar. With ample materials at hand, he could finally craft some previously set-aside blueprints. Car radar blueprint, quality, blue, usage, 1 time, required materials, iron blocks X30, electronic components X5. Just a few more electronic components are needed, Chen Zhou mused, scratching his head. Shall we open another wave of crates? Never mind, let us check the trading market instead. He accessed the trading market and flipped through numerous pages, but found no suitable sellers. 10 bottles of water for a single electronic component? Is this the market price for such a commodity? As night descended, a sense of inexplicable affordability enveloped the trading atmosphere. He cast a glance at Su Wanxiu, who was busily unpacking deliveries in the carriage, and shook his head, deciding against disturbing her. Instead, he retrieved a box of apples, selecting one that bore an imperfect appearance to list on the trading market. Soon after, his product was reserved by someone. The watch emitted a notification sound. It seemed this watch also had a private messaging feature. Chen Zhou noticed a red dot appearing beside his avatar, and, upon clicking it, a dialog box emerged. At the top of the box, a message from a team represented by an avatar of a capybara appeared. Capybara, Zhongli, where did you procure your apples? A bear, Chen Zhou. What concern is it of yours? Are you trading or not? 5 electronic components. Capybara, Zhongli, I am willing to trade, but you must disclose the apple's origin. A bear, Chen Zhou. Why all the questions? Either trade or don't. Chen Zhou closed the dialog box, unwilling to engage further with such a loquacious buyer. There was no urgency. He could always open the box tomorrow. He switched off the watch, intending to assist Su Wanxiu with her unpacking before retiring for the night. However, it wasn't long before the watch chimed again. Capybara, Zhongli, all right. I agree to the exchange. A bear, Chen Zhou. Wishing you a pleasant transaction. Handshake. With the notification of the transaction arriving, Chen Zhou jubilantly leaped towards his workspace. Meanwhile, on another road, Zhongli retrieved the apple from her backpack. Though its skin appeared parched and wrinkled for someone who had subsisted on croissants for several days. This apple was akin to a culinary delicacy. She brought it close to her nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. The others in the vehicle stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "Sister, where did you get that apple?" inquired a young man with bleached hair. "I traded 5 electronic components for it," Zhang Li replied nonchalantly. In that moment, a faint voice emerged from the corner. "How can you indulge in the fruits of others' labor in the driver's seat?" An elderly man expressed his indignation. "Indeed, that was earned through Xiaogao's relentless unboxing. How can you so casually exchange it?" "Silence. What business is it of yours what I do?" Zhang Li's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and the previously irate elder suddenly sat frozen in his chair like a wooden doll. "Hey, don't go too far. Do you believe I one-T hit you?" The young man raised his fist, only for it to veer unexpectedly, striking the girl in the corner instead. "Zhang Li, such tricks may work on them, but I will never yield to you." The girl in the corner endured the young man's blows, emitting cries of distress. "Gao Rue, you need not adopt that defiant demeanor. Once my talents are upgraded in a few days, you will have no choice but to listen." With a crisp crunch, Zhang Li bit into the apple, savoring the sweetness that lingered on her palate. "Enough! Stop now. Let us head down and open the box." The young man with yellow hair abruptly ceased his punches, turning robotically to exit the vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu exchanged glances, peering at the radar display on the windshield. "What did you say this radar is useful for?" Su Wanqiu's skeptical gaze fell upon Chen Zhou, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Let me take a look." "Oh, this radar can detect resource boxes, vehicles, and hostile creatures within a kilometer radius." After speaking, Chen Zhou felt a pang of guilt. Having traded 1 apple for 5 electronic components, he had fashioned this seemingly useless device. At least, for now, it appeared to lack utility. Not to mention that thus far, resource boxes had remained steadfastly visible by the roadside. Anyone with sight could easily spot them, let alone detect other vehicles. Having spent several days in this absurd world, not even a single bird had crossed his path, much less any other vehicles. Could this be the omen you mentioned earlier? Su Wanqiu pondered. Since such blueprints have appeared in the boxes, it must indicate that they will prove useful under certain circumstances. Chen Zhou suddenly understood. Yes, it should be so. I just wonder in what situations they might be applicable. Yet he felt a twinge of regret. It still felt like a waste. After all, it was 1 apple. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's merely an apple. Su Wanqiu turned and entered the cabin, emerging a few minutes later with a box in her arms. "Look, this is what I just unwrapped from the delivery." Following her voice, Chen Zhou looked over, his eyes flashing with excitement. This is... Chapter 21. Zhang Li's gift. My goodness, this is an entire box. Of blueberries? Chen Zhou was so exhilarated that he nearly fell to his knees. Blueberries, the king of berries, are replete with vitamin C and can safeguard one's vision. He lifted the box and weighed it in his hands. This box must weigh at least 20 pounds. Quite so. It should last us for quite some time. Wanwan, you are simply marvelous. Chen Zhou planted a kiss on Su Wanqiu's cheek, causing her to blush profusely. Let us not get too carried away. There's more delightful treasure to come. Su Wanqiu tapped her watch, and a few moments later, another box appeared before them. I just unwrapped this one earlier. I remember having it only in my childhood, and ever since I went abroad, I haven't tasted it again. I suddenly find myself nostalgic for its flavor. She then retrieved a can of 8 treasures porridge from the box and offered it to Chen Zhou. "Would you like to enjoy a can now?" At this moment, Chen Zhou was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate a response. He scooped up Su Wanqiu and spun around several times before setting her down. "Wanwan, tonight, you must be rewarded." "Oh, you're just wanting to reward yourself, aren't you?" "No, you can choose your flavor tonight." "Oh my, what are you saying?" Subanku, now quite flustered, pondered for a moment and softly suggested, "I would like a bento." "Great, I shall treat you to a night of bentos." Suddenly, Chen Zhou swept Su Wanqiu into his arms and strode swiftly toward the bedroom. Time, day 6, time, 12:17, in-car temperature, 26, outside temperature, 45, weather, clear inside the car. The bedroom door swung open. Chen Zhou yawned, rubbed his sore arms, and made his way to the kitchen. He seized a mouthwash bottle from the sink, took a generous swig, swished it around for several minutes, and spat it into the sink. The mouthwash had been unwrapped from yesterday's delivery. They had toothpaste as well, but no toothbrushes, rendering it useless. He instinctively reached for the faucet to wash his mouth, but recalled that the sink had no tap at all. This game is indeed rigorously guarded. Suddenly, he felt someone embrace him from behind, a soft voice accompanying the gesture. "Zhou, help me rinse my mouth, sure, open wide." Ah, the spicy flavor surged within his mouth, and Su Wanxu grimaced, promptly spitting it all out. This mouthwash is far too spicy. It's quite unmanageable. Chen Zhou chuckled lightly. "If you don't use it, your mouth will smell, and that would put me in quite a predicament." After a simple breakfast, the two made their way to the driver's seat and started the car. The temperature seemed to stabilize at 45. The oppressive heat caused the human body to sweat profusely. Even with timely hydration, if the lost salts were not replenished promptly, it would be of little use. However, most individuals possess merely average B or C level talents, making night driving perilous for them. Driving during the day is a reluctant necessity. As the temperature continued to rise, their survival became increasingly arduous. On the channel, many convoys were calling for help. "Homeward bound convoy help. My teammate has suffered from heat stroke. Can anyone rescue us? Team across the seas. SOS, SOS, we have run out of water. Can anyone spare a few bottles for us? Team QQMMM, delicious. Which kind soul can take us in?" It is truly challenging for two young ladies to survive. Team, you still need to settle down. Private message me a selfie. If you have a good figure and are obedient, I might consider it. Team, may our country be blessed. You little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Team QQMMM, delicious. All right, I've sent you a private message. Please take a look. Team, may our country be blessed. Su Wanxu observed the incessantly refreshing regional channel while biting into an apple beside her. Suddenly, both of their watches emitted a notification sound simultaneously. "Oh, someone has messaged me. Is it Zhongli? How do you know?" This is the person who exchanged 5 electronic components for our apples yesterday, but was excessively chatty. I reckon he is back to trade again today. Su Wanxu opened the chat window, and another new message arrived. Team Capybara, Zhongli. Do you still have any apples from yesterday? Team Capybara, Zhongli. Why aren't you responding? Team Bear, Su Wanxu. Apologies, but we are no longer trading. Team Capybara, Zhongli. What do you want? I can give you anything I have. Team Bear, Su Wanxu. 1 blueprint for 1 apple, but I need to see what blueprints you possess. After a lengthy wait, a reply finally came from the other side. Team Capybara, Zhongli. Image, this is all I have. Tell me what you want. Su Wanxu opened the images, revealing a screenshot of a storage box panel. She zoomed in and examined it closely, realizing that all the blueprints within were ones they had already acquired. Team Bear, Su Wanxu. I'm sorry, but we don't need any of these blueprints. With that, Su Wanxu turned off her watch and continued chatting with Chen Zhou while munching on her apple. Meanwhile, on the other end of the channel, damn, it's just fruit. What is there to be so arrogant about? Zhongli slammed her hand on the table, rising to approach the driver's cabin. Hey, Blondie, why are your blueprints so scarce? The young man with blonde hair turned around and replied, Miss, we have completed all the blueprints we can make. Look at the high-tech equipment in this compartment. It's all the result of our hard work. What is the use of all this high-tech? You're still just munching on bread all day. Zhongli's anger surged, and she turned to the corner of the compartment. Hey, wake up. Are you going to eat the bread or not? She patted Gao Rui's face while holding a piece of bread. Through the gaps in her hair, a pair of eyes slowly opened, instinctively wanting to bite the bread upon seeing it. Smack! Zhongli struck her with a slap. You eat only when I give it to you. Gao Rui endured the stinging pain on her face and trembled as she spoke. You parasite. How many teams have you harmed? Zhongli replied with a wicked smile. I did indeed annihilate a few teams before arriving here. Surprisingly, living here is quite comfortable, she remarked, shoving a piece of bread into her mouth. Her expression suddenly turned fierce. I could have easily secured the entire convoy, but it's all your fault. Now, I have to expend even more effort. You wretched being. With that, she kicked towards Gao Rui and stormed into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. At that moment, the elderly man in the passenger seat approached Gao Rui, concern etched on his face. Does it hurt, Xiao Gao? Alas, It is my fault for causing you distress. Gao Rui shook her head. Lady Yi, you are not to blame. It was my lack of caution that allowed her in, which has now implicated everyone. In the driver's seat, the young man with the yellow hair suddenly exclaimed in outrage. If it were up to me, I would have taken care of her while she was asleep. Keep your voice down. Lady Yi hurried over, covering the young man's mouth, and whispered, Have you forgotten about that femme fatale's talents? Upon hearing this, the previously fervent young man instantly deflated. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhengli listened intently from outside, a sly smile creeping across her face. Foolish mortals, you have already signed the contract. How could you possibly harm me? I have vanquished 5 convoys to achieve this level, and you dare to challenge me? Zhengli turned to lean against her bed, contemplating. This Gao Rui is truly troublesome. I must find a suitable replacement. With that thought, she activated her watch to search for her next target. Suddenly, a window popped up on her watch. Regional Dungeon. Misty Treasure Hunt, now open. Dungeon content. All convoys will enter the perilous yet opportunistic Misty Forest with a time limit of 24 hours. Note, dungeon time is not synchronized with the main world time. Dungeon effect. All chest levels and danger levels will be elevated. Countdown to enter dungeon. 10 minutes remaining. 0:09. 58. Chapter 22. The Misty Forest. All the convoys within the region simultaneously received a pop-up notification. After reading its contents, Su Wanqiu quickly reacted. Zhou, the radar you installed last night might come in handy now. At that moment, Chen Zhou also realized it's quite possible. The mist will certainly hinder our visibility. But with the radar, we have nothing to fear. Indeed, nevertheless, we should still exercise caution. That is a given. At this juncture, the countdown on their watches reached its conclusion. Countdown finished. Instance activated. 24-hour countdown begins. 23:59. 59. Good luck, and try not to perish too swiftly suddenly. The space ahead of the vehicle began to warp and distort. In the next instant, an elliptical portal materialized out of thin air. Chen Zhou gripped the steering wheel tightly, gradually reducing their speed. The vehicle glided into the light gate, as if crashing into a massive jelly. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the surroundings transformed into a fog-laden forest. At that moment, a cooler breeze emanated from the air conditioning, causing the temperature on the windshield to plummet to 23 degrees. Su Wanqiu cracked the window open slightly, allowing the moist, cool air to seep in. She brought her fingers close to the edge of the window, savoring the damp breeze that danced through the trees. Wow, this feels incredible. Chen Zhou also opened a small gap in his window, greedily inhaling the fresh air of the forest. Having shed the sweltering heat of the desert, he felt utterly rejuvenated as he entered the refreshing shade of the wooded road. Before them, the windshield was enveloped in a blanket of white mist, with visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters. Yet, Chen Zhou remained unfazed. For the radar display not only indicated the road's direction, but also projected faint blue guide lines along the sides of the windshield, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. On either side of the road, dense trees whisked past rapidly, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds. Click, click, click. In an instant, Su Wanqiu transformed into a photographer, raising her watch to capture the view outside. Beep, beep, beep. The radar suddenly emitted a sound. Chen Zhou looked up to see a treasure chest icon flickering on the radar, indicating it was 900 meters away. There's a treasure chest, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, pointing at the radar display. Chen Zhou nodded, then retrieved a handgun from his backpack, securing it at his waist. Minutes later, the vehicle screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. He opened the door and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before slowly approaching the roadside. From the car came Su Wanqiu's concerned voice. Zhou, be careful. There's another red dot on the radar. Chen Zhou turned and smiled, giving her an okay gesture. Just as they were nearing the chest, 3 red dots had suddenly appeared on the radar. Su Wanqiu contemplated abandoning the chest, but Chen Zhou was resolute in his decision to pursue it. Wan, the watches stated that opportunity and danger coexist. If we evade every peril we encounter, wouldn't we be squandering this chance? Unable to counter Chen Zhou's argument, Su Wanqiu reluctantly agreed. However, she did have a prudent strategy to enhance their safety. At this moment, Chen Zhou had arrived at the edge of the road. He reached out to part the underbrush beside the path and ventured deeper into the woods. Dressed in a cooling suit but without a hat, He intended to facilitate the attachment of his walkie-talkie to the brim. Suddenly, the voice of Su Wanxiu resonated through the device. Zhou, there are 4 enemies ahead, encircled around a box, and they are currently inactive. Inside the vehicle, a white dot on the radar screen was gradually approaching the 4 red dots. Chen Zhou's voice came through the walkie-talkie. I see them. They appear to be 4 wild dogs. Be cautious, they are starting to move. As the red dots on the radar abruptly shifted, Su Wanxiu felt a jolt of anxiety. At that moment, a series of rapid gunshots echoed through the forest, quickly giving way to silence. Su Wanxiu hastily called in the walkie-talkie. Zhou, what is happening? Are you all right? Several seconds later, a response came through. Within 10 steps, the shots are swift and precise. Don't worry, I'm fine. She exhaled a sigh of relief and opened the car door to welcome Chen Zhou back. From the woods, a figure bounded towards the vehicle, trotting with exuberance. Did you find anything? Seeing his elation, Su Wanxiu speculated that he must have discovered something valuable. Wan, can you guess the grade of the box we just encountered? Chen Zhou teased, mimicking Su Wanxiu's playful tone. Let me guess. Was it blue? Be bolder. It must be. Purple? Neither is correct. It was an orange box. Upon hearing this news, Su Wanxiu's mind momentarily faltered before she stammered. You bypassed purple and went straight to orange. Subsequently, Chen Zhou retrieved a blueprint from his backpack and handed it to Su Wanxiu. This is what was inside the box. We need to gather materials next. Su Wanxiu took the blueprint, and her eyes sparkled. Vehicle water circulation system blueprint. Quality, orange. Usage, 1 time. Require materials. Iron blocks 200, plastic 150, wooden planks 100, fabric 175, electronic components 50, vehicle core 1. Indeed, a substantial amount of materials was required, yet there was one material they had yet to encounter. The vehicle core, right? Yes, I suspect the vehicle core can only be obtained by dismantling another vehicle. At this point, an uneasy silence enveloped them. Did this imply they would need to seize someone else's vehicle? However, until now, they had not encountered any other vehicles. Even if they did, it was unlikely that others would willingly surrender their cars as materials. Contemplating this, both deduced the underlying intention of the game as design. To survive, one must tread upon the corpses of others. This notion had long been foreshadowed, as messages about teammates killing each other flooded the regional channel. Yet, everyone remained tight-lipped, cautiously wary of their companions. If unspoken, they might continue to play along, but once voiced, the pretense would be unnecessary, leading directly to conflict. Individuals like Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu, who coexisted peacefully, were indeed a rarity amidst the chaos. Certainly, a rare few individuals choose to thrive by bringing misfortune to their companions. Zhongli is one such person. She relies on her enchanting talent to manipulate her teammates into opening chests during the night. Prior to joining the Capybara team, she had switched allegiances 5 times, leaving a trail of teammates who met tragic fates in the process of opening those chests. 1,000 miles away, the Capybara team had also engaged in a regional dungeon. Inside the vehicle, Old Li gazed at the towering trees by the roadside and inquired, Xiaoming, where have we arrived? The young man with the yellow hair, driving, replied, Old Li, even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Just consider this a temporary excursion for the day. Ah, the marvels of modern technology. Old Li mused, as the scenery beside them transformed in an instant. He sighed contentedly before settling back into the passenger seat. Bang! The bedroom door was flung open with force. Zhongli hastened to the driver's seat, scrutinizing the radar on the windshield. There's a treasure chest, she exclaimed. Hurry, accelerate. Reluctantly, the young man pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle swiftly plunged into the depths of the mist. Chapter 23. Brother, please take me in. On the radar, the icon of a car steadily approached the treasure chest icon. When they aligned perfectly, the young man with yellow hair abruptly halted the vehicle. Inside the cabin, Zhongli, the young man, and Old Li surveyed their surroundings, yet they found no sign of any supply crates. Hadn't the previous crates been placed by the roadside? Why were there none in sight now? Old Li rolled down the window and leaned out to observe, still failing to locate any supply boxes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli glanced at the fog-enshrouded forest and thought, could it be hidden within? Without further ado, she activated her talent and instructed Old Li, "Get out and search for the box." Just as Old Li was retracting his head, he suddenly flung open the door and ventured into the depths of the forest. Both the young man with yellow hair and Gao Rui shouted in unison, "Old Li, don't go out." What a hassle. Zhang Li employed her talent once more, silencing the young man instantly, yet Gao Rui continued to scream. She swiftly approached a corner of the cabin, retrieved a piece of cloth from her backpack, and forcefully stuffed it into Gao Rui's mouth. "Shut up, you wretch." Gao Rui, fueled by an unknown strength, struggled to rise, but Zhang Li kicked her back down. "Stay put, or I swear I'll end you." At that moment, two red dots suddenly appeared on the radar, rapidly closing in on the white dot beside the treasure chest. Meanwhile, the young man with yellow hair was in a state of contract, and Zhang Li was busy assaulting Gao Rui. No one inside the vehicle noticed that the white dot on the radar was blinking. After a while, Gao Rui's watch emitted a warning sound. "Warning, Team Member Li Shun's life is in jeopardy. Warning, Team Member Li Shun's life is in jeopardy. Warning, Team Member Li Shun has lost vital signs." Upon hearing the alerts, Zhang Li paused. How'd he die? She quickly turned and returned to the driver's seat, closing the door behind her, and instructed the young man to drive immediately. Ugh, that old fool is utterly useless. He didn't even bring back the supplies before he kicked the bucket. At that moment, the young man with yellow hair began to regain his senses. Has Old Li returned? Old Li, realizing the vehicle was in motion, he assumed Old Li had successfully come back and called out inside the cabin. However, the only response he received was Gao Rui's sobs. The young man suddenly comprehended that Old Li had perished outside. He let out a furious roar, standing up and disregarding the moving vehicle, reaching out to grasp Zhang Li. Yet, his hands betrayed him, and with a crash, he fell against the door. What the hell? Yellow hair, are you going mad? Zhang Li retreated to the cabin, watching as the young man charged at her once more, only to collide against the opposite side. This was the effect of her talent. Once a contract was signed, no one could harm her. I will avenge Old Li. You murderer. The young man's eyes blazed with fury, desperate to enter the cabin. Just then, the windshield behind him shattered, and he was unexpectedly propelled backward. Inside the cabin, everything was violently thrust forward. Zhang Li was also thrown into the driver's seat by the immense inertia. Due to the absence of a driver, the vehicle veered off the road at a bend, crashing directly into a tree. Outside, a young man with bleached hair lay face down on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. After a considerable time, the intact right door of the car suddenly swung open. Zhang Li, struggling to move, crawled out of the vehicle. At the moment of impact, the airbag in the passenger seat deployed, fortuitously cushioning her head. She found herself wedged between the airbag and the seat, narrowly escaping with her life. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, she muttered as she rose and made her way toward the nearby tree. Leaning against the trunk, she activated her watch and sent a message. Capybara team. Zhang Li. Brother, could you take me in? My teammates have all perished and I am injured. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hong Yu. Send me a selfie. Let me have a look. Ugh, what a jerk, Zhang Li scoffed. But she reluctantly adjusted her dress, pulling it down to expose her thigh. Click. She sent a photo. Moments later, a response arrived. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hong Yu. Not bad. I have plenty of women here. You'll be fifth in line, responsible for washing my feet daily. How infuriating. Am I really expected to wash your feet? Just wait. I'll show you how it's done. Zhang Li cursed under her breath, her fingers swiftly typing on the screen. Capybara team. Zhang Li. All right, brother, it would be my honor to wash your feet. You still need to settle the team. Ma Hong Yu. Good. You're quite perceptive. Send me an invite. Zhang Li sent the invitation, and soon after, he accepted. In the next moment, her entire being transformed into a semi-transparent state. A countdown of 5 seconds appearing above her head. Just you wait, she muttered, and as her words faded, Zhang Li vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she found herself inside a luxurious RV. Before her lounged a man clad in a fur coat, but otherwise completely naked, reclining on the sofa. On either side of him were two voluptuous women attentively catering to his needs. Upon seeing Zhang Li's disheveled appearance, the man expressed disdain. You're filthy. Hurry up and take off your clothes to wash. As Zhang Li heard the insult, she intended to activate her abilities, yet her body seemed unresponsive. Instead, she found herself obediently stripping down as he had commanded. How trivial reality is. Well, I suppose I'm just a foot washing maid. As soon as the man finished his remark, the surrounding women erupted in laughter. Enraged by his derogatory words, Zhongli could barely contain her fury. Nevertheless, she hurried to a nearby bucket, scooping water to drench herself. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, Gao Rui gradually regained consciousness. Struggling to her feet, she stumbled into the driver's seat. The horrific scene before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Then, she rolled and crawled out of the vehicle, rushing to the side of the young man with bleached hair. Mengyu! Mengyu! She knelt beside him, repeatedly nuzzling his lifeless body. Mengyu, I am truly sorry. It is my fault that I brought that demon into our lives. I beg you, do not perish. She knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In the midst of her sorrow, a sudden rustling emanated from the depths of the thicket, as if something were swiftly approaching. She raised her head, warily scanning her surroundings while activating her invisibility ability. Before her eyes, a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts floated in midair, hastening towards the vehicle. At that moment, 3 hyenas leaped from the underbrush, making a beeline for Mengyu's lifeless body. Gao Rui could only watch helplessly as the hyenas began to devour him. The crushing power of an adult hyena can reach an astounding 500 kilograms. The flesh of a human cannot endure such devastation. Before long, only Mengyu's torso remained. Gao Rui could no longer bear to witness this. She did not wish for Mengyu to suffer, even in death. Yet her abilities were ill-suited for combat. With no other recourse, she picked up a nearby object to hurl at the beasts, hoping to drive them away. However, the hyenas, having found their meal, were not easily deterred. They evaded Gao Rui's attacks, while seeking the source of the disturbance. Just then, the duration of Gao Rui's ability expired. She suddenly became visible to the hyenas, clutching a stone in her hand. Chapter 24. The astonished Gao Rui upon spotting another living soul. The hyenas were instantly filled with excitement. Today was indeed a bountiful feast. 2 hyenas moved forward to draw fire, while another stealthily circled around to launch a surprise attack. Gao Rui raised the stone in her hand, screaming hysterically in an attempt to intimidate them. At that moment, the 2 hyenas in front began to probe frantically, their steps inching closer to Gao Rui. The hyena at the back lay in wait, poised to pounce. Bang! A resounding shot echoed from a distance, and the hyena behind Gao Rui collapsed at the sound. Bang! Another hyena fell to the ground. The last one, attempting to flee, was taken down by a bullet from Chen Zhou. Wan, come here. There's a survivor. Okay, I'm on my way. Stowing away his handgun, Chen Zhou approached Gao Rui with concern. How are you? Are you all right? Still shaken, Gao Rui raised her stone, threateningly declaring, Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll go down together. Hearing this, he immediately halted. All right, I won't approach. Just put down the stone. At that moment, Su Wanqiu also arrived. Seeing the tense standoff, she joined in the persuasion. Miss, please lower the stone. We are good people. Gao Rui, in a state of extreme tension, was naturally deaf to all reason. I don't believe you. You are all bad people. Bad people disappear. Gao Rui shouted as she charged at them, hurling the stone with force. Chen Zhou sidestepped to avoid the projectile, only to see Gao Rui rush towards Su Wanqiu, claws bared. Su Wanqiu did not evade. Instead, she firmly grasped Gao Rui's arms, compelling her to calm down. Miss, you're safe now. Do not worry. Seemingly drained of her strength, Gao Rui struggled for a while before her vision darkened, and she fainted in Su Wanqiu's embrace. Zhou, she seems utterly exhausted. Su Wanqiu awkwardly supported Gao Rui, trying to position her properly. Let us get her back to the car first. I will return to clean up the scene shortly. Thus, the two collaborated to carry Gao Rui back to the vehicle. Following this, Chen Zhou ventured alone to the site of the accident, searching for anything salvageable. The car was a mangled wreck, yet surprisingly, he discovered that he could stow it in his backpack, remembering his dilapidated electric scooter still stored away. He mused that it was not impossible for such a large vehicle to fit as well. The remaining task involved the hyena carcasses, which were routinely collected and transformed into a heap of flesh and fur within his backpack. Turning to face Meng Yu's remains, though unaware of the individual S name, he felt compelled to ensure that every soul finds its way back to the earth. He dug a shallow grave, burying the body and erecting a simple wooden marker without an inscription. Having tidied everything, he returned to the car, finding that Gao Rui had regained consciousness. At that moment, Su Wanqiu was sitting on the ground, comforting Gao Rui by holding her shoulders. "It's not your fault. That woman was too cruel. If I ever encounter her, I shall ensure she meets a gruesome end." This was the first time Chen Zhou had witnessed Su Wanqiu so enraged. Approaching them, he timidly inquired, "What happened? Why are you so upset?" Su Wanqiu recounted the entire situation to Chen Zhou in detail. Upon hearing it, his emotions boiled with indignation. He could not believe that such a despicable woman existed. She would certainly not escape retribution. Observing the righteous fury of the two, Gao Rui felt her spirits lighten somewhat. She knelt on the ground, bowing her head to express her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu hurriedly assisted her to her feet. "Please, rise. There's no need for that. We are all compatriots of Huagua. Let's help each other," they urged. Gao Rui stood with their support, but just then, her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. "You must be hungry. It's mealtime. Let us eat together," Chen Zhou suggested. "Indeed, let us dine together. The more, the merrier," Su Wanqiu agreed. Chen Zhou proceeded to the kitchen, setting up the expandable dining table, and with a flourish, revealed 2 platters of roasted turkey. Gao Rui hesitated, feeling it improper to accept food so soon after arriving, but as she beheld the steaming, sizzling turkey, she was momentarily taken aback. Is food of such quality truly available here? And, judging by their nonchalant expressions, do they indulge in such delicacies often? While everyone else struggles to survive, how is it that their lives are so sumptuous? With a cascade of questions swirling in her mind, she took a seat. Chen Zhou slid a platter of roasted turkey in front of her. "This one is for you." Su Wanqiu chimed in courteously. "No need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to enjoy it all, and if it's insufficient, there is more to come." At that moment, Gao Rui could no longer contain herself. She seized a chicken wing and began to devour it voraciously. "This is absolutely delicious." Whether it was due to her prolonged hunger or the turkey's exquisite flavor, she found herself unable to chew at a pace that matched her swallowing. Soon, the entire turkey was reduced to a mere pile of bones, while Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu continued to gnaw at their legs, and Gao Rui sat back, rubbing her belly contentedly. "You must have been famished. Are you full now? Or would you like some more? One shouldn't overindulge. It's hard on the stomach. Perhaps some fruit would be better." Su Wanqiu rose, retrieving a plate from the kitchen cupboard, and with a wave of her hand, produced 2 apples and a small mound of blueberries. Having already been astonished by the roasted turkey, Gao Rui was now utterly flabbergasted by the arrival of the fruit. "How do you possess such wonderful things?" she inquired, her curiosity spilling forth. "Oh, that S11's special talent. It's all from the deliveries we received," Chen Zhou replied. He pondered for a moment, choosing not to divulge the matter of the bronze key, feeling it prudent to withhold such information from her for now. "Wow, that talent is truly remarkable. It yields an abundance of resources," Gao Rui exclaimed, then reached in her backpack, producing a blueprint which she placed on the table. "As a token of my gratitude for your kindness today, please accept this." Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu exchanged glances and, without further protest, accepted the blueprint. "It's nothing extraordinary, merely a blueprint for a catapult." "Sister Gao, what are your plans for the future?" Su Wanqiu suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui lowered her head and replied softly, I do not know." After a brief silence, she gathered her spirits and declared, "I wish to avenge Meng Yu and Grandpa Li. I must take the life of that wicked woman." Su Wanqiu placed her hand gently on Gao Rui's shoulder, expressing her concern. We will surely capture her." After dinner, Chen Zhou entered the driver's seat to take the wheel, while Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui busily unwrapped packages in the back of the vehicle. It became evident that no woman could resist the joy of unboxing, particularly when the packages were free of charge. "Wow, this dress is stunning," Su Wanqiu exclaimed, rushing to the driver's compartment to hold up a pale pink dress against herself. Zhou, do you think this dress suits me? Chen Zhou, noticing it was a form-fitting dress, smirked and replied, if you wear that, I won't be able to drive. Why not? I'll be too busy looking at you to pay attention to the road. Keep your voice down. Sister Gao is still here. Chen Zhou glanced back at the seating area and then motioned for Su Wanqiu to come closer, whispering, remember to wear it for me tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she murmured, you're incorrigible. She hummed a little tune as she hurried back to the bedroom to place the dress in the wardrobe before returning to continue unwrapping packages. Observing the exchange, Gao Rui's curiosity piqued, and she stealthily leaned towards Su Wanqiu, whispering, are you two a couple? Chapter 25. Sleep with us. Upon hearing Gao Rui's question, Su Wanqiu's face instantly brightened with a blissful smile. Not officially confirmed yet, she replied. Gao Rui, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, how can it still be unconfirmed? She glanced around and continued, there seems to be only one room here. Aren't you two staying together? At this point, Su Wanqiu found herself at a loss for words. Oh dear, Gao Jia, why are you so nosy? She retorted, is there a woman who isn't curious? Please, do tell me. Gao Rui persisted relentlessly. Yes, we're sharing a room, Su Wanqiu eventually divulged. Gao Rui wore an expression of knowing certainty. I knew it. A solitary man and woman in one room. You two are a perfect match. How could you not be together? Are we that obvious? Su Wanqiu asked, incredulous. Until now, they had not engaged in any intimate gestures. How did Gao Rui perceive them as a couple? Gao Rui rolled her eyes. Please, the chemistry between you two is palpable. I'm not blind. As they exchanged glances, both erupted into laughter. Chen Zhou, who was driving, heard the laughter emanating from the back of the vehicle and wondered what they were discussing that was so amusing. Beep, beep, beep. The radar suddenly emitted a warning signal. He glanced up, noting that the supply box was located 980 meters to their left. The two women, having heard the sound, joined him in the cabin. Wan, help me clip the walkie-talkie to the brim of my hat. I'll go down to open the box shortly, he instructed. Okay, Su Wanqiu replied as Chen Zhou slowed down and leaned over to his sister. Just then, Gao Rui interjected, no need, let me handle it. My abilities not only allow me to conceal my form, but also my scent and heat. In this scenario, I am the most suitable choice. Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu were momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to agree or decline. Rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Besides, without you two today, I might have been doomed already. Let me contribute in some way, all right? After listening to Gao Rui's earnest words, Su Wanqiu nodded in agreement. Just be careful, Gao Jia. If anything happens, use this to call us. She handed her walkie-talkie to Gao Rui. Gao Rui paused for a moment upon receiving the walkie-talkie, then nodded affirmatively. No problem. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady halt in the middle of the road. Instead of exiting, Gao Rui turned back into the cabin. Wait, why are you suddenly undressing? Chen Zhou feigned shock, quickly closing his eyes. Su Wanqiu was equally startled, though as a woman, she felt less compelled to shy away. Sorry, I forgot to mention, Gao Rui said while unbuttoning her clothing, I can only make my body invisible, but my clothes cannot vanish. As the last article of clothing was placed on the table, the cabin was left utterly vacant. I'm off, goodbye. Gao Rui's voice echoed unexpectedly, startling both of them. All right, be careful, Sister Gao, Su Wanqiu responded. The car door swung open, and a white dot appeared on the radar, approaching the resource box. Chen Zhou's gaze fell upon a garment on the table, one that was larger than his own head, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Following his line of sight, Su Wanqiu also noticed the absurdly sized clothing. She looked down at herself and sighed, feeling inadequate, far from it. The terror of a D-rank powerhouse was indeed formidable. Zhou, I feel so inferior. Please encourage me more. I too wish to become a D-rank powerhouse. Chen Zhou paused for a moment, then replied, as you command. I shall fulfill this mission. With that, he extended his hand. Just then, the intercom crackled to life with Gao Rui's voice. The intercom is still on. I heard everything. Kuing Aukvatli, Chen Zhou stammeret an Explanation. We were discussing Wan's future fitness regimen. Yes, indeed, our fitness plans. Su Wanqiu chimed in, her face flushed crimson. Fitness? Gao Rui pondered for a moment, but quickly understood. Staying cooped up in the car all day isn't good for our health. Fitness is indeed very important. Next time Wanwan works out, remember to call me. I'd like to join too. After her statement, there was a profound silence over the intercom. Inside the car, the two exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed with the conversation. Chen Zhou mused, the more I explain, the more tangled it becomes. Invite her to the next workout? I only have 2 hands. I can hardly manage. Su Wanqiu was equally bewildered. What was happening? Surely, three's a crowd? That was rather exhilarating. At that moment, Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu were in the driver's seat, tossing the intercom back and forth like a game of hot potato. Neither wanted to wade into this murky water. Suddenly, the intercom emitted a crackling sound, followed by Gao Rui's voice. I've secured the resource box and am preparing to return. Shortly thereafter, Gao Rui's figure appeared on the road. She opened the car door and climbed inside. This time, fortune favored them with 2 blue resource boxes and 1 green one. Approaching the driver's seat, she handed all the resources over to Su Wanqiu. Sister Gao, take these. We only need a portion. With that, Su Wanqiu produced 4 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water, along with a portion of materials. However, Gao Rui firmly refused. I cannot accept that. I'm doing this entirely to express my gratitude to you. Accepting it would make me uncomfortable. Sister Gao, please don't be so polite. Just take it, they insisted, each trying to outdo the other, but to no avail. Chen Zhou quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Let's heed Sister Gao's wishes. We will take everything. Ensuring your kindness is not in vain. Su Wanqiu contemplated for a few moments, then echoed Chen Zhou's sentiments. Yes, we will respect Sister Gao's intentions and not squander your goodwill. Gao Rui, who had previously worn a stern expression, now beamed with joy. That's more like it. Chen Zhou glanced at the time. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Sister, you must be tired. Shall we call a night and rest? Gao Rui shook her head, saying, I am still capable. During the day, you all wasted a great deal of time trying to save me. Now, I shall do my utmost to help you recover some of it. Upon hearing Gao Rui's words, Chen Zhou suddenly felt a profound respect for this young woman before him. She truly was a kind-hearted soul who knew how to repay kindness. At that moment, Su Wanqiu was equally moved, exclaiming, Sister Gao is so impressive. I adore her dearly. Without delay, Chen Zhou started the car, and they continued on their journey. To facilitate Gao Rui's movement, Su Wanqiu promptly offered her a blanket to drape over herself, eliminating the hassle of changing clothes repeatedly. Observing Gao Rui's admirable figure, Su Wanqiu felt a surge of envy. After a night of relentless effort, the convoy had garnered plentiful resources, accumulating nearly 10 days' worth of gasoline and food alone. The materials were abundant. Su Wanqiu even fashioned a new box to store all their provisions. Inside the vehicle, the 3 of them sat around the dining table, each with a glass of ice-cold cola, feeling utterly at ease. You two seem to be living quite comfortably, even enjoying cold cola, Gao Rui remarked. She took a sip of her drink, savoring the flavor. Chen Zhou downed his cola in one go and reached for Su Wanqiu, saying, This is all thanks to Wanqiu. Otherwise, I would still be eating plain gruel. I graciously accept your praise, Su Wanqiu replied with a playful smile, nestled in Chen Zhou's embrace. Her gaze towards him tender and affectionate. Gao Rui playfully commented, You two are rather sweet. She then tilted her head back and took a hearty gulp of her cola. Suddenly, the blanket she had wrapped around herself loosened and slipped off. After a long night of work, she had felt her clothes were a bit musty and had kept the blanket on. Now, however, it inadvertently provided quite the spectacle for the two beside her. Flushing with embarrassment, Gao Rui quickly wrapped the blanket around herself again, apologizing, Oh dear, I'm so sorry to make you witness that. No, it's quite all right. I didn't see anything. Chen Zhou feigned ignorance, though in truth, he had seen everything clearly, seated as he was directly across from Gao Rui. Unfortunately, Su Wanqiu, positioned at a slight angle, could only catch a glimpse, leaving her somewhat unsatisfied. After all, who would want to gaze a little longer at something beautiful? It's getting late. We should rest, Chen Zhou suggested. I'll manage through the night in the driver's seat. Gao Rui stood up, making her way to the front. Why sleep in the driver's seat? The bedroom has a double bed. If we squeeze a bit, we can all fit. Come sleep with us, Su Wanqiu said earnestly, holding Gao Rui's hand. Chapter 26. A warm welcome to the new members sleeping together. Might not be the best idea. Gao Rui cast a furtive glance at Chen Zhou beside her. Her expression somewhat awkward. Don't worry, I'll sleep in the middle, Su Wanqiu remarked nonchalantly. It's fate that we are all together. It would be rather rude for me to occupy the spacious bedroom while others squeeze into the driver's seat. In truth, Gao Rui was also torn about whether to agree. Although sharing a bed felt a tad uncomfortable, she was reluctant to forego the soft mattress for a cramped seat. Moreover, after a day spent together, she held a favorable impression of both Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu. Sleeping together might not be so bad after all. Gao Rui's cheeks flushed as she softly said, I suppose sharing a bed is fine. Great. Let's head to the room, Su Wanqiu exclaimed, linking her arm with Chen Zhou's and taking Gao Rui's hand, leading both into the room. Chen Zhou, who had been a silent observer of the entire scene, found himself utterly dumbfounded. Was it really that easy to agree? Did no one consider his opinion? Even a simple question of whether he preferred the left or right side would have sufficed. Once in the room, Su Wanqiu took charge. Go ye. You take the innermost spot, and Zhou, you can sleep on the outside. All right. They both nodded in agreement. When she awoke, the sun was already bright in the sky. Gao Rui opened her eyes to find Su Wanqiu peacefully sleeping behind her, wrapped in a cozy embrace. However, Chen Zhou was nowhere to be seen. Last night, she had tossed and turned until after 2 in the morning, not because she was not sleepy, but rather due to the restlessness of Su Wanqiu and Chen Zhou. With a sigh, she thought, what on earth is happening here? Gently pushing Su Wanqiu's arm aside, she rose and stepped outside the room, only to find Chen Zhou standing by the sink, rinsing his mouth. What are you doing? Gao Rui exclaimed, her gaze inadvertently fixated on Chen Zhou's well-built physique. She had never encountered a man with such a perfect figure. He resembled a statue standing before her. Startled by her sudden outburst, Chen Zhou responded, Oh, my apologies. I'm not used to having company. I didn't realize you were still here. With that, he hurried back into the room. A moment later, he emerged dressed, followed by a drowsy Su Wanqiu. What is going on with you two? Making such a racket. She yawned, her dark circles hinting at a night of poor rest. In nothing, Gao Rui mumbled, her head lowered in embarrassment. Chen Zhou then shifted the topic. We don't have much time left in the instance. Let us utilize this final stretch to open a few more chests. At this, Su Wanqiu's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Yes. Opening chests is crucial. I'll go rinse my mouth right away. She took Gao Rui's hand, leading her toward the kitchen. Gao Jia, you should join us. Gao Rui, taken aback, could hardly find her voice. Rinsing one's mouth, a term so obscure. Since arriving in this road-bound world, she had not only refrained from rinsing, but even drinking water felt like a luxury. How could such a casual term roll off their tongues with such ease? Arriving at the edge of the pool, Su Wanqiu produced a new bottle of mouthwash and handed it to Gao Rui. Sister Gao, this bottle is for you. We have plenty more, so feel free to use it. Upon seeing the cabinet brimming with mouthwash, Gao Rui suddenly felt an urge to join a bear brigade. In such a dreadful place, who wouldn't he wish to live like a normal person? At that moment, Chen Zhou had already started the car and was speeding down the highway. Occasionally, packages would inexplicably materialize in the cabin. A thought crossed Gao Rui's mind. She grasped Su Wanqiu's hand and earnestly said, Wan, I have an unreasonable request. Sister Gao, please speak. May I join your team? As soon as the words left her lips, Su Wanqiu's eyes widened in surprise, followed by delight. Of course, I was actually worried you might not want to join us. She was more than happy to welcome new members into their group, especially if they were female. After all, girls tend to be more meticulous and communication is often smoother. If a new member were male, she might feel a bit more reserved. Seeing Su Wanqiu agree so readily filled Gao Rui with joy, but she gently reminded, Aren't we supposed to ask Chen Zhou for his opinion? Oh, Sister Gao, you needn't worry. Zhou will definitely agree. With that, she took Gao Rui's hand and led her to the driver's seat, addressing Chen Zhou. Zhou, what do you think about letting Sister Gao join our team? Without hesitation, Chen Zhou replied, "If Gao Mei doesn't mind, I wholeheartedly welcome her." In truth, he had considered inviting Gao Rui to join, given her remarkable talents. Acquiring resources would be incredibly convenient. Even if they encountered dangers that could not be resolved by her stealth abilities, he had a handgun to rely on. Regardless, Gao Rui's inclusion would undoubtedly be beneficial. Moreover, having a new teammate with a grand vision would be a delightful sight each day, significantly uplifting the mood. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's acceptance, the two women embraced excitedly. Subsequently, Chen Zhou initiated a cheer along with Su Wanqiu, calling out, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." At that moment, Gao Rui appeared akin to a bashful schoolgirl, shyly expressing, "Thank you for accepting me. I will do my utmost for the team." "Oh, we are all family here. There is no need for formality," Chen Zhou replied courteously. "Indeed, Sister Gao, from now on we are family, so let us drop the formalities." Su Wanqiu echoed. Gao Rui nodded and then began operating her watch. "I'm sending the team invitation now." Ding. Su Wanqiu's watch chimed with a notification. She quickly tapped a few buttons, and another notification sounded. "Gao Rui has joined the team. Current team members, 311. Are you the team leader?" "Indeed. Then I suppose I must cling tightly to your coattails." "Haha. Then I shall promote you to deputy leader." "So it turns out I'm the only one working here?" Chen Zhou turned his gaze towards the two women, speaking with a tone of melancholy. Chapter 27. Talent Upgrade. The more capable, the more labor. Su Wanqiu approached Chen Zhou, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear. Chen Zhou felt a tingling sensation, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Over the course of a few days, Su Wanqiu had become intimately familiar with Chen Zhou, knowing exactly which areas were off-limits. Naturally, Chen Zhou was no less perceptive. He was acutely aware of his counterpart's weaknesses. The captain's words were commands. "I shall certainly exert myself more." With that, he gently grazed Su Wanqiu's hand with his fingers and promptly unleashed his talent. A wave of tingling warmth enveloped his entire being, prompting Su Wanqiu to emit a soft hum. "How annoying. Why did you suddenly unleash your talent?" She playfully punched Chen Zhou, her voice tinged with mock ire. Thus, the two completely disregarded Gao Rui's feelings and began their playful banter. Gao Rui stood by, intrigued by Chen Zhou's talent, particularly because Su Wanqiu's reaction seemed somewhat unusual. The scene had reminded her of something she had seen in a rather risky film. Could it be that Chen Zhou's talent involved electricity? Or perhaps something indescribable? At that moment, Su Wanqiu concluded her playful antics with Chen Zhou and took Gao Rui's hand to enter the cabin and open their packages. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gao Rui inquired, "What is Chen Zhou's talent?" Zhou's talent is called Divine Assistance, which can enhance the talents of others. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui pondered thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. "This talent seems intriguing. Could he possibly enhance my talent as well?" Su Wanqiu hesitated for a few moments before responding, "He can, but the sensation might be somewhat uncomfortable." Gao Rui remained silent, her mind racing with thoughts. Uncomfortable? Why does it not appear that way at all? Or perhaps each individual has a different threshold for discomfort? The more she contemplated, the more curious she became, deciding that once they exited the dungeon, she would request Chen Zhou to enhance her talent. In the driver's seat, Chen Zhou glanced at the time. There were still a few hours left until the dungeon concluded, and the radar was momentarily quiet. Suddenly, he realized the first drawback of Gao Rui joining their team. Su Wanqiu no longer chatted with him. Previously, she would have been engaging him in lively conversation from the passenger seat, but now she was inside the cabin, enthusiastically unpacking packages with Gao Rui. "TSK, why haven't we encountered any boxes yet? This is a bit dull." He opened the screen and accessed the music player to listen to some tunes. At that moment, he noticed that the dial on his watch had turned yellow. Oh, a notification? He opened the watch, and a pop-up appeared before him. "Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Talent name: Divine Assistance. Quality: SSS grade. Current level: Level 2 upgrade content. The number of talents that can be enhanced daily 1. Effect: can enhance the talents of 2 individuals daily. Next upgrade progress: 0-10 as he reviewed the effects of his talent. Chen Zhou found himself in a quandary. He had previously inquired of Su Wanxiu what the sensation felt like after he unleashed his talent. The memory of that moment lingers. As Su Wanxiu's fair visage flushed with warmth, she remarked that the sensation mirrored that of exertion during physical activity. It was then that he comprehended the magnitude of her prior reactions. Enduring such instances daily, who could possibly withstand it? Now, fortuitously, his innate abilities had been enhanced. Coincidentally, a new member had joined their ranks, a female. When the time came, if Gao Rui approached him seeking to augment her abilities, would he acquiesce or decline? To refuse would seem heartless. Why should Su Wanxiu alone benefit from such enhancement? Would it not appear as if he were favoring one over the other? Yet, to agree would lead to greater awkwardness, as she might think. Well, you two are constantly indulging in flirtation right before my eyes, making it impossible for me to exist peacefully. After much contemplation, he found no suitable resolution. He decided to abandon the matter entirely, leaving everything to fate. Subsequently, they opened 2 more resource chests. Although the yield was not as bountiful as that of the evening, it remained substantial. Both rounds of resources were acquired through Gao Rui's talents. For ease of movement, Su Wanxiu relinquished her bodycon dress for Gao Rui to don, while a blanket could suffice. It proved cumbersome for unpacking deliveries. In comparison, a dress was far more practical. However, several drawbacks arose. Gao Rui's formidable prowess distracted Chen Zhou from the task at hand. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, vowing that Chen Zhou must bolster her strength daily. As for Gao Rui, she had grown accustomed to the gaze of others. Previously, she deliberately wore loose-fitting attire to evade unwanted attention. The thought of donning a bodycon dress was utterly out of the question. Yet now, it mattered little. Regardless of her attire, only Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu observed her. As their familiarity deepened, her concerns waned. Thus, when Su Wanxiu offered her the dress, Gao Rui readily accepted. Upon witnessing their reactions, she felt no discomfort, rather, a hint of delight. In contrast to the lascivious stares she had previously endured, the gazes of these two were filled solely with admiration and envy. She teasingly remarked to Su Wanxiu, "Do not be disheartened, Wan. Although your abilities may not match mine, being a sea-level powerhouse is still commendable. Given time, you shall surely catch up to my prowess, and together we can debut." Encouraged by her words, Su Wanxiu's spirits soared as she raised her fist towards Chen Zhou, exclaiming, "Ah Zhou, did you hear that? You must strive twice as hard to help me ascend to D-level strength." Chen Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the chuckling Gao Rui, rubbed his sore wrist, and responded with resignation, "All right, I shall certainly exert myself doubly." Before long, only 10 minutes remained until the dungeon's closure. Chen Zhou resolved to conserve fuel and cease driving. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui were tallying their resources. During their time in the dungeon, they had amassed over 30 resource chests. Food and fuel comprised the majority, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. The primary materials had surpassed 100 units, with iron and plastic exceeding 200. Additionally, they had acquired 12 blueprints. However, the majority of the blueprints are merely redundant, with only 6 proving to be of utility: 2 for upgrading the water collector, 1 for modifying the headlights, 1 for enhancing the tires, 1 for upgrading the cooling suit, and finally, 1 featuring the highest quality water circulation system for vehicles. They prioritized utilizing the relatively uncomplicated blueprints for the water collector upgrade, successfully elevating it to level 5. As a result, they can now procure 10 liters of purified water daily. Although each person's allocation is limited to merely 3 liters, it suffices for both washing and drinking. If they conserve it judiciously, they can accumulate water over several days for personal hygiene. As for the remaining blueprints, they intend to set them aside for the time being, focusing their energies on the impending weather catastrophe set to unfold in a day. To this end, Su Wanxiu crafted a cooling suit for Gao Rui. Unexpectedly, the cooling suit possesses the ability to become invisible in accordance with Gao Rui's innate talent, eliminating a need for frequent changes of attire as was necessary the previous day. Nonetheless, Gao Rui harbors a dislike for the cooling suit, finding it somewhat unattractive and comical in appearance. Furthermore, the fit is excessively constricting at the front, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her preference remains with the form-fitting dress. Ultimately, the trio gathered at the dining table, ready to partake in breakfast. Su Wanqiu presented a large platter of delectable fried chicken pieces, accompanied by a bottle of ketchup. Just as they were indulging in their meal, Su Wanqiu suddenly inquired, "When shall we return to the rest area for a shower?" Chapter 28. Gao Rui's Gift Upgrade. Master of concealment at the dining table. Three individuals savored a large platter of fried chicken pieces. Su Wanqiu picked up a piece, dipped it into the adjacent ketchup, and consumed it whole. As she ate, she inquired, "When shall we visit the rest area for a shower again?" "Did we not just come out?" Chen Zhou replied, grabbing 2 pieces of chicken and swallowing them in one go. Moreover, there is an entrance fee. It costs 200 iron coins to access. Gao Rui was taken aback. "You two have actually showered?" She pondered. "What is this rest area? I've never heard of it before." Setting down her fried chicken, she expressed her confusion. "What are you talking about? Showers and rest areas?" Clinking, Chen Zhou produced a key and slid it across the table towards Gao Rui. "You'll understand once you see this." She picked up the key, glanced at its attributes, and was instantly flustered. "How do you possess such an item?" "Unpacked it from a delivery," Chen Zhou replied nonchalantly after clearing the level. "You can rest in the rest area for 24 hours, shower, and have something to eat." Su Wanqiu added, "The fried chicken we're eating now was packed from the rest area." Gao Rui grew even more excited. "When will you take me there? I want a shower too. I long for a shower, and then to feast on roasted turkey." Su Wanqiu reclined in her chair, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhou said, "Let us first assess the situation regarding the impending weather disaster. If conditions permit, we shall visit the rest area once more." Upon hearing this, both women nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, the dungeon was about to close. Suddenly, the scenery outside the vehicle flickered, and they found themselves back in the blistering desert. Time, day 6, hour, 16:05. Interior temperature, 26 C. Exterior temperature, 45 C. Weather, clear. Chen Zhou resumed his role as the driver, accelerating along the highway. Gao Rui obediently donned her cooling suit. While she could endure the 45 C heat, it was unnecessary with the cooling suit available. She was not one to suffer unnecessarily. "It's still daytime. I'll handle the driving. You two can unpack the delivery," she suggested. In the driver's compartment, Chen Zhou also retrieved his cooling suit, placing it in the passenger seat in preparation. "All right, be careful." Zhou, Su Wanqiu pecked him on the cheek before heading to the cabin to unpack the delivery. Gao Rui had grown accustomed to such displays. This couple often engaged in such affectionate gestures. Yet, for someone who had never experienced romance, she felt a twinge of longing in her heart. Suddenly sensing a gaze upon him, Chen Zhou turned to look, only to meet Gao Rui's eyes. He nodded and smiled at her, then asked, "What is up, Gao?" Gao Rui snapped back to reality, her gaze evasive. "Nothing, just lost in thought for a moment." "Oh, all right." With that, Chen Zhou turned his attention back to driving. However, Gao Rui's thoughts churned like a turbulent river. "What was I just thinking about? Why do I find myself gazing at Chen Zhou? He already has Su Wanqiu. What am I even anticipating? Yet, Chen Zhou possesses a certain charm, and his physique is commendable. Surely, it is harmless to admire him from a distance." With this thought, she discreetly cast a glance toward the driver's cabin. At that moment, Chen Zhou happened to notice a resource box by the roadside. He parked the vehicle, removed his shirt, and donned the cooling suit. "I'll go open the box. You all stay in the car." "All right, be careful, Zhou." Su Wanqiu greeted him, only to observe Gao Rui gazing dreamily at the driver's cabin. "Sister Gao, what are you looking at?" "I'm admiring Chen Zhou. His outfit is rather amusing." "Ha ha ha. I felt the same when I first saw him in the cooling suit." At that moment, Gao Rui felt her heart leap in her throat. How did she let that slip? However, Chen Zhou's talent was genuinely extraordinary. 3 hours later, night fell. Beep, beep, beep. The radar emitted a warning sound. "I'll handle the boxes tonight." Gao Rui approached the driver's cabin and addressed Chen Zhou. "Could you assist me in enhancing my talent?" Upon hearing this, he hesitated, casting a desperate glance at Su Wanqiu for help. "Sister Gao, Zhou's talent might be a bit overwhelming. Prepare yourself mentally." "All right, I'll try to endure it." After Su Wanqiu nodded, Chen Zhou grasped Gao Rui's fingers. "Get ready. I'm about to unleash my talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Rue suddenly trembled, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the ground. Sister Gao, are you all right? Miss, how do you feel? They hurriedly helped Gao Rue to her feet and guided her to the passenger seat. After a few moments, she waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Then, she opened the door, but as her fingers touched the handle, the entire vehicle vanished from sight, or rather, it became transparent. Su Wanqiu looked up at the starry sky, excitement bubbling within her. Sister Gao, your talent has leveled up. Gao Rue checked her watch and discovered that her talent had reached level 3. Talent name: Master of Concealment. Quality S. Upgrade progress 620. Current level 2-1. Talent effect: render the body transparent while concealing scent and body temperature. Enhanced effect: temporary render tangible objects touch transparent. The effect dissipates upon separation. Now, she could not only make herself invisible, but also conceal the objects she touched. Although the vehicle became transparent, the occupants remained visible. At that moment, the trio seemed to float in midair until Gao Rue withdrew her hand from the door handle, at which point the vehicle returned to its solid state. Let me hold your hands to see if we can become invisible together. With that, she took hold of both their hands and activated her talent. Indeed, the reflections of the three vanished from the windshield. Once they released their grip, their reflections reappeared. It worked. Sister Gao, you're incredible. All right, I'm off to open the box now. With that, Gao Rue opened the car door and stepped outside. In the next moment, her figure vanished into the darkness. Bang, 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 the boxes by the roadside sprang open. Several black wolves leapt out, scanning their surroundings, yet finding no trace of prey. As they noticed a car parked nearby, preparing to launch their attack, Chen Zhou had already pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly fleeing the scene. Inside the vehicle, Gao Rue removed her clothing hat and tossed her hair back. Of course, other parts of her also shook slightly. Su Wanqiu handed her a glass of water, inquiring, Sister Gao, you must be exhausted. Please take a sip. Thank you, Wan, Gao Rue replied. Taking a sip of water and continuing, the haul was rather average. 3 blue boxes, 1 white box, and 2 green boxes containing beasts, but only materials inside. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou nodded. Actually, that is quite decent. With you around, the efficiency of opening boxes has significantly improved. Su Wanqiu chimed in, indeed. If it were just me and Zhou opening the boxes, it would take us a great deal of time. Gao Rue humbly waved her hand. Oh, it's merely good fortune. Having good talents certainly makes things easier. At that moment, Su Wanqiu suddenly nestled into Gao Rue's embrace, gently saying, Sister Gao's charm cannot be defined merely by talents. What I cherish is the inner beauty. Gao Rue was flattered by these words, unable to resist the urge to pinch Su Wanqiu's cheek. Observing this heartwarming scene, Chen Zhou couldn't help but display a knowing smile. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 29. The rewards from the instance dungeon arrive at the stroke of midnight. The watches of the 3 companions emitted a simultaneous alert. Instance dungeon, Misty Forest. Conclusion of the challenge begins. Congratulations to your team for clearing the instance dungeon. Rewards are being distributed based on your performance. Player, Bear Team. Open resource boxes, 35. New members. Member losses, Nibis eliminated, 43. Item points earned, 6,047. Regional ranking. First place, rewards obtained. Blue resource boxes 5. Talent upgrade coupons 3. Weapon upgrade coupons 1. Basic material packs 20. First place title 1. Reward distribution complete, allocated to the team upon reading this announcement. The 3 individuals joyously embraced one another. We are in first place. How wonderful. Truly deserving of our efforts. In this moment, I must express my gratitude to my 2 beautiful teammates. Without you, our team would not be where it is today. The 2 women erupted into laughter at Chen Zhou's words. Zhou is amazing too, one remarked. Indeed, you're the best support for the team, the other added. At this juncture, the trio transformed into a chorus of compliments, praising one another. Chen Zhou uncorked a fresh bottle of cola, pouring each of them a glass. Cheers, he exclaimed. Cheers. After a brief celebration, they eagerly retrieved their rewards. Each of them received a talent coupon. Chen Zhou produced 3 golden tickets from his backpack. distributing one to each. Su Wanqiu then presented a ticket to Chen Zhou, saying, "Give the weapon upgrade coupon to Ah Zhou. It's perfect for upgrading your pistol." Meanwhile, Gao Rui laid out all the boxes and material packs on the floor, eager to open them all at once. As they held the coupons in their hands, their watches chimed once more. Detected usable coupons. Would you like to use them now? The three exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed the confirmation button. The coupons in their hands transformed into golden specks of light, merging into their watches. Subsequently, the watch face illuminated with a golden glow, signaling the completion of their talent upgrades. Chen Zhou opened his attribute list and noted the changes in the talent section. Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Talent name: God level support, quality, SSS-level, current level. Level 3, upgrade details, daily talent enhancement slots increased by 1. Effect: can enhance the talents of 3 individuals daily. Next upgrade progress. 120, is it merely an additional enhancement slot? It feels somewhat underwhelming. A stronger effect would have been preferable. Chen Zhou mused, his spirits slightly dampened. He then inquired about the others' upgrades. 1-1. What effect did your talent upgrade yield? It changed from delivering a package within 15 kilometers to 10 kilometers. Considering Ah Zhou's upgrade, my effect now extends the duration of a single talent release. And what about you, Ah Zhou? It increased the number of targets for talent release. In light of the recent developments, it appears that Su Wanqiu's talent enhancement yields the most remarkable results, effectively halving the distance, which translates to doubling the number of deliveries received each day. The upgrade effects of the other 2 individuals are less commendable, bordering on mediocre. Let us examine the efficacy of the weapon upgrade voucher. As he held the voucher in his hand, a notification appeared. Detected usable voucher. Would you like to use it now? He pressed the confirmation button, prompting a new dialog box to emerge. Please select the object of use. Colt 1911 pistol, mountaineering knife. After selecting the pistol, the golden voucher vanished, and a prominent checkmark icon appeared on his watch. He retrieved the pistol and summoned the attribute panel, discovering an additional new effect. Colt 1911, category, weapon, quality, purple durability, 500 effect, timeless classic. The pistol's durability is enhanced, increasing by 400. Follow-up, infinite bullets, but requires a 3-second reloading time. Steady as a rock, reduces recoil by 20. The recoil of this firearm has been diminished by 20. Chen Zhou remarked while heading towards the driver's seat. Let me step outside and give it a try. Upon exiting the vehicle, he fired 3 rounds into the open air. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to control the upward rise of the muzzle. Now, it remains steady without excessive strain. How's that? 2 heads emerged from the car window, with Su Wanqiu below and Gao Rui perched above her. It was Gao Rui's first encounter with a real firearm, and naturally, she was eager to partake in the excitement. Not bad, not bad, Chen Zhou expressed with a satisfied smile as he returned to the car. Next, he turned his attention to the crate and the material pack. As the name suggests, the material pack contained fundamental resources. The items within the crate were considerably more diverse, including blueprints, materials, medical supplies, tools, and food. Among the 5 blue resource boxes, it was noteworthy that 3 blueprints and 1 tool were included: a sofa blueprint, a toilet blueprint, a radar upgrade blueprint, and a bottle of defensive spray. Chen Zhou found it perplexing that even items such as toilets and sofas could only be obtained from blue resource boxes. The thought that individuals risk their lives to obtain blueprints, only to potentially receive a toilet or a sofa, filled him with a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, the radar upgrade blueprint held significant value. As for the final defensive spray, he found it quite intriguing. Item name: defensive spray. Category: tool. Quality: blue. Volume: 500 milliliters. Effect: spraying on the body or an object can enhance its defensive capabilities. Could it function similarly to sunscreen, providing immediate effects when applied? Su Wanqiu gazed at the small white bottle in her hand, feeling a surge of eagerness. Why don't you spray it on your arm, and I'll test it with a slash? Chen Zhou suggested, brandishing the mountaineering knife near her arm. Forget it. You tried instead, Su Wanqiu retorted, tossing the spray to Chen Zhou and hiding behind Gao Rui. Sister Gao, look, Ah Zhou is bullying me. Gao Rui promptly utilized her talent to render her body invisible, stating, Just pretend I'm not here." With a light-hearted chuckle, they tidied up their belongings and prepared to resume their journey. The materials were still sufficiently plentiful, so you all should proceed to create the blueprints you just acquired. Indeed, we shall ensure the task is accomplished. Su Wanshu's response was prompt and resolute, earning her a gentle kiss from Chen Zhou. Once he had conveyed the instructions, Chen Zhou made his way to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. At that moment, Gao Rui appeared, leaning in to whisper to Su Wanshu. "Wanshu, why does Chen Zhou seem more like the captain than you?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanshu lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting because listening to Ah Zhou grants me kisses. Gao Rui's cheeks flushed with intrigue as she inquired, "What does a kiss feel like?" "Huh? Sister Gao, you are so beautiful. Yet you've never had a boyfriend?" "Not all. I have been single since birth." Su Wanshu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon an incredible revelation. "Forget that for now. Tell me what a kiss feels like." "Well, it feels soft, your heart races, and you can't help but smile." Gao Rui pondered for a long while, yet could not conjure that sensation in her mind. "What are you two whispering about back there?" Chen Zhou's head poked into the cabin. The two had been chattering and laughing, but their voices were too soft to discern their words. "It's nothing, Ah Zhou. Just focus on driving." Just as Chen Zhou was about to say something, he noticed the two exchanged a few more hushed words before sneaking off into the bedroom. Moments later, they emerged, their expressions somewhat enigmatic. "What were you two doing in there?" Chen Zhou couldn't help but ask. "Oh, nothing much. Just discussing topics only girls would understand." "Don't pry, Ah Zhou." Seeing Su Wanshu's serious demeanor, Chen Zhou refrained from pressing further. Yet, he caught a glimpse of something curious in their actions. Su Wanshu subtly wiped the corner of Gao Rui's mouth. These two had undoubtedly indulged in some delightful treats while behind closed doors. Chapter 30. What a misfortune after an entire night spent opening boxes. Chen Zhou finally parked his vehicle at 3:30 in the morning, ready to rest. Su Wanshu and Gao Rui had already finished their evening routines and retired to the bedroom early. Before they left, they reminded him to check out the newly crafted item in the corridor. Upon exiting the driver's cabin and entering the compartment, he noticed a sofa had been added to the hallway. It seemed they had finally made the sofa for him to try out. He reclined upon it, and in the next moment, a panel sprang forth beside the sofa. Fabric sofa, category, prop, quality, blue, durability, 100 effect, increases energy recovery speed by 5, an increase of merely 5 in recovery speed, yet it was quite soft. After lying there for a while, he scrolled through the messages on the regional channel, where numerous teams were sharing their joy over upgraded vehicles. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to rise and head to the workshop. After rummaging through the storage box for a while, he finally located the dilapidated electric bike. Vehicle name, electric bike, quality, F, status, scrapped, materials required for repair. Iron blocks 10, plastic 20, electronic components 3, fabric 2. Materials obtained from decomposition. Iron blocks 3, plastic 5, fabric 1, vehicle core 1. Upon reading the information displayed, he couldn't help but scoff. This clearly suggests that I should decompose it. The vehicle core obtained from decomposition would be precisely what he needed to construct the vehicle's water circulation system. He retrieved the blueprint and input it into the workbench, only to find that he still required 10 electronic components. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dismantle the electric bike. Once all materials were gathered, he would directly create the water circulation system. Tossing the scrapped electric bike into the workbench, the screen indicated that decomposition would take 2 hours. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 4 in the morning. It was too late. Sleep came first. He left the workshop and approached the bedroom door, gently pushing it open. Why is the light still on in the room? What could those two be doing instead of sleeping? He tiptoed inside, only to discover a bulging blanket that was shifting about. He could even hear the sound of smacking lips emanating from beneath it. What on earth were these two up to? Surely they weren't sneaking snacks? So, they thought they could indulge behind my back. Now they've been caught. Quietly approaching the bedside, he yanked the corner of the blanket aside. What are you sneaking? Hand it over now. On the bed, the two women quickly separated, their faces flushed like ripe cherries. Ah Zhou, when did you come in? You should have knocked before entering. Chen Zhou stood frozen in place. What had he just witnessed? At that moment, he was so shocked that his words stumbled out. You You too. Were you eating? No sooner had he spoken than the room erupted into chaos. Zhou, let me explain. Chen Zhou, it's not what you think. I saw everything. What are you two trying to argue about? The three of them engaged in a cacophony of dialogue, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a few minutes of intense back and forth, the two finally conceded to their earlier actions. Sister Gao was merely trying to experiment, and I was just lending a hand. So why you insistive? Are you implying that Sister Gao is envious of our interactions and wishes to partake in them as well? Chen Zhou endeavored to grasp the underlying rationale, although it was rather abstract. Indeed, that's precisely the case, Su Wanqiu affirmed with a nod. Chen Zhou found himself momentarily speechless, his mind a tumult of confusion. Unsure of how to respond, he lamented that he should have feigned ignorance from the outset. Otherwise, the situation would not have escalated to such theatrical proportions. Don't be upset. Zhou, Sister Gao and I shall refrain from such antics in the future, Su Wanqiu pleaded, clinging to Chen Zhou's arm in a continuous display of contrition. Gao Rui had remained silent, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts. After a prolonged pause, she suddenly began to sob and spoke. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If you despise me, Chen Zhou, please feel free to expel me from the group. Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu were taken aback, especially Chen Zhou, whose scalp tingled with disbelief. Was this truly a scene reminiscent of a novel's dramatic climax? Being in such a tumultuous situation indeed left one feeling overwhelmed. Should he really consider dismissing Gao Rui? Surely, it hadn't reached such a dire state. It wasn't that he harbored animosity towards her. It was merely uncertainty about how to face her moving forward. What should he do now? Should he attempt to retain her presence? Or perhaps offer some consolation first? After a fervent internal debate, Chen Zhou finally spoke. Sister Gao, there's no need for such extremes. There's still room for reconciliation. I don't dislike you. We can coexist harmoniously. No sooner had he uttered those words than Su Wanqiu chimed in. Yes. I'm not that petty. In fact, having more people makes things lively. Since no one is overseeing us right now, why concern ourselves with trivial matters? As soon as Su Wanqiu finished her statement, both Chen Zhou and Gao Rui turned to her in astonishment. Chen Zhou thought to himself, is that truly what I meant? I was contemplating a separation. How did it suddenly become about enjoying the company? Are you certain your Haven team has spoken? Gao Rui appeared equally stunned, though her expression was predominantly one of elation. Was there truly such a possibility? Had she known that Wanqiu harbored such thoughts, she wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. After a moment of contemplation, she posed an unexpectedly bold question. So, shall we all be together? To her surprise, Su Wanqiu responded without hesitation, of course. Sisters walked together for a lifetime. Thus, the two reached a cheerful consensus. However, Chen Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body tingling from head to toe. Wait a moment. What has transpired? How had the situation devolved so dramatically? If what they suggested were to come to pass, he would undoubtedly be left utterly depleted, with nary a trace remaining. That night was restless, filled with tumultuous thoughts. When he awoke the next day, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Su Wanqiu entered, holding a cup of water in her hand. Here, Zhou, drink this. Oh, all right. Chen Zhou, still not entirely awake, propped up his weary body and instinctively reached for the cup she offered. However, upon noticing the nearly half-filled cup of red goji berries, he opened his mouth to speak, only to have Su Wanqiu pinch his nose and force the liquid into his mouth. Finish it all, or you shall be naughty. By the way, you can take the day off today. Sister Gao will be driving. We can manage, so don't worry. After saying this, Su Wanqiu gently helped Chen Zhou lie down and tucked in the corners of his blanket. Tonight let's rest for now. You'll know by evening. With that, Su Wanqiu gracefully exited the room, blowing Chen Zhou a playful kiss before closing the door with a soft thud. Chen Zhou stared at the ceiling, feeling a surge of frustration, and struck the bed with his fist, exclaiming, "What a predicament." Chapter 31. The vehicle successfully ascends to level 4, time, day 7 time, 1730, interior temperature, 26, exterior temperature, 45, weather, clear, after taking a brief nap. Chen Zhou felt a modicum of energy returning to him. Stepping outside his room, he observed Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui engaged in light-hearted conversation, laughter echoing in the air. Wanwans, you were single before too. How do you know so much? Su Wanxiu exclaimed. Oh, haven't you ever seen a pig run after not eating one? Naturally. I learned it from the movies. Unable to tolerate their banter any longer, Chen Zhou interjected, could you possibly discuss something more beneficial during daylight hours? Upon hearing Chen Zhou's voice, Su Wanxiu joyfully leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, Ah Zhou, give me a hug. Gao Rui, who was driving, eagerly halted the vehicle and joined them in the embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, Zhou Bao, you've arrived. As Chen Zhou looked down at the two heads nestled in his arms, his heart softened instantly. You two must have worked hard today. Not at all, they replied in unison. At that moment, Su Wanxiu whispered something into Chen Zhou's ear. Upon hearing her words, Chen Zhou's body jolted, and he responded with a trembling voice, All right, I promise. After switching places with Gao Rui, he noticed a remarkable change in the radar display on the windshield. The once monochromatic background had transformed into a vibrant route map, and the radar's detection range had doubled. However, the functionalities remained unchanged, with the radar only depicting a single road, as the surrounding landscape was dominated by an endless expanse of desert, leaving little to showcase. This morning, Wanxiu and I opened several crates, but we didn't find anything of high value, although we did acquire a few weapon blueprints, Gao Rui mentioned. Retrieving 2 blueprints from her backpack and handing them to Chen Zhou. Upon examination, he discovered one was a Molotov cocktail blueprint and the other a spear blueprint. The materials required were quite simple. The Molotov cocktail necessitated either a bottle of alcohol or gasoline, accompanied by a piece of cloth, while the spear required merely 2 wooden planks. Both blueprints boasted unlimited usage. We could prepare a few Molotov cocktails. They might come in handy, he suggested. Sounds good, Gao Rui replied, turning towards the workstation. Shortly thereafter, Su Wanxiu approached with delightful news. Ah Zhou, we have gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle to level 4. Shall we proceed with the upgrade today? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou navigated to the vehicle upgrade interface on the central control screen, and indeed, checkmarks appeared next to all required materials. Let us upgrade it now, he declared, pressing the confirmation button and beckoning Gao Rui to disembark. The 3 of them stood outside the vehicle, awaiting the countdown on the holographic screen to conclude. 20 minutes to wait? How exasperating. Chen Zhou could not help but complain. He turned to the roadside, gazing at the sun suspended above the horizon. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui flanked him, their arms linked with his, their heads resting upon his shoulders. The snug fit of the cooling suit against his skin made Chen Zhou acutely aware of a unique pressure on his arms. Before long, the vehicle's upgrade was complete. Vehicle name: medium box truck, level, for quality, speed, 120 kilometers H fuel tank, 3100 L, fuel consumption, 10 kilometers L, modification slots, 110 accessory installation, 210. Chen Zhou glanced at the vehicle information on his watch, noting that fuel consumption had indeed risen again. How much gasoline do we have in stock? He inquired. Exactly 1,000 liters, replied Su Wanxiu, who had just organized the supplies today and was well aware of the quantities. Chen Zhou quickly calculated, given the current fuel consumption, 1,000 liters would last at most a week. What time did you dispatch the vehicle today? Gao Rui pondered for a few seconds before responding. Around 3 in the afternoon. We were busy late into the night, so the dispatch was delayed a bit. Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, saying it's all right. From now on, we'll only travel at night. No more daytime dispatches. Why? The current fuel consumption is excessively high. The cargo during the day consists of white and green boxes, which may not necessarily yield fuel. However, the boxes at night are predominantly capable of generating fuel, so it is best to operate during the night. After hearing Chen Zhou's analysis, the 2 women weighed their options internally. Indeed, according to this world's definition of time, the period from 19 to 5 o'clock the next day qualifies as night. We can plan our schedules accordingly. Gao Rui swiftly devised the next steps. Chen Zhou nodded in agreement, finding the plan feasible. Shall we take a look at the new vehicle? With that, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the 2 women and entered the vehicle. Before them lay a spacious driver's cabin, with 2 additional seats positioned behind the main and co-driver seats. Beside the seats was a sliding door leading to the rear compartment. Upon entering, the space expanded considerably, and a room appeared on the right side of the corridor. What is this room for? Gao Rui entered the room, curiosity piqued. It was empty, estimating only 5 or 6 square meters in size. Chen Zhou shook his head, indicating he was unsure. Su Wanxiu, however, provided an answer. Raising her watch, this is a newly upgraded feature, Room DIY. We can rename the room, add organizational functionalities, and modify its dimensions, though the total space of the vehicle remains fixed. Additionally, we can install various accessories in this room, such as a toilet. At this point, Chen Zhou had a sudden inspiration. Then we could transform this room into a restroom. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui immediately grasped the implication. If we establish a water circulation system, we might truly be able to accomplish that. Su Wanxiu was thrilled. That's wonderful. Finally, we won't have to dispose of our waste daily. At that moment, all three turned their gaze towards the bucket in the corner. Previously, they had all addressed their disposal needs there. The blueprint for the bucket was obtained one night when Chen Zhou opened a box, leading him to create one and place it in the corner as a makeshift toilet. This way, there is no need to dash outside each time for convenience. Every time he steps out and returns, he seems to darken by 2 degrees. With the introduction of the bucket, the process has become significantly more convenient. One merely needs to place a plastic bag over it and discard out the window once finished. However, it is crucial to ensure a steady grip when tossing it out. Chen Zhou exhibited a sense of impatience. Do we have enough materials to construct the water recycling system? Su Wanxiu accessed the storage box panel on her watch, her expression revealing a hint of concern as she replied, "Well, we just upgraded the car, and resources are a bit scarce." Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, with a bit of effort tonight, it should be manageable." With that, he moved to the driver's seat and revved the engine, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Chapter 32. The arrival of weather catastrophe this night was the most exhausting for the trio. As long as the vehicle was in motion, Chen Zhou's foot never relinquished the accelerator. Whenever they encountered a resource box, Gao Rui dashed to open it with the speed of a sprinter. As for Su Wanxiu, she was busy unboxing deliveries while also wiping Gao Rui's sweat and handing her water. Throughout the night, the three operated like a meticulously wound machine, their efficiency at its zenith. Given that their convoy now consisted of just 3 members, the number of boxes per wave had increased to 6. Before dawn broke, they had amassed 12 waves, totaling 72 resource boxes, a bountiful harvest indeed. Furthermore, the quantity of deliveries they received was staggering. After 2 upgrades, Su Wanxiu's talent had evolved to yield 1 delivery package for every 10 kilometers. Coupled with Chen Zhou's enhanced abilities, they now secured 1 delivery package every 5 kilometers. Over the course of the night, they tore through more than 200 packages, leaving Su Wanxiu's hands trembling from the effort. When they finally parked, there were still over 100 packages left unopened. Exhausted to the point of incapacity, Su Wanxiu slumped in her chair, her fatigue evident. Gao Rui leaned against her, equally spent. After a night of running, her legs felt utterly worn out. Chen Zhou, having driven for 10 consecutive hours, was fatigued as well, though he fared slightly better than the 2 women. Thus, he took it upon himself to tackle the task of unboxing the deliveries. Little did he know how taxing this endeavor was on his back. Even with a small stool to sit on, the constant bending to open packages would wear out even the most resilient. After unboxing over 100 deliveries and organizing the contents, he glanced up to find dawn's light creeping in. At that moment, Su Wanxiu approached excitedly, exclaiming, "Zhou, come quickly. We managed to set up a toilet." At her words, Chen Zhou sprang to his feet and followed her to the small room. Gao Rui stood beside the toilet, her joy palpable. "Zhou, come here. This toilet is flushable." Chen Zhou turned to see a toilet that was as ordinary as could be. Yet, for him, it signified a leap in quality of life. He sat down to test it and found it satisfactory, just the right feeling. The edge of the previous bucket had been too thin, making each sit uncomfortable. A proper toilet was indeed far more pleasant. Rising from the toilet, he nodded in approval. "Not bad at all. How did you manage this?" At that moment, the 2 women seemed eager to take credit, leading him to a corner where a metal canister stood. "Zhou, look over here. Behind them stood a half-person-high, white, cylindrical object. Gao Rue gently pressed a finger on its surface, causing a semi-transparent panel to spring out. The panel displayed a myriad of buttons and icons, appearing rather intricate. It revealed the water usage throughout the vehicle. Our primary water source remains the rainwater collector, but can purify and recycle used wastewater for repeated use. Additionally, it can automatically generate water supply pipes in rooms where water is needed. Hai Rue and Su Wanxiu were animatedly presenting their ideas, while Chen Zhou operated the panel for a few moments, successfully adding a faucet to the kitchen sink. With this addition, we could now use water for washing up in the kitchen. Next, we aim to prioritize upgrading the water collector to achieve the freedom of water usage. After Chen Zhou finished speaking, both women nodded in agreement and immediately began to dream of the day when they would enjoy such freedom. I want to install a bathtub in the bathroom, so I can indulge in bubble baths every day. Su Wanxiu was the first to share her vision. However, Gao Rue interjected, suggesting that she lacked ambition. Wan, you should be bolder. Just put a swimming pool in the car. But a pool is so large. It probably won't fit in the car, she replied. That's why I'm telling you to think bigger. Chen Zhou then wrapped his arms around both women's shoulders and reassured them. Don't worry, it will all come to fruition. As the trio exited the bathroom and prepared to return to their bedroom, their watches simultaneously emitted alert tones. Congratulations, everyone, on successfully completing the 7-day novice protection period. You will now face the true test. The survival world has returned to normal. Weather disaster. The scorching inferno has commenced. This weather disaster will last for 7 days. Please do your utmost to survive. It's indeed a heat wave. Chen Zhou muttered to himself. The steadily rising temperatures indicated that the initial weather disaster was undoubtedly related to extreme heat. Yet, he pondered how high the temperature would ultimately reach. Look, the temperature is rising so quickly, Su Wanxiu exclaimed, pointing at the temperature display on the windshield. Following her gaze, Chen Zhou noticed the numbers representing the temperature rapidly escalating. In less than a minute, the external temperature surged from 45 to 55 degrees Celsius. This weather feels like a sauna. How are we going to open the box? Gao Rue anxiously glanced at Chen Zhou, who had already turned and entered the workshop. Come quickly. The two women exchanged glances before following him inside. I found it. Right here. Chen Zhou produced 2 blueprints and fed one into the workstation. Car air conditioning upgrade blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage count, 1 time. Effect, upgrades the car air conditioning to level 2, capable of functioning between -20°C and 100°C. Required materials. Iron blocks 80, plastic 50, electronic components 20. He had just realized that if the outside temperature escalated to an outrageous degree, the car's air conditioning and their cooling suits might not withstand it. Fortunately, both items had upgrade blueprints, though he had not managed to work on them until now. Alas, we are short on electronic components. Chen Zhou scratched his head, contemplating whether he needed to open more boxes. How many are we lacking? I could trade for some. Su Wanxiu activated her watch and began browsing the information in the trading market. Chen Zhou slapped his forehead, recalling that he had forgotten about the trading aspect. They were short by 13 electronic components. Subsequently, he retrieved the upgrade blueprint for the cooling suit. Blueprint for upgraded cooling suit. Quality, blue. Usage count, 5 times. Effect, upgrades the cooling suit to level 2. Operational between 10 and 100. Require materials. Plastic 50. Fabric 100. Electronic components 5. 1. We currently require 28 electronic components. The cooling suits for the 3 of us must undoubtedly be upgraded. All right, please hold on for a moment. Su Wanxiu's fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Following the recent weather catastrophe, the demand for water and ice blocks in the trading market has surged dramatically. Some affluent yet unfortunate convoys have spent lavishly to acquire the blueprints for the cooling suits. Presently, the highest price has escalated to an exchange of 1,000 liters of gasoline for a single blueprint. Naturally, most individuals who diligently open boxes each day have successfully procured cooling suits and vehicle air conditioners. Surviving this weather disaster is certainly within reach. Soon, Su Wanxiu received jubilant news, a successful trade. A bottle of cola and 5 packs of instant noodles garnered 50 electronic components. Wow, Wan, you are amazing. Gao Hui, who had been observing Su Wanxiu's bargaining prowess the entire time, was utterly in awe of her negotiating skills. Chen Zhou, having witnessed her bargaining capabilities before, rewarded her with a beloved bubble tea. Seeing this, Gao Rui also decided to reward her, emphasizing the importance of emotional value. Chapter 33. The Supreme Lord Ma Hongyu. During the moment when the air conditioning and cooling suits were being upgraded, the external temperature astonishingly surged by an additional 10 C, reaching a remarkable 65 C. However, following this, the temperature stabilized, neither rising nor falling. At present, the operational threshold for the cooling suits and air conditioning had been elevated to 100 C. As long as the temperature remained below 100 C, they could remain unscathed. After accomplishing all this, the three individuals returned indoors to rest. Zhou Bao, are you ready? Zhou, we are about to commence. Chen Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of being at the mercy of others, akin to being the fish on the chopping block. He pursed his lips and turned his head, declaring, "Bring it on." Simultaneously, on a similar highway, a luxurious double-decker motorhome sped along the road. Inside, Ma Hongyu reclined on the sofa, while Zhongli knelt beside him, attending to his feet. At that moment, a woman dressed in professional attire approached him and whispered, "My lord, the box has returned, but only one has come back." Ma Hongyu spat in annoyance. "Damn it, did they bring back the materials?" "Yes, my lord," she replied. The individual, known as Xiao Wu, managed to slay 3 black wolves to retrieve the materials. Just as Ma Hongyu was about to respond, he was interrupted by a woman's voice calling from upstairs, "Daddy Lord, come up and sleep." Irritated, he retorted, "Enough already. I'm busy." With that, he patted Zheng Li's face, saying, "Get lost, and remember to clean the floor afterward." Zheng Li, carrying a bucket, stood up, enduring the ache in her knees as she made her way to the bathroom. Once she departed, Ma Hongyu leaned towards the woman beside him and murmured, "Give that lad a little incentive and make him a squad leader." "Yes, my lord." "Then find someone obedient to fill the vacancy." The woman nodded and turned to leave. Ma Hongyu opened his watch and glanced at the attributes. Talent: Supreme Lord, current talent level. 2. Upgrade progress: 390-400. Effect: become the Supreme Lord as the captain of the convoy, capable of enacting laws to regulate the actions of team members. Increased loyalty of teammates: experience points can be gained. Enacted laws: 1. New members entering the convoy automatically gain 20 loyalty inherent. 2. Members with loyalty greater than 50 must obey the orders of the Supreme Lord. He was on the verge of reaching level 3, which would allow him to draw new laws. The bathroom door swung open, and Zheng Li emerged holding a cloth, meticulously wiping the water stains from the floor. Upon seeing her, a smile spread across Ma Hongyu's face as he beckoned her over. Under the weight of the laws, Zheng Li dared not defy him. Just as Ma Hongyu was lost in thought, his watch emitted a notification. Team member Du Wu Loyalty 10. Congratulations. Your talent has leveled up. Current level 3. You will now draw new laws. 2 dialog boxes materialized in midair, continuously scrolling 2 lines of text. Ding! The successful extraction of 2 new laws was completed. Every member of the convoy is required to regularly pay tribute to the Lord. Female members, upon receiving the Lord's favor, can experience a slight increase in loyalty. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Hongyu opted for the latter provision. At present, he possessed all the resources of the convoy, rendering the first clause utterly irrelevant to him. The utility of the second clause, however, was substantial. By bestowing favors, he could enhance the loyalty of his female members. For him, female members were in abundant supply. Team member Zheng Li's loyalty 1. Current loyalty 55. Ma Hongyu reclined on the sofa for a moment before rising and declaring, "You performed admirably today. Accompany me upstairs to meet your sisters." Zheng Li swallowed hard and silently followed him up the stairs. Time: Date 8. First day of the scorching purgatory. Time: 14:30. Internal temperature: 27 C. External temperature: 65 C. Weather: intense heat after savoring a cup of goji berries. Chen Zhou, seizing the opportunity while it was still early, opened a regional channel that he had not viewed in quite some time. The number of participants in the upper right corner had dwindled to just over 50,000. It was likely that once this weather catastrophe subsided, the number would decrease even further. Within the channel, discussions regarding the ongoing weather disaster were rampant. 18 cm convoy. Fortunately, we had stockpiled plenty of ice beforehand. It has finally come in handy. AAA Business Lounge, contact my convoy. Everyone who has survived thus far is a capable figure. Once we return to Blue Star, let us gather for drinks. Hungry enough to eat a belt convoy. Does any esteemed individual possess air conditioning upgrade schematics? The air conditioning in the vehicle is blowing nothing but hot air. Heaven bless our nation convoy. In addition to cooling items, we should stockpile more plastic. It can be used for tire repairs. Just an ordinary person convoy. Plastic for tire repairs? What kind of black technology is this? Heaven bless our nation convoy. I'm not sure. However, I've tried it, and it does work. A bear convoy, regional number 1. Why bother repairing tires? Heaven bless our nation convoy. Just take a look at your tire durability, and you'll understand. Upon reading this, Chen Zhou felt a pang of anxiety. He rose from the sofa and hurried to the driver's cabin. After activating the central control screen, he was dismayed to find all 4 tires displayed in red status. Seeing Chen Zhou's flustered demeanor, Su Wanqiu approached him. Zhou, what is you so anxious? The tires are on the verge of failure. They require immediate repair. With that, he rushed to the workshop and opened the repair menu on the workbench. Vehicle tire repair, each tire. Plastic 50. However, the quantity of plastic in the box was only sufficient to repair 1 tire. 1-1. We need to procure some plastic from the trading market, at least 200 units. All right, I'll summon Sister Gao. Many hands make light work. 1 minute later, the 3 of them sat on the corridor sofa, scouring the trading market for plastic. Yet, they were not the only ones who realized the importance of plastic. At that moment, the price of plastic in the entire trading market had doubled. However, the advantages possessed by Chen Zhou and his team are unparalleled by any other competitors. A bear team, region number 1. I have a pack of instant noodles. Who will trade me for 50 pieces of plastic? Coca-Cola team. How on earth do you have instant noodles? Anti-cilantro team. Did you not see his title as the regional champion? My friend, I'm willing to trade. I would even offer myself in exchange. Upon reading this message, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation. A bear team, region number 1. Only items for trade. No personnel exchanges. System named me, but I can't name the team. I'm in. Loudspeaker team. I'll offer 60 pieces of plastic. Give it to me. System named me, but I can't name the team. I'll raise it to 65. Ultimately, Chen Zhou managed to procure 80 pieces of plastic in exchange for a single pack of instant noodles, and the other party expressed their gratitude. The other 2 also received good news, as Gao Rue traded an apple for 20 pieces of plastic. Su Wanqiu proved to be the most formidable, trading 2 bottles of cola for an impressive 150 pieces of plastic. With the plastic amassed and the tires repaired, Chen Zhou finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His anxious heart now at ease. He then retrieved a blueprint from the box and began to examine it meticulously. Chapter 34. It's not that I fear you will be insufficient. Chen Zhou retrieved the tire modification blueprint he had previously acquired from the box. To his surprise, the materials required for the blueprint were rather uncomplicated, not even necessitating the use of plastic. Vehicle tire modification chip blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, 1 time. Effect, consumes vehicle modification slot. Allows selection of tire modification direction. Require materials, iron blocks 20. Electronic components 5. After inputting the blueprint into the workstation and waiting for a brief moment, he obtained a small object resembling a chip. He proceeded to the driver's cabin and performed a few operations on the central control screen. The chip vanished, and a dialog box promptly appeared. Vehicle tire modification chip installed. Please select tire modification direction, heat resistance, cold resistance, anti-slip. Not bothering to examine the latter options closely, he directly selected the first one, heat resistance. Following a rhythmic prompt, he observed a change in the tire's status information. Vehicle tire durability 99. Heat resistance modification can withstand high temperatures not exceeding 70. With that, he felt assured. At that moment, the voice of Gao Rue came from behind. Zhou Bao, it's time to eat. All right, coming. As he entered the cabin, a delightful aroma of braised pork wafted towards him. On the table were 3 steaming bowls of rice. The braised pork had naturally been brought from the resting area, but the source of the rice was unclear to him. How come there's rice today? Gao Rui anticipated Chen Zhou's inquiry and pointed to the rice cooker by the stove. We unpacked the rice cooker from the delivery yesterday, and with the rice we had open long ago, here we are. Chen Zhou smiled and took a large mouthful of rice. Delicious. So hot, hot, hot. The two women were amused by Chen Zhou's comical expression and burst into laughter. Su Wanqiu placed a piece of braised pork in his bowl. Eat slowly. Have some pork. Gao Rui poured him a glass of cola. If the rice is too hot, have a sip of this cold cola. Feeling their considerate care, Chen Zhou felt warmth in his heart. Wan, Gao Mei, it's truly wonderful to have you both around. Su Wanqiu blushed at the compliment, while Gao Rui appeared somewhat disgruntled. Given our current relationship, why are you still calling me Gao Mei? Chen Zhou scratched his head. You're younger than me. What should I call you? Su Wanqiu, with an exasperated expression, playfully punched his arm. Ah Zhou, you're so dense. It should be something affectionate. Affectionate. How about I call you Xiao Rui? Chen Zhou finally thought of a name that felt more intimate to him. To his surprise, Gao Rui was quite pleased with this name. Great. Zhou Bao, you must call me Xiao Rui from now on. All right, Xiao Rui. After finishing their meal, the two women cleared the dishes while Chen Zhou routinely went to the driver's seat. As evening approached, the sky blazed like fire, yet the temperature showed no signs of dropping. Even after the sun had completely set, the external temperature remained at a sweltering 65. Fortunately, they upgraded the vehicle's air conditioning in a timely manner. Otherwise, they would surely have been scorched to a crisp. At 7 in the evening, they encountered the first wave of boxes. Hiss! Why has the distance between waves become 200 kilometers? Chen Zhou cast a glance at the radar, noting 6 boxes arranged on the left side of the road. Among them were 4 green boxes and 2 white ones. After upgrading the radar to level 2, the color of the boxes could now be detected. Coming to a stop, Gao Rui donned her cooling suit, opened the car door, and proceeded to open the boxes. Chen Zhou turned off the engine and fell into contemplation. Before long, Gao Rui returned to the vehicle and noticed Chen Zhou with a furrowed brow. Zhou Bao, what is wrong? She inquired. How much gasoline was in that last wave of boxes? A total of 60 liters, but there have been some changes. What kind of changes? The rewards inside the boxes have diminished. Gao Rui pondered for a few seconds before continuing. I recall that the white boxes used to yield 2 types of rewards, but now they only provide 1 or 2. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. This is what the road world reverts to after the novice protection period concludes. Su Wanqiu, having overheard their conversation, approached from behind and asked, Does that mean we will be in danger? Chen Zhou shook his head in denial. Fortunately, our team comprises 3 individuals, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The number of boxes should offset our gasoline consumption. Currently, the distance between 2 waves of boxes had extended to 200 kilometers, and based on their current fuel consumption, 1 wave would expend 20 liters of gasoline. As long as we can consistently acquire more than 20 liters of gasoline each time, we will encounter no issues. After Chen Zhou's analysis, the 2 women still harbored some anxiety. However, observing his calm demeanor, they felt slightly reassured. As if sensing the weight of survival pressing down upon them again, the trio felt somewhat disheartened that night. Fortunately, when they concluded their collection, the gasoline they obtained was sufficient to cover their entire night's consumption, leaving them with a surplus. Now, they could finally rest easy. Chen Zhou engaged the handbrake and settled onto the sofa in the corridor to relax. The 2 women, meanwhile, entered the bathroom carrying a basin of water. Chen Zhou closed his eyes, indifferent, until the sound of splashing water reached his ears, prompting him to open his eyes and glance toward the bathroom. Noticing Chen Zhou's unwavering gaze, Su Wanqiu assumed he was lamenting the water usage and replied, What is wrong? We've been saving water for several days. Are you reluctant to use it? Little did she know, Chen Zhou's concern lay elsewhere. Why didn't you close the door while bathing? Gao Rui chided him. Have you come down with a fever? What nonsense are you speaking? The following day at noon, the first thing Chen Zhou did upon waking was to head to the kitchen and prepare a large cup of goji berries for himself. Upon seeing a heap of parcels stacked in half the vehicle, he sighed and fetched a small stool to begin unpacking them. As he unwrapped them, a sense of unease washed over him. Why was it that after opening several packages, they were all filled with pup mortality bags? Were the contents of the parcels not supposed to be random? Or had he simply happened upon an unusual occurrence? At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Su Wanxiu emerged, yawning. Wan, what is going on? Upon noticing the square box on the ground and catching a glimpse of Chen Zhou's meaningful gaze, Su Wanxiu's voice faltered as she stammered, well, perhaps it was just good fortune. Is that truly the case? Chen Zhou, sensing her evident unease, realized that the matter was far more complex. It is. Perhaps Su Wanxiu stammered, increasingly, her apprehension growing. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhou declared, confess honestly, or else there will be no more kisses in the future. With this, he had deftly grasped Su Wanxiu's Achilles heel. After much hesitation, she finally revealed, last night, my talent was upgraded. Now I can designate a specific category of items for one day each week. Wait, you can designate item categories? Can it be food and water? Indeed, as long as the item category is designated as food. Then if you designate it as water now, we could have free access to water. Hearing this, Su Wanxiu's expression turned troubled. Not at present. I can only designate once a week. So, this means we must wait until next week for a new designation? Yes. What did you designate this time? Contraceptive supplies. So, yesterday's delivery was all condoms? Su Wanxiu fidgeted, lowering her gaze as she softly murmured, I just didn't want you to run short. Chapter 35. A chance encounter with random events. What shall I say about you? A sense of helplessness welled up within Chen Zhou. He truly could not fathom what thoughts occupied Su Wanxiu's mind daily. Wan, come here, let me tap your little head and see what treasures lie within. I'm sorry. Gao Rui had just awakened and emerged to witness the playful scuffle between the two. What you two up to? After Chen Zhou recounted the sequence of events, she surprisingly sided with Su Wanxiu. It's nothing, Wan. In any case, we have plenty of water for now. Losing that would be troublesome. Sister is so good to me. Zhou is the worst. Chen Zhou rolled his eyes, unwilling to elaborate further, and urged the two women to hurry up and eat. Zhou, our food is running low. Su Wanxiu opened the storage box, revealing only the last portion of braised pork. What? Have we eaten so quickly? Isn't there still Sister Gao? What are you looking at? It's perfectly fine for a Dirang powerhouse to eat a bit more. Chen Zhou glanced at Gao Rui, realizing that he had never encountered someone who could eat so much without gaining weight. Or perhaps, the food consumed merely found its rightful place on her physique. Since that's the case, after tonight, let us venture into the dungeon. Hooray! Su Wanxiu exclaimed joyfully, having longed for the large bathtub in the rest area. At last, she could indulge in a delightful soak. During her last visit, she had been too engrossed in her interactions with Chen Zhou to enjoy it properly. This time, she was determined to luxuriate in a fragrant bubble bath. After their meal, the trio returned to their respective tasks. The night was dark as ink, with visibility limited to a mere 10 meters ahead, illuminated by the car's headlights. Suddenly, the radar seemed to detect something unusual, emitting an alert tone unlike any before. Chen Zhou initially thought he had stumbled upon a high-level supply crate and paid it little mind. However, upon reflection, how could a supply crate appear before they had even traveled 200 kilometers? Following the sound, he noticed a question mark icon flashing incessantly on the radar. Come quickly and see what this means. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's call, the two women set aside their packages and approached the driver's seat. He pointed to the radar display and said, Look, there's a question mark here. Indeed, it should be a treasure chest icon, shouldn't it? I've never seen a question mark before. They had no clear understanding of the situation, but felt an odd sense of unease. Could this be the random event mentioned in the rules? Gao Rui's comment sent a shiver through both men and women alike. Consequently, Chen Zhou activated his watch to review the rules once more. The 8th rule stated that random events may occasionally occur, so one must drive cautiously. Could there be danger involved? Su Wanxiu's greatest fear was encountering peril. If given a choice, she would prefer to remain in the car for eternity. The rules have cautioned us to drive carefully, so it should. Gao Rui's words trailed off as Su Wanxiu quickly covered her mouth. Sister, don't say any more. Quickly, let's spit 3 times. All right, spit. 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 The radar indicated they were less than 500 meters from the question mark, prompting Chen Zhou to slow the vehicle and engage in discussion with the two women. In a moment, we shall draw closer for a glimpse. If anything seems amiss, we shall make our swift exit." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue nodded vigorously. "By the way, did we not previously create Molotov cocktails and spears? Let us prepare a few more and take them all with us." "Very well, let us proceed." The two women turned and entered the carriage, shortly returning with a half-filled backpack of Molotov cocktails and spears. "Zhou, I will allocate some Molotov cocktails to you." "All right." As they readied themselves, Chen Zhou slightly accelerated the vehicle. The trio's gazes incessantly shifted between the radar and the road, yet the darkness outside was overwhelming. Apart from the illuminated area of the headlights, nothing else was visible. As they approached the question-mark location, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt with a creak. In the furthest reach of the light, a series of white stairs came into view. What manner of structure could possibly be found in the middle of the road? Amidst the shadows surrounding the light, the vague outline of a building could be discerned. "Zhou, can we circumvent this place? It's quite unsettling." "Very well. I shall take a detour through the desert." Chen Zhou turned the steering wheel sharply to the right and pressed the accelerator with force. After driving a few meters, the vehicle suddenly began to tremble violently, the headlights flickering in response. Then, as if the entire vehicle had lost its power, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, there was no sign of forward motion. With a pop, the headlights extinguished, plunging them into complete darkness. Both women simultaneously activated the illumination on their watches, while Chen Zhou continued to attempt to start the car. At this moment, an old tungsten lamp flickered to life atop the stairs. Bathed in the dim light was a glass door, marred by stains. Adjacent to the glass door, a plaque hung upon the wall, inscribed in crimson letters, "Sunshine Rehabilitation Sanatorium." Damn it. How could things go awry at such a critical moment? Inside the vehicle, Chen Zhou persisted in his attempts to start the car. Gao Rue and Su Wanqiu huddled together in the passenger's seat, embracing each other tightly. Their eyes were filled with terror, clearly shaken. In the desolate desert, amidst the eerie hospital and a broken-down vehicle, with one man and two women, all the elements were present, resembling a scene straight out of a horror film. "Sister Gao, I am feeling quite frightened." "Do not say such things, Wan. I'm equally terrified." At this, Chen Zhou could not help but lift his gaze in confusion towards Gao Rue. How could this woman, who previously dared to venture alone into the primitive forest to open a box, now be gripped by fear? Despite his best efforts, the car refused to start, and Chen Zhou, frustrated, slammed his palm against the steering wheel. Unfortunately, his hand landed squarely on the horn button, causing the car to emit a sharp beep. At that very moment, a panel simultaneously popped up on all three watches, with several lines of text rapidly appearing. Random event. Purge of Sunshine Rehabilitation Center. Objective. Eliminate the crawlers within. Side quest. Investigate the occurrences in the center. Hidden task. Unknown. Time limit. 12 hours. Expiration will result in automatic withdrawal. Completion reward. 5 blue supply boxes. 10 basic material packs. Additional reward. 2 purple supply boxes. Hidden reward. 1 red supply box. Upon reading the text on the panel, the 3 exchanged glances. The red box represented the highest reward they had encountered thus far. The fear in the eyes of the two women diminished slightly, as they too were curious about the treasures that the red box might contain. In contrast, Chen Zhou's gaze was solely filled with a yearning for the hidden reward. Without further ado, he drew his pistol, disengaged his safety, and instructed the two women, "I will take the lead. You two follow closely behind." At that moment, Gao Rue, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, resolutely declared, "All right, I shall guard your back, Zhou Bao." Su Wanqiu, with her round eyes wide open, glanced between the two and raised her slightly trembling left hand. "Me too." Thus, under the cover of night, the three donned in silver, cooling suits cautiously approached the steps of the rehabilitation center. Chen Zhou led the way, with Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue closely trailing behind. Ascending the steps, Chen Zhou raised his pistol, utilizing the beam of his tactical flashlight to survey the perimeter of the center. The exterior walls of the building were in a state of disrepair, with large patches of plaster peeling away, revealing the underlying bricks in some areas. The entire rehabilitation center exuded a vintage architectural style reminiscent of the last century, imbued with a sense of history. Once he confirmed the surroundings were secure, They approached the glass door. Peering through the stained gaps in the glass, Chen Zhou attempted to glimpse the interior. "Ah, Zhou, what do you see inside?" He heard. "It's rather dark. I can't see clearly, but I can ascertain that the glass door is not locked and opens outward." To prevent any monsters from springing forth upon opening the door, Chen Zhou retreated to a distance of 5 meters. Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui positioned themselves on either side of the door, using their spears to hook the doorknob. Exchanging glances, Chen Zhou aimed his firearm. After silently counting to 3, the two women exerted force simultaneously, and with a creaking sound, the glass door swung open. Chapter 36. Entering the eerie sanitarium as the glass door swung open, the anticipated monstrous confrontation did not ensue. Chen Zhou exhaled deeply, his palms clammy from gripping the firearm. The trio resumed their original formation, illuminating the entrance of the sanitarium with their powerful flashlights, casting a brilliant glow across the area. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a spacious hall, the architecture resembling a square. At the center stood a round reception counter, emblazoned with the words "Welcome to Sunshine Rehabilitation Sanitarium." An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to the calm before a tempest. Suddenly, the glass door behind them slammed shut with a resounding clang. Alarmed, Chen Zhou rushed back to the entrance, but regardless of his efforts, the door remained obstinately immobile. This was disastrous. The door was sealed. They were trapped. He had hoped to flee if the situation turned dire, but now they had no choice but to confront the impending threat. A chilling howl echoed through the desolate structure, soon accompanied by a chorus of similar cries. Instantly, the trio on the threshold became alert, their flashlight beams darting among the levels, searching for the source of the cacophony. "It's on the second floor." Gao Hui Sudandi exclaimed. Chen Zhou swiftly raised his weapon towards the upper level, only to see a featureless, grotesque figure scuttle out of the corridor. Thud! The creature collided with the iron railing at the corridor's end, plummeting from the second floor. Bang! Bang! Chen Zhou fired twice, the first shot striking its back, the second finding its mark in the head. The creature convulsed briefly on the ground before succumbing to its injuries. However, an unrelenting tide of monsters surged down from the second floor, with more appearing on the first. Their pallid skin and grotesquely contorted limbs propelled them towards the trio with alarming speed. These crawlers are too swift. Use the Molotov cocktails to slow them down. Despite his sharpshooting skills, Chen Zhou realized that facing such a multitude would render it impossible to eliminate them all simultaneously. In response, the two women behind him each produced a Molotov cocktail, igniting them before hurling them forward. The advancing crawlers halted abruptly as flames erupted. "Throw the Molotovs. Do not let them near us," Chen Zhou shouted, firing indiscriminately at any movement. With an abundance of ammunition at his disposal, he felt no remorse for wasting bullets. They retreated while firing, eventually finding refuge in a corridor to their right. Crack! Crack! 2 more Molotovs were tossed, flames rapidly spreading across the floor, effectively barring the crawler's entry into the corridor. The creatures gnashed their teeth from behind the flames, their hands retracting the moment they made contact with the fire. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Zhou continued to fire, and numerous crawlers fell to the ground. The mission progress indicated a 10 increase in the elimination of crawlers. Just as he focused on the foes ahead, Gao Rui's voice rang out from behind. "There are crawlers behind us too. First, throw the Molotovs. Then use the spears to finish them off." Su Wanqiu spoke fiercely, then hurled 2 Molotov cocktails. The shattering fragments, ablaze with flames, struck the crawling creatures, causing them to writhe in agony as the intense heat incapacitated their assault. In that fleeting moment, one of the crawlers seized the opportunity, stepping over the corpse of its companion to breach the fiery curtain. Its sharp claws lunged directly towards Su Wanqiu's face. "Wanwan, be careful." Instinctively, Su Wanqiu raised her arm to shield her head, and a resounding impact echoed. The creature's claws struck her arm, but failed to inflict any harm. Nevertheless, the force of the blow sent Su Wanqiu tumbling to the ground. Suddenly, a spear pierced the crawler's face with a sickening thrust. Another sharp sound erupted as the spear was yanked free, green fluid gushing from the wound. Gao Rui relentlessly stabbed multiple times to ensure the creature was utterly lifeless before rushing to Su Wanqiu's side to assess her condition. Wan, are you all right? Su Wanqiu rubbed her arm and smiled, declaring, "Sister is fine. Thankfully, I sprayed defensive mist in the car. It truly works." Before their arrival, they had preemptively applied the protective spray, and its effectiveness had indeed exceeded expectations. Fortunately, the number of crawlers behind them was limited, allowing Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui to manage the situation for the time being. At the other end of the corridor, Chen Zhou was both throwing Molotov cocktails and firing his weapon. Before long, the crawlers on the first floor were eradicated. At this juncture, the mission progress bar had surged to 20. "How are things on your end?" He approached the center of the corridor, spotting Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui, dispatching the charred bodies of the crawlers. "No issues here, all dealt with." Su Wanqiu signaled an okay gesture, conveying that everything was under control. However, Gao Rui was less composed. "Zhou Bao, these creatures are revolting. They just attacked Wan, and look at her arm. It's swollen." Upon hearing that Su Wanqiu was injured, Chen Zhou rushed over to inspect her. He noticed that her arms, wrapped in the cooling suit, had swollen significantly. The thought alone was painful, yet Su Wanqiu remained silent. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." She feigned strength on the surface, though she was on the verge of breaking down. However, now was not the time for such sentiments. Once they escaped this dreadful place, she would surely seek solace in Chen Zhou's embrace. After a brief pause, the trio resumed their mission. Chen Zhou counted the fallen crawlers, a total of 46. Based on the mission progress, there should be around 200 crawlers within this sanatorium. At that moment, they had collectively eliminated nearly a quarter of the total, with over 100 still unaccounted for. Moreover, considering that 2 crawlers corresponded to a 1 progress rate, the current mission progress stood at merely 20. This indicated that 6 crawlers were likely feigning death or had not perished completely. "Are these all mutations of humans?" Gao Rui inquired while delivering the final blows to the crawlers with her spear. "Uncertain, but it seems this is precisely what the side quest entails." As he spoke, he aimed his pistol at the head of a nearby crawler and pulled the trigger. The creature emitted a piercing wail of anguish. The cacophony of sounds is deafening, and I feel as though I might suffer from tinnitus. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots ring out, and the crawler finally meets its demise. The task progress has now reached 21. Due to Su Wanqiu's injury, both companions have prohibited her from participating in the finishing off activities. However, unable to remain idle, she settles into the circular counter. "Come quickly, there is an introduction to the rehabilitation center," Su Wanqiu exclaims, holding up a piece of plastic sheet. The 2 emerge from the sea of corpses, and she hands each of them a sheet. "Sunshine Rehabilitation Center, established in 1988 over the course of a decade. It has provided premium rehabilitation services to over 130,000 families. Under the leadership of Director Mo Guangqing, hundreds of professional medical personnel offer the most meticulous, secure, and comprehensive personalized recovery services, aiding patients in regaining their health." Upon reading the introduction, Chen Zhou turns to survey the crawlers on the ground. Most of the crawlers are unclothed, with only 1 or 2 adorned in garments. Judging by the faintly discernible blue and white stripe patterns, they likely belong to the rehabilitation center's patients. Hence, are these creatures transformed from the center's personnel? Perhaps so, yet could it be that this director, Mo Guangqing, who ostensibly runs the rehabilitation center, is secretly conducting human experiments? Su Wanqiu's imagination runs wild, prompting Gao Rui to shake her head repeatedly. This plotline is rather cliché. What if the director indeed operates a rehabilitation center, but the recruited medical staff are actually extraterrestrial insectoids, aiming to cultivate offspring through the sick and disseminate them? As soon as the words leave her lips, Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu simultaneously experience a shiver down their spines. "Xiao Rui, your imagination is rather expansive and somewhat unsettling." "Indeed, I am covered in goosebumps," Su Wanqiu concurs. However, Gao Rui interprets their comments as praise. "What do you think? Do I possess a knack for storytelling?" "Absolutely." The other 2 respond in unison. Just then, an alert sound from their watches. "Congratulations, side quest progress 50. Submit quest items to complete the side quest." Chapter 37. The Purge begins. Ha ha! Am I not formidable? With little effort, I can complete side quests. Upon hearing the notification chime indicating that the side quest was halfway finished, Gao Rue could hardly contain her laughter. The other two were equally astonished by her remarkable maneuver. How could she possibly predict such an absurd plot twist? Was it her extraordinary talent, or was the designer of the random events simply inept? Chen Zhou could vividly imagine the designer's frustration upon realizing that the intricate plot he had painstakingly crafted was effortlessly unraveled by this woman. How did you manage that? Su Wanxiu inquired with curiosity. I have a penchant for reading novels, Gao Rue replied. Chen Zhou then examined the items needed for the side quest submission. Alien Egg 5, Embryo Conversion Chamber 1, Complete Form 1, Alien Eggs? Could there be any within these corpses of the crawlers? A fallen crawler lay at his feet. He drew his machete, plunging the blade tip downwards into the creature's abdomen. With a firm grip, he reversed the handle and thrust it downward, eviscerating the crawler. A nauseating, acrid stench mingled with a green liquid erupted forth. Ugh! What are you doing, Zhou? Su Wanxiu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her brows furrowed tightly. I'm checking for alien eggs inside, he replied, using the blade to pry open the abdomen, revealing the darkened viscera. After a lengthy search, he found no sign of anything resembling an egg. Could it be that, unlike the xenomorphs, they were not implanted in the abdomen? Perhaps they were housed within the brain. Given that the head was struck and killed instantly, he murmured, simultaneously raising the machete high, aiming directly for the crawler's skull. With a resounding crack, he forcefully pried the cranium open. The sound of splintering bone was utterly excruciating. Goodness! This creature's brain is entirely filled with fluid. Even after splitting the skull, a green liquid continued to pour out, accompanied by a foul odor. Since this is a bug species, it should retain some of the insect's characteristics. For instance, eggs are typically laid by the queen and implanted within a host. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Rue added, the crawlers we're encountering likely belong to a specific guardian type and do not carry eggs. Alternatively, these individuals may have already undergone transformation. Chen Zhou found her reasoning sound. Indeed, nothing resembling an egg had been found. Let us hasten to explore other areas. Su Wanxiu grimaced at the noxious odor, reminiscent of rotting fruit. After dispatching the remaining corpses, their task progress increased to 23. Departing from the hall on the first floor, they proceeded down the left corridor. It turned out that the crawlers previously seen wandering outside were also present within the rooms, but they could not unlock doors and were thus confined. Such creatures were relatively easy to deal with. Shattering the glass doors and firing at them would suffice. The left corridor alone on the first floor contributed an additional 5 to their progress. Subsequently, they swept through the other areas on the first floor. The task progress had reached 30, with 3 floors in total, each contributing 30 to the overall progress, that amounted to 90, Chen Zhou remarked. But what about the remaining 10? Su Wanxiu began to exercise her arithmetic skills. Could there possibly be a basement? Just as Gao Rue finished speaking, they discovered a locked iron door in the stairwell on the right side of the first floor. The door was somewhat concealed. Had it not been for Chen Zhou's habit of thorough searching, they might not have uncovered the hidden iron door beneath the stairs. I say, Xiaorui, has your mouth been enchanted today? You seem to conjure whatever you mention, Chen Zhou teased. I'm not sure. The trio noted that the iron door bore neither a keyhole nor a handle. Its surface was bare and seamlessly blended with the surrounding wall. However, there was an ID card reader on the wall beside the door. Did such devices even exist in that era? Chen Zhou questioned, perplexed. Aliens have them. Do you really care about that? Gao Rue retorted. Finding an ID card is too cumbersome. I could just blow the door open with my gun. He raised his weapon, ready to fire, but was sternly halted by Su Wanxiu. Shooting it directly poses a ricochet risk. Let us find the ID card instead. Fine. Su Wanxiu is wonderful in every way, though sometimes a bit overly cautious. Chen Zhou decided against arguing, recognizing that a touch of caution was not unwarranted. They ascended the staircase to the second floor. With the roaming crawlers eliminated, the entire corridor on the second floor was eerily empty. After inspecting each room, they vanquished another 10 crawlers confined within. The task progress now stood at 35. Wait, could I have misjudged? Chen Zhou pondered. having cleared 2 floors. And yet the progress is only 35. Could they all be locked up on the 3rd floor? He attempted to provide a rational explanation. Let us exterminate all the crawlers we can find. That should clarify things, Su Wanchio replied without hesitation. Thus, they ascended to the 3rd floor, exterminating all crawlers within the rooms. Yet the task progress remained stagnant at 50. Goodness, the remainder can't all be lurking in the basement, can they? With 50 progress left, that implies a total of 100 creatures. The thought caused Chen Zhou a slight headache. Then let us take them down one by one. If 2 appear, we'll dispatch them in pairs. Su Wanchio made a fearsome expression, pretending to strike at the air. At that moment, Gao Rui, who was leading the way, called out, "Hurry, I found the director's office." Upon hearing this, the 2 hastened to catch up. Arriving at the door, Chen Zhou pushed against it but found it stubbornly shut. Locked again? It seems we've arrived at the right place. All useful rooms are locked, Gao Rui chuckled. Chen Zhou exchanged a glance with Su Wanchio, who nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! The lock disintegrated into a gaping hole. He then delivered a powerful kick, forcing the door open. In the next moment, 3 beams from flashlights flooded into the room. It was small, merely a few square meters in size. Inside, there was an office desk and 2 bookshelves. The 3 individuals dispersed. Chen Zhou and Su Wanchio examined the bookshelves, while Gao Rui inspected the desk. Their priority was to locate an ID card, and finding a map of the sanatorium would be even better. Understood. Acknowledged. The trio rummaged through every corner, quickly turning the room into a chaotic mess. Just as they were engrossed in their search, in a small room somewhere on the lower level, a surgery table stained with blood bore the body of a pallid man. His abdomen had been sliced open, blood gushing forth. Suddenly, the man convulsed, and his eyes fluttered open. Chapter 38. Dean M.O. Guanking. The 3 individuals were fervently searching the room when suddenly, a roll-up door crashed down, sealing the entrance. Almost immediately, white smoke began to billow from beneath the desk. What on earth is happening? Gao Rui swiftly covered her mouth and nose, but it was too late. She felt the world spinning, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Jiao, Rui, what has happened to you? Su Wanchio exclaimed upon seeing Gao Rui fall, rushing to assist her. Yet, after taking only a few steps, her legs gave way, and she too fell. Chen Zhou was the first to react. He held his breath, realizing with dread that they had fallen into a trap. He approached the roll-up door, attempting to lift it, but it was firmly locked, refusing to budge. The room had only this solitary exit, and they were clearly trapped in a sealed chamber. Enduring the discomfort in his lungs, he kicked the roll-up door with all his might. Then came a second kick, followed by a third. Pain surged through his chest as he struggled to endure. Taking a brief, shallow breath, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs weakened, and he stumbled against the door. The clang of his machete, slipping from his waist, echoed as it fell to the floor. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He picked up the machete and struck at the roll-up door. Thud! A dent appeared on the door's surface. Thud! The deepest part of the dent began to crack open. At this moment, he was seeing stars, his muscles ached, and his vision was dimming. He continued to swing the machete, driven solely by instinct for survival. Unaware of how many times he struck, he felt one swing miss entirely, and the force of his motion sent him careening forward. Finally, he took another shallow breath. The discomfort began to dissipate, and his vision slowly returned. Regaining his bearings, he found himself in the corridor. After a minute of deep breaths, the strange sensations in his body vanished completely. He inhaled deeply and widened the gap in the roll-up door. Then, he lowered himself back into the room and dragged the unconscious Su Wanchio out. For safety, he carried her to the staircase, away from the entrance. Turning back, he re-entered the dean's office, and within a few minutes, he emerged carrying Gao Rui as well. Wan, can you wake up? Xiaohui, can you hear me? Despite Chen Zhou's urgent calls, both women remained unresponsive, having inhaled a significant amount of anesthetic gas. Remembering that the captain's watch could monitor the team's status, he promptly grasped Su Wanchio's wrist. Name, Su Wanchio. Status, unconscious. Countdown 0-10. 30. Name, Gao. Status, unconscious. Countdown 013. 40. Relieved to confirm that they were merely unconscious and not in mortal peril. Chen Zhou exhaled deeply. He sat beside them, leaning against the wall to rest. Thankfully, he recalled the efficacy of the machete. Otherwise, he might have met his end here. Glancing at the two women beside him, a smile crept onto his lips. You two truly share a deep sisterly bond. Su Wanxiu, you two. Dashed into the thickest haze without a second thought, only to be swiftly incapacitated. Now, both of you lie prostrate, leaving me alone to wait. So be it. Leaning against the wall, he prepared to take a brief respite, yet he faintly discerned footsteps echoing in the corridor. Drawing his firearm, he cautiously peered around the corner, only to behold a figure clad in a white long coat standing in the hallway. No need to hide. I see you. The voice of that person resonated through the corridor. Chen Zhou raised his gun and stepped out from behind the wall. Are you the director of this sanatorium, Mo Guaning? Indeed, Mo Guaning replied succinctly. Bang! Chen Zhou decisively fired, delivering a fatal shot to the head. I wouldn't have felt secure firing if you weren't the director. With that, he approached Mo Guaning's lifeless body and began to rummage through his belongings. Sure enough, within the inner pocket of his garment, he uncovered a black plastic card. It bore no writing, merely a solid black surface. Just as he prepared to return to the staircase, Mo Guaning's voice echoed once more. Damn it, can't you let me finish? Today us youth have no patience whatsoever. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out. Playing dead, are we? My bullets are limitless. How many lives do you possess? Bang, bang. He followed up with 2 more shots. Enough. Without me, your mission is utterly futile. Mo Guaning bellowed, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire. At that moment, his head, riddled with bullets, began to heal at an astonishing pace. The bullets clattered to the ground, producing a sound as the projectile lodged in his skull was expelled from his mouth. This spectacle left Chen Zhou utterly astounded. Kid, if you want the red supply crate, follow me. Remember to bring your wives along. With that, Mo Guaning turned and strode towards the opposite end of the corridor. Chen Zhou glanced back at his wives, pondering. How am I supposed to carry them? Just toss them over my shoulder? Mo Guaning did not wait for his response and continued on his way. With great effort, he finally hoisted both women onto his shoulders. Goodness, I'll need to encourage them to shed some weight after this. Like carrying sacks, he bore Su Wanxiu on his left shoulder and Gao Rue on his right. After a few steps, he took a moment to rest, ultimately following Mo Guaning to the imposing iron door. Mo Guaning stood still, gesturing toward the door. Director, what did you say? You took the access card. It's your turn to open the door. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. It's in the right pocket of my trousers. Go ahead and retrieve it. Observing Chen Zhou panting heavily, Mo Guaning couldn't resist a jest. Having too many wives is quite a burden. I assent it. With that, he extracted the ID card from his pocket and placed it against the scanner. Beep! A green light illuminated, and the iron door creaked open. Follow me. Mo Guaning pushed the door ajar, revealing a set of descending concrete steps. Chen Zhou trailed behind, descending the stairs and turning a corner at the end of the path. Upon entering, one is greeted by an expansive chamber filled with a myriad of instruments and a surgical table stained with blood. Against the wall opposite the table stands a colossal object, shrouded beneath a rainproof cover, its cylindrical shape vaguely discernible, yet its true nature remains a mystery. Director Mo, where's this place? This is my laboratory. A glance at the blood-soaked surgical table sent a shiver down his spine. After ensuring the 2 women were settled in the corridor, he stepped into the laboratory. Mo Guaning retrieved a small box from his desk and handed it to Chen Zhou, softly stating, inside are 5 eggs I just extracted, perfect for you to submit for your task. Chen Zhou opened the box to find 5 test tube-like items neatly arranged within. Holding one up to the light, he could clearly see the oval, translucent eggs. Upon closer inspection, he could even make out the faint outline of the transparent larvae within. Thank you, Director Mo. He expressed his gratitude succinctly, then grasped all 5 tubes in his hand. In the next instant, the tubes vanished entirely. The item requirement for alien eggs indicated completion. What do you need me to do, Director Mo? He surmised that his presence was requested for a specific purpose. Especially since the director had assisted him in completing a task, it was only right to reciprocate. Rather than waiting for the director to speak, he decided to inquire proactively. Hearing this, Mo Guanqing chuckled slightly. Good lad, quite perceptive. I summoned you here for one matter. Chen Zhou composed himself. Please, Director Mo, go on. Mo Guanqing approached the surgical table, perched himself upon it, and with a calm demeanor declared, Kill me. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Eliminate Director Mo Guanqing. Chapter 39. An unfinished task. Upon hearing Mo Guanqing's request, Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, Uncle, you are not an ordinary target. Bullets can penetrate your skull, yet you manage to spit them out one by one. Thus, the predicament lies here. Mo Guanqing shifted the conversation and gestured towards Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui in the corridor. However, with you, or rather with you all, matters should become somewhat more manageable. Rising, Mo Guanqing approached the colossal object concealed before him and yanked down sharply on a corner of the tarp. A cylindrical liquid tank emerged before Chen Zhou, filled with a deep green fluid. Immersed within this liquid was a living extraterrestrial creature. The alien organism was vibrant and thrived, swimming energetically within the tank. Do not be alarmed. This creature can only survive within the tank. It will perish immediately upon exposure to the outside. As he spoke, Mo Guanqing rapped on the tank, producing a resonant sound. Inside me resides another identical specimen. To some extent, I am a crucial part of it. As long as I live, it thrives. Should I perish, it meets the same fate. Chen Zhou approached the tank and tapped on the transparent shell, which resembled glass. This must be the embryo conversion chamber, he deduced. Indeed, Mo Guanqing affirmed with a nod. Chen Zhou placed his hand against the glass surface, concentrating. Strange, why does the task panel remain unresponsive? The previous egg was submitted in this manner. Why does this tank not yield the same result? Beside him, Mo Guanqing shook his head. That approach is futile. As long as it remains alive, you cannot complete the task. You have but one option, to kill me. Where then shall I find the final complete specimen? Chen Zhou inquired. The one within me is the complete form. At this revelation, Chen Zhou grasped the crux of the dilemma. To acquire the embryo conversion chamber, he must eliminate the alien entity within. However, to do so, he must first kill Mo Guanqing, who, paradoxically, cannot be killed. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in this impasse. As he pondered this conundrum, Su Wanqiu in the corridor regained consciousness. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted the still unconscious Gao Rui. Xiao Rui, are you all right? Chen Zhou stepped out of the laboratory, reassuring her. She is fine. She will awaken shortly. Upon seeing Chen Zhou, Su Wanqiu rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Wonderful. Zhou, you're safe. Did you bring us here? Where exactly is this place? After a brief moment of intimacy, Gao Rui stirred awake. In the dimly lit corridor, Chen Zhou held both women close, comforting them. Aham, Montak Guanqing interjected, disrupting their moment of bliss. Zhou Bao, their SA crawler here. Zhou, step aside. The monster is after me. The two women gasped in shock, with Su Wanqiu swiftly drawing a spear to thrust at the creature. With precision, the spear's tip plunged into Mo Guanqing's neck. Then he fell backward in a daze. Director Mo, I'm fine. Mo Guanqing drew out the spear, blood spraying far and wide. Please, do not panic. Let me explain. Chen Zhou hurriedly elucidated the sequence of events to the two women to prevent further misunderstandings. Gao Rui cast a skeptical glance at Mo Guanqing and then said, Zhou Bao, do not trust him. He might be the one who released the poisonous gas on us. Indeed, that is correct, Su Wanqiu also chimed in. In the face of this accusation, Mo Guanqing explained, it was you who rummaged through my room, triggering the protective mechanism. Had I not promptly shut off the gas, you would have suffocated to death by now. Upon hearing this, the three felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered their heads. Enough. Follow me inside. Let us strive to complete the task before dawn. Understanding the challenges of the mission, Gao Rui pointed at the large jar and said, Director Mo, according to what you just said, as long as we extract the alien parasite from your body, that thing will perish, correct? Exactly. However, during the extraction process, the entity will sense its diminishing control and employ its powers to resurrect the crawlers outside. Mo Guanqing paused before continuing. Thus, someone must guard the basement. Chen Zhou gestured toward the blood-stained operating table. asking, "Director Mo, did you attempt this there before?" Mo Guanxing glanced back and nodded. "Indeed, I have tried numerous times, but each time I was interrupted by the alien entity. After all, I am a part of it. It can influence me through the manipulation of the parasite. Then why does it not control you to eliminate us? Logically, we pose a threat to it." Su Wanxiu's inquiry struck an insightful note. In response, Mo Guanxing chuckled. "Did you not eliminate all its other threats? There are corpses strewn all around outside. All right, enough chit-chat. Those who are squeamish about blood, stay in the basement and assist me." Chen Zhou was not particularly afraid of blood, but could Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui withstand an assault from 100 crawlers? Su Wanxiu seemed suitable. Her prior assistance in tending to Chen Zhou's wounds indicated she was not averse to blood. Yet, the prospect of facing disembowelment made her feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, Gao Rui stepped forward voluntarily, declaring, "Leave it to me. I am a professional." "Xiao Hui, can you really?" Su Wanxiu asked, only to have Gao Rui candidly reveal the truth. She stammered, "I have dissected frogs and white mice at school, and assisted my mentor in a few surgeries, but I've never actually performed one myself." Mo Guanxing, growing impatient, interjected, "Then you shall be the one. Consider this your first practical experience. Follow my instructions precisely." Gao Rui, as if reprimanded by her mentor, nodded eagerly. "All right, I will do my utmost." Once the roles were assigned, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exited the basement. They surveyed the surrounding terrain and resolved to fortify their position near the stairwell in the corridor. Consequently, they removed all the beds from the adjacent ward, laying them flat across the hallway. Subsequently, Su Wanxiu tore down the curtains from the room and draped them over the beds. Chen Zhou dashed back to the laboratory to procure a considerable amount of alcohol, which he splashed onto the curtains before igniting them, thus creating a rudimentary fire barrier. Finally, they secured the door to the second-floor stairwell to prevent any crawlers from flanking them. "We are ready. You may commence." Chen Zhou's voice echoed through the corridor. "Director Mo, they are prepared. Shall we begin?" Gao Rui donned a white medical mask and rubber gloves, grasping the surgical knife nearby. On the operating table, Mo Guanxing had already shed his upper garments, with restraints binding his limbs and neck. This entity was remarkably tenacious, impervious to flames, resistant to blades, and even capable of withstanding electric shocks. The only recourse was to forcibly extract it. However, its tendrils had burrowed deep into my innards, and removal would likely require significant effort. Mo Guanxing spoke with an air of calmness, evidently having undergone this procedure multiple times before. "I am about to begin. Proceed. Make an incision along the midline of my abdomen, and you shall behold it." Gao Rui inhaled deeply, slowly slicing open his abdomen with the surgical knife. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, yet Mo Guanxing appeared impervious to pain, remaining utterly still. She then employed retractors to hold open the incision, exposing the internal organs. "Do you see it?" "I see it." Inside Mo Guanxing's abdomen lay a creature, entirely black and adorned with numerous tendrils, resembling a centipede. All of the organs were interconnected by these tendrils, forming a singular entity. Gao Rui's brow furrowed as she seized the pincers to grasp the head of the parasite, pulling upward with great force. Suddenly, Mo Guanxing began to convulse as if struck by electricity. "Hurry, it has begun to move." Outside the laboratory, Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu crouched behind the surgical bed, intently observing the unfolding events in the hall. "Ah Zhou, look, one has risen." Chapter 40. A desperate struggle against the crawlers in the hall of the sanatorium. The skin of a crawler gradually returned to its former state. Its fingers twitched momentarily, followed by its hind legs, and then its forelegs. Before long, it regained its mobility. The first thing it did upon rising was rush towards the corridor. However, as it stepped through the doorway, a bullet whizzed past and pierced its shoulder. It stumbled a few steps, preparing to charge once more. Just then, another bullet struck, this time directly hitting its head. It staggered a few paces before collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, more of its companions surged over its lifeless form, rushing into the corridor. The numbers were increasing. Throw the Molotov cocktails. At the end of the corridor, Chen Zhou fired rapidly, wielding his handgun with the ferocity of a submachine gun. Su Wanxiu was not idle either. After igniting a Molotov cocktail with her lighter, she hurled it forward with great force. Crash! The Molotov smashed against a crawler, igniting the scene in a blaze of fiery brilliance, akin to a flower blooming in flames. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire echoed through the corridor, resonating like a war drum within Gao Rui's heart. At that moment, she gripped the pliers in her hand with all her might. With every tug, blood splattered across the operating table. The parasite fought back desperately, its tendrils tightly coiled around the organ. Director Mo, I can barely hold on. Hold steady. This is a battle of endurance. Mo Guangqing fought to suppress the tremors of his body, striving to create a stable environment for Gao Rui's operation. The alien mother organism continually attempted to seize control of his body, but he repelled it with sheer willpower. With a sudden crack, a small section of the parasite's body detached. The tendrils that had been clinging to the organ withered in an instant, curling into a dark, shriveled mass. Do not relax. If those tendrils make contact with my body again, they will rapidly constrict. I understand. No sooner had the words left her lips than Gao Rui yanked forcefully again, causing the parasite's body to separate once more. Behind the two, the alien mother organism sensed its vitality waning, anxiously swimming up and down within its containment. Its two antennae vibrated rapidly, seemingly transmitting some form of signal. In the corridor, the awakened crawlers multiplied, heedless of their lives as they surged forward, desperate to rescue their mother. A few particularly resilient crawlers, even engulfed in flames, raced to the forefront. Yet waiting for them was merely a spear aimed directly at their heads. Wan, could you tie a few Molotovs together and throw them higher? Chen Zhou shouted while firing, suggesting, I'll see if I can burst them with bullets to enlarge the flame's reach. All right. Su Wanqiu crouched down, contemplating swiftly, then removed the hair tie from her head and bound 3 Molotov cocktails together. Are you ready? I'm about to throw. Let us go. She ignited the 3 Molotovs and hurled them upwards with all her strength. Bang! The first shot missed. Bang! The second shot struck true. In an instant, the entire corridor resembled a torrential downpour of fire. Every crawling creature that surged into the hallway was engulfed in flames. The air was filled with piercing shrieks that echoed throughout the sanatorium, mingling with an acrid stench and the aroma of roasted flesh. Yet, the situation remained dire. They had merely vanquished 30-odd crawlers, while 60 more were in the throes of awakening. Furthermore, among the slain crawlers, several had already re-entered the awakening phase. Simultaneously, the battle within the laboratory intensified. A quarter of the parasitic entities had detached from Mo Guangqing's body. However, Gao Rui discovered that no matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not pull the parasites away. To her astonishment, she realized that the lower half of her abdomen had already healed. What is happening? Sensing the sudden quiet, Mo Guangqing inquired anxiously. Director Mo, the lower half of the midline has healed, Gao Rui replied, raising her forceps while preparing to cut open her abdomen once more with a scalpel. No, you mustn't act rashly. A moment's carelessness could undo all our efforts. Montag Guangqing promptly haltet Gao Rui es reckless Ende avoir. After a few moments of contemplation, he devised a plan. Hand me the scalpel. Upon hearing the command, Gao Rui quickly thrust the scalpel into Mo Guangqing's hands. He pinched the handle delicately between 2 fingers and, at a precarious angle, slid the blade inside the binding strap. In truth, the binding strap was merely a strip of fabric tied to the operating table. Thus, with little effort, he severed the fabric binding his left hand, followed by the strap around his neck. For safety's sake, he refrained from cutting the strap on his right hand. Turning to the side, he maneuvered his arm around the parasites, using the scalpel to slice open the healed abdomen. All right, continue. Gao Rui nodded, bracing herself against the edge of the bed, pulling upwards with all her strength. With a ripping sound, half of the parasite's body detached from her. Within the containment unit, the alien mother entity curled up, seemingly in excruciating agony. The previously trembling tentacles stilled. Its mouthparts opened and closed rhythmically, as if gasping for air. However, the crawler's assault suddenly escalated. They no longer feared the searing flames, charging forward atop the corpses of their fallen comrades. What is happening? Their attacks have intensified. I'm not sure. Could they be making a desperate push? As she spoke, Su Wanqiu swiftly dispatched a feeble crawler with a jab. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from upstairs. Chen Zhou felt a sense of foreboding. 1-1, the second floor has been breached. No sooner had he spoken than two crawlers leapt down the staircase. Su Wanqiu, quick-witted, hurled a Molotov cocktail. The leading crawler was instantly engulfed in flames. Yet, the ones behind surged through the inferno with reckless abandon. Yet Su Wanqiu did not retreat. Behind her stood Chen Zhou. Bang! The crawler did not collide with her, but instead overturned a hospital bed that lay across the corridor. In that moment, Chen Zhou displayed remarkable agility, pulling Su Wanqiu into his embrace just as the crawler was about to collide with her. He then fell backward, evading the creature's attack. The bed was overturned, and the crawlers in the corridor launched their final assault. They surged past the blazing firewall and entered the stairwell. The crawlers were upon them. Quickly, throw the Molotov cocktails. The last one had just been used. With that, Su Wanqiu brandished her spear, thrusting it toward the approaching crawler. Chen Zhou promptly fired, successfully dispatching the foe. However, with their defenses breached, the crawlers, now possessing a close combat advantage, swiftly turned the tide of battle. Furthermore, the first batch of fallen crawlers had resurrected, emerging from the pile of corpses. Yet, the two steadfastly defended the iron door, fighting with every ounce of strength. Fortunately, they had sprayed defensive mist, rendering the crawler's claws temporarily harmless. Alas, two fists were no match for four hands, and their stamina was rapidly depleting. After several rounds of combat, the iron door leading to the laboratory was breached, creating a gap. In that moment, a diminutive crawler seized the opportunity to slip through the opening amidst the chaos. It was nimble and swift, reaching the laboratory door in mere seconds. Just as it leaped toward the surgical table, its claws poised for a strike, a gunshot rang out, piercing its skull. Outside the laboratory, the crawlers engaged with the two fighters collapsed instantly, as if their strings had been severed. Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu exchanged a glance, hastily prying open the iron door to rush into the laboratory. Chapter 41. Unveiling the crimson box to obtain the energy shield upon entering the laboratory. The two individuals beheld Gao Rui sitting breathlessly on the floor. Beside her lay a skewer of slain crawlers. Sister Xiao Rui, are you all right? Are you injured? Su Wanqiu rushed to Gao Rui's side, checking her for any injuries. Gao Rui waved her hand unsteadily, smiling as she replied, I'm fine, 1-1. Just a bit sore in my arm. She then pointed to the operating table, exclaiming, everything has been resolved. We have succeeded. On the operating table, Mo Guanqing wore a smile. He had succumbed to his final breath. Severed from the support of the alien mother body, his form began to rapidly decay, revealing stark white bones. Chen Zhou approached the operating table and gently closed Mo's eyelids. Sister Rui, did Director Mo say anything before he departed? Gao Rui replied softly. He thanked us. Chen Zhou remained silent, quietly retrieving a white lab coat from nearby to drape over him. Ultimately, he whispered, thank you as well, Director Mo. Within the containment unit, the alien mother body had curled into a tight ball, resembling a dark orb adrift in water. Chen Zhou placed his hand against the glass shell, and in the next instant, the entire containment unit vanished. On the panel, the embryo conversion chamber now displayed the completion of 3 tasks. As for the final task of achieving the complete form, it had been successfully submitted the moment Gao Rui extracted the parasite. Congratulations on overcoming the random event. Main quest completed, side quest completed, hidden quest completed. All rewards have been distributed to the participants' inventory, a notification chimed from the watch. And soon after, the surrounding environment began to dissolve. Within moments, they found themselves on a highway, adjacent to a car. In the distance, the sun peaked over the horizon. Once back inside the vehicle, the trio's first order of business was to eat. After an entire night of combat, they were famished. After preparing 3 packs of instant noodles, Chen Zhou twirled a bundle of noodles with a fork, cooling it before offering it to Gao Rui. Here, open wide. Gao Rui opened her mouth, slurping the entire portion. He then rolled another bundle and brought it to Su Wanqiu. Your turn, open wide. Su Wanqiu followed suit. Savoring each bite, Gao Rui, having just undergone surgery, found her arm too sore to lift, thus requiring assistance. As for Su Wanxiu, her arm remained swollen. After finishing the noodles, Chen Zhou retrieved the supply boxes awarded from the random event. 5 blue supply boxes, 10 basic material packs, 2 purple supply boxes, and finally, the coveted red supply box. Which should we open first? Chen Zhou asked, eager to dive in. Let us save the heavy one for last. I think that's a good idea. All right. Heeding Gao Rui's suggestion, he kicked open the 5 blue boxes in succession. Bang, 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 bang. Are there any new blueprints? Su Wanxiu inquired eagerly. A blueprint for a hand crossbow, another for arrows, and 2 batteries. The first 2 blueprints are quite advantageous. After the ordeal at the sanatorium, Chen Zhou has come to realize an essential truth. One can never have too many weapons. When faced with an unexpected event, he was fortunate to possess a handgun. Otherwise, armed solely with a few spears and Molotov cocktails, they would surely have met their demise within the confines of the sanatorium. Glancing at the blueprints, he noted their usage count, 5 times. This was sufficient for each of them to be equipped with a weapon. As for the 2 batteries, Chen Zhou felt a surge of irritation upon seeing them. Goodness, having dismantled electric vehicles, they now present him with batteries instead. Thankfully, he had chosen to team up with Su Wanxiu. Otherwise, he would have already turned to dust, a mere corpse in the desert. Zhou quickly opened the purple chests. Purple ones are guaranteed to contain something good. All right, I shall proceed, Chen Zhou replied, moving towards the 2 purple chests. With a series of sounds, the chest sprang open. No blueprint emerged, but rather an intriguing item. What item? The 2 women inquired, leaning closer. In Chen Zhou's hand now rested a gleaming gold coin. One interesting coin, Su Wanxiu remarked, taking it and examining it closely. The front of the coin bore the image of an open treasure chest overflowing with riches, while the reverse side was utterly barren. The coin of omniscience, category, item, quality, purple, effect. It possesses knowledge of the secrets concealed within chests. The front signifies affirmation, while the rear indicates negation. So, this coin can reveal what lies within the supply boxes? Gao Rui pondered, attempting to grasp the implications of the coin's effect. Let us test it and see, Chen Zhou suggested as he approached a red chest. Does this chest contain a blueprint? He tossed the coin into the air and caught it deftly in his palm. How disappointing, it's the reverse side. Su Wanxiu sighed upon seeing the empty reverse, her disappointment palpable. Do not fret. Let me inquire further. Does this chest contain an item? After posing the question, he tossed the coin again, and this time, it landed on the front side. Elated, he bounded towards the red chest, gently tapping its surface. A brilliant red light enveloped the entire vehicle. An anticipation filled the eyes of everyone present. Vehicle energy shield, category, item, quality, red. Effect, consumes 1 accessory slot to provide the vehicle with 100 shield protection. When attacked, shield value is consumed. After disengaging from combat for 5 seconds, the shield value regenerates at a rate of 1 per second. Note, if the shield shatters, a cooldown period of 24 hours is required. Excellent, splendid. A remarkable find, Chen Zhou exclaimed as he entered the driver's cabin and swiped the central control screen a few times. Energy shield installation commencing. One outside, a semi-transparent energy shield gradually enveloped the entire vehicle. Su Wanxiu stood before the windshield, as if encased within a colossal bubble. After a few minutes, the screen displayed that installation was complete. The once semi-transparent shield transformed instantly into a crystal-clear barrier. From an external perspective, nothing seemed amiss. Chen Zhou opened the car door and approached the front of the vehicle. Let me test this contraption to see if it is functional, he declared. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and fired several rounds at the windshield. The bullets struck the shield, generating a cascade of energy ripples, yet the windshield remained unscathed. After firing 10 shots, he promptly returned to the vehicle to check the shield's status, discovering it had only diminished by a mere 0.1. Truly, such a red-quality item is formidable. The 2 women behind him were equally exhilarated. Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility? It seems I have inadvertently gained a slight edge in strength. Following this, Chen Zhou made his way to the workshop, crafting a hand crossbow and 50 arrows for each individual. Once these tasks were completed, they could finally take a well-deserved respite. The two women quickly shed their cooling garments and lay down in bed, preparing for slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou settled onto the sofa, perusing regional messages. He was curious to know whether any other teams, besides his own, had encountered random events. To his surprise, the channel was eerily tranquil, with discussions still centered on the weather disasters. Could it be that he was the only one to experience a random event? With this question lingering in his mind, he opened the global channel. The messages there continued to scroll at a rapid pace. Nevertheless, amidst the plethora of information, he managed to discern a few clues. What caught his attention were a series of images. The first image featured a selfie of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. She displayed her face, marred by numerous wounds. Her eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept profusely. The second image depicted three individuals lying on the highway, their bodies covered in grotesque claw marks. If Chen Zhou's assumptions were correct, these must be the deceased companions of the girl. However, it was the third image that held paramount significance, serving as evidence that others had also encountered random events. At the center of the highway stood a building dissipating into the ether. The familiar architectural style unmistakably belonged to the Sunshine Rehabilitation Center. Chapter 42. The marvelous use of gold coins. Chen Zhou silently noted the ID of the individual, but chose not to initiate contact. Firstly, there could be a language barrier. Secondly, he was unaware of the other person's background, which could potentially lead to trouble. Time, day 9. The day after the fiery purgatory. Time, 12:01. Temperature inside the vehicle, 27 C. Temperature outside the vehicle, 65 C. Weather, sweltering heat by noon. The three of them had risen, their complaints incessant. "My arms are killing me," Gao Rui lamented as she massaged her aching limbs. Anyone who had spent 2 hours extracting alien insects with pliers would surely feel the strain for days. Su Wanxiu, similarly afflicted, had a swollen forearm from a blow dealt by a creeper the previous day, now mottled with bruises. "Here is some red flower oil for you, Xiao Rui." Chen Zhou, however, refrained from voicing any grievances, quietly preparing a cup of goji berries for himself. Chewing on the berries, he settled into the middle of the sofa. "Let me show you something. Besides us, others have also encountered random events." Intrigued by his words, the two women leaned in as they beheld a selfie of a girl. Did this foreign girl also experience the asylum incident? Gao Rui marveled upon recognizing the familiar building in the last photo. Chen Zhou nodded in affirmation. "Look at the second photo. Her teammates must all be dead." Su Wanxiu, usually tender-hearted, spoke up. "She seems so pitiful. Should we not help her?" At her words, both Chen Zhou and Gao Rui shook their heads vigorously. "We are still teetering on the brink of survival ourselves. How can we spare the energy to assist someone else? Moreover, we know nothing of her background. What if her abilities could harm us through the internet?" Gao Rui's imagination ran wild as she added, "What if this is merely a bait? Once she establishes contact with us, we could be ensnared in her trap." Though her theory was somewhat far-fetched, it proved surprisingly persuasive. Despite her compassion, Su Wanxiu possessed a timid nature. After hearing Gao Rui's reasoning, she abandoned the idea of aiding the girl. "All right, I won't help her anymore. Please don't blame me." Chen Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief and rose to the kitchen to prepare instant noodles. Initially, he had planned to scour the rest area today. However, given their current condition, injured and exhausted, those plans would have to be postponed for a few days. With no better food available, they would have to make do with noodles and bread today. "Once you both regain your strength, we could consider raiding the rest area," he remarked while cooking. In response, the two women nodded in agreement. They too were weary from the ordeal. After their meal, Chen Zhou enhanced the women's abilities. He then prepared to experiment with a new idea that had surfaced in his mind during their meal. Entering the driver's cabin, he retrieved a gold coin and inquired, "Is there gasoline in the next box?" He received an affirmative response. Then, "Will the gasoline be sufficient to reach 20 liters?" The golden coin responded affirmatively. Chen Zhou smiled slightly. "Let me verify its accuracy." With that, he started the car and drove along the highway. The two women in the cabin sensed the vehicle was in motion and exchanged puzzled glances. "Didn't Zhou say we shouldn't drive during the day? Why is he driving now?" "I'm not sure. Let's go take a look." The two of them walked into the corridor and, upon opening the door, discovered Chen Zhou was conversing with the golden coin. Will the second wave of boxes yield 20 liters of gasoline? The coin responded positively. However, when he inquired about the third wave of boxes, the coin answered negatively. The two women observed Chen Zhou's antics and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Ah, Zhou, you're truly impressive. Zhou Bao, you're really clever. Hearing their compliments, Chen Zhou puffed out his chest with pride. Basic skills, no need for excessive caution. An hour and 40 minutes later, amidst the trio's eager anticipation, the vehicle arrived at the first wave of supply boxes. Chen Zhou alighted alone and faced the 3 boxes before him, pulling out the golden coin once more. Are there any dangers within these 3 boxes? He inquired. The coin replied in the negative. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 boxes opened in response, revealing no beasts within. Moreover, the total gasoline collected amounted to precisely 20 liters. Chen Zhou returned to the vehicle, elated, and shared the good news with the two women. No doubt about it, this golden coin is remarkably accurate. It can even inform us if there's danger inside the boxes. The two women were equally thrilled. With the coin's predictions, they no longer had to fear opening boxes. By knowing which boxes might harbor beasts, they could prepare in advance, significantly reducing the chances of injury. What miraculous object! As a purple quality item, it is indeed somewhat underappreciated. Only an orange quality would do justice to its effects. After opening the second wave of boxes, he drove the vehicle to 199 kilometers to prepare for nighttime travel. He then noticed the tire's durability was somewhat low. The tire modifications only mitigated the wear caused by high temperatures but did not eliminate the effects entirely. Arriving at the workshop, he fully replenished the tire's durability and repaired all items with low durability, especially the machete, which had become chipped from cleaving through the rolling door. Yet, thanks to this machete, he had successfully escaped from the director's office. Thus, he crafted a machete for both Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui, instructing them to keep it in their backpacks. After completing these tasks, he lay on the sofa, idly browsing regional messages. At that moment, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui excitedly approached him, presenting a delivery box. Ah Zhou, look at this, you will absolutely love it. Chen Zhou, perplexed, took the delivery box and opened it to find a gaming console. No way, it's a Switch. He hurriedly unwrapped the box, and, upon seeing the classic red and blue colors, he was nearly leaping with joy. Thank you. You two are truly my invaluable assistants. The two women looked at Chen Zhou with satisfaction, only to be momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment, what did you just say? I expressed my gratitude. No, it was the subsequent phrase. Realizing he had let something slip, he immediately covered his mouth, ceasing to continue. However, this action displeased the two women. Ah Zhou, hurry up and speak. Why have you stopped? Zhou Bao, you mustn't cover your mouth. We want to hear those few words. If you don't say it soon, we will become truly upset. Indeed, the kind that won't be easily pacified. Under the pressure and persuasion of the two women, Chen Zhou finally uttered those 3 words, virtuous partner. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two women flushed instantly, followed by a frenzy of ecstatic screams. They then planted a kiss on either side of Chen Zhou's face, exclaiming, "No need to thank us. Our beloved chief." Chapter 43. Chen Zhou's family, mission accomplished. Throughout the afternoon, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui found themselves reminiscing about a particular phrase. Sister Xiaorui, what did Ah Zhou just call you? He referred to me as the virtuous assistant. Gao Rui replied with a smile, returning the question. Su Wanxiu, grinning as well, responded, indeed. The chief just called me his virtuous assistant too. Observing this exchange, Chen Zhou rolled his eyes and remarked with mild annoyance, "You two are quite boring." Is it really such a big deal that he called you both virtuous assistants? Absolutely. It signifies your affection for us. They chimed in unison. Yes. With that title comes the responsibility of the chief. As they spoke, the two women affectionately wrapped their arms around Chen Zhou's, creating a heartwarming scene. Chen Zhou patted their legs, expressing a hint of melancholy. It seems I have yet to fulfill my duties as chief, and already I feel overwhelmed. Ever since the onset of the combat mode, he had been consuming goji berries as snacks daily. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physical constitution, he might have already turned into a withered husk. Upon hearing this, Su Wanchio's mood soured instantly. Do not even think about shirking your responsibilities. That too falls under your duties as chief. Gao Rue echoed her sentiment. A man must never declare himself incapable. Chen Zhou lamented inwardly, feeling utterly exasperated. As evening approached, he entered the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Before departing, he pulled out a gold coin to pose a question. Are there any dangers associated with the next boxes we encounter? The coin confirmed his suspicions. Great, encountering danger right off the bat tonight. What rotten luck. He turned to the cabin, calling out, the next set of boxes may be perilous. I require the assistance of my virtuous assistants. Upon hearing those words, the two women hurriedly rushed to his side. What do you need? Just give the order. Chen Zhou couldn't help but smirk. You two have quite the repertoire of phrases. I wonder if you began crafting them this afternoon. Su Wanchio and Gao Rue exchanged knowing smiles. You caught us. A few minutes later, they arrived at the first set of boxes. Chen Zhou glanced at the radar. 1 purple, 3 green on the left side of the road, and 2 blue on the right. Just as Gao Rue was about to exit the vehicle, Chen Zhou raised a hand to stop her. Hold on. Let me consult the coin first. Is the purple supply box dangerous? Negative. How about the blue ones? Affirmative. And the green ones? Negative. With the coin's responses in hand, he promptly organized their approach. Xiaorui and I will tackle the blue boxes, while Wanchio, you handle the remaining boxes. The two women nodded and disembarked. Approaching the blue box, Chen Zhou instructed, Xiaorui, you go invisible and position yourself behind the box while I stand guard in front. This strategy had been devised with Su Wanchio previously and had not failed them yet. Gao Rue responded affirmatively and stealthily moved to the left side of the blue box. I'm about to open it. Let us go. With a resounding crash, a brown bear burst forth from the box. Chen Zhou swiftly fired, unleashing 5 shots in 3 seconds, ultimately bringing down the brown bear. Approaching the bear's lifeless body, he stowed it in his backpack before returning to his original position, declaring, Xiao Rue, we can proceed to the next one. At that moment, the blue box on the right opened, revealing no beasts within. Chen Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief and holstered his pistol. Just then, Gao Rue's figure unexpectedly materialized before him, startling him. You were truly impressive just now. Chen Zhou was about to admonish her for her sudden appearance, yet the praise caused him to swallow his words. I suppose it was merely average, he replied. The two shared light-hearted banter as they approached the vehicle, where Su Wanchio had been waiting for quite some time. Why are you two so slow? Are you injured? Not all. Let me tell you, the boss was incredibly cool. Gao Rue began, but Chen Zhou interrupted her, urging them to get into the car. We can talk once we're inside. Once settled in the vehicle, the two women nestled in the back seat, whispering and occasionally erupting in laughter. Chen Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror, reflecting on his experiences. If this were a novel, wouldn't I be the main character? He mused, realizing that being the protagonist in a story was somewhat exhilarating. Of course, another individual shared a similar sentiment, the team leader, Ma Hongyu. At that moment, he turned to Zheng Li beside him, saying casually, I'll step out for a moment. You stay here. Zheng Li adjusted herself, watching as Ma Hongyu exited the vehicle. Having joined the team only days prior, she had transitioned from a mere foot massager to a favored companion of Ma Hongyu, while the other women previously around him had been relegated to menial tasks downstairs. Lying on her bed, she activated her watch and glanced at the talent section. Talent, S-Class contract, current level, level 5, effect. Upon activation, can sign contracts of varying levels based on the target's favorability, making them subservient. If favorability decreases, the contract downgrades. If favorability is too low, the contract is nullified. Forcing the talent at this point results in a debuff. Favorability 90-100. Supreme contract, unquestioning obedience. Favorability 70-90. Advanced contract can control most thoughts, with a low chance of resistance. Favorability 50-70. Intermediate contract, target has a chance of resistance. Favorability 30-50. Basic contract, target is likely to resist. Excluding harmful actions, favorability below 30. Contract nullified, target will not only resist but also inflict a debuff. Current debuff slows the increase of others' favorability. Debuff source, Gao Rue, hatred, Damn Gao Rui. Zheng Li cursed inwardly. I should have eliminated you first. In the past, when she encountered teams composed solely of male members, forging contracts was remarkably simple. A few flirtatious glances or a subtle display of her legs would invariably elevate the target's favorability. Upon encountering Gao Rui, she experienced her first setback. Initially, she intended to leverage Gao Rui's talents for her own benefit. Thus, she fervently sought to enhance the other's favor, aiming to swiftly secure a premier contract. However, to her surprise, Gao Rui possessed a rare trait. After merely rejecting Gao Rui's advances once, the latter's affection for her plummeted to zero. Consequently, the affections of Huang, Mao, and Grandpa Li also diminished to 50%. Faced with this predicament, she resolved to abandon all restraint. If she could not utilize her, she would seek to obliterate her instead. Little did she anticipate that she would find herself in such a dire situation. Upon joining Ma Hongyu's convoy, she bore the humiliation with fortitude. Finally, today, she managed to elevate his favor to 50%. This marked the commencement of her resurgence. Just then, Ma Hongyu returned to his quarters, accompanied by two women. My lord, how could you bear to leave us downstairs while you frolic with that Zheng Li? One of them lamented. Indeed, my lord, I have nearly missed you to death. Ma Hongyu retorted sharply, if I call you up here, spare me your incessant chatter. As the trio entered the room, Zheng Li interjected, My lord, I am feeling a bit fatigued. May I rest for a moment? No sooner had she spoken than Ma Hongyu delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Are you starting to chatter as well? Damn it, stay here and serve as support. Ma Hongyu's favorability decreased. Current favorability is 48. Zheng Li covered her face, inwardly cursing, Damn it, you fool. Chapter 44. Engine modification at 4:30 in the morning. The last boxes of the night had mostly been opened, with only a final stretch of 5 kilometers remaining. Chen Zhou intended to take a break and let Su Wanqiu take over driving. Do not sway the steering wheel. Keep your eyes on the road ahead, and avoid fixating on the center line. Slow down, you're veering off course. Chen Zhou sat in the passenger seat, gripping the overhead handle tightly, his forehead slick with sweat. Observing Su Wanqiu's driving, he found it more exhausting than handling the wheel himself. In the back seat, Gao Rui stifled giggles, covering her mouth. Xiao Rui, Jia, don't mock me. All right, I want to laugh. Wan, you're doing great. Keep it up. Just as she finished speaking, Su Wanqiu drove the vehicle into the desert. Burying her head in the steering wheel, she lamented, I'm so clumsy. I can't even drive properly. Chen Zhou gently patted her back, offering soft encouragement. It's okay. With daily practice, you'll surely master it one day. Gao Rui chimed in, Don't be disheartened. Wan, when I first took my driving test, I plowed through every greenbelt at the driving school. Yet here I am, capable of driving now. At her words, Chen Zhou gasped in disbelief. Which driving school is so dedicated? They didn't refund you, yet you still obtained your license. Su Wanqiu's confidence slightly returned. Come on, Wan, you could do it. With that, she engaged the gear and slammed the accelerator. The next moment, Chen Zhou exclaimed, Stop. That S reverse. Warning, vehicle reversing 10 meters. Warning, vehicle reversing 20 meters. He hurriedly pulled the handbrake, and with a screech, the vehicle finally halted. Su Wanqiu was so startled that she burst into tears. I'm done learning. I won't drive anymore. The two beside her sighed in relief and obediently swapped places with Chen Zhou. In the back seat, Su Wanqiu, still shaken, clung to Gao Rui's slender waist, resting her head on her shoulder and whimpering softly. Only a D-level powerhouse could soothe her wounded spirit. Before long, they arrived at the final box location. After confirming there were no dangers, Chen Zhou took the initiative to open the box himself. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanqiu, with her big, watery eyes, looked at Gao Rui and whispered, Xiao Rui, Jia, do you think I've essentially bid farewell to driving? Gao Rui tenderly patted her head. I believe you will certainly learn to drive, as we are part of Chen Zhou's family, and we must strive to support him. With that, she planted a gentle kiss on Su Wanqiu's cheek. Upon returning from opening the box, Chen Zhou was taken aback by the sight of the two engrossed in each other's company, feeling a bit embarrassed. Am I interrupting you? You carry on. Don't mind us. All right then. With that, he slipped back into the vehicle to begin organizing the supplies from the night. Fortunately, they had obtained a blueprint for upgrading the water collector that evening. After using it, the water collector in the vehicle successfully reached level 6. Intermediate water collector, level 6, quality, purple, durability, 100 effect, produces 20 L of pure water daily, 20 liters of water. They were still a bit away from the freedom of bathing. However, with the aid of the water circulation system, a daily wipe down and a simple rinse should pose no issue. He approached the cockpit, intending to share this news with them, only to discover that both were currently preoccupied. Clearing his throat, he announced, "You two can eat later. Our water collector has been upgraded." Upon hearing Chen Zhou's voice, the two finally parted, wiping the corners of their mouths, and followed him into the cabin. Life indeed seems increasingly promising. A daily wipe down is beneficial. At least one can sleep without being engulfed by the stench of one's own sweat. So, would you like to freshen up today? After all, the upgrade grants us a full tank of water. Let us do it together. Upon hearing Su Wanchio's invitation, Chen Zhou quickly waved his hand. "I have other blueprints to attend to. You may go ahead." "No hurry. We still have plenty of packages to unbox. We'll wait for you." With that, Gao Rui shot him a flirtatious glance. It seems there is no escaping this. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. One can evade the initial day, but not the 15th. Having evaded today, he knew that given their personalities, they would undoubtedly seek to double the payback tomorrow. Subsequently, the three of them busied themselves. Among the evening's discoveries, one blueprint caught his particular interest. Engine modification chip blueprint, quality, blue. Usage, one time. Effect, consumes vehicle modification slots. Allows selection of engine modification direction. Required materials. Iron blocks 50, electronic components 20. Their engine's fuel consumption was currently excessive. And if the vehicle were to be upgraded in the future, he dreaded to imagine how terrifying that fuel consumption could become. After entering the blueprint into the workbench and waiting a few seconds, he received the chip. Once installed in the cockpit, a dialog box appeared on the central control screen. Vehicle engine modification chip installed. Please select engine modification direction. Increase RPM. Reduce fuel consumption. Extend durability. Reduce noise with a clear objective of reducing fuel consumption. He decisively chose reduce fuel consumption. Following the prompt sound, the vehicle's information underwent a transformation. Vehicle name, medium box truck, level 4, quality, speed, 120 kilometers h, fuel tank, 10100 L, fuel consumption, 20 kilometers L. 1 liter of fuel allows for a travel of 20 kilometers, which means a single trip with cargo consumes 10 liters. Thus, as long as there is gasoline in the box during the day, he would be able to drive. It would be improbable for all 3 boxes to be devoid of fuel. After modifying the engine, he reviewed all the blueprints within the boxes that had yet to be crafted. Storage rack blueprint 5, fan blueprint 2, floor lamp blueprint 3, carpet blueprint 7. A hodgepodge. It seems there is an assortment of everything. He glanced once more at the quality of the blueprints. They were predominantly of white quality, with a few being blue quality. However, one blueprint particularly captured his attention. Flower pot blueprint, quality, blue. Usage count, require materials, plastic 5 as an experienced gamer. He keenly sensed that this flower pot would prove to be exceedingly useful. Before long, he crafted one at the workbench. Upon witnessing the pot's effects, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. Flower pot, category, item, durability, 100 effect, capable of holding soil, requiring 50 milliliters of water daily to cultivate random plants. Though the effect may seem rather unremarkable, one must recognize that random attributes can sometimes be the most potent. He ventured outside to gather some sand, filled the pot, and poured in 50 milliliters of water. All that remained was to wait. At that moment, Su Wanxiu's voice chimed in. "Isn't that the seemingly useless flower pot? How did you manage to create it? Planning to nurture some greenery?" Chen Zhou shook his finger, feigning profundity as he replied, "Do not underestimate this flower pot. It is undoubtedly of great significance. What utility could it possibly possess?" Su Wanxiu questioned, perplexed. She pondered how this contraption not only wasted water, but also required maintenance. With the plant's growth being entirely random, she simply could not comprehend its worth. Chen Zhou refrained from clarifying, merely reiterating, You don't understand. I've just finished unpacking with Sister Xiaowei. I intend to shower and retire soon. Chen Zhou displayed a reluctant expression. I wish to play a bit longer. No way. Once you've made a promise, you cannot back out. Thus, Chen Zhou was unceremoniously dragged away from the entertainment room by Su Wanxiu. Chapter 45. Upgrading the vehicle to level 5. Unlocking the second layer of space. Time. Date 10. Third day of Hellfire. Time. 1325. Interior temperature. 27°C. Exterior temperature. 65°C. Weather. Scorching heat. Zhou. It's time for dinner. All right, I'm coming. Setting aside the snack he was indulging in, he rose and made his way to the dining table. Today's breakfast consisted of 8 treasure porridge accompanied by bread. After a couple of bites, he couldn't help but reminisce about the days spent devouring fried chicken. How have you two been recuperating? Perhaps we could use the bronze key tomorrow to visit the relaxation area. Having endured just a single day of hardship, Chen Zhou found himself struggling. It is a common truth. It is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from luxury to simplicity. Beside him, Su Wanxiu, slurping her porridge, blinked her eyes, seemingly intrigued. Although Gao Rui had never been there, she had heard Su Wanxiu's descriptions, luxurious sweets and endless delicacies, so she was both eager and curious. Shall we make the trip? Su Wanxiu could hardly contain her excitement. Xiao Rui, what do you think? Chen Zhou sought Gao Rui's opinion. Well, I must admit, I am quite looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou decisively declared, all right then, it's a unanimous agreement. We shall depart tomorrow. After finishing their meal, the trio busied themselves. Having recently upgraded the engine, they no longer needed to fret about fuel sufficiency. It was simply a matter of 3 words: drive freely. Soon, the first batch of supply crates arrived. After inquiring about the gold coins, the response was reassuring. No danger. Fuel is plentiful. Thus, Chen Zhou eagerly dashed to open the crates. Inside the vehicle, Su Wanxiu busied herself with unpacking the deliveries while Gao Rui took charge of sorting them. Keep the useful items, dismantle the useless ones. Presently, their supplies had filled an entire 4 storage boxes. The workspace was nearly bursting at the seams. 1-1, the 5th box is also full, and there is no room left in the workspace. What shall we do? Gao Rui emerged from the workspace, cradling a box of shower gel. Full again? Su Wanxiu looked around and added, there is no space outside either. What now? How about we upgrade the vehicle? Gao Rui suggested. Su Wanxiu pondered for a moment and realized it was their only option. She then opened her watch to check the materials required for the vehicle upgrade. We still need a vehicle core. Gao Rui furrowed her brow. Where can we find that? Su Wanxiu shook her head. It's quite difficult to obtain. Zhou mentioned that we need to dismantle a vehicle to acquire it. Last time we created the water circulation system, Zhou ended up dismantling his electric bike. Dismantling a vehicle, Gao Rui contemplated, then recalled the derelict car in the box, which Chen Zhou had saved for her at the beginning, saying that once she healed, she could repair it and continue to drive. But now, not only had she joined the bear car team, but she had also become a member of Chen Zhou's family. The abandoned car was of little use to her now. It might as well be dismantled. With this thought in mind, she headed directly into the workspace. Upon realizing that disassembly would require 2 hours, she did not hesitate and promptly pressed the decomposition button. At that moment, Chen Zhou returned from outside, entering the cabin and remarking, "We've run into ice again. Would you like a bottle of cola?" Su Wanxiu cheerfully replied, "Sure," and proceeded to pour herself a drink. What about Xiao Rui? She asked in the workshop. He pushed open the door to the workshop and noticed the decomposition countdown on the workbench. Xiao Rui, why have you taken apart your vehicle? Of course, it's to upgrade the equipment. Chen Zhou was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He merely felt that the car represented all of Xiao Rui's previous efforts, and dismantling it seemed rather regrettable. However, Gao Rui thought that as a member of Chen Zhou's family, it was only natural for her to contribute to their household. Noticing Chen Zhou's serious expression, Gao Rui continued, "Oh, it's fine keeping it in the box, just takes up space. Disassembling can also yield vehicle cores. But that was all your hard work. Won't you feel reluctant? What is there to be reluctant about? I am now part of Chen Zhou's family. If anyone should feel reluctant, it should be you." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's face flushed, and he embraced Gao Rue, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Now that's a statement I adore. You two are being all lovey-dovey without including me, Su Wanxiu exclaimed, standing at the door with 3 cups of cola, her lips pouting in mock annoyance. Oh dear, I almost forgot about my precious Wan. Come here for a kiss. With that, Gao Rue affectionately squeezed Su Wanxiu's cheeks and planted kisses on her face. 2 hours later, the 3 gathered outside the vehicle in anticipation. As the upgrade light shattered, a motorhome materialized before them. Wow, a motorhome! How splendid! Let us go inside and take a look. Upon entering, they were greeted by a completely transformed interior. The walls, no longer unsightly metal, were now adorned with warm wooden finishes. The corridor featured hooks for hanging clothes and a shoe cabinet, exuding a welcoming atmosphere. The areas for the cabin, bedroom, workshop, and bathroom had all expanded significantly. Most impressively, the vehicle now boasted a second-level space. They eagerly climbed the stairs, opening the door to the upper level. The space inside was astonishingly larger than any room below. Why is it so empty? Are we supposed to DIY it? Such a spacious area would make for an excellent storage room. Let's not turn it into a storage room. A bedroom would be best. As soon as Su Wanxiu finished speaking, Gao Rue enthusiastically chimed in, absolutely. I've never had such a large bedroom. Chen Zhou gazed at the nearly 30 square meter space and exclaimed, you want to make a bedroom instead of storage room? The problem is, we don't have a bed that big. Su Wanxiu, however, confidently replied, we can combine several mattresses to create a bed. I remember there are 2 in the delivery. No wonder she wanted to convert it into a bedroom. She had clearly been planning ahead. Now, with 2 votes in favor and 1 against, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue's agreement to transform the upper level into a bedroom left Chen Zhou with no choice but to acquiesce to their wishes. However, they promised Chen Zhou to transform the larger bedroom downstairs into a workspace. This not only increases storage space, but also frees up a small room. Having made their decision, the 3 of them approached the central control screen to operate it. Su Wanxiu first utilized the room organization feature to transfer all items from the first-floor bedroom to the second floor, conveniently including the mattress as well. This feature proved to be quite effective, saving both time and effort. Indeed, moving was made much simpler. After tidying up the second-floor room, Chen Zhou moved all items from the workspace into the original bedroom on the first floor. Subsequently, he designated a small section of the former workspace to be added to the new workspace, thereby augmenting the storage area. What can we do with this newly vacated small room? Gao Rue inquired. Su Wanxiu shook her head, admitting she had no ideas. Chen Zhou chuckled. Of course, it will be for entertainment. With that, he entered game room in the renaming dialog box. Chapter 46. This time, it truly became a presidential suite combined edition. Upon witnessing Chen Zhou transform the vacant small room into a gaming haven, Gao Rue gently poked his forehead and jested. So, Zhou, you had this planned all along, didn't you? What's wrong with that? All right, you're the captain here. Whatever you say goes. Once the name was changed, it was time for room decoration. He first placed a sofa into the gaming room and constructed a storage rack beside it for his snacks. After completing these tasks, he returned to the driver's cabin. Glancing at the time, it was 5 in the afternoon. Time to set off. He started the RV and drove onto the highway. Why is the speed increasing? He glanced at the speedometer, astonished to see it had reached a maximum speed of 150 km/h. All right, my forgetful mind. The vehicle had just been upgraded. He tapped his forehead and then opened the vehicle information. Vehicle name, elevated RV, level 5, quality, speed, 150 km/h, fuel tank, 3200 L, fuel consumption, 15 km L, modification slots, 315 accessory installation, 215 L. The fuel consumption is indeed high. Thankfully, the engine was modified, or it would have been unbearable. He calculated briefly. As long as the fuel in each batch of boxes exceeded 13 L, there would be no issues. Still, let us inquire about the coins. In this upcoming batch, would it yield over 13 L of fuel? Definitely. All right then, let us set off. On the road, the 2 women busied themselves between the first and second floors. Would placing a carpet here make it look better? Absolutely. Let's put a sofa on top for added coziness. Perfect timing. I still have blueprint uses left. I'll make one right away. Su Wanxiu dashed down the stairs, and after a while, she returned. With a thud, the new sofa landed heavily on the ground. The noise startled Chen Zhou. Goodness, are these two planning to dismantle the place? As night fell, Chen Zhou took a brief rest and let Gao Rui take the wheel. Su Wanxiu eagerly pulled Chen Zhou upstairs, eager for him to admire her accomplishments of the afternoon. First, let me cover your eyes. No peeking. All right, then. As the door swung open, Su Wanxiu lowered her hands, her tone cheerful. Tada! Chen Zhou opened his eyes to find that the once empty room had been transformed into a cozy bedroom. The tidy tatami bed, soft sofa, bright floor lamp, and some simple decorations all reflected the thoughtful touches of the two women. Wow, this room is truly inviting for sleep. Chen Zhou couldn't help but marvel, though he found himself at a loss for words. Su Wanxiu didn't mind. She sensed his delight from his expression, which filled her heart with satisfaction. Returning downstairs, melodious music filled the RV, and they chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere within. Yet in a corner of the game, a girl sat weeping in the empty vehicle. Her azure eyes resembled a crystalline lake, while her golden hair lay tousled behind her. Sand grains clung to her nails, and her silver-gray, cooling suit bore stains of dry blood. She sat up and glanced at the time on the windshield. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase often uttered by her teammate Wendy. Emily, be cautious when opening boxes at night. Over the past 2 days, she had spent her time either sleeping on the floor of the car or digging in the sandy terrain outside. Louis and Jenny had returned to their heavenly abode, and when he could finally rest today, realizing she had overslept, she hastily rose from the floor and made her way to the sandy area behind the vehicle. The car, an elongated Lincoln, was a true gas-guzzling behemoth, yet it offered remarkable comfort. Before her lay 2 small sand mounds, with a wooden cross erected beside them. She lingered a moment before the mounds, then approached the already dug pit, gently dragging Wendy's lifeless body into the grave. She used a bucket to scoop sand from the side and poured it in. Only when the pit transformed into a mound did she cease her labor. Next, she retrieved a new cross from her backpack and planted it at the head of the fresh earth. Her fingers intertwined, she clasped her hands tightly, murmuring a prayer. With the final utterance of Amen, she concluded her invocation. Returning to the car, she effortlessly started the engine. The vehicle surged forward, as if eager to leave everything behind. After driving for some time, a beep from the radar pierced the silence. The girl glanced at the windshield. The radar displayed 2 boxes ahead, one blue and one green. Damn, she muttered under her breath, seemingly displeased with the number of boxes. Soon, she spotted the boxes flanking the road and promptly pressed the brake. With a thud, she exited the car, shutting the door behind her, wielding a machete as she approached the blue box. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the box's surface. With a metallic clang, the lid swung open, and a bear's paw lunged out, aiming directly for her head. In the darkness, several glints of cold light flashed, and the bear was swiftly cleaved into quarters. Blood gushed forth, adding another stain to the girl's attire. After rummaging through the 2 boxes, she returned to her vehicle and drove away. En route, she opened her watch and sent a message on the global channel. Coincidentally, Su Wanxiu caught sight of it at that moment. She was nestled in Chen Zhou's embrace, who was engrossed in a video game. "Ah Zhou, I just saw that girl's message," she remarked. "Which girl?" he inquired. "The one you showed me a few days ago." "What a coincidence. What did she say?" "She mentioned that she buried her teammate and that surviving alone is exceedingly difficult. She needs a convoy to take her in." "Let me see." Chen Zhou paused the game, scrutinizing the message on the screen. Besides the content Su Wanxiu had just relayed, the message included an image and a video. The image depicted 3 gently rising sand dunes, each marked by a cross made of 2 wooden planks at its forefront. Evidently, this is not a custom of Huagua. He then clicked on a video, which was a selfie recorded by the girl herself. In the video, she briefly recounted her experiences, pausing intermittently as she sobbed for a few minutes. Ultimately, she expressed that surviving alone was exceedingly difficult and that she needed a new team to accept her. If given the opportunity, she would certainly devote herself wholeheartedly to contributing her efforts. The video concluded, and numerous responses flooded in below. The comments varied widely, some telling her to leave, others making crude jokes, while some expressed sympathy. The remaining replies were indecipherable to Su Wanxiu. Not a single word was familiar to her. After watching, Chen Zhou scoffed. Let us hope this isn't yet another novel scam. It seems rather genuine. Should I reply? Aren't you afraid they might track us down through the internet? Su Wanxiu sat up and replied earnestly, but look at all the responses. It can't be that outrageous. Besides, when we trade with others, we need to communicate, don't we? How can you be sure they won't curse us? Chen Zhou found himself at a loss for words, so he decided to let her act as she wished, but cautioned her not to disclose any information about their team. Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. Understood, I'll just send a message of goodwill. She then commented below, poor girl, good wish for you. Su Wanxiu's message traversed through the network until it reached the girl. As she drove, she browsed the replies beneath the message. Then, she noticed a rather unique avatar. Most avatars from other teams depicted desert landscapes or images of vehicles, with selfies being the most common. However, this was the first time she encountered an avatar featuring a teddy bear. A wave of curiosity washed over her, and she silently noted the ID. At 4 in the morning, Chen Zhou vacated the driver's seat, allowing Su Wanxiu to take the wheel. Wan, do you have confidence today? Yes. All right, let's set off. She engaged the clutch, shifted gears, gently released the clutch, and gradually applied the accelerator. Well done. The RV glided smoothly along the road as Su Wanxiu gripped the steering wheel tightly, her body pressed firmly against it. She focused her gaze ahead, reminding herself to remain calm. As the speed increased, her breathing deepened. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the radar emitted a sound that nearly caused her to falter. Gao Rui also felt a pang of anxiety for her, but continued to offer encouragement. Wan, keep it up, just 900 meters to go. As the speed escalated, Chen Zhou instinctively grasped the overhead handle. He endeavored to maintain a steady tone as he said, today's goal is to reach the supply cache. Hold on. Minutes later, the vehicle screeched to a sudden halt, propelling the 3 bodies forward, only to be jolted back against their seats. We've arrived. I did it. Ha ha ha. Su Wanxiu jubilantly danced in the driver's seat before rising to embrace the 2 beside her. Thank you, dear ones, for your support. Without your encouragement, I wouldn't have achieved this success today. As I stand here, just as she was about to deliver an impassioned speech, Chen Zhou swiftly covered her mouth. All right, we accept your gratitude. Let us hurry down and unbox. Su Wanxiu stuck out her tongue, linking arms with Gao Rui as they exited the vehicle. Only the purple box on the right posed a threat. The others were harmless. Good. The trio shared a remarkable synergy, resembling a close-knit family. Upon returning to the car, Chen Zhou advised the 2 women to behave themselves and get some rest tonight, heading straight to the lounge upon awakening. The 2 exchanged amused glances, elongating their reply. All right, big boss. Chen Zhou rolled his eyes and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open. As he was drying off, he felt a soft presence behind him. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to behave? You only mentioned to sleep well. You didn't specify anything else. Exactly. You can't fault us for your lack of clarity. After a while, Chen Zhou emerged from the bathroom and collapsed onto the bed on the 2nd floor. The 2 women, their faces flushed, soon joined him, snuggling under the covers and drifting off to sleep. Time, day 11, 4th day of fiery purgatory. Time, 1300 hours. Car interior temperature, 27. External temperature, 65. Weather, sweltering heat. Zhou, come and eat. Su Wanxiu's melodious voice reached his ears, gently rousing Chen Zhou from his slumber. Coming. Once his brain was fully operational, he dressed and made his way downstairs for a meal. In the kitchen, Gao Rui emerged carrying 3 bowls of spring noodles. Wow, what else with the noodles today? Chen Zhou approached the dining table, inhaling the delicious aroma, instantly feeling his appetite awaken. Yesterday, I opened a few packets of dried noodles from the delivery, and with the assorted seasonings I had gathered previously, I was able to whip this up. Gao Rui explained as she untied her apron. Are you from Sioux City? Xiao Rui? My mother is from Sioux City. I see. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Zhou picked up the noodles with his chopsticks. The rich fragrance of sesame oil wafting up with the steam, enveloping him. He blew on them, slurped a mouthful, the savory soy sauce complemented by the crispness of scallions. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. After finishing the delectable spring noodles, they prepared to enter the long-anticipated lounge. They emptied their backpacks of all extraneous items, retaining only weapons and Molotov cocktails. "We'll need to carry plenty of things shortly," Chen Zhou instructed, and the two women hurried into the workspace to stow their belongings. He then added, "Don't forget the defensive spray." Having gathered everything, the three returned to their seats. Inserting the bronze key into the ignition, a dialog box appeared on the windshield. "Would you like to submit 200 iron blocks to unlock the instance?" Upon clicking confirm, a shimmering portal materialized. "Are you ready?" "Ready. Let us go." The car accelerated forward, heading toward the radiant portal. A blinding light enveloped them as they once again entered the dilapidated city. In the chaotic city, where the undead roamed, the conditions for survival were set. Endure for 15 minutes. With an initial record of E and a reward of 2 blue supply boxes, along with a random box for refreshing records, Su Wanxiu entered the fray once more, her previous trepidation entirely absent. Grasping the joystick before her, she activated the gun's sight, her expression brimming with anticipation. From the rear seat, Gao Rui's voice pierced through, inquiring about the purpose of a nearby screen. "Screen? What screen?" Su Wanxiu pondered, turning to look behind her, and indeed discovering a tablet-sized display. "What functionalities does it possess?" Chen Zhou chimed in, glancing back. "Wait a moment. Let me check," Gao Rui replied, illuminating the screen, which instantly revealed a 3-dimensional map of the city. "It's a map," she exclaimed. Just then, the countdown on the windshield neared its conclusion. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the sound of the prompt, zombies surged from all directions. Observing through the gun's sight, Su Wanxiu noted the staggering increase in their numbers, evidently doubling since their last encounter. "Zhou, the difficulty has escalated. There are far more zombies this time." Chen Zhou, equally perceptive, navigated the armored vehicle deftly through the gaps in the horde, while Su Wanxiu skillfully operated the machine gun to clear their path. Their synchronization was impeccable. At the 4-minute mark, the integrity of the armor had only diminished by a mere 5. Meanwhile, Gao Rui, observing the densely packed red dots on the map, felt a shiver run down her spine. A glance at the windshield revealed the grotesque faces of the undead flashing before her. Even as a medical student, the sight of such decayed visages unsettled her. As she focused on the map, a colossal red dot suddenly approached their location with alarming speed. Something seems amiss. A large red is heading our way." No sooner had she spoken, the ground trembled violently. A towering zombie, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, careened into a building by the roadside, unable to halt its momentum. "What the hell? How can there be a gigant here? What gigant here?" Chen Zhou had no time to explain, for the enormous undead was already rising, reaching out towards the armored vehicle. Su Wanxiu pivoted her gun to fire at the giant zombie, while Chen Zhou sharply turned the steering wheel, veering to the right. The zombie's fingertips grazed the vehicle, causing it to tilt precariously. Chen Zhou swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel to regain balance, successfully righting the vehicle. The thwarted giant let out a furious roar and charged in the direction the armored car had fled. Su Wanxiu redirected her aim and unleashed a barrage at the creature's head. Despite the resilience of its tough skin, the hail of bullets slowed its advance, creating an increasing distance between them. Not good. The path ahead is blocked. Without the machine guns clearing fire, the surrounding zombies quickly closed in. The vehicle was met with the dull thud of impacts against its front. Even Gao Rui at the rear could hear the rustling sound of the zombies' bodies scraping against the vehicle's exterior. Su Wanxiu hastily redirected the guns, muzzle forward, continuing to clear a path for the armored vehicle. However, this inadvertently provided the colossal zombie an opportunity to strike. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed from behind the vehicle, causing it to jolt violently. Chen Zhou glanced through the rearview mirror, only to see the massive zombie casually seize a nearby ordinary zombie and hurl it toward the armored vehicle. The earlier sound was the result of the ordinary zombie colliding with the armored vehicle. Vehicle impact detected, current integrity at 93. Chen Zhou maneuvered the armored vehicle, swaying left and right on the road to evade the incoming ordinary zombies. He soon realized that this tactic would also result in collisions with the zombies wandering along the street. It was akin to a situation where a single-minded approach led to a deadlock, just as the two individuals in front were in desperate straits. Gao Rui from the rear relayed some encouraging news. A right turn at the upcoming intersection, just 50 meters ahead, would lead to the acquisition of a grenade launcher. Chapter 47, Re-entering the Mad City, Combined Edition. Upon hearing the mention of equipment, Chen Zhou wasted no time and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Wan, clear the way ahead. We are off to retrieve the grenade launcher. All right. Su Wanqiu pivoted the gun forward and promptly pressed the firing button. The still smoldering muzzle erupted once more, unleashing a torrent of flames as bullets rained down upon the zombies ahead. In an instant, a bloody path was forged before them. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhou executed a sharp brake as he approached the bend, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right. The armored vehicle's tires skidded elegantly across the surface, carving two perfect arcs into the ground. Indeed, on the right-hand path, a luminous orb floated ominously at the center of the road. Chen Zhou accelerated once more, and within moments, the vehicle arrived at the orb's location. With a resounding crash, the orb shattered upon impact, and the machine gun atop the vehicle transformed instantaneously into a grenade launcher. The giant is closing in, Gao Rui cautioned. What are we waiting for? Let the fireworks fly. Chen Zhou pressed down hard on the accelerator, swiftly steering the vehicle away from the narrow path. Su Wanqiu adjusted the cannon's aim, targeting the torso of a nearby zombie and firing a shot. Boom, kaboom. The explosive flames engulfed the zombie's body, and the shrapnel scattered, obliterating a nearby ordinary zombie. As the flames dissipated, the scene revealed a gruesome spectacle, with a portion of the zombie's chest torn asunder. This creature truly possessed formidable resilience. How tough it was. But it wouldn't remain unyielding for long. Ahead, 500 meters straight, lay the armor-piercing ammunition. Got it, we're almost there. The armored vehicle sped forth. Unlike the previous chaotic encounter, this time, with Gao Rui's assistance, Chen Zhou maneuvered with newfound confidence. In the back seat, Gao Rui kept a vigilant eye on the massive zombie's movements. Odd. Why has it stopped? Could it be dead? Ever since they had struck it with a grenade, the colossal zombie had remained stationary, or perhaps it was simply rotating in place. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she glanced at the control prompt in the upper right corner of the screen. Suddenly, she realized that their current perspective was one of a bird's-eye view, akin to observing a flat map. The map itself was three-dimensional. She could switch to various angles. Thus, she shifted to a 45-degree view to examine the giant zombie anew. It was not merely rotating in place. It was scaling a building. At that moment, the massive zombie had ascended a 20-story residential structure. Then, it leaped into the air. Gao Rui shouted urgently, "Zhou Bao, watch out. The giant zombie is jumping down." What? Before Chen Zhou could comprehend the situation, the colossal creature descended from above, crashing directly behind the armored vehicle. The tremendous impact created a massive crater in the asphalt. The armored vehicle was hurled into the air by the upheaved road, rolling over several times before colliding with multiple streetlight poles and finally coming to a halt. The giant zombie clawed its way out of the pit, limping toward the armored vehicle. It appeared that the tremendous force from its aerial assault had dislocated its right leg joint. Inside the vehicle, Chen Zhou shook his head, the disorienting sensation still lingering. In the line of sight, the windshield lay shattered beyond repair, yet its structure remained intact. In the distance, a figure swayed as it approached them. Without a doubt, it was a colossal zombie. At that moment, ordinary zombies gradually began to encircle them. The car's alarm blared incessantly. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 73. Vehicle damaged, current integrity 72. He unbuckled his seatbelt, and his body lurched to the right, crashing against Su Wanqiu. What happened? We flipped over. Huh? Are you okay, Zhou? I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my ribs. What about you, Xiaorui? I am alright. No need to worry. Chen Zhou moved to the back seat to assist Gao Rui in extricating herself from her seat. The alarm continued to wail, fraying the nerves of the three. What shall we do next? Su Wanqiu felt a surge of panic, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Gao Rui was equally terrified, her legs weak beneath her. Don't panic, help me up first. All right. Su Wanqiu knelt on one knee, placing her palm on her knee. Chen Zhou stepped onto her knee, opened the rear door, and swiftly climbed out. He drew his handgun, dispatching several zombies that had managed to climb aboard. Then, he used a Molotov cocktail to encircle the car, preventing the zombies from clambering back and stopping them from further damaging the vehicle. The two women followed suit, emerging from the car to behold a sea of zombie heads, a wave of fear washing over them. With only 5 minutes remaining before the mission's conclusion, the giant zombie loomed ever closer. At this moment, Chen Zhou had already devised a preliminary plan. He pointed to a glowing orb floating on the road not far away and addressed the two women behind him. The armor-piercing rounds are over there, if we obtain them. The giant zombie is as good as dead. Xiao Rui, I need you to retrieve the item for us. Gao Rui understood that she was the most suitable for this task, so she did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll go check if the grenade launcher is operational. Wan, you provide cover for us. Su Wanxiu did not hesitate, nodding in affirmation. Understood. Chen Zhou approached the edge, glancing down at the zombies below. Wan, give me the defensive spray. I'll help you spray. Su Wanxiu produced the defensive spray and unleashed it generously onto Chen Zhou. Xiao Rui, you join in too. All right. While the two women prepared, Chen Zhou bent down to inspect the grenade launcher. To his dismay, he discovered it was merely a rudimentary grenade launcher affixed to the vehicle, operated by simple mechanics. No wonder it couldn't harm the giant zombie. If it were a genuine grenade launcher, it would have reduced it to ashes in an instant. At this juncture, Gao Rui was ready. Chen Zhou leapt from the vehicle, kicking aside a burning zombie, then shot two approaching zombies dead. Su Wanxiu followed suit, jumping from the car and tossing Molotov cocktails around to create a barrier. They aimed to draw all the zombies towards them, creating space for Gao Rui to maneuver. Chen Zhou tossed a handgun to Su Wanxiu and remarked, "Just shoot casually, as long as you don't aim at me." Su Wanxiu paused for a moment. Then a smile crept onto her lips. Shoot casually? As a frequent visitor to the shooting range, how could she possibly shoot carelessly? With exemplary Mozambique shooting technique, she fired, toppling a significant number of zombies. Now it was Chen Zhou's turn to be taken aback, stuttering, You can shoot? Did I ever say I couldn't? She replied, Then why did you let me hold the gun? Seeing how precious you are about it, I felt it would be rude to snatch it from you. Unable to respond, Chen Zhou approached the grenade launcher to inspect it. He adjusted its position, aimed at the massive zombie, and promptly pulled the trigger. Boom! The grenade struck the creature's remaining leg. Of course, it felt no pain and, driven solely by its instinct for food, continued its advance. As more zombies closed in, Su Wanxiu found herself overwhelmed, retreating further and further until she ended up back-to-back with Chen Zhou. Yet this successfully drew the zombies closer, providing Gao Rui with an opportunity to act. She activated her talent, vanishing from sight, though the footprints left by her shoes remained distinct on the ground. Gao Rui deftly navigated among the zombies, swiftly reaching the nearby supplies. She extended her hand and struck the glowing orb with force. Crack! Acquired item, high-explosive armor-piercing round, beside the overturned armored vehicle. Chen Zhou operated the grenade launcher, firing at the horde. Su Wanxiu hurled a Molotov cocktail with vigor and followed it with a shot. Bam! A rain of fire descended, igniting the tattered rags adorning the zombies. Compared to the crawlers they encountered earlier, the zombies were evidently more formidable. Crawlers would hesitate in the face of flames, but zombies were undeterred. They lacked pain and were driven solely by their hunger for flesh. Even with flames roaring ahead, they would trample forward without a care. Only once their bodies were completely charred and their ability to move extinguished could they be considered truly dead. However, the clumsiness of the zombies became a disadvantage compared to the agility of the crawlers. Initially, Su Wanxiu employed a method of shooting the torso and then the head to dispatch them with ease. Yet when one fell, others would rush to take its place. Thus, she adapted her strategy to target the leg bones of the zombies. Severing a leg bone rendered a zombie helplessly crawling, often causing it to trip the ones behind. Sometimes, by striking one, she could topple a whole cluster. Finally, she would toss a Molotov cocktail, reaping a bountiful harvest. Not far away, the colossal zombie dragged its mangled leg, enduring the onslaught of grenades as it trudged forward. It shielded its head with its left arm, while using a broken lamppost as a crutch with its right hand. At that moment, only 10 meters separated it from the armored vehicle. Chen Zhou's rate of grenade firing increased, just as he noticed the giant zombie raising its arm, swinging the lamppost in a sweeping motion. A penetrative round was fired, severing the creature's right arm. Seizing the momentum, he followed up with 2 more penetrative rounds. A shot to the torso, another to the head, successfully dispatched the colossal zombie. At that moment, Gao Rui's voice resonated from the roof of the vehicle. Time is running out. Get in. 1-1. You go first and provide cover for me. All right. Su Wanxiu strode to the side of the vehicle, grasped Gao Rui's hand, and climbed aboard. Zubao, Hu Di. Chen Zhou swiftly followed, joining them inside the vehicle. They nestled within, and after a brief pause, the prompt indicating mission success chimed. Instantly, the surrounding scenery flickered and transformed into the initial chamber. I was pondering how challenging it might be. This seems rather straightforward. Chen Zhou settled onto the sofa, anticipating the reward settlement. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu took Gao Rui on a tour around the room. Soon, the results were announced. Congratulations to the Bear Squad for completing the instance, Frantic Metropolis. Next, we shall dispense the rewards for passing the level. Within the instance, the Bear Squad had annihilated 758 zombies, with the vehicle retaining 54 integrity, and an overall rating of C. Fixed rewards included 2 blue resource boxes. The refreshed reward consisted of 2 purple resource boxes. The successful team may linger in the rest area for 24 hours before returning to the survival world on the highway. The time within the instance does not synchronize with the world time, and upon return, they would commence from day 11. As the announcement concluded, 4 boxes materialized at the center of the room. Chen Zhou leisurely opened the boxes. The first 2 blue ones contained nothing of particular interest. However, upon opening the purple box, his eyes sparkled with delight. Autonomous driving system, quality, purple, usage, 1 time, materials required, iron blocks 10, electronic components 20 at last. My hands shall be liberated. He secured the supplies and proceeded to the dining area to scavenge. Just as he opened the door, he spotted Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui racing towards him, brimming with excitement. Zhou, there's a swimming pool this time. A swimming pool. He followed the 2 women to the opposite side of the dining area, where there had once been a wall, now replaced by a door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find an indoor swimming pool. The pool was enclosed by transparent glass walls, with a glass dome above. The entire room was bright and airy, though the dilapidated scenery beyond the glass walls was quite a stark contrast. At that moment, Su Wanxiu handed him a tablet, tapped the image on screen. Chen Zhou glanced at the tablet, which displayed merely a photograph of a beach scene. He casually tapped the screen, and suddenly the surroundings morphed into a sun-kissed beach. Wow, this is intriguing. He swiped to the next image, and the scenery instantly transformed into a woodland vista. After cycling through several images, he ultimately selected the initial beach scene, primarily because a beach chair conveniently awaited nearby, perfectly complementing the ambience. He then exited the image mode, discovering that the tablet also allowed for beverage orders. However, this time it was not complimentary. It required the expenditure of points. The balance displayed in the upper right corner revealed that they currently possessed 6,047 points. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally recalled that the points were rewards from the Misty Forest dungeon. It turned out that the points could be utilized here. However, did this imply that in the future, points could only be exchanged for food? Was the casual consumption they experienced during their first visit merely a privilege granted after their initial completion? He reclined on the beach chair, lost in contemplation, until the voice of Su Wanxiu broke through his reverie. Zhou, what do you think of the swimsuit I chose? Chen Zhou turned at the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is this swimsuit really that minimal in fabric? At that moment, Gao Rui also emerged from the changing room, donned in her swimsuit. This only heightened his unease. What on earth are you 2 in cahoots? Why is it that you wear the least fabric available? Oh, come on. Just tell me if it looks good. It looks good, it looks good. Gao Rui approached them, her face adorned with a hint of embarrassment. This was her first time wearing a swimsuit, and such a daring one at that. Zhou Bao, do you like this one? Chen Zhou was momentarily speechless. Although he had seen many swimsuits before, There was something uniquely tantalizing about the allure of a partially concealed figure. Su Wanxiu nudged him with her elbow, reminding him, "Sister Rue is asking you, do you like it or not?" "I like it. I absolutely adore it." With Chen Zhou's enthusiastic affirmation, both women beamed with delight. After indulging in a feast for both the eyes and palate, he led the two ladies to the restaurant for a meal, navigating the familiar surroundings. He picked up the tablet on the table to place their order. Indeed, ordering also required the expenditure of points. Fortunately, the prices for the meals were quite reasonable. Even the most expensive Australian lobster cost merely 20 points. If they opted for fried rice, it was even more economical, with 2 bowls costing only a single point. As was his custom, he ordered an abundance of dishes, placing any leftovers directly into his backpack. After the 3 of them relished their meal, Chen Zhou let out a satisfied burp and remarked, "I hope that next time we come, they will open another gaming room." Imagine enjoying a meal and then playing some games with a bottle of soda. How delightful that would be. Su Wanxiu, finishing the last piece of fried chicken on her plate, nodded in agreement. It would be perfect to have a cinema room as well. I love watching movies. Gao Rue remained silent, simply enjoying the remnants of the feast. After their meal, the group, with full bellies, made their way to the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Then, the bed creaked under the weight of their presence. Chapter 48. The Futility of Autonomous Driving with 4 hours remaining until the break. Chen Zhou fervently tapped on the tablet at the dining table. A dazzling array of delectable dishes materialized, only to be swiftly stowed away by Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue into their backpacks. It was not until their watches alerted them to the lack of space that Chen Zhou finally set down his tablet. "This should be more than sufficient," he declared. Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. "Over 300 dishes, enough for us to feast for quite some time," in an effort to create more space in their bags. Chen Zhou wrapped all the materials from the box in a bedsheet, fashioning it into a bundle for easy carrying. "What shall we do next?" "Of course, we shall go swimming. Sister Xiaorui, let us change into different swimwear for our photo shoot." "Sound good." Seeing the 2 women eagerly rush to change, Chen Zhou felt compelled to follow suit. Even if he did not join them in the water, he could at least assist them with their swimsuit ties. In the remaining hours, Chen Zhou lounged comfortably on a beach chair, sipping on cocktails, while Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue donned various swimwear to capture picturesque moments by the shore. With only 10 minutes left, the trio reluctantly returned to their initial room. After donning cooling suits, a brilliant light enveloped their figures, and in an instant, they found themselves back on the road. Once inside the vehicle, they busied themselves. The 2 women diligently placed all the food into the storage box, while Chen Zhou hurried to the workspace to finalize the autonomous driving system. Autonomous driving system, category, item, quality, purple, current level. Level 1, effect. The system can control the vehicle to drive along the current road. Players can set the driving speed independently. After installing the system, a new, autonomous driving button appeared on the central control screen. However, upon testing it, he discovered that this so-called autonomous driving system felt rather superfluous. It merely added a cruise control feature to the car. He still had to engage the vehicle and shift gears himself. Perhaps future upgrades would enhance its functionality. Returning to the cabin, Chen Zhou found the workspace and entertainment room devoid of the 2 women. He called out from the stairs, "Wan, Xiaorui, come down for an enhancement." "Coming," they replied in unison, and soon their footsteps echoed down the staircase. Lately, perhaps due to boredom or perhaps because of an abundance of conversation, the 2 women had devised a new way to explore Chen Zhou's talent, testing the sensations of receiving enhancements in different locations. As they descended, Chen Zhou inquired, "Where did we leave off yesterday?" "The neck." "And where are we focusing today?" "Right here, of course." "Why did you put your bikinis back on?" "Because we like it." With a gentle hand, Chen Zhou covered them and then released his talent. Instantly, both women shivered. "Wan, I don't feel anything," one remarked. I feel a bit tingly. Perhaps it is due to my D rank." Chen Zhou chose not to engage in their conversation and turned to the driver's seat to take the wheel. Having inquired about the gold coins, he realized that he could now open the next few boxes, which would also serve as an opportunity to test the autonomous driving system. As he had anticipated, the system proved to be rather inadequate. Upon reaching a certain speed, he could activate the autonomous driving button, allowing the vehicle to maintain its current velocity. This afforded him the luxury of freeing his hands to attend to other matters. However, when encountering boxes, he still had to return to the driver's seat to apply the brakes. After finishing with the boxes, he would restart the vehicle, shift gears, accelerate, and then activate autonomous driving to once again liberate himself. Ultimately, he decided to bring over some food, amusing himself while driving. As evening fell, the first wave of boxes consisted of 2 blue, 2 purple, and 2 green. Although the gold coins indicated that this wave posed no danger, the 2 women still took their positions in the driver's seat, accompanying Chen Zhou for a light-hearted chat. What are you talking about? In my childhood, at the orphanage, I often got into fights, earning the nickname Little Elbow of the orphanage. Huh? Zhou Bao, you were an orphan? Didn't T11 tell you? I forgot, oh dear. My poor Zhou Bao, come here to your sister. I'm only 2 years older than you. How can I be your sister? Gao Rui disregarded Chen Zhou's remarks and continued to shower him with affection. All right, I can hardly breathe. In the future, if you have any troubles, just seek out Xiao Rui. Her embrace is the softest in the world. Then I shall be the second softest. Chen Zhou chuckled. Wan, how can you willingly accept being the second softest? At the very least, you should be tied for first. Enough. Isn't it your fault, Zhou? I'm still just a C-rank powerhouse. Gao Rui stifled a laugh, relishing the banter between the two. From the very beginning, she had been particularly fond of their pairing. Even now, as a part of their dynamic, it did not diminish her enjoyment of their interactions. Beep, beep, beep. The radar's alert sounded. The boxes are approaching. Prepare to disembark. Chen Zhou pressed the brake, disengaging the cruise control mode to take over the vehicle. Oh, what is this new feature? Su Wanqiu inquired with curiosity. Oh, I forgot to mention. This is the autonomous driving system awarded for completing a quest. Does it have any other functions? Currently, it only offers cruise control. Chen Zhou parked the car by the roadside and continued. The boxes have arrived. Let us go. The 3 exited the vehicle, and after successfully opening 6 boxes, Chen Zhou gazed thoughtfully at the materials he had acquired. What is wrong, Zhou? Are you troubled? Need a soft embrace? Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, I believe I have discerned the forthcoming changes in weather. He then handed the raincoat blueprint he had just obtained to the 2 women. It's quite unusual to acquire a raincoat blueprint in such high temperatures. Indeed, it carries profound implications. He gestured, let us get back in the car and see what effect it produces. Once inside, he entered the blueprint into the workstation. Raincoat blueprint, quality, green, usage count, 5 times, require materials, plastic 100. Noticing that the required materials were not particularly abundant, Chen Zhou waved his hand decisively, adjusting the quantity to 3. Shortly thereafter, 3 raincoats materialized above the workbench. As he held one in his hand, the attribute panel immediately appeared. Raincoat, category, item, quality, green, current level, level and durability, 100, effect, completely waterproof with slight warming properties. So, is next week's weather forecast predicting rain? It seems quite likely. This raincoat can also be upgraded. It is already fully waterproof. What more could be enhanced? I wonder, it's merely rainwater. Should be nothing to worry about, right? Upon hearing the conversation between the 2 women, Chen Zhou remarked nonchalantly, what if it happens to be highly corrosive acid rain? At his words, the 2 women couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 49. Welcoming the 3rd member upon hearing the possibility of acid rain, the 2 women began to feel anxious. If it truly were acid rain, the vehicle would undoubtedly suffer corrosion. Alas, had I known this would be the case, I would have adamantly refused to select TT as my designated item. Chen Zhou gently patted the shoulders of the 2 women, offering them a comforting reassurance. Do not worry. The game would not intentionally put us in a difficult position. My predictions may not always be accurate. Perhaps it will merely be a regular rain. But Zhou, your forecasts have consistently been spot on. Both Xiao Rui and I have always relied on your judgment. Indeed, as family, we must heed the leader's arrangements. It is the duty of a supportive partner, they chimed in unison. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhou was deeply moved by their words, and tears welled up in his eyes. Zhou, why are you crying? If you cry, Iwiukraitu, sobi sobi. Su Wanchio's tears flowed freely, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. Gao Rue, equally flustered, berated herself for her previous words. I am sorry, Zhou. In the future, when faced with challenges, both Wan and I shall stand by you. As a supportive partner, it is only right to share the burdens of the leader, is it not? Wan, unable to articulate her thoughts through her tears, Su Wanchio could only nod vigorously in agreement. Chen Zhou wiped his tears and choked out. It is through your presence that I have truly felt the warmth of home. Thank you. In his heart, home had always been an elusive concept, for he had never possessed one. Thus, if ever questioned about returning to Blue Star, he would defiantly dismiss the notion, proclaiming, "Return to Blue Star? This is my true home." That night, the two women worked with exceptional diligence, unpacking deliveries, assisting with opening boxes, tidying up, fetching water for Chen Zhou, slicing fruits, massaging his shoulders, and preparing a midnight snack. The bustling atmosphere made Chen Zhou feel somewhat guilty for indulging in games while driving. At that moment, Gao Rue approached the driver's seat, leaning against his shoulder, and softly inquired, "Zhou, are you tired? Would you like me to take over driving? What has gotten into you two tonight? Suddenly so attentive?" he questioned, bemused. "Of course, we aim to provide you with a warm home," Gao Rue replied. Su Wanchio then joined them, holding a small cup of cola, which she handed to him. "Tonight, let us handle the unpacking. You should go enjoy some gaming in the entertainment room." "Yes," said Zhou. "Hurry along to your games. Wan and I can manage just fine." Thus, Chen Zhou was gently ushered out of the driver's seat. Before departing, he turned back and asked, "Are you sure you do not need me? Go play your game." They insisted, their tone leaving no room for argument. Heeding their wishes, Chen Zhou acquiesced and made his way to the entertainment room to immerse himself in gaming. The night swiftly passed, and soon it was the next day. Time, date 12, Inferno Purgatory. Day 5, time, 12:50, in-car temperature, 27 C. Outside temperature, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat, after Emily posted her video seeking refuge in the World Channel. Numerous teams extended invitations to her. Confronted by an overwhelming tide of private messages, she found herself at a loss as to which to choose. She opened a chat window containing a selection of team IDs that had piqued her interest over the past few days. Through her interactions, she discovered that these teams boasted talents of S rank and even SS rank. Now, only one ID remained uncontacted. She clicked on the bear icon and sent a message. "Conquer the World Team, Emily. Captain Su, does your team require new members? A bear team, Su Wanchio. Please hold on. I need to consult with my teammates. Conquer the World Team, Emily. Certainly, I can wait." At that moment, Emily leaned back in her chair, munching on a croissant, eagerly awaiting a response. After approximately 20 minutes, a new message appeared. "A bear team, Su Wanchio. We need to ascertain your talents before deciding on your inclusion in the team." Without hesitation, Emily promptly sent a screenshot of her talent section. She had meticulously prepared this information in advance, including images of her vehicles, storage boxes, and even her measurements. If she wished to join another team, it was only right to present her credentials. However, she had turned down all teams that requested her measurements, unless they had a member with SSS rank talent, in which case she might consider trade. In this dismal world, chastity was the most worthless commodity. This was a truth she had come to understand after burying her teammates. After sending the screenshot, she inquired about the team's brief information. Much like a job search, it was a process of mutual selection. Soon, the other party provided a summary of their team. "A bear team, Su Wanchio. Our team consists of 3 members, 2 females and 1 male. The male has SSS rank talent, while the 2 females possess SS and S rank talents respectively. Our vehicle is a level 5 RV. Attached to the message were screenshots of the talents of the 3 members, along with vehicle information. While she could barely comprehend the text, the presence of the SSS rank and the dazzling insignia in the screenshots indicated that this team was quite exceptional. Indeed, the bear team was the most elite she had encountered in recent days. However, such a team likely had high standards for its members. With her talent only at a rank, would they even consider her? With a mindset of giving it a try, she sent another message. "Conquer the World Team, Emily. May I join your team?" On the other side, The three members scrutinized the talent screenshot sent by Emily, feeling perplexed. Zhou remarked, "Her talent is only a rank. Perhaps we should decline." "Indeed," another replied, "while Master of Cold Weapons sound impressive. Its effect merely enhances the attack power of cold weapons." Zhou added, "She inquired if we would take her in. I suggested we decline." As Wan gently declined. She was mindful of the tender age of the young lady, who had just stepped into adulthood. "Yes, I shall respond with utmost gentleness," she assured. Su Wanxiu's fingers hovered over the dialogue box, poised to type "I'm sorry," when Chen Zhou interjected, halting her with a raised hand. "Hold on. I believe we could take her in." "Why?" the two ladies inquired, their expressions laced with curiosity. Let us not forget that cold weapons encompass more than just swords. Bows, crossbows, and spears also fall under this category. I perceive great potential in this talent, and I believe we should consider welcoming her. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui's demeanor flipped a complete 180 degrees. "Then we shall heed your advice, Zhou Bao." Su Wanxiu, too, altered her previous stance, exclaiming, "All right, I will follow Zhou's lead and respond to her immediately." Before long, Emily received an invitation to join their team. "A bear brigade, Su Wanxiu. Little sister, you are welcome to join our team." Shortly thereafter, the invitation link was sent. Emily jumped up in delight, only to bump her head against the roof, which left her momentarily dazed. Regaining her composure, she quickly tidied her appearance, stowed her vehicle in her backpack, and clicked on the link. Instantly, her form shifted to a semi-transparent state, accompanied by a 5-second countdown appearing above her head. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou positioned himself directly in front of the ethereal figure, concealing his weapon behind his back. Su Wanxiu stood beside him, bow drawn, and aimed at the apparition, while Gao Rui activated her invisibility talent. Taking a stance behind the phantom, should anything go awry, the three would strike simultaneously. Chapter 50. The newcomer. Emily, prepare yourself, for she is about to arrive. Suddenly, the ethereal figure within the carriage materialized into reality, revealing a foreign girl with golden hair and azure eyes standing before them. "Hello, oh my God." Upon her arrival, she was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel aimed at her, accompanied by a poised crossbow nearby. Emily gasped in astonishment, instinctively raising her hands in surrender. "Do you speak Chinese?" she inquired. "A little," came the timid response. "What is your name?" I am Emily." "Show us your backpack, and then empty all your weapons." "Oh, okay." Emily activated her watch, displaying the backpack interface before the two observers. Subsequently, she removed a machete, a spear, a dagger, and a slingshot from her pack, casting them onto the ground, and then raised her hands once more in compliance. Chen Zhou and Su Wanxiu exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they called out behind Emily, "Xiao Rui, you may reveal yourself. The inspection is complete." Su Wanxiu, shedding her earlier stern demeanor, approached with a smile, gently grasping Emily's hands and softening her tone. "Dear sister, please do not take offense. We mean you no harm. This is merely a routine check. There is no need to fear. We are all good people." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Emily, causing her to jump. "Madam, from where did you appear?" "Hello, I am Gao Rui, but you may call me Sister Rui. My talent is invisibility." "Greetings, I am Su Wanxiu. You may call me Sister Wan. My talent allows me to receive deliveries." The two women introduced themselves with utmost cordiality, eager to dispel any fears Emily might harbor from their earlier actions. By the time it was Chen Zhou's turn to introduce himself, he merely waved and succinctly stated, "Chen Zhou, my talent is supreme assistance." Emily nodded, standing there in silence, exuding an air of restraint. She observed the convoy before her, noting that while Su Wanxiu was indicated as the leader, she sensed that the young man possessed a more commanding presence. In an effort to facilitate Emily's integration into her new family, the two women employed the age-old Chinese social ritual of casual conversation. Instantly, they transformed into the gossipy elders of the village, bombarding Emily with questions. "How many are in your family? How old are you this year? Where do you attend school? Are you thirsty? Sister Wan will wash some fruit for you. Do not be shy. We are all family here." This was Emily's first encounter with Chinese-style social interaction, and she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the rapid-fire inquiries. "What does AF you mean? I suppose I am AB? I am in university." It wasn't until Su Wanxiu brought forth a platter of bananas and blueberries that she found a moment's reprieve. The sight of the fruits was indeed a rare treat. If not now, then when? Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a handful of blueberries and popped them into her mouth. Before she could finish chewing, she swiftly devoured an entire banana that had been peeled for her. Alas, my dear sister must be famished. Do take your time while eating, Su Wanxiu said with concern upon witnessing Emily devour her meal ravenously. In mere minutes, Emily polished off an entire platter of fruit. She wiped the juice from her mouth with the back of her hand, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you all. No need for thanks, Sister Cherish. Please continue your conversation while I attend to the packages. All right, you carry on. I will keep my sister company. I can help too. Emily raised her hand eagerly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Surely, she had received the favor of the Heavenly Father, bestowing upon her such a splendid team. If she did not contribute to this team in some manner, he would undoubtedly be displeased. You have just arrived today. It's not too late to start tomorrow. There is no need for you to rush. Emily, you may assist the sisters with the packages tomorrow. No, that won't do. Please allow me to help. Seeing Emily's enthusiasm, the two women ceased to insist and invited her to join in unpacking the packages. Consequently, as the three chatted and unwrapped, they unexpectedly grew closer. Through their conversation, they discovered that Emily possessed a quarter of Chinese heritage. Her grandfather was a bona fide Chinese man who had come to this beautiful land long ago to marry and raise a family, ultimately welcoming his granddaughter, Emily. It was remarkable that, through a winding journey, Emily reconnected with her Chinese roots in this road game. Emily, your Chinese is quite commendable. It's just SOSO. My grandfather always taught me to remember my origins. What a wonderful elder he is. I cherish my grandfather dearly, which is why I've always held a keen interest in the culture that nurtured him. In that case, you have essentially returned home. I indeed feel a sense of familiarity upon seeing you all. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, in the driver's cabin, Chen Zhou navigated while engaging in a game. At this hour, Su Wanxiu's voice would echo in his ears. Ah Zhou, it's time for dinner. All right, I'm coming. He set the vehicle's speed to 10 km/h, activated the autopilot, and turned to enter the cabin. On the small dining table were 3 dishes and 4 bowls of rice. Su Wanxiu patted the chair beside her, urging Chen Zhou to sit down quickly. The 4 of them dined and chatted, filled with laughter. Emily, do not be deceived by how nice the 2 sisters are to you today. They initially intended to reject your entry into the team. It was I who advocated for you against the odds and brought you in. Oh dear Zhou, why must you say everything? You are truly mischievous. You've ruined the good impression we had just established. The 2 women playfully punched Chen Zhou, causing him to yelp in surprise. It's quite all right. I am aware that I possess only a level talent. It is my honor to be accepted by you. Do not say that, dear sister. Cherish and I genuinely appreciate you. Indeed, everyone holds you in high regard, fret not. After saying this, the 2 women shared a gentle embrace with Emily, affirming the sincerity of their words. After the meal, Emily rose to assist in clearing the dishes and even helped Gao Rui tidy up. What a considerate young lady she is. Upon observing Emily's industrious demeanor, Chen Zhou felt a profound sense of gratification. As night fell and it was time to unbox, Emily remained fervently eager to participate. She declared that she must showcase her abilities to her elder siblings, asserting her competence was indeed formidable. Upon arriving at the first wave of boxes, Emily alighted from the vehicle, brandishing a machete, and made a beeline for one of the azure boxes. Wang, Cherish, quickly stop her. That box is perilous. The trio hastily exited the vehicle in pursuit, but Emily moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the box in a heartbeat. Without uttering a word, she proceeded to open it. Chen Zhou, alarmed, swiftly drew his firearm in preparation to fire. Suddenly, a black wolf leapt from the box, baring its razor-sharp teeth and lunging at Emily. In a display of agility, she evaded its attack, swinging her machete and severing the wolf's forepaw. With another swift strike, she decapitated the creature. A flurry of additional blows reduced the black wolf to mere chunks of flesh. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that the 3 onlookers were left in stunned silence. What has transpired? Is this not akin to a scene from an action film? Did I just witness the manifestation of a blade's aura? At that moment, Emily turned to face the trio, beaming with a radiant smile as if to convey her prowess. However, to their eyes, the scene was far more sinister. A blood-soaked Emily grinned menacingly at them, her machete dripping with crimson, as though poised to strike them next. The atmosphere was steeped in terror. "Emily, please set down the knife. Let us converse amicably." Chapter 51. Emily's envy. What troubles you? Why do you appear so terrified? With each step Emily took closer, the trio retreated further. Emily, perhaps you could sheath your knife for now. Yes, sister will fetch you some tissues. First, let's clean the blood from your face. I'll get a wet cloth. With that, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui hurried back to the car to retrieve supplies. Emily, bewildered, glanced at herself and quickly understood. The sight of her blood-soaked attire was indeed quite alarming. She stuck out her tongue apologetically towards Chen Zhou, expressing her regret for startling them. Chen Zhou waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, though his attention was drawn to the lifeless form of the black wolf sprawled on the ground. The transition from the wolf leaping out of the box to its dismembered remains occurred in mere seconds. His curiosity piqued. How could someone with Emily's slender physique accomplish such a feat? The cleanly severed pieces, along with the wolf's head still poised in a predatory stance, testified to the prowess of the wielder. Achieving such a level of precision demanded immense strength, speed, and a weapon of formidable sharpness. Chen Zhou recalled Emily's attributes, not her measurements, but her three-dimensional qualities. Her strength, speed, and agility seemed no different from an ordinary person. Even if her talent enhanced her attack power, the subpar characteristics of the mountain-cutting knife should have posed a challenge in slicing through the wolf's pelt. The ease with which she severed bones, leaving no remnants, seemed implausible. Emily, is your talent solely for augmenting attack power? Indeed, my current level is quite low, allowing only a 5-point increase. Do you possess any items that enhance your attributes? Oh, are you referring to this? Emily removed a pendant from around her neck and presented it to Chen Zhou for examination. Crystal pendant, category, item, quality, orange, effect, enhances the wearer's three-dimensional attributes and can withstand a single lethal blow. Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow. The pendant's attributes were extraordinary. Simply boosting three-dimensional attributes was impressive enough, but the capability to absorb a fatal attack was remarkable. This essentially equated to an additional life. Such a valuable item was undoubtedly coveted. Emily, from where did you acquire this pendant? It was obtained from a chest within a regional dungeon. Very well, I shall return it to you. As he handed the pendant back to Emily, she unexpectedly pushed it back towards him. Mr. Chen, if you desire it, I will be pleased to gift it to you. At her words, Chen Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a precious item. For me? Indeed. Why? No particular reason. I have 3 of these crystal pendants. To be honest, had it not been for your reminder, I might have forgotten about it entirely. With that, she produced 3 identical crystal pendants from her backpack. Just then, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui emerged from the car, approaching the two. Here, tissues. The blood on your face has dried. Hurry and clean it off. You can also use this wet cloth for your clothes. Emily took the items from the hands of the 2 women and obediently began to clean them. Chen Zhou distributed crystal pendants to them, adorning himself with one as well. Oh, this pendant is exquisite. Zhou Bao, you've finally come to your senses and decided to gift us. This is a present from Emily for everyone. I certainly lack the means to procure so many pendants at once. Upon hearing this, the 2 women shot Chen Zhou a knowing glance before showering Emily with affectionate hugs and kisses, causing her cheeks to flush. Emily, where did you acquire these pendants? Su Wanxiu inquired, playfully fiddling with the crystal at her chest. I obtained them from a chest in a regional dungeon. There was initially only 1, but my teammate Wendy used her talent to replicate it into 4. And your teammates? They have all ascended to the embrace of the Heavenly Father and are currently watching over us from above. At that moment, the 3 individuals nearby shuddered and gazed skyward. Does that mean this pendant is from? Xiao Rui, please don't say any more. I'm getting goosebumps. Emily, bewildered by their reactions, looked to Chen Zhou for clarification. He intended to explain that giving away the belongings of the deceased is considered inappropriate in Huagua, yet he hesitated, reluctant to part with the pendant's attributes. Instead, he attempted to soothe the two women. Don't be so superstitious. It's a heartfelt gesture, and we wouldn't want to hurt her feelings. He then lowered his voice and urged them, just take a look at the pendant's attributes. Upon hearing this, the two women discreetly examined the pendant's properties, and their faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Emily. We absolutely adore this pendant. Come on, let us give Xiao Rui a kiss. Witnessing this transformation, Chen Zhou stood dumbfounded. How swiftly they changed their demeanor. Before Emily could comprehend the situation, the two women seized the opportunity to shower her with kisses. Chen Zhou sighed, muttering to himself, well then, Emily, it seems you're ensnared now. After collecting the remaining chests, the group returned to the vehicle. At 4 in the morning, Chen Zhou routinely parked to rest. Upon entering the cabin, he spotted Su Wanqiu clutching a blanket, preparing to head upstairs. Wan, why are you carrying a blanket? Of course, it's for Emily. What? She is sleeping with us tonight? Otherwise, where else would she sleep? Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings. With so many options, where could she not find rest? He then inquired, where are Gao Rui and Emily? Have they gone upstairs? No, they're in the bathroom, taking a shower. What? You've managed to convert them so quickly? He clicked his tongue, marveling at the remarkable swiftness of these two women. Su Wanqiu blushed slightly and whispered, what nonsense are you talking? Gao Rui went in to help her wash. Subsequently, she smiled mischievously. Should I ask her for you? Ask what? Of course, the question you're eager to know. Don't slander me. I haven't said anything. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Gao Rui stepped out, droplets of water glistening as they cascaded down her body, falling rhythmically onto the floor. She noticed Chen Zhou's peculiar gaze and, filled with curiosity, inquired, what is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I not wash properly? A glance at her own reflection revealed her skin still radiant and fair, save for the contrasting tan lines on her hands and neck. Didn't you go in to help Emily with her bath? Why have you washed yourself as well? My clothes got wet, so I thought I might as well take a shower too. At that moment, the bathroom door opened once more, and Emily emerged, wrapped in a towel. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her gaze and said, thank you both. I've finished my wash. Su Wanqiu approached, taking her hand with an affectionate tone. Come, little sister. Let me take you upstairs to sleep. Emily nodded, and just before departing, she inadvertently cast a glance at the nearby Gao Rui. Lowering her head to inspect herself, she was suddenly overcome with a sense of envy. Chapter 52, A Heartfelt Breakfast. Time, Day 13. Day 6 in the Fiery Abyss. Time, 13:30. In-car temperature, 27 C. Outside temperature, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat with Emily having shared their slumber. The night unfolded peacefully. Chen Zhou finally exhaled in relief and indulged in a delightful rest. Upon awakening, the girls were still in slumber, and he was suddenly inspired to descend and prepare breakfast. Their current provisions were relatively ample, boasting over 50 pounds of frozen meat and a dozen pounds of vegetables. However, the supply of eggs was scant, with only around 20 remaining. The reason for the scarcity was likely due to the violent sorting process they had encountered. At that time, Su Wanqiu had spent considerable effort cleaning the egg liquid off the floor, muttering grievances. If we were still on Blue Star, I would have lodged a complaint against them. As a frequent patron of takeout, his repertoire of recipes was regrettably limited. Nonetheless, he was capable of preparing a simple yet filling breakfast sandwich. He retrieved bacon and eggs from the box, skillfully frying them in a skillet before sandwiching them between slices of bread. He then added a leaf of lettuce, sprinkled sesame seeds and shredded meat, and drizzled some salad dressing, cutting the sandwich into triangular portions. A delightful bacon sandwich was thus completed. After preparing 4 sandwiches, he fetched 4 cups and poured in the warmed milk, then ascended the stairs to summon the girls for their meal. As he climbed, he locked eyes with them, realizing they had already risen while he was busy cooking. To avoid disturbing him, they had silently observed the breakfast-making process from the staircase. Ah, so you've been lurking here all along. Come down and join me for breakfast. He turned to descend the stairs, only to feel a sudden, tight embrace from behind. Zhou, I feel so happy. One exclaimed. Indeed, watching you in the kitchen is the most beautiful sight in the world. The other added. It's merely a simple sandwich. You too. Is it really that significant? Significant. Everything you make is a culinary delight. The essence lies not in the dish itself, but in the thought behind it. The two girls nestled against his back, nuzzling like playful kittens. Meanwhile, Emily, standing aside, gently tapped his shoulder and asked softly, "Is there a portion for me as well?" Chen Zhou nodded, internally muttering, "I've made 4. Surely there's a share for you." How oblivious can she be? Emily whispered her thanks, giving him a brief embrace before quickly withdrawing. She had once envisioned her life here, mostly filled with grim scenarios. Captains bullying their crew, or seizing their hard-earned rewards, or enduring daily mistreatment akin to servitude. However, witnessing the harmonious dynamic among the trio yesterday had dispelled her earlier fears. Now, with someone having specially prepared breakfast for her, she felt a surge of excitement and gratitude. The group gathered at the table, ready to enjoy their meal together. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue savored every bite of their sandwiches, relishing the flavors before offering genuine compliments. Chen Zhou was taken aback by their exaggerated performances and couldn't help but remark, "You two should tone it down. It's making it hard for me to eat." "Xiao Rue, did you hear that? The captain's disdainful expression is so handsome, so intoxicating," they mused. "This isn't disdain, it's clearly affection for us." Emily, seated nearby, laughed as she ate and added, "Even the disdain sounds like enchanting music." "Well said, Emily. Sister Wan gives you a thumbs up. Sister Xiao Rue also gives you a thumbs up." Within the time it took Chen Zhou to finish his meal, he was inundated with goosebumps. He hastily finished, retreating to the driver's cabin, unwilling to endure any more of their saccharine banter. He started the car and activated autopilot, opening a regional channel that he hadn't checked in a while. "Spicy crayfish team. Yesterday I unboxed a raincoat. Brothers, is next week going to be a deluge? System gave me a name I can't think of. Team, I got something too, but not a raincoat, just rain boots. AAA Business Lounge, contact me team. If next week brings heavy rain, then the week after will surely see a flood. 18 CM team. If it floods, how do we unbox? Swim down unbox? Hungry enough to eat a belt team. I doubt it'll be a flood. If it were, our cars would be submerged. How could we play?" After some time spent reading, Chen Zhou opened the dialog box and sent message. "A bear team, regional number 1. Acid rain is also a possibility." To his surprise, the previously quiet channel erupted in excitement. 18 CM team. Whoa, it's the bear boss. Did you receive some inside information? Banana don't take it team. Absolutely. I don't like eating cilantro team. Boss, you ignored us last time. Could you respond this time? What's wrong with being middle-aged team? Boss, do you have any countermeasures? Seeing the conversation veer off course, Chen Zhou quickly clarified. "A bear team, regional number 1. Just a wild guess. Don't take it seriously. 18 CM team. We understand. Can't be too direct. Banana don't take it team. All right, boss. With your words, we feel more reassured." He had intended to elaborate further, but reconsidered, deciding against it. The imagination of these people was excessively wild, no matter how much he denied it. They would interpret it as a disclaimer. Perhaps it was wiser to speak less. If he was right, that would be fine, but if wrong, it could be catastrophic. A day swiftly passed. Time, day 14, 7th day of fiery inferno. Time, 4:30, interior temperature, 27 C. Exterior temperature, 65 C. Weather, scorching heat, inside the vehicle. Su Wanxiu handed a set of rain gear to Chen Zhou, saying, "Zhou, SA set for each person. They're all ready." "All right, how much plastic do we have left?" "Rest assured, we have dismantled some temporarily useless packages, resulting in nearly 1,000 pieces of plastic." Chen Zhou nodded, placing the raincoat and rain boots that Su Wanxiu had brought into his backpack. Last night, they acquired several new blueprints, which included not only the blueprint for rain boots, but also for dehumidifier bags and fireplaces. However, one particular item sparked his concern: a pack of cold medicine. This indicated that not only would they face heavy rain next week, but they must also be wary of the onset of illness. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou began to outline the potential survival challenges for the upcoming week. Heavy rainfall was undoubtedly imminent, and he could foresee several difficulties arising from it. First and foremost, the extreme humidity resulting from the rain. Excessive moisture in the air fosters the growth of mold and pathogens. When these spores disperse and are inhaled by humans, They can lead to various ailments. Furthermore, rain is often accompanied by a drop in temperature, which can easily precipitate colds. Even a minor cold, without the assistance of medication, carries the risk of becoming life-threatening. Although the car is equipped with air conditioning to maintain a stable temperature, what if the air conditioning were to malfunction? It is crucial to remember that the vehicle's air conditioning relies entirely on the solar panel mounted on the roof. On rainy days, when the sun is obscured, the solar panel becomes ineffective. Relying solely on the meager charge of the car's battery, the air conditioning would be rendered inoperable by the following day. This presents yet another challenge they must confront, an energy crisis. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Chen Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The pressures of the coming week loomed large. Chapter 53, the conclusion of the first weather catastrophe. That evening, amidst the bustle of unpacking, the four held a brief family meeting. The survival of the following week hinged upon Su Wanxiu's talents, particularly her specialized skill in expedited courier sorting, which was vital for addressing their survival shortcomings. Rest assured, Zhou, whatever you designate, I shall heed your guidance, she assured him. There is no rush. We shall decide based on the circumstances of next week. He then instructed the others. Remember to construct the fireplace and check the boxes for any warm items. Will temperatures drop next week? Gao Rui inquired. Rain will certainly bring about a drop in temperature, though I cannot predict how much. It's prudent to prepare. After the meeting, the group dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui headed to the workspace to sort through the boxes, where they discovered the down jackets previously unwrapped from the deliveries, 4 in total. Meanwhile, Emily had successfully constructed the fireplace. Small fireplace, level 1, quality, blue, durability, 100, effect, can elevate the surrounding temperature. Each set of 10 wooden boards increases the temperature by 1 C, with each set burning for 2 hours. Upon seeing the fireplace's capabilities, Emily foresaw the urgent need to stockpile a substantial amount of wooden boards. When she shared her concerns with the others, Chen Zhou wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. Emily is correct. While the price of wooden boards remains stable, we must swiftly procure more at the trading market. Thus, the trio delved into the trading market, fervently scavenging for timber. At that moment, Emily stepped outside and retrieved an extended Lincoln car from her backpack. She entered the vehicle and transferred all the materials accumulated by their convoy into the RV, handing them over to Chen Zhou. Mr. Chen, these boxes contain materials I've gathered previously. They're all yours. Emily, you need tea. I am now a member of the Bear Convoy, and naturally, these materials belong to the team. Chen Zhou gazed at the 3 storage boxes before him, a sense of appreciation swelling within him. Thank you, Emily. I will put them to good use. After nearly an hour of diligent work, the group successfully exchanged for 1,000 wooden boards at the trading market. Coupled with the several thousand boards they had previously amassed and the additional 500 boards contributed by Emily, they now possessed over 5,000 wooden boards. However, this was still far from sufficient. Chen Zhou calculated a rough estimate. Assuming they needed to raise the temperature from 0 C to 10 C and maintain it for an entire day, they would require 200 wooden boards. Thus, 5,000 boards would suffice for merely 5 days, under favorable conditions. In the harsh reality of sub-zero temperatures, survival would be precarious. Continue gathering wooden boards. I shall open the boxes. He glanced at the radar and was surprised to see a purple box. He hurried outside, making a beeline for the shimmering purple treasure. According to the coins, there may be danger, he noted, yet remained undeterred, eager to test the efficacy of his crystal pendant. Upon reaching the box, he gently tapped the lid and swiftly leapt back. Boom! The lid of the box sprang open, and an African lion leaped out. It let out a thunderous roar, causing Chen Zhou to feel his very insides tremble. Sensing someone behind it, the lion turned and struck with a mighty paw. Yet to Chen Zhou, it seemed as though time had slowed to a crawl. With swift precision, he wielded his blade, severing the beast's paw with a decisive stroke. A few more strikes followed, and the lion was disemboweled, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Indeed, this pendant proved to be a true artifact. After securing the lion's carcass, he approached the box once more to inspect its contents. Purple supply crate opened. Gasoline 150L, coal medicine 1, fabric 50, can meet 3, dehumidifier bags 5 can meet. He would sell it immediately for wooden planks. Had it been the first week, Chen Zhou might have lingered over it. However, now he merely regarded it as a waste of valuable resources within the crate. The team had grown to 4 members, and the number of crates had increased to 8. After opening the remaining 7 crates, he returned to the vehicle. An hour later, the clock struck midnight. The mechanical chimes of the 4 wristwatches echoed in unison. Congratulations to all for successfully surviving the first weather disaster. The top 3 teams will receive the following rewards. First place team will receive Orange Crate 1, Purple Crates 2, Blue Crates 5, Basic Materials Pack 10. Second place team will receive Purple Crate 1, Blue Crates 3, Basic Materials Pack 5. Third place team will receive Blue Crate 1, Basic Materials Pack 2. Scores will now be assigned based on team performance. First place, Bear Team, score 16,890. Second place, Refrigerator Won't Cool Team, score 9,560. Third place, Kid, You Still Need to Settle Team, score 9,014. Rewards have been distributed to each team, wishing you all a pleasant survival experience at that moment. The regional channel erupted with activity. Coca-Cola Team, the Bears as formidable as ever. Loudspeaker Team, 2 consecutive first-place victories. What kind of monster is this? Hungry enough to eat a belt team. Has no one noticed a hidden powerhouse among us? AAA Business Box Contact Me Team. I've never heard the Refrigerator Won't Cool leader speak. Are all powerful figures so silent? What's wrong with being middle-aged team? Truly admirable leaders. They are exemplary. Kid, You Still Need to Settle Team. Damn it. Next time I must secure first place. Meanwhile, Ma Hongyu, infuriated, kicked over a nearby water bucket and shouted at the professionally dressed woman before him. What on earth is happening? Why do we only place third this time? The woman adjusted her glasses and replied with lowered eyes. My lord, the 2 teams that opened crates have suffered personnel losses. Each loss deducts 1,000 points. Damn it. Is there no solution? My lord, I have no viable options. Ugh, what a bunch of useless fools. I apologize, my lord. New Oran deserves to die 1,000 deaths. With that, the woman named New Oran knelt down with a thud. Damn, that was quite a swift submission. Ma Hongyu approached New Oran, gently lifting her chin, and remarked, Li New Oran, what is your talent once more? Returning to the Lord, New Oran's talent lies in healing. Then I find myself in some discomfort. Would you be so kind as to treat me? Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside another caravan was considerably more jubilant. Sister Meng, we secured second place. Lu Xiaodong exclaimed, lifting Tang Meng and spinning joyfully around the cabin. Xiaodong, please set me down. I'm about to faint. Tang Meng patted Lu Xiaodong on the shoulder, signaling her to halt. On a nearby sofa, Xi and Gigi chuckled, enjoying her canned meat while watching the celebration. Ah, Sister Gigi, how could you indulge in secret snacking? I merely had a single bite, all right? Lu Xiaodong set Tang Meng down and hurried to Xi and Gigi, playfully pouting, Sister Gigi. Feed me, all right. Open your mouth. Ah, at that moment, Tang Meng shuddered, and blood suddenly streamed from her nostrils. Sister Meng, your doppelganger has perished once more. Alas, the odds of encountering beasts during box openings have escalated significantly. I shall summon another. As soon as the words escaped her lips, her form transformed into a mere shadow, which swiftly split into 2 identical Tang Mengs. The second Tang Meng rose vacantly, akin to a soulless puppet. Xiaodong, it is your turn. Certainly. With golden light shimmering in her hands, Lu Xiaodong pointed at Tang Meng's doppelganger, and golden ripples instantly enveloped the doppelganger's form. Subsequently, Tang Meng commanded, Go open the box, then return to drive. The doppelganger offered no reply, but turned and proceeded toward the driver's seat. Xi and Gigi settled beside Tang Meng, handing her a cloth. Wipe your nosebleed. I will attend to your healing. I appreciate your efforts, Gigi. Chapter 54. Emily's gift. Upon witnessing the convoy secure first place once more, Chen Zhou and his companions exhibited a notable calmness compared to their previous encounter. However, the newly joined member, Emily, was brimming with excitement. She eagerly urged the others to open the boxes. Emily, as the newest member of the team, you are likely to possess an abundance of luck. Why not let you take charge of the boxes? Really? All of them? Fear not. Open them with confidence. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Emily approached the box and opened the finest quality orange supply crate. Orange supply, Crate unlocked. Gasoline 150L. Autonomous driving system upgrade blueprint 1. Wooden planks 25. Bottled water 5L. Bandages 5. Alcohol 10. She revealed the materials she had acquired. Upon seeing the blueprint, Chen Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. The upgrade blueprint he had longed for had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he seized the blueprint and retreated to the workshop, leaving behind a parting remark. Emily, continue opening. Do so boldly. Encouraged by Chen Zhou's words, Emily eagerly opened the remaining boxes in one go. The vehicle's interior was soon aglow with resplendent purple and blue lights. Did you uncover anything remarkable? Chen Zhou inquired, peering out from the workshop, his face alight with eager anticipation. Their SA rainwater collector upgrade blueprint, a shell modification chip blueprint, 5 cans of food, and 2 medical kits. Emily recounted the items with enthusiasm, handing everything over to Chen Zhou. Wonderful, he exclaimed, affectionately ruffling her hair. For reasons unknown, a flush of crimson suddenly graced Emily's cheeks. With her fair complexion, her small face appeared delightfully rosy. However, Chen Zhou remained oblivious to this, his thoughts entirely consumed by the blueprint fabrication. Meanwhile, the 2 girls nearby observed the scene with keen interest. Leaning their heads together, they whispered, "Look, Emily is blushing. I told you, she won't be able to resist for long. It's impossible. Chen Zhou is both handsome and charming. I only managed to last 4 days. I think I only lasted 2. Emily stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in the memory of the earlier moment. The tall figure before her began to merge with a phantom image in her mind. Handsome, gentle, brimming with a sense of safety at that moment. Chen Zhou emerged from the workshop, holding a chip-like object. He approached the driver's seat and manipulated the central screen. A circular installation progress bar appeared on the screen. He had just fabricated all the blueprints he had acquired. The rainwater collector had been upgraded to level 7, now capable of producing 50 liters of pure water daily, bringing them one step closer to water freedom. The autonomous driving system was also in the process of installation, soon to reach level 2. This system would not only fully control the vehicle's start and stop functions, but could also integrate with the smartwatch, enabling control of the vehicle's movement. With this feature, he would finally be liberated from the driver's seat. As for the shell modification, he decided to set it aside for future use when the need arose. As the clock approached the late hours of the night, the driver's cabin of the car remained unoccupied, yet the vehicle continued to glide smoothly along the road. Meanwhile, in the entertainment room, several individuals were fervently engaged in a game of do-di-ju. Emily, unfamiliar with the game, could only observe from the sidelines, absorbing the strategies. 3 of a kind. A bomb. Chen Zhou's eyes widened as he regarded Su Wanxiu across the table. You're playing 3 of a kind, and you're going to bomb me? It's none of your concern. Do you want to play or not? I can't. You go ahead. A pair. I only have 4 cards left. Don't rush. I have a bomb. With a resounding slap, Chen Zhou smashed his cards down, revealing 4 fours. I'll play a bomb as well, or I want to be able to play it all. Gao Rui delicately placed 4 sevens atop Chen Zhou's bomb. Huh. I win. For kings. Su Wanxiu tossed her final card onto the pile, declaring the farmer's victory. Chen Zhou, the unfortunate landlord, faced utter defeat. This deck must have been poorly shuffled. How could there be so many bombs? He muttered, tearing a piece of paper from a notepad. Just as he was about to stick it to his forehead, Su Wanxiu intervened. Sticking a note is so dull. Let us think of a more interesting punishment. Indeed, I've lost all motivation to continue. Hearing this, Chen Zhou sensed that the 2 were scheming something mischievous, yet curiosity piqued within him. What new ideas do you have? Of course, the loser must remove a piece of clothing, starting from this round. Chen Zhou glanced at his cooling suit and thought, this is definitely aimed at me. While they wore t-shirts and shorts, he alone was clad in a full-body cooling suit. Once stripped, he would be left with only 1 article of clothing. No way. Emily is still here. I have no objections. Huh. A glance at Emily revealed her sneaking glances in his direction. Why do I feel like I've walked into a trap? Hurry up. No backing out now. Zhou Bao, you wouldn't want us to resort to force, would you? I'm merely an observer. I'm just here to watch under the pressure of persuasion. He reluctantly removed his cooling suit, revealing a physique sculpted with muscle. Thankfully, he still wore his underwear, preserving a shred of modesty. Yet, Emily's eyes widened in awe. Those abs could serve as a washboard. Those biceps could lift me effortlessly. Those thighs could keep moving all night. I need to excuse myself for a moment. I'll be right back. Emily abruptly rose and dashed toward the restroom. The two women exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. You two, what am I to say? Why blame us? Your figure is just too enticing. What should we do now? What else? We should go comfort her. The two women approached the restroom door and gently knocked. Moments later, the door swung open, and they stepped inside. Chen Zhou waited on the sofa for quite some time, pondering, why are they taking so long? Just then, the door to the entertainment room creaked open, and Su Wanqiu peeked inside. Zhou, Emily is feeling unwell, so we accompanied her upstairs to rest. How did she suddenly become unwell? Is she ill? No. Do not worry. Once you finish the last round of boxes, you may take a shower and head upstairs. Oh, all right. Before long, the sound of several people ascending the stairs reached him. Chen Zhou set down his gaming console and glanced at his watch. It was already 3:45 a.m. He waited until he completed the last round of boxes, tidied up, and then made his way to the bathroom to take a shower. Midway through his wash, the bathroom light abruptly went out, followed by the sound of the bathroom door creaking open. Who is there? Shu, don't speak yet. Recognizing the voice as Su Wanqiu's, Chen Zhou felt relieved. What are you doing? Haven't exercised all day, and now you're all pent up? How rude, what are you saying? I'm here to bring you a present. What kind of present? Of course, it's something wonderful, but first, you must close your eyes. With that, Su Wanqiu covered Chen Zhou's eyes with her hand and called out to the doorway. You may come in now. In the darkness, Chen Zhou felt a petite figure embracing him. Then, he heard Emily's gentle voice. Brother Chen Zhou, do you like this gift? Chapter 55, the first family portrait that evening. He was drenched from head to toe. He never anticipated that Emily's talent would be so astonishing. Even Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui were taken aback by Emily's extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, it was in the bathroom. Had it been upstairs, the entire floor would likely have been flooded. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Emily said, her cheeks flushed. It's quite all right. Consider it a hydration session. Chen Zhou replied as he wiped his face and turned on the shower. Let us finish up and head upstairs to rest. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Chen Zhou carried Emily upstairs. Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui, drying their hair, teased them from behind. Another member has been added to the Chen household. Emily, feeling shy, covered her face with her hands, unable to meet Chen Zhou's gaze. Don't be so mischievous. You've made Emily blush, one of them remarked. I haven't tea. It's just that Brother Chen Zhou is too handsome, Emily exclaimed, still addressing him as Brother Chen Zhou. Su Wanqiu leaned closer, raising an eyebrow at Emily. Emily, feeling flustered, softly called out, darling. Chen Zhou's cheeks flushed red, and he couldn't resist giving her a gentle peck on the cheek. Upon reaching the upstairs, he had just placed Emily on the bed when the two women pulled him aside. Emily has enjoyed herself. It's time for us sisters to have some fun too. To avoid disturbing your rest, we'll head downstairs. With that, the two women seized Chen Zhou and began to lead him out of the room. Seeing this, Emily quickly shouted, Don't go. I can assist from the side. The two women exchanged glances and then smiled mischievously. What a wonderful sister you are. The following day, Chen Zhou grasped the stair railing as he made his way downstairs, discovering that breakfast had already been laid out on the table. However, on his seat, there were 2 cups of goji berries. 3 eager gazes were directed at him from the dining table, making him feel a bit weak in the knees. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Zhou. Good morning, Zhou Bao. Oh no, I mean darling. The 4 of them enjoyed a cheerful breakfast together, marking the beginning of a new day. Time, day 15. Time, 12:30. Temperature inside the car, 27 C. Temperature outside the car, 28 C. Weather, overcast upon entering the driver's seat. Chen Zhou habitually glanced at the windshield. Just one night had passed, yet the temperature had plummeted by several degrees Celsius and continued to drop. He gazed into the distance. The once azure sky was now shrouded in thick clouds. If this trend persisted, rain would likely begin in the afternoon. After upgrading the autonomous driving system, he no longer needed to sit in the driver's seat and keep watch. As soon as he heard the radar beep, he could control the car's deceleration with his smartwatch. He entered the passenger area, joining his companions in unpacking the deliveries. With Su Wanchio's enhanced talents, packages appeared every 5 kilometers. Given the current speed, a new package would arrive approximately every 2.5 minutes, including the time spent unpacking and organizing. It took about 5 minutes to handle each delivery. At the outset, only Su Wanchio and Gao Rui were tasked with handling the deliveries, and they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. This resulted in a significant backlog of parcels accumulating in the workspace, leaving them little time to organize. However, with Emily's assistance, new packages could now be promptly addressed. As for the old parcels that cluttered the workspace, they had to be entrusted to Chen Zhou, who had long desired to tackle the mountain of packages but had been unable to find the time. Now at last, he found himself with ample free time at his disposal. He brought over a small stool, played some music in the background, and leisurely unwrapped the parcels, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. As he busied himself, he faintly heard a pattering sound. Shutting off the music, he realized the sound originated from outside the vehicle. It was raining, he exclaimed internally, then stepped outside the room to address the girls. "Is it raining out there?" Upon hearing this, they fell silent, attentively listening to the sounds from outside. It seemed indeed to be rain. "Let us check the driver's seat." The group moved to the front of the vehicle, discovering that the windshield was already adorned with droplets of water. The gentle rain tapped rhythmically upon it, producing a crisp patter. It truly was raining. How wonderful! After days of arid heat that had left them with nosebleeds by nightfall, the refreshing weather was a welcome change. "My skin has become so dry it's peeling." The girls chattered excitedly, while Chen Zhou took his place in the driver's seat and pressed the brake. "Let us go. Let us step out and experience it." He swung open the car door, and they ventured into the rain, strolling along the roadside. Bidding farewell to the oppressive dryness, they finally embraced the cool weather, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. They ran and frolicked in the rain, their faces alight with joy. "Before we hop back in the car, let us take a group photo," Su Wanchio suggested suddenly. "Look at us. We're a mess. It'll surely look dreadful." Chen Zhou ran his fingers through his hair, and the others, equally disheveled, resembled drenched rats. "Oh, that's exactly the vibe we want. Come on, let us take a family portrait." Su Wanchio beckoned the others to gather around. She stood at the forefront, raising her arm at a 45 angle. Gao Rui and Emily stood behind her, flashing peace signs, while Chen Zhou positioned himself at the back, playfully forming bunny ears behind their heads. Click! The first family photo was successfully captured amidst the rain. After this joyful escapade, they returned to the vehicle, thoroughly satisfied. Occasionally, they pondered whether this survival endeavor was perhaps too effortless. Unpacking parcels daily, indulging in sumptuous meals, they seemed to be living a life more comfortable than on Blue Star. This was hardly a survival mission. It felt more like a vacation. Yet, such was their reality, dictated by their capabilities. As Chen Zhou passed by the driver's seat, he glanced at the windshield. The external temperature had dropped to 27 degrees. No wonder it felt so pleasant outside. He promptly turned off the air conditioning to conserve fuel. Until the energy issue was resolved, the air conditioning would remain off. Returning to the workspace to continue unpacking, he was suddenly startled by Su Wanchio's exclamation from outside. "Ah, my talent has leveled up." Upon hearing the shout, Chen Zhou rushed out of the room and stood before Su Wanchio. "What effect does it have?" he inquired. "Just a moment, let me check." Currently, one receives a delivery every 5 kilometers. Coupled with my inherent abilities, wouldn't that mean a delivery for every kilometer? It seems not quite so. Your effect grants a chance of double deliveries every 5 kilometers, with a probability of 10. After calculating in his mind, Chen Zhou remarked, "That translates to an additional delivery every 50 kilometers. He then made his way to the driver's seat, fixated on the odometer. As the mileage incremented by exactly 50 kilometers, a distinct thud echoed from the cargo area, followed by another. "Zhou, indeed there are 2 deliveries, and one of them is a large item." "What large item?" "A 70-inch television." Chapter 56. The bed among 3 women. Chen Zhou entered the carriage and unwrapped the exterior packaging to reveal the television within. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he opened the room DIY application and confirmed that the television could indeed be installed. Eagerly, he set it up and proceeded to the entertainment room, connecting the gaming console to the television. In no time, The sounds of combat filled the room. It turned out that the gaming console could connect to the television after all. The large screen was quite pleasing to the eye. Oh my goodness, it's the gaming console. Noticing Emily's excitement, Chen Zhou handed her the controller. At that moment, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rue also expressed their interest, eager to join in. Emily, let your sister have a turn too, Chen Zhou said, passing the controller to Su Wanxiu. Here you go, Wanxiu. This button is for attack, and that one is for defense. Once you're done, let me have a go. All right. Chen Zhou leaned against the doorframe, watching them with an involuntary smile of delight. Suddenly, he felt the scene before him was worth capturing, so he stealthily snapped a photo of the three women from behind. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the regional channel and uploaded the photo, accompanied by a caption. A bear team, region no. 1. Attached image. Congratulations to all teams for successfully weathering the first disaster. May we all endure together until the end. Banana team. Wow. This is the prowess of the first team's leader. System gave me a name. I can't name the team. Incredible bear leader, truly embodying the spirit of Elbu. Battling three at once. Middle-aged team. The teammates of bear leader are indeed stunning, like beauties that overshadow the moon and flowers. Kid, you still need to settle team. Attached images. What is so great about being first? I can take on 4 alone. 18 CM team. Bro, your taste is truly unique. How can you even stomach that? Heaven bless our country team. The silhouette of bear leader outshines you, kid. Don't embarrass yourself. Kid, you still need to settle team, your mother. As night fell, the temperature outside had dropped to 15 C. In response, Su wants you to replace the bed covers with thicker ones. This weather is ridiculous. It's hot during the day and requires heavy blankets at night. It's so cold. I want to cuddle with Sister Rue tonight, she declared. Come on, Emily, let us cuddle to sleep. Emily, clutching her pillow, happily crawled into Gao Rue's cozy bed. Upon entering, her true nature was revealed. Sister Rue is so soft. I can't get enough of her. Su Wanxiu followed suit, nestling between them. Seeing this, Chen Zhou could only begrudgingly retreat to his own chilly bed, resigned to the fact that he would have to embrace himself tonight. A night without incident passed, and upon opening his eyes again, it was already midday. Time, day 16, time, 12 o'clock, inside temperature, 16, outside temperature, 15, weather, moderate rain upon awakening. Chen Zhou activated the vehicle using his watch, allowing it to commence its journey. This way, after enjoying breakfast, they would fortuitously encounter the first wave of supply boxes. Due to the temperature disparity, condensation covered the windshield. Wiping it down, he discovered numerous leaves adhered to the exterior. What? How could there be leaves? After clearing the fog, he peered outside and exclaimed to the cabin, Come quickly. We have exited the desert. Hearing his call from the driver's seat, the three women hurried over. They gazed out the window, where the endless yellow sands had transformed into a boundless prairie. The knee-high grass bowed rhythmically under the raindrops of salt. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples across the verdant expanse. Have we truly traversed the desert in the time it took to have breakfast? Look at the rearview mirror. The desert still lies behind us. It appears we have merely changed maps. Chen Zhou glanced at the mirror and continued, When we open the boxes, one of you should remain in the vehicle for support. We cannot all disembark. The three women murmured among themselves before deciding that Chen Zhou should stay behind. Avu, you should remain in the car. The three of us will get out. What? Why should I stay in the car? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized it was indeed the most suitable arrangement. Gao Rue possessed the ability to become invisible. Emily was a master of cold weaponry. And although Su Wanxiu's talents were not combat-oriented, her marksmanship surpassed his own. As the best driver among them, it was only logical for him to remain in the car for support. Very well, I shall stay in the car for support. You three must be cautious, exceedingly cautious. Understood, Captain. The girls returned to the vehicle to prepare, while Chen Zhou controlled the car's speed. He did not turn off the engine upon halting, keeping it operational. As the doors opened, the three women, clad in raincoats, approached the nearby supply boxes. Armed to the teeth, Emily led the way with a machete in hand. Gao Rue wielded a spear and carried a crossbow on her back to the left, while Su Wanxiu brandished a pistol on the right. Approximately 5 meters away, for supply boxes were largely concealed by the underbrush, with only their lids visible. Chen Zhou closely monitored the movements of the trio from inside the car. The radar was eerily silent, devoid of any hostile entities. Soon, they reached the boxes and began to open them in succession. Judging by their expressions, the haul appeared to be rather satisfactory. Upon their return to the vehicle, Chen Zhou eagerly inquired, "Did you find anything valuable?" "What valuable items?" "Just some basic materials and a blueprint for a chair." "Then why do you seem so pleased?" At this, the three women exchanged knowing smiles. "We were placing bets." "Bets on what?" "Whether Emily will scream when enhancing her abilities." Chen Zhou was left speechless. "You truly are bored. What is there to bet on?" "Enough of the chatter. Once we organize the materials, you shall enhance Emily's abilities," she declared. With that, they entered the workshop, and shortly thereafter, they returned. "All right, Zhou, it's your turn. By the way, what are your stakes?" "Of course, the rights to Chen Zhou's services for tonight," replied one with a mischievous grin. "What?" Chen Zhou exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "Am I being treated as a commodity? How can you wager such things? What on earth are you all thinking?" Yet, under their persistent coaxing, Chen Zhou succumbed to this sweet temptation. After all, regardless of how it unfolded, he was bound to emerge as the one profiting. Should Emily win, it would be 1 against 1. If she lost, it would be 1 against 2. "Emily, are you ready?" "Yes, let's begin." Chen Zhou gently took Emily's hand and proceeded to unleash his talent. Instantly, her breath quickened and her muscles tensed. She faltered and collapsed into the chair. Beside her, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Any sound Emily made would signal their triumph. Sure enough, Emily finally emitted a faint hum. "Hooray! The rights are ours." "Don't be disheartened, Emily. We couldn't hold back either. You did remarkably well to last this long." "Oh no, my rights are gone." Seeing Emily's distress, the two girls felt a pang of sympathy and promised to grant her return later that evening. Hey. Could you at least consult me before you do this next time?" Chen Zhou said, his expression serious, harboring a sense of grievance. To his surprise, the three girls not only remained undeterred, but grew even bolder. "Zhou, you wouldn't want us to force you, would you? You know we are 3, and you are but 1. Darling, this is a matter between sisters. You need not interfere." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou lost all semblance of irritation. It was a case of mutual consent, one willing to strike, the other to endure. Truly a lamentable situation. With the brief interlude concluded, the three women returned to the carriage to unpack their delivery, while Chen Zhou examined his enhanced abilities. Indeed, his talent had ascended to a new level. Chapter 57. The Purple Quality Sewing Machine. Congratulations. Your talent has been upgraded. Talent name: Divine Assistance. Quality: SSS grade. Current level: Level 4. Upgrade details: can replicate the talent of 1 team member. Effects: 1. Can enhance the talents of 3 individuals daily. 2. Can replicate the talent of 1 team member. Next upgrade progress: 050. Upon witnessing the details of the talent upgrade, he could hardly contain his excitement. Goodness, if he could replicate Su Wanxiu's talent, wouldn't he soar to new heights? His heart raced as he gazed at the Select Talent button on the panel. With a decisive click, 3 girls' avatars appear before him, each accompanied by a description of their respective talents. Without hesitation, he clicked on Su Wanxiu's avatar. Selected Captain Su Wanxiu. Successfully replicated Captain Su Wanxiu's talent. Express Enthusiast. Talent details: 1. Can obtain an Express Mystery Box every 5 kilometers. 2. Can designate a day each week for Express categorization. After completion, he fixated on the numbers displayed on the odometer. At the precise moment the mileage increased by 5 kilometers, a delivery box materialized on the floor. Chen Zhou was so exhilarated he nearly lost control. Truly, an SSS grade talent. Who needs to pray for a better life when his existence surpassed that of Blue Star? No, it was a complete annihilation of life on Blue Star. If this were indeed reality, he would proclaim himself a victor in life. If it were a mere illusion, he pinched his own cheek, wincing at the pain. This was undeniably real. He entered the cabin and shared the news with the girls, igniting a frenzy within the vehicle. They leaped and squealed, the atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. "Let me open the express box and see if there are any treasures inside," Chen Zhou exclaimed, seizing a small knife to slice through the tape sealing the package. The contents hinted at a household appliance. Upon extracting the item, he discovered it was a household dehumidifier. A dehumidifier, with a capacity of 100 L. Chen Zhou read aloud the details printed on the packaging and then took out the machine. It was sizable and weighed considerably. Yet fortunately, it was equipped with wheels for easy maneuverability. Inside the box, a hygrometer was also included. At that moment, the hygrometer's needle hovered at 80, indicating that the environment within the vehicle was quite humid. It was evident that a week of continuous rain loomed ahead, making the arrival of this dehumidifier particularly fortuitous. Gao Rue, hailing from southern Huagua, was well aware of the detrimental effects of humid weather. During the transition into the rainy season, her entire home seemed soaked, akin to a waterlogged space. Upon returning from work, her abode resembled a dripping cave, with water trickling from the ceiling. The air felt damp and sticky, creating discomfort and fostering the growth of mold and insects. The advent of the dehumidifier would effectively eradicate these issues before they could manifest. After listening to Gao Rue elaborate on the benefits of the dehumidifier, the others nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. No wonder a dehumidifying bag emerged from the box. It appears that excessive humidity poses numerous hazards. Allow me to test whether this dehumidifier requires installation. After a few adjustments on his watch, Chen Zhou sighed, as the device indicated that installation was unnecessary. Then let us simply place it here for use. With the humidity issue resolved, a weight was lifted from Chen Zhou's heart. Meanwhile, within another RV, the air was thick with dampness. It's so humid. Shall we take out the dehumidifying bags? Lu Xiaodong felt an uncomfortable stickiness that left her restless. Tang Ming also sensed the humidity in the room and nodded in agreement. Let's place 2 or 3 bags in the bedroom, and just 1 in the other rooms. Xi and Gigi happened to overhear their conversation and readily retrieved the dehumidifying bags from a box to hand to them. I recall that air conditioners typically have a dehumidifying function. Doesn't the one in the vehicle have it? Sister Gigi, you are overthinking it. This faulty air conditioner lacks such a feature. Don't worry, Xiaotong. Even without air conditioning, we can endure this sweltering heat. Let us make do with the dehumidifying bags for now, Tang Ming reassured while gently patting Lu Xiaodong's head. Lu Xiaodong playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression adorably mischievous. I know, dream sister. You sound just like my mother, always nagging. Hey, do you dare challenge me? In that cramped cabin, Tang Ming effortlessly pulled Lu Xiaotong into her embrace. Nearby, Xi and Gigi raised her arm, capturing the moment in a photograph. Their album contained many such cherished moments, documenting their journey from acquaintances to this day. They formed a family along the way, unexpectedly achieving the remarkable feat of ranking second in their region. Lu Xiaodong possessed a defensive talent known as Golden Bell Shield, which aptly bestowed shield upon herself and her teammates. Though she often criticized the name for its lack of elegance, it proved exceptionally effective in conjunction with Tang Ming's talent, Clone. Tang Ming could summon her clone, but if the clone perished, it would deduct from her health. However, with Lu Xiaodong's Golden Bell Shield, the lifespan of the clone was significantly extended. Even in perilous situations, they could disregard danger, as the shield would offer protection, allowing them to seize rewards and flee. Should the shield shatter and the clone perish, it was time for X and Gigi's healing talent to shine, replenishing Tang Ming's health so she could joyfully summon her clone once more. Through their synergy, the trio had persevered to this point. After securing second place, they began to dream of claiming the top spot next time. Little did they know that a formidable mountain lay ahead. Not to mention that Chen Zhou had acquired the skill to replicate talents. In the future, the gap between the leading team and those following would widen, becoming insurmountable. As night fell, Chen Zhou sat on a small stool, unboxing packages, while his capable aides disembarked to open the boxes. Since discovering that Chen Zhou was more suited to waiting in the car, he had become the team's designated stay-at-home child. He rather enjoyed this leisurely existence, listening to music and unboxing parcels in the car, feeling quite at ease. However, his back was beginning to bear the brunt of this inactivity. At that moment, the 3 girls returned from their expedition, bursting into the vehicle with animated chatter. They exclaimed about a terrifying encounter with a thick snake that had unexpectedly slithered out from a box. Thankfully, with Emily's pendant, Wanwan would have certainly been bitten otherwise. Next time, let me handle it. I'm not afraid. I will protect my sisters. They all agreed that Emily was the best. She was the favorite sister. Upon their return, Chen Zhou instinctively inquired, "Did you find anything good?" "Yes, we did, Zhou." Su Wanqiu replied as she retrieved a blueprint from her backpack and handed it to him. Sewing machine blueprint, quality, purple, usage, 1 time. Require materials. Iron block 50, wood plank 10, electronic component 1 this item. I suppose I should create it and see what it does. With a blueprint in hand, he entered the workshop. In no time, a sewing machine appeared beside the workbench. Sewing machine, category, tool, quality, purple, effect, input fur or fabric to craft garments and shoes without requiring a blueprint. Following the description of the effects, he retrieved a wolf pelt from the box and placed it on the sewing machine. The next moment, a new window popped up before him. Please select the category of garment to be crafted: hat, clothing, pants, shoes. After a moment of contemplation, he chose clothing. You will craft a wolf pelt vest. He watched in awe as the wolf pelt began to cut itself and then seamlessly stitched together by the sewing machine. The entire process was astonishingly swift, leaving him dazzled. Soon, he found himself in possession of a black-gray vest. Wolf pelt vest, category, clothing, quality, blue, effect, 1, warmth 10. 2. Team coordination. All team members wearing the wolf pelt vest gained 5 strength seeing the vest's effects. Chen Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sewing machine was quite remarkable indeed. Chapter 58. The King Among Beasts. With the newly acquired sewing machine, the previously collected animal pelts found their purpose. Fortunately, there were ample wolf skins in the box, allowing him to craft a vest for each person. After some time, he emerged from the workshop, cradling 3 wolfskin vests, and approached the 3 women. "Here, each of you take one." The vests were delightfully fluffy and incredibly comfortable. Gao Rue pressed her face against the vest, savoring the exquisite sensation of the fur caressing her cheeks. "Is this made with the sewing machine?" "Indeed, if we all wear one, it will augment our strength by 5 points." Once they donned the vests, they examined their attributes. As anticipated, the strength stat had increased from 5 to 10. However, there was one minor drawback. These vests are rather warm. "Yes, I'm already sweating." "Oh, I forgot to mention, these vests also provide a 10 warmth effect. Let us take them off. It's a bit too warm for this weather." After stowing the vests back in a box, Chen Zhou retrieved bear and lion skins, crafting a bear fur coat and a lion skin jacket respectively. Bear fur coat, category, clothing quality, blue effects, 1, warmth 15, 2, defense 10, 3. Rugged, can withstand most melee weapon attacks. Lion skin jacket, category, clothing quality, purple effects, 1, strength 5, 2, speed 2, 3. King of the Prairie, can intimidate all medium and small animals. This lion skin jacket is quite impressive. He donned the jacket, yet felt somewhat awkward due to the unattractive silver gray, cooling suit underneath. Returning to the sewing machine, he crafted a pair of trousers and a t-shirt from several fabric pieces. He opted for a denim style for the trousers and a simple white t-shirt. Coupled with the dark brown jacket, the ensemble greatly enhanced his masculinity. "Ah, now this feels right." He exited the workshop and approached the women. Ahem. He cleared his throat to capture their attention. The 3 women, who had been engrossed in lively conversation, fell silent upon seeing Chen Zhou's new attire. "What do you think of this outfit? Why are you all so quiet?" "Wow, Zhou, you look incredibly handsome. Which model is this?" "Oh, it's my own." "Oh my goodness. Darling, you look so dashing." The 3 women rushed forward, showering Chen Zhou with affection and hugs. Not only was the jacket visually appealing, but its effects were also formidable. He proceeded to explain the jacket's attributes to the women, leaving them in awe. "So, when we open boxes, we no longer have to be cautious? As long as we avoid large beasts like bears and lions, we should be fine. Let us test it out when we open boxes later." In this survival world, it had become almost customary to encounter beasts with each wave of boxes, while instances of finding boxes devoid of beasts were exceedingly rare. Upon arriving at the next supply crate, several individuals disembarked, hastening towards one particular box. Inside this crate lay a gray wolf, and I was to be the one to open it. In front of the blue box stood Chen Zhou, with several women flanking him for protection. He tightened his jacket and reached to lift the lid. As the box opened, the gray wolf sprang forth. Just as it bared its teeth, ready to seize its prey, a formidable aura enveloped the scene. It whimpered and crouched low, attempting to garner sympathy for its survival. Bang! Su Wanqiu fired a shot at the wolf's forehead. The creature, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, met its demise. Truly effective. Zhou, my dear, you have become the king of beasts. Darling, you are indeed magnificent. Do not flatter too much. I was startled enough to break into a sweat just now. Chen Zhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling the moment the wolf had leaped out, causing him to yell in nervousness. Unexpectedly, that shout had terrified the wolf, reducing it to a pitiable state akin to a lost dog. With the efficacy of his jacket confirmed, the subsequent box openings transformed into a personal stage for Chen Zhou. He seemed to embody the role of the king of the forest, roaring as wild beasts leapt from their confines, only to cleave their heads once they were thoroughly frightened. The women observed Chen Zhou's intense immersion in his role, shaking their heads in amusement. Suddenly, he appeared rather foolish. Boys can be like that, lost in their play, but they revert to normalcy once they've had their fill. I find it quite awe-inspiring to see darling like this. Emily gazed at Chen Zhou with stars in her eyes, her mind drifting to the tale of Simba from the Lion King, envisioning herself as Nala. After a long evening of play, Chen Zhou sank into the sofa, parched and feeling as though his throat might ignite. Su Wanqiu handed him a glass of water, inquiring, "Have you had enough fun?" "Indeed, I've had my fill. I shall refrain from shouting like that again. It strains my voice." He gulped the water down, feeling significantly refreshed. At that moment, Emily bounded over, diving into Chen Zhou's embrace. She tilted her face upward, speaking sweetly, "My king, may I have an extraordinary experience tonight?" Chen Zhou paused, quickly grasping the implication of her words. It was reminiscent of the animated tale of the Lion King. "What kind of experience do you desire?" "Conquer me like a lion." "Very well, I shall grant your wish." With that, Chen Zhou lifted Emily into his arms and headed towards the restroom. The two women shouted in unison, "Emily, do not forget, you only have this one opportunity tonight. Time, day 17, time, 13:05, in-car temperature, 15 outside temperature, 15, weather. Heavy rain at Chu." "Why has the temperature dropped again?" Glancing at the thermometer on the windshield, he obediently retrieved the wolfskin vest. While the cooling garment was wearable, it excelled in lowering temperature but was not particularly adept at providing warmth. Although the label indicates a normal operating temperature of 10 to 100, one will soon discover upon wearing it that it merely ensures one does not succumb to heat but offers no guarantee against the chill. Therefore, when the time calls for thicker attire, it is prudent to dress appropriately. After breakfast, he routinely unpacked deliveries in the carriage. Ever since he started receiving parcels himself, it now required the combined efforts of 4 individuals to manage all the deliveries within a single day. I've finished my meal, but why hasn't Xiaowei come down yet?" She mused, suspecting she was still lingering in bed. "I'll go call her." Su Wanqiu set down her bowl and chopsticks, ascending the staircase. Before long, she supported the frail Gao Rui as they made their way to the first floor. "What is the matter?" Chen Zhou inquired, noticing Gao Rui's pallid complexion, which tightened his heart with concern. "It's nothing, just menstrual cramps." Gao Rui waved dismissively, yet the pain in her abdomen rendered her unable to straighten her back. Su Wanqiu helped her to sit down and said to Emily, "Emily, the bedsheet is stained with blood. Could you please change it? There are fresh ones in the wardrobe." "All right, I'll do it right away," Emily replied, then hurried upstairs. At that moment, Chen Zhou brought a cup of warm water. Expressing his concern, "Xiaowei, have some hot water. I'll prepare some pork ribs for you to regain your strength." "Wanwan, don't you still have a skill you haven't used?" "Set the category to sanitary napkins." "I can manage with old clothes. Using a skill would be too extravagant. Follow my suggestion. This is not something to be handled casually. Don't forget that I can also designate categories now. So, Xiaowei, you need not worry." Su Wanqiu nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Gao Rui was touched by this sentiment, feeling reassured. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. In the kitchen, Chen Zhou retrieved a portion of ribs for 3, quickly marinating them before placing them in the pot to cook. After Su Wanqiu designated the delivery as feminine hygiene products, she turned to Chen Zhou and asked, Zhou, should you not use your skill as well? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou replied, very well, I shall do so now. What do you intend to designate? A firearm. Chapter 59. The merging roads thud, thud. Two courier packages simultaneously tumbled into the compartment. One was a cardboard box, the other a plastic crate. The sanitary pads have arrived. My firearm has come. Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu approached the parcels together. With a rip, Su Wanqiu tore open the tape on the package, while Chen Zhou unclipped the fastenings on the plastic box. Sister Xiaorui, shall we head to the restroom? Yes, certainly. Darling, what are you doing? Look, a new gun. He lifted the submachine gun from the box, examining it closely. Chris Vector submachine gun, category, weapon quality, orange, durability, 100 effects, 1. Recurrent. Bullets fired have a 5 chance of being replenished in the magazine. 2. Pursuit of excellence. After modifications, accuracy is increased by 10. The submachine gun fires 1,200 rounds per minute, and it is advisable to use the dual-fire mode, otherwise ammunition depletes too swiftly. Emily, do you know about firearms? Well, my father worked as a coach at a shooting range after retiring. Wait, the shooting range one visited wouldn't be owned by her father, would it? Surely, that's too coincidental. At that moment, Su Wanqiu emerged from the restroom. The two aligned their details and ultimately confirmed that it was indeed the same shooting range. What a small world to encounter this. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Sister Wanwan. Then, Emily, your marksmanship must be quite exceptional, right? Chen Zhou casually inquired, but to his surprise, Emily denied it. Not at all, my shooting is quite poor. My father says I'm neither fast nor accurate within 10 meters, and fast but inaccurate within 5. Hearing this, Chen Zhou burst into laughter. The group engaged in light banter, entirely oblivious to the impending changes on the road ahead. Approximately 3 kilometers ahead, a fork in the road emerged, transforming the original single lane into a dual lane. From the direction of the fork, a white cargo van sped forth, entering the newly formed dual lane. The van bore an irregular red, circular design, which upon closer inspection resembled bloodstains. At that moment, a bald man leaned out of the window of the vehicle, muttering something incoherent. Then, the van noticeably decelerated, attempting to close in on the RV behind. Just as the two vehicles were about to drive parallel, a lean man in the passenger seat leaned halfway out the window, aiming a crossbow at the RV's tire. Whoosh clang. The arrow was deflected, prompting the lean man to curse. Reload and fire again. Whoosh clang. The arrow was once more repelled. He grumbled as he retreated into the vehicle, exchanging a few words with the bald driver. At that moment, Chen Zhou, alerted by the radar's warning signal, approached the driver's seat to assess the situation. He then spotted a van adorned with a minstrel pattern rapidly approaching him. In the next instant, the cargo van violently collided with the RV. The RV was thrust off the road, yet under the control of its autopilot. It managed to maintain stability, ultimately coming to a halt on the grassy verge. Not far away, a truck came to a halt, and 2 men brandishing crossbows swiftly approached the roadside. Rather than recklessly approaching the RV, they stood at the edge of the road, shouting loudly, seemingly intent on coaxing the occupants out. At that moment, the RV door swung open, and Chen Zhou emerged, his hands raised high. The 2 men gestured with their crossbows, indicating for him to come closer. Chen Zhou advanced cautiously, inquiring, "Are you from Huagua?" The bald man appeared exasperated at Chen Zhou's slow pace, cursing "Baka," before pulling the trigger of his crossbow. In an instant, Chen Zhou sidestepped and produced a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the 2 men. After a few agonizing screams, they collapsed into a pool of blood. Approaching the lifeless bodies, Chen Zhou spat disdainfully, uttering, "Damn it, those little devils." At this juncture, Su Wanqiu and Emily opened the door and hurriedly approached. "Zhou, what is going on? Are these 2 villains? Are they from Huagua?" Chen Zhou shook his head. "They are little devils. Initially, I thought they were speaking in a local dialect. Had they not cursed Baka, I would have hesitated to shoot." Upon hearing this, both women exhaled in relief. As long as they were not from Huagua, it sufficed. Upon realizing they were little devils, Emily vented her fury on the corpses, kicking and cursing. "How dare you insult my darling? You used to bully Huagua, you assholes, spit." Witnessing Emily's righteous indignation, The others regarded her with newfound respect. Emily, have you studied the history of Huagua? My grandfather often recounted these stories to me. Each time, I felt furious, yet I admired those heroes. He was a man with a profound sense of national pride. After a brief exchange, Chen Zhou rummaged through the two bodies but found nothing of value. Can we check the watches for backpacks? Su Wanqiu suggested. Goodness, I nearly forgot about that. He tugged gently at his watch, and, to his surprise, it detached effortlessly. Detected ownerless watch. Would you like to merge? Can I merge someone else's watch? He pondered, then clicked yes on the panel. In the next instant, both watches vanished without a trace. When he glanced at his backpack, he discovered its capacity had expanded to 30 slots. The capacity of my watch has increased, and the contents from their backpacks have come to me. Can you merge my watch? As she spoke, Su Wanqiu pressed her watch against his dial. Nothing happened. Seeing this, Chen Zhou explained, only ownerless watches can be merged, as the system indicated earlier. All right then. Did they have anything of worth? Nothing, just some food and weapons. TSK. A bunch of paupers. At that moment, a voice from the direction of the truck caught their attention. The vehicle won't open. Check if they have the keys. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou inspected the backpack and indeed found a car key. He pressed the unlock button facing the truck, and the headlights flashed twice in response. A few of them entered the truck, only to be met with a putrid stench that assaulted their senses, provoking a wave of nausea. Goodness, did these two really come from inside the vehicle? The odor was unbearable. I can't take it anymore. This smell is blinding. I need some fresh air. Emily hurriedly exited the vehicle and began to retch by the roadside. Inside the truck, only Chen Zhou and Su Wanqiu remained, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared sense of resignation. Wan, you should go out for some fresh air too. I can search on my own, he suggested. It's fine. I can manage, she replied. Thus, the two of them covered their mouths and noses with their clothing and began to rummage through the disarrayed interior of the truck for anything useful. In the corridor, Chen Zhou opened the door to the room on the left, revealing a workspace furnished with tables and several boxes. He patted Su Wanqiu on the shoulder and said, I'll search the workshop. You check elsewhere. All right, be careful, she responded. Upon entering the workshop, he first rummaged through the boxes, stuffing their contents into his backpack. To his astonishment, he discovered that the workbench could also fit into his backpack. No way, this thing can fit in the backpack too. What a waste that the workbench in Xiaowei's truck was left behind. Realizing this, he felt a pang of regret. After stowing away the storage box in his backpack as well, he turned to exit the room. Just then, he heard Su Wanqiu's piercing scream emanating from the adjacent bedroom. Chapter 60. Lone Wolf or Expand the Team. A sudden scream pierced through the silence from the adjacent bedroom, belonging to Su Wanqiu. Wan, what's wrong? Chen Zhou rushed in with his gun drawn, only to find Su Wanqiu sitting on the floor before the wardrobe, her face a mask of terror. He approached her, anxiety etched on his features. What happened? Look inside the wardrobe. She pointed, her voice trembling. Following her, Chen Zhou was taken aback by the sight within. Crouched in the darkness was a young girl, her limbs bound, eyes covered with a blindfold, and a rag stuffed in her mouth. Her body was marred with dirt and wounds, some of which had begun to rot, exuding a foul odor. It was evident she had endured inhumane torment. At the sound of their voices, the girl flinched, her expression one of sheer fright. Those two beasts, Chen Zhou muttered under his breath, and with Su Wanqiu's assistance, he set about freeing her from her restraints. As she realized she was in the presence of strangers, tears streamed down her cheeks. She attempted to rise, but her frail body failed to comply, leaving her too weak to utter a word. Her watch continued to beep, a dire warning of her impending demise. Zhou, she can't hold on much longer. What should we do? Su Wanqiu asked, desperation creeping in her voice. Chen Zhou shook his head, the weight of his silence heavy. The watch indicated that the girl's health had plummeted to a mere 10, and he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the girl lifted her left hand with great effort, pointing towards the gun at Chen Zhou's waist, then to her own heart. She wished for an end to her suffering. Zhou, will you help her? Su Wanqiu turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. In the girl's pleading gaze, Chen Zhou wrestled with his emotions for a long moment before he raised the pistol. The girl gazed at the dark muzzle, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tears welled in her eyes as her mouth parted slightly, her voice hoarse yet tinged with relief. Arigato. Chen Zhou understood it as a word of gratitude. He responded with a soft smile, murmuring "Gomenasai" before pulling the trigger. Outside, Emily heard the gunshot from within the truck and gasped, "This is bad." Instantly, she dashed inside, only to be struck dumb at the sight of Chen Zhou emerging from the room, cradling the girl in his arms. Su Wanqiu sobbed as she recounted the harrowing events to Emily, who fell into a profound silence upon hearing the tale. "Let us give her a proper burial," Chen Zhou suggested, as he gently laid the girl on the grass by the roadside. After collectively interring her, the group returned to the RV to continue their journey. As the vehicle sped away, Chen Zhou sat in the driver's seat, watching the grave recede in the rearview mirror, and released a heavy sigh. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was thick with sorrow. They mourned the girl's plight while grappling with an uncontrollable rage, a fury that no amount of vengeance against the two beasts could ever quell. At that moment, Chen Zhou felt that their deaths were far too merciful. They deserved far greater torment to alleviate the deep-seated hatred in his heart. As night descended, the spirits of the group were notably alleviated through the repeated unboxing experiences. Chen Zhou pondered a particular enigma regarding the events of the day. Why did the roads suddenly begin to merge? Was this merely a random occurrence? Or did it reflect the inherent nature of the road world? In an effort to quell his suspicions, he accessed the regional channel for further investigation. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly everyone in the region had encountered similar road merging incidents, albeit with varying circumstances for each convoy. Some teams formed new alliances with those they encountered, traveling together, while others resorted to violent confrontations. Their own experience fell into the latter category. Nonetheless, he gleaned insights into the underlying mechanics of the game and discerned two distinct approaches. One could either engage in combat, seizing the vehicles of others, or collaborate to dismantle a rival's convoy. The former represented a solitary wolf mentality, while the latter epitomized collective unity for survival. As the level of their vehicles continued to rise, the demand for vehicle cores among convoys would inevitably increase. However, prior to this, the only opportunity to encounter other teams for vehicle cores had arisen once, during the Foggy Forest instance. Thus, road merging might serve as a second avenue for acquiring vehicle cores, distinct from the regional instances as it spanned the entire globe. Upon sharing his thoughts with the three women, they offered their perspectives. In summary, both strategies possessed their respective advantages and disadvantages. The solitary wolf approach fostered familiarity and stability among team members, yet lacked resilience in the face of unforeseen calamities. Conversely, larger convoys boasted abundant resources and superior risk management capabilities, although they were not immune to casualties during adversities. The potential for complete annihilation could not be disregarded, as misfortune could befall anyone. The drawbacks of larger teams were evident. Management complexities increased with size, often leading to internal discord and even violent conflicts. At present, Chen Zhou leaned towards the solitary wolf strategy. Should he encounter a suitable team, he would reconsider the prospect of forming an alliance. Their resource abundance compared to other teams negated the necessity for recruitment, thus averting the pitfalls of reckless expansion and ensuing discord. However, a lingering concern troubled him. The prospect of facing a larger team could prove daunting. If the opposing members possessed extraordinary talents, such as long-range headshots or deadly abilities, how would they contend? Would they become subjugated? This was a scenario he could not abide. Therefore, he resolved to enhance the strength of his team from this moment onward. In the presence of a formidable convoy, it is essential to possess a degree of maneuverability. As he silently steeled himself, Su Wanqiu approached and remarked, "Zhou, I just tested it. The two workbenches can indeed be upgraded." Chen Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. What benefits will the upgrade confer? Upgrading to level 2 will enhance the speed of blueprint crafting and decomposition, while level 3 offers a chance of material return upon completion of blueprint creation. Excellent. Let us strive to reach level 3 as swiftly as possible. Our workbench is already at level 3. But we have only acquired one workbench. It was Emily who generously contributed the workbench from her own vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou was deeply touched. However, it was Su Wanqiu's subsequent revelation that nearly brought him to tears. Moreover, In her quest to elevate the RV to level 6, Emily dismantled her Lincoln. Quickly, prepare 3 cups of goji berries for me. Tonight, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to her. Chapter 61. The Night of the Wedding Chamber. As night fell, a group of individuals set up a tent on the grassy roadside. The caravan was now enveloped by a shimmering light curtain, with a countdown timer indicating just 2 hours remaining. Thus, they resolved to camp under the stars. Before the tent, 3 women sat comfortably in camping chairs, engaged in lively conversation. Chen Zhou, on the other hand, had taken out a skewer of meat and was busy grilling over an open flame. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, awakening the appetites of the 3 ladies. It smells incredible. Can we eat now? Just a little longer. Patience is key. Who would have thought you could grill, Zhou? During my summer job, I picked up a few tricks from the barbecue shop owner. Darling, you truly are multi-talented. Oh, it's nothing. Come, it's ready to eat. A platter of sizzling, oily grilled pork belly was presented, eagerly anticipated by the women. Each grabbed a skewer, and merely inhaling the fragrance made their mouths water. As they took their first bite, the piquant flavor of cumin mingled with a rich taste of the meat, creating an irresistible sensation. With a pop, Su Wanqiu opened a bottle of beer, pouring each person a glass. Wait, you're drinking beer? What's a barbecue without a little beer? Is it good? I've never tried it. Emily gazed curiously at the golden liquid in her glass, filled with both intrigue and anticipation. Take a sip and see for yourself. With that, Chen Zhou downed his glass in one go, releasing a satisfying sigh afterward. Emily, emboldened, took a hearty gulp. The moment the beer touched her palate, her features contorted in surprise. Wow, it's awful, but it feels exhilarating. At that moment, Gao Rui nudged Chen Zhou with her glass, her eyes sparkling with affection. Zhou, I want to share a cup. Su Wanqiu chimed in, Sister Rui, after you drink, I want some too. Are you two trying to take advantage of me? Come on, let us share. All right. What can I do with you two? After they finished their drinks, Emily expressed curiosity about this ancient Eastern ritual. Is this some sort of ceremony? Indeed, only those in love can partake in this. Can I join too? Zhou, you must answer well. Su Wanqiu shot Chen Zhou a warning glance, as if to say, you better respond appropriately. Chen Zhou adopted a knowing expression and replied, Come on, Emily, let us share a drink. Hearing Chen Zhou's affirmation, Emily was delighted. She seated herself on Chen Zhou's lap, mimicking the embrace of Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui. As the evening progressed and the alcohol took effect, the group felt a pleasant intoxication. Chen Zhou reclined in his camping chair, gazing at the Milky Way stretching across the sky. Suddenly, a sense of boredom struck him, prompting him to ask the girls, what shall we do next? Next, after sharing a cup, the wedding chamber awaits. Our wedding chamber is still under renovation. For now, we only have the tent beside us. At this, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui exchanged glances and subtly nodded. What you two up to? Are you not feeling bored? Allow us to keep you company. Emily, come join us. Certainly. 2 hours later, the upgrade time concluded and the light screen shattered. Due to health reasons, Gao Rui only performed some auxiliary tasks before stepping out. Upon seeing the new vehicle, she immediately called out to the tent. Look, our new car. The tent was pulled back, revealing 3 heads peeking out in a vertical line. The RV that had previously been parked by the roadside had now transformed into a bus. Vehicle name, Modified Bus, Level 6, Quality, Speed, 180 kilometers, 8 fuel tank, 3500 L, fuel consumption, 15 kilometers L, modification slots, 320 accessory installation. For 20 continue with your tasks. I shall go explore the vehicle, Gao Rui declared, leaving the few people in the tent behind as she was the first to enter the bus. The first sight that met her eyes was the brand new interior, and the space inside had significantly expanded. The previous RV had felt somewhat cramped. The rear area could barely accommodate 4 people in a row. Now, they could even play table tennis in the back. The lower level had transitioned from 3 rooms to 4, each maintaining its original appearance. The upstairs bedroom had gained an extra area, reminiscent of a terrace, albeit with all sides enclosed in glass, lacking any operable windows. Standing on the terrace, she could observe every movement within the tent. How is Chen Zhou again shirking his duties, leaving Juan and Emily to toil alone. He shows no understanding of cherishing the delicate. Upon returning to the lower level, she suddenly noticed an electronic screen had appeared on the wall. She gently tapped it, and the screen illuminated instantly, accompanied by a soft, melodious, synthetic female voice. "Greetings. I am your vehicle steward. How may I assist you?" Gao Rui's eyes brightened as she pondered and replied, "What functions do you possess?" "As the brain of the vehicle, I can control all electronic terminals within the vehicle, including, but not limited to, accessing surveillance footage, controlling the workbench's operations, and assisting in organizing storage compartments. Additionally, I have integrated with the vehicle's central control and autonomous driving systems. Of course, you may also converse with me to alleviate the tedium of your journey." After hearing the steward's introduction, she felt perplexed. When did the vehicle acquire surveillance? Is it a newly added feature? Thus, she continued, addressing the screen, "Please retrieve the surveillance footage for me." "Certainly, I have retrieved the surveillance footage for you." The screen flickered, displaying a grid of black and white surveillance images. Through the surveillance, she could observe the driver's cabin and the conditions within each room. Even the exterior of the vehicle was under surveillance. It was evident that every movement inside and outside the vehicle was being monitored. The footage revealed that the tent on the grass had ceased to shake, and 3 figures emerged from it, making their way toward the vehicle. Soon after, a voice of admiration from Emily reached the vehicle door. "Wow, the space inside has expanded. The seats are much more comfortable now. Xiao Rui, what are you studying?" Chen Zhou approached Gao Rui and naturally embraced her slender waist. "Zhou Bao, look, this is our vehicle steward," Gao Rui said while demonstrating its functions. After observing, Chen Zhou nodded frequently, remarking, "This feature is indeed practical. In situations like the one we encounter during the day, having surveillance would allow for timely detection." Subsequently, Gao Rui led them to the terrace on the 2nd floor. Although the terrace was modest in size, merely 5 or 6 square meters, everyone was quite pleased with it. Originally, the 2nd floor lacked windows, rendering the bedroom particularly dim. With the addition of this terrace, the entire room became significantly brighter. After bringing in the outdoor items, the group prepared to return to the bedroom to rest. Just as they turned off the lights, Gao Rui whispered, "They must be in the bridal chamber right now." "What? You wish for a romantic night?" "Ah, Zhou, you wouldn't believe it, but there was indeed a red candle in today's delivery. Juan, hurry and light it." "Ah, but didn't we just finish?" Chapter 62, Installing Gatling Accessories. Time, Day 18. Time, 12:45. Indoor temperature, 10. Outdoor temperature, 10. Weather, torrential rain. Chen Zhou was roused from his slumber by the cold. Shivering, he descended the stairs and ignited the fireplace, tossing in a few wooden planks. Achoo! This cursed weather grows colder by the day. While grumbling, he placed burning tissue paper and old newspapers beneath the wooden planks. Shortly, flickers of feeble flames began to dance in the fireplace. Recalling the newly upgraded butler function from the previous day, inspiration struck him. "Butler, please maintain the room temperature at 15. "Understood. Current temperature detected is 10. The fireplace has been activated and will maintain a constant temperature of 15. With a few clattering sounds, additional wooden planks appeared in the fireplace, and the flames grew stronger. Not bad, not bad. Quite intelligent. He then conceived a clever maneuver. "Butler, please initiate vehicle movement. If the radar detects the location of a supply box, kindly stop at an appropriate position." "Understood." A new workflow has been added. Vehicle movement. Radar monitoring for supply box location. Stop at appropriate position. In the next moment, the vehicle surprisingly started itself and commenced driving along the road. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, with merely a spoken command, he could control the entire vehicle. For someone as lazy as him, it was nothing short of a blessing. "Since you have added a new workflow, would you like to name it?" After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Let us name it unboxing." "Understood. The workflow has been named unboxing and a shortcut has been created on your watch. You may now activate this workflow either by calling for me or using the watch shortcut." "Thank you. You're welcome." Facilitating your life is the essence of the butler's existence. Quite the sense of purpose. Leaving the cabin and entering the driver's seat, he gazed at the ominous dark clouds and the torrential rain outside. A sense of reverence for the might of nature welled up within him. At that moment, Su Wanqiu quietly approached and embraced him from behind. Zhou, what are you thinking about? Turning to see Su Wanqiu, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Wan, what are your thoughts on everything happening now? What do you mean? You, me, and us, not to mention this world. Outside the car window, the rain lashed mercilessly against the glass, producing a cacophony of sounds. Su Wanqiu paused for a few seconds, then spoke softly. Without this world, we would not have encountered each other, nor would we be living together as we are now. But I still want to say, to hell with this world. At her words, Chen Zhou chuckled. And you, Zhou? Well, I'm much like you, loathing this world, yet simultaneously captivated by our current situation. Behind them, Gao Rui yawned as she approached, followed by the sleepily blinking Emily. What you two up to? Sister Xiao Rui, we are engaged in a discussion about life. What are you all talking about? We are reflecting upon ourselves in this world. Alas, this world is indeed a tumultuous place. However, encountering all of you is a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing Gao Rui's sentiments, the two exchanged knowing smiles, realizing their shared thoughts. Yet Emily, standing aside, expressed a contrasting opinion. I adore this world because I abhor a monotonous existence. I also cherish you all. You bring excitement to life here. The group cast a glance at Emily, contemplating the perilous nature of this world, which could vanish at any moment, yet she perceives it as vibrant and colorful. Indeed, she is a girl raised in beauty. Such differing thoughts are truly fascinating. The group returned to their tasks, busying themselves once more. After utilizing their skills yesterday, the delivery contained little else but sanitary pads and firearms. Various sizes and brands of sanitary pads were abundant, sufficient for the girls for quite some time. As for the firearms, the variety was rather vast, ranging from matchlock guns and flintlock pistols to Gatling guns and assault rifles. Presently, the floor of the new room was piled high with firearms. Chen Zhou decided to rename the room the Armory. Among these weapons, he retained only those that were modern. The matchlocks, flintlocks, and various others whose names eluded him were all discarded into the workbench for disassembly. As for why he didn't sell them in the trading channel, only a fool would engage in such a practice. He arranged several storage boxes in the room, categorizing all the firearms into light and heavy weapons, thus facilitating easier access from his backpack. Once organized, he proceeded to the vehicle compartment to unpack the delivery. It was then that the vehicle butler spoke up. New vehicle parts detected in the storage box. Would you like to install them now? Surprised at first, he then burst into exuberant delight. Could firearms actually be used as attachments for vehicles? Show me the list of installable parts. The screen transformed, displaying a series of blocks, each adorned with an image of a firearm. Spotting one particular block, he exclaimed, "Goodness, I can install a Gatling gun. Butler, please assist me in installing the Gatling gun." "Certainly. This installation will require one attachment slot. Please select the installation location." In the next moment, a 3D model of a bus appeared on the screen. Chen Zhou maneuvered the installation module to the roof of the armory. As he pressed the confirmation button, a circular hatch door appeared above the armory. Directly beneath this hatch was a lift platform, secured by brackets for the Gatling gun. By simply standing on the lift and pressing the button on the handrail, the circular hatch would open and the platform would ascend, elevating him to the rooftop. At that moment, the few women who were tidying up on the second floor rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chen Zhou standing on the lift, a radiant smile illuminating his face, they understood that he had discovered yet another amusing contraption. "Zhou, have you discovered something new? I found that the Gatling gun we obtained yesterday can be installed as an accessory." Chen Zhou stepped down from the lift platform and continued, "Look, our vehicle can now have a machine gun position just like an armored car." Su Wanqiu also stood on the lift platform to experience it. Indeed, there was a familiar sensation reminiscent of operating a machine gun, though in the armored car, it was in third-person view, while now it was in first person. "Let me have a go." Among the group, apart from Chen Zhou, the one most intrigued by firearms was Emily. As for Su Wanqiu, her proficiency with a gun stemmed not from a passion for firearms, but purely from a desire for self-defense. Emily stepped onto the lift platform, grasped the handle of the Gatling gun, and playfully mimicked the sound of bullets firing. Once outside the room, Chen Zhou continued to search for other firearms that could be installed. He soon discovered that such accessories could only be exchanged not installed simultaneously. In other words, the Gatling gun could be replaced with a Maxim gun, but both could not coexist. When Chen Zhou inquired about the reason from the butler, he received a rather vague response. The butler is also unsure at this. Chen Zhou rolled his eyes skyward. If they wish to suppress the player's abilities, they should be straightforward about it instead of feigning innocence. Chapter 63. Acquiring the diving suit after installing the Gatling gun. Chen Zhou's sense of security surged dramatically. Should any convoy dare to approach, he would not hesitate to unleash a barrage. At such moments, it would be preferable to encounter a less reasonable convoy, like the one from yesterday, hailing from the land of cherry blossoms. There would be no need for idle chatter. It would be best to engage directly. They would serve perfectly as targets. Any hesitation on his part would be a disservice to his identity as a citizen of Huagua. Of course, he was not the type to indiscriminately harm others. As long as they did not provoke him, he was quite capable of engaging in civilized discourse. The nature of that conversation would depend on the sincerity of the other party. If they were forthright and willingly surrendered their supplies, he might consider allowing them to retain their vehicle. However, if they were secretive and evasive, then, regrettably, their journey would necessitate a rather pedestrian approach. At that moment, the radar emitted a warning sound, and the bus began to decelerate smoothly. Before long, they arrived at the location of the supply crates. He beckoned to the girls, and the four of them stood in unison by the side door of the vehicle, donning raincoats from their backpacks. With a swift motion, the side door swung open, and a gust of wind, laden with rain, rushed into the bus. Adjusting the brim of his hat, Chen Zhou was the first to leap from the vehicle. The group divided into pairs, moving toward either side of the road. The visibility of the night was already poor, and the torrential rain rendered it even more difficult to see clearly. Fortunately, each of them was equipped with a powerful flashlight, allowing them to illuminate their immediate surroundings within a 10-meter radius. The left side posed no threat, as Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui swiftly completed their task with the crates. However, on the right side, where Chen Zhou and Emily were stationed, there was danger, though not a significant threat. Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui soon joined them on the right side to assist, only to find themselves momentarily stunned. Was this creature truly meant to be here? Could it indeed pose a danger? Next to the supply crate, a tiger shark was frolicking in the flooded grass. It was somewhat perilous just moments ago. It nearly took off my head, but I managed to dodge in time. Chen Zhou was drenched in mud, evidently having slipped in fright. Dare to scare me? Take this. Emily swiftly drew her shotgun, aiming directly at the shark's eye, and fired a shot. Boom! A portion of the shark's skull exploded into fragments. Click, click. Emily loaded another shell, preparing for a second shot. Chen Zhou quickly intervened. Enough. The fish is dead. Let us return to the vehicle. They stowed the tiger shark's carcass into their backpack and promptly re-entered the bus. Butler, initiate the unpacking process. Understood. Executing unpacking protocol. At that moment, as the tiger shark was stored in the backpack, it automatically decomposed into shark meat and shark skin. Upon entering the workspace and activating the sewing machine, it was confirmed that the shark skin could indeed be fashioned into garments. Shark skin diving suit, category, apparel, quality, purple, durability, 100 effect, resistant to underwater pressure, capable of diving up to 50 meters, while also providing a degree of thermal insulation. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the diving suit, Chen Zhou pondered, what purpose does this garment serve now? Without an oxygen tank or a mask, he could only descend to a depth of 5 or 6 meters at most. Or perhaps, there truly exists a blueprint for an oxygen tank and mask within this game. After enduring such a lengthy survival, he had discerned a pattern. This game would never provide players with superfluous items. Even if they appeared useless at the moment, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. With a mindset of exploration, he accessed the trading market for a search. To his astonishment, he indeed found what he sought. The order belonged to a bearded foreigner, featuring an item labeled as diving kit, which included 2 oxygen tanks, a mask, and a pair of fins. The order had been posted 3 days prior, coinciding with the onset of the rainy season, and had remained unclaimed until now. Yet, he sensed with certainty that this item would be of great significance in the future. Fortunately, The bearded foreigner was conversant in English, allowing both Emily and Su Wanqiu to communicate effectively. Through brief exchanges, they discerned that the individual was exceedingly cautious. The sudden interest in an order that had lingered for 3 days evidently aroused his suspicion. He inquired why they desired the diving kit. Emily lifted her gaze and relayed the query to Chen Zhou. "This individual is rather overly cautious," she remarked. Chen Zhou rubbed his forehead, contemplating for an extended period, striving to concoct a plausible yet unforced reason to appease the suspicion. At that moment, Gao Rui, who was unpacking a delivery nearby, suggested, "We could say that a teammate in our convoy is injured and requires the high-oxygen air from the tanks for emergency treatment." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. This explanation was astute, sounding quite professional, and ought to deceive the individual. The message was sent, and indeed, the foreigner took the bait. However, he was not to be underestimated. He attempted to exploit the situation for his own gain. The individual proposed a trade of 50 loaves of bread in exchange for the kit, or he would refuse to sell. How amusing! This seemingly simple-minded foreigner was, in fact, quite shrewd. It was rather disgraceful of him to leverage the life of another's teammate for personal gain. Ultimately, Chen Zhou readily acquiesced. "Let us offer him the 50 loaves. We have no use for him anyway." Thus, the diving kit was successfully acquired. Diving kit, category, item, quality, purple durability, super oxygen tank 100, multifunctional oxygen mask 100, high-strength fins 100, effect, super oxygen tank, capacity of 10 liters, automatically replenishes oxygen upon surfacing. Multifunctional oxygen mask, capable of recognizing simple commands, facilitating zooming in and out, while highlighting nearby valuable items. High-strength fins enhance the user's agility and speed in water. Upon reviewing the capabilities of the diving kit, his initial instincts were indeed validated. Just moments ago, as he exited the vehicle, the water outside had nearly submerged his feet. Based on the current rate of precipitation, it was estimated that by tomorrow, the water would reach his ankles, if not higher. Combined with the tiger shark encountered earlier, all signs pointed to an impending meteorological disaster, perhaps linked to flooding. After carefully stowing away the diving gear, he activated the regional channel to send a message. Bear Brigade, Region Number 1, how deep is the water over there? Banana Brigade, Boss, the water level here is quite profound. It's already up to our calves. Spicy Lobster Brigade, the water here is even deeper. It's nearly reaching our knees. May our country be blessed Brigade. Why hasn't it flooded here? In fact, the rain has even lessened. Bear Brigade, Region Number 1, since when did it start to diminish? May our country be blessed Brigade. It was around this afternoon, I suppose. Sleepless in the Midnight Brigade. The same here. The weather has shifted from torrential rain to heavy rain. Upon reading this exchange, he glanced up at the windshield. The weather indicator had shifted from torrential rain to an extreme downpour. Why were their weather experiences so disparate? What on earth was this game orchestrating? Chapter 64. An afternoon of study in the recreation room. Time, day 19. Time, 12:57. Indoor temperature, 10 C. Outdoor temperature, 5 C. Weather, torrential rain as anticipated. The water level had risen today, reaching the ankles. Fortunately, they had rain boots, which spared their shoes from getting wet during the unboxing. Open blue supply box, gasoline 50L. Vegetable package 3, canned meat 1, cold medicine 2. Open purple supply box. Wood planks 50, dehumidifying bags 5, iron blocks 50, electronic components 10. Acid-proof hat blueprint 1. Upon returning to the vehicle, everyone gathered the acquired supplies. At the sight of the blueprint, Chen Zhou couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this game up to? I find it rather absurd as well. Lately, it has been handing out items haphazardly. Su Wanqiu remarked. Although the underlying intent of the game remained elusive, the items were, after all, from the boxes. While they may not be of use now, they might prove beneficial later. After organizing the items, he retreated to the recreation room to relax. He had no interest in unpacking the deliveries, so he delegated that task entirely to the girls. He occupied himself with minor tasks such as serving tea and periodically offering snacks. Just after finishing the unboxing, the girls and tea called for him from the back. Seizing the rare moment of leisure, he reached for some snacks from the shelf, only to discover that the plants he had been nurturing had sprouted. A round green shoot timidly emerged from the yellow soil, displaying an air of shyness. The species of the plant remained unclear, and it would likely require more time to ascertain. He casually took a bottle of mineral water and watered the pot with 50 milliliters, then picked up the snacks to enjoy. At that moment, Emily walked into the room and settled into his embrace. "Darling, see if there's anything in here." Chen Zhou took the item from her hand, which turned out to be a 1 terabyte USB drive. "Hold on, let me plug into the TV and take a look." Outside the room, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui were sorting through the deliveries. They soon heard indescribable sounds emanating from the recreation room. What on earth are they doing in broad daylight? How could they not call us? That's excessive. Furious, Su Wanxiu approached the door of the recreation room, ready to confront them. Just then, she caught sight of the scene on the television. "Are you studying?" "Don't jump to conclusions. It's out the USB drive Emily brought." I had no idea it would contain this." Thus, the group settled onto the sofa in the recreation room and immersed themselves in study for the entire afternoon. Apart from stepping out to unbox, they remained glued to the television, hardly diverting their gaze. During dinner, the girls discussed their learning outcomes while eating, and they agreed to put their knowledge into practice that very night. Chen Zhou shuddered at the thought. "I think that's rather unnecessary." His protest was in vain. That evening, the group exited the vehicle to unbox, discovering that the water level outside had risen to halfway up their calves. The patter of raindrops struck against the raincoat, causing the entire surface of the water to bubble as if in a frenzy, sending countless splashes into the air. A few individuals waded through the water, pushing the waves ahead as they swam forward, only to be met by the boxes that returned the water in ripples. Gao Rui, wielding a powerful flashlight, illuminated the water surface and was astonished to discover several small fish swimming beneath the murky water. "Look, there are fish," she exclaimed, beneath the turbid surface. A few fish darted about like shadows in the depths. Chen Zhou retrieved a spear from his backpack, aimed carefully, and thrust it into the water, spearing a fish. However, this peculiar creature possessed 4 eyes, 2 tails, and 3 pairs of fins, presenting an oddly unsettling appearance. "What sort of monstrous fish is this? It's terrifying. Toss it away," Chen Zhou exclaimed, forcefully flinging the spear, sending the lifeless fish soaring through the air. With a splash, it landed in the nearby water. In the next moment, the surface erupted as if numerous fish were clamoring to feast upon the dead creature. "Goodness, these fish are ferocious. Could they be piranhas?" "No, piranhas don't look like that. They resemble mutated carp instead." A twinge of fear gripped me, prompting a hasty return to the car. The group quickened their pace and soon found themselves inside the vehicle. "Zhou, look, it's that thing again," Su Wanxiu said, producing the blueprint they had just acquired and handing it to Chen Zhou. It was the blueprint for acid-resistant suits. Chen Zhou scratched his head, glancing at the torrential rain outside. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is the impending disaster not a flood, but acid rain? Su Wanxiu shook her head in agreement. This game was becoming increasingly enigmatic. At that moment, Gao Rui approached, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, we have the diving suits now. Regardless of the type of weather calamity that may arise, we are prepared." Chen Zhou pondered this. Indeed, it made sense. Let us craft a set, just in case it proves useful. He then observed the precipitation outside, estimating that the water level would likely reach their knees by nightfall. When that time came, the water outside would inevitably seep into the car. Thus, they needed to commence waterproofing measures immediately. They retrieved plastic bags, stuffed them with fabric, and wedged them into the crevice beneath the car doors. Upon hearing this, the women sprang into action. Gao Rui took charge of packing the fabric into the plastic bags, while the other 3 focused on sealing them tightly. In no time, the driver's door and the rear side doors were secured thoroughly. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Should the water level continue to rise, they would have to rely on the game's provisions. Nevertheless, Chen Zhou had other ideas. During today's study session in the recreation room, the yacht party depicted in a film had sparked an inspiration. To his surprise, he discovered that there was indeed a category for vessels in the delivery service. If he could just hold on until the following week, his skills would be reactivated. Perhaps then, he could truly host a yacht party. At that moment, Gao Rui suddenly inquired, How will we exit the car tomorrow? With it sealed up like this, there is no way to get out through the doors. The only windows that can be opened are those in the driver's cabin. The position by the car window was difficult to access, necessitating an alternative approach. Chen Zhou had already devised a strategy for this. He intended to ascend to the car roof using a lift platform and then descend with a rope ladder. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Indeed, one could exit from the roof. Consequently, Chen Zhou retrieved the rope ladder from the storage box and secured it to the handrail of the lift platform. After completing these preparations, they proceeded to wash up and prepare for sleep. While the girls were bathing, Chen Zhou took the opportunity to play with his phone for a while. It wasn't until he heard their footsteps approaching the stairs that he removed his clothes and entered the bathroom. It wasn't that he was deliberately avoiding them. Rather, the girls had expressed a reluctance to bathe with him today. Their reasoning was rather absurd. The bathroom was too cramped and could not accommodate all of them. Ridiculous. The room could easily fit a bathtub. How could it possibly be too small? The mind of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. After finishing his shower, he hummed a little tune as he ascended the stairs. He faintly heard rhythmic sounds emanating from the room. He opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of 3 bikini-clad beauties dancing on the bed. Zhou is here. Welcome to our party. Come join us, Zhou Bao. Come on, darling, I can't believe I forgot about the events of the day. Chapter 65. Why is it leaking everywhere? Time, day 20. Time, 13:07. Interior temperature, 15. Exterior temperature, 15. Weather, moderate rain. Sister Ming, it's leaking here. And over there, it's leaking too. Upon awakening, Lu Xiaodong discovered that the entire vehicle was inundated with water. Outside, it was raining moderately. Inside, it felt as though it was drizzling. What on earth is happening? I have no idea. Tang Ming gazed at the vehicle's roof, which resembled a sieve, and hurried to the driver's seat. She illuminated the central control screen, which displayed that the vehicle's overall durability was merely 46. The most severely damaged components were the chassis and the roof, both reduced to a mere 20%. Repairing the entire vehicle would deplete 1/3 of their iron block reserves. After a moment of internal conflict, Tang Ming resolutely decided, repair. Vehicle repair successful. Current durability, 100. Sister Ming, the car is fixed. It's no longer leaking. Hearing Lu Xiaodong's cheerful voice from the cabin, Tang Ming exhaled in relief. Ming, how much did the repairs cost? Xing entered the driver's compartment, her expression laden with concern. 245, approximately 1/3 of our iron block reserves. Xing remained silent, merely departing with a heavy heart. A few days prior, while merging onto the road, they had encountered a group of unreasonable individuals from a neighboring nation. Without a word, they barreled towards them in their vehicle. Despite Tang Ming's efforts to resist, the adversary's driving skills surpassed her own. After several collisions, they found themselves, along with their vehicle, overturned on the grass. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Xiaodong's protective barrier, they sustained only minor injuries. In the end, they ingeniously used Tang Ming's doppelganger as bait to successfully eliminate all members of the opposing team. However, their truck was left battered and unrecognizable. This encounter depleted many of their resources for repairs, leaving them with scant spoils. Ultimately, they lost an electronic component and over 50 iron blocks. This incident weighed heavily on Tang Ming's mind, casting a shadow over her spirits for the past few days. Yet, she concealed her turmoil well. Neither Lu Xiaodong nor Xing noticed her distress, as if the heavens conspired against them. Today they were compelled to expend a significant amount of iron blocks for repairs once more. If they were to encounter further misfortunes, she couldn't help but wonder, would the convoy emerge unscathed? As the captain, she felt an inherent responsibility to lead the team effectively. But was this truly attainable? The pressure was overwhelming. Contemplating this, a wave of grievance surged within her. Eventually, she could no longer contain the flood of emotions and sank into tears at the driver's seat. Drawn by the sound, Lu Xiaodong and Xing rushed in. Upon witnessing Tang Ming's state, their hearts ached profoundly. Ming, what troubles you? Come, let me hold you. Sister Ming, please don't bottle up your sorrow. Confide in me, and I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Seeing Tang Ming weep even louder, the two fell silent, simply remaining by her side to allow her to release her emotions. After shedding a few tears and releasing the burden within her heart, Tang Meng slowly spoke. I apologize. I fear I may not fulfill my role as captain adequately. My own well-being is inconsequential, but I do not wish to drag you all into suffering. How could Meng Meng think this way? We are indeed good sisters. Yes, we are like sisters, though born of different fathers and mothers. As these words left her lips, Tang Meng broke into laughter, and soon the three of them were laughing heartily together. Once their emotions settled, Tang Meng embraced each of them in turn. Thank you. My friends, please do not entertain such thoughts again. Agreed. Just then, the radar beeped. Tang Meng's doppelganger donned a raincoat, exited the vehicle, and began unpacking. After a considerable time, the doppelganger returned to the car, placing the gathered materials into the storage box. They suddenly noticed that the doppelganger's hands and face were covered in numerous red spots. The surface of the raincoat was pockmarked and uneven. Sister Meng, what has happened to the little Meng? I am not sure. Could it be that the doppelganger has developed a skin condition? Tang Meng rose to approach her doppelganger, stating, I shall examine her. Wait, do not touch her, Exanadiji exclaimed loudly, then pointed at the raincoat, saying, Doesn't this resemble something that has been corroded? Indeed, Sister Gigi, your observation is quite accurate. Could it be related to the rain? Yes, it must be acid rain. Having formerly worked in the Environmental Protection Agency, Xin Gigi suspected the rain was acidic the moment she saw the car's roof corroded to the point of resembling a sieve. Observing Tang Meng's doppelganger and the corroded raincoat only reinforced her initial suspicion. Gigi, you are knowledgeable in this area. What should we do? In response, Xin Gigi shook her head. This acid rain will likely continue. We must stockpile a large quantity of iron blocks to ensure the durability of the vehicle. Tang Meng pondered for a moment and then approached the central control screen for inspection. Within just an hour, the vehicle's durability had decreased by 5. At this rate, it would be depleted in 20 hours. Repairing the entire vehicle would require approximately 500 iron blocks, a quantity that was certainly not trivial. Typically, it would take 3 to 4 days to accumulate such iron blocks. Tang Meng sighed. Let's take some of the food and trade it for iron blocks at the market. Xin Gigi and Lu Xiaodong nodded in agreement, then opened the trading market. Meanwhile, Tang Meng went to the workshop to examine the materials they had just acquired. Swim goggles? Air tubes? A swimsuit? What on earth is this game about? Tang Meng had expected the game to, as before, conveniently place useful items in the boxes. She believed that by merely opening boxes, they could navigate through each weather disaster with ease. However, the reality proved that this game did not coddle idlers. It devised numerous ways to challenge them. At that moment, Xin Gigi and Lu Xiaodong discovered that the trading market had suddenly closed. Just as they were negotiating a price with someone, a message appeared. You have been kicked out of the trade. Puzzled, they contemplated checking the regional channel to discern the situation. It was discovered that the regional channel had also been silenced. What could be the reason? I am equally perplexed. At that moment, Tang Meng hurried out of her workspace, sensing that something was amiss. Her watch had received an invitation. We sincerely invite all teams to join the regional instance, Underwater Treasure Hunt. Instance content: explore the underwater ruins teeming with bizarre marine creatures and uncover the legendary treasure. The duration of this instance is 6 hours, with each participant permitted to carry only one weapon and one item. Participation in this instance is optional. However, a decision must be made within 30 minutes, or it will be considered a forfeiture. Note: a minimum of 6 participants is required for this instance. Teams with insufficient members will be automatically matched with others until the number reaches 6 or more. Countdown begins. 29, 59, Chapter 66, Regional Instance, Underwater Treasure Hunt upon receiving the invitation displayed on her watch. Tang Meng promptly sought out Xin Gigi and Lu Xiaodong for a discussion. Should we participate? However, our numbers are insufficient. We will undoubtedly need to form an alliance with other teams. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from joining. Lu Xiaodong appeared to recall an unpleasant memory, expressing her fear of potential betrayal. Tang Meng and Xin Gigi understood that she was haunted by a past incident where her teammates had abandoned her in the misty forest to await her demise. The absurdity of the situation was evident. Her talent was ideally suited for survival, yet her companions, driven by misguided suspicions of her hoarding resources, had callously expelled her from the team, leaving her to perish alone. Fortunately, she had crossed paths with Tang Ming, who had ultimately rescued her from that grim fate. However, Xingji presented a contrasting viewpoint. With a serious demeanor, she asserted, Xiaodong, this may very well be our key to overcoming the impending weather catastrophe. She believed that the current strength of their team would struggle to survive the upcoming acid rain. Given the opportunity at hand, why not seize it? Yet, she too was taking a gamble, hoping the rewards from the instance would aid them. The two held differing opinions, leaving the final decision in Tang Ming's hands. She found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Lu Xiaodong's concerns were not unfounded. Should they encounter an unreliable team that might betray them upon discovering the treasure, it would have been wiser to withdraw from the outset. Sometimes, the best course of action is to refrain from action altogether. Yet, the game was evidently designed to challenge them. Any pursuit of comfort would only escalate the difficulty, compelling players to venture into perilous instances. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub? The pursuit of wealth often lies within risk. After much deliberation, Tang Ming finally uttered the decisive words, "Join." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodong shed her hesitations and, with greater enthusiasm than the others, exclaimed, "All right, now that we are participating, we must bring back the treasure." Tang Ming had previously feared that Lu Xiaodong would be disheartened, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. She no longer hesitated and pressed the button on her watch to join. Join Regional Instance. Underwater Treasure Hunt. You have 5 minutes to select your items. Automatic teleportation will occur after 5 minutes, 0:04:59, as the countdown commenced. The group rushed into the workspace. Xiaodong, craft as many arrows and incendiary bottles as possible. Got it. Gigi, take the medical kit and wield your most comfortable spear as your weapon. Understood. Meng Jia, here is your incendiary bottle. All right, Xiaodong, take the crossbow and fill your quiver with arrows. Tang Ming chose a machete as her weapon. With all preparations complete, the countdown reached its end. In a flash, the three vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves submerged beneath the sea. Instinctively, they attempted to hold their breath, only to realize that their breathing remained unaffected. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Quick, Gurgle, look over there." Following the direction of her finger, an ancient stone relic stood silently beneath the sea. Seaweed clung to its surface, swaying rhythmically with the currents. Occasionally, fish darted between the relic and the seaweed, infusing the somber underwater scene with a hint of vitality. A few individuals arrived at the entrance of the relic, where a grand stone archway loomed, adorned with enigmatic carvings. A transparent barrier obstructed their entry, evidently requiring the presence of all members before it could be lifted. At that moment, the water where they had just been standing began to churn, rapidly forming 4 slender water spouts. With a rush, the spouts dispersed, sending ripples towards the group and tousling their hair. Their companions had also arrived on the scene. Lu Xiaodong gazed at the trio of women and a man across from them, feeling a mix of curiosity and surprise. Their team included a foreign girl. Just then, the leading man waved a hand in greeting, expressing goodwill towards them. "Hello, I am Chen Zhou, a member of the bear team," he said, awkwardly smiling, then introduced Su Wanxiu to Tang Ming and the others. "This is our captain, Su Yanji Beamit, Bublis Escaping Herdips." She extended her hand for a handshake with Tang Ming. "I am Su Wanxiu, captain of the bear team. I am Tang Ming, captain of the refrigerator team." As her words fell, everyone's eyes sparkled with recognition. So, they were the second-ranked team. What an honor to meet them. The preeminent team in the region was indeed remarkable. Tang Ming's compliment was genuine, not mere flattery. If she was not mistaken, the object at Chen Zhou's waist was unmistakably a firearm. Lu Xiaodong was the most exhilarated of the group. She had longed to discover what the #1 team in the region was like. Today's encounter confirmed their extraordinary nature. Not only were they formidable, but they were also strikingly attractive. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they approached the entrance of the relic. At that moment, a panel illuminated on the transparent barrier, displaying the following message: Welcome to the regional instance. Underwater treasure hunt. Details of the instance. Within this underwater relic lies a precious treasure. However, the relic's guardian has constructed 3 levels to protect this treasure, along with peculiar marine creatures to hinder your progress. You must locate the treasure and escape the relic within 6 hours. Instance requirements. A time limit of 6 hours. Failure to find the treasure by the deadline will be considered a failure in the treasure hunt. Note: 1. To enhance the experience, we have prepared additional items for you. Please help yourselves from the treasure chest. 2. The time for this instance is synchronized with the survival world. Upon reading the final lines, they surveyed their surroundings and indeed spotted a wooden treasure chest on a nearby stone platform. After you, Captain Tang. No. It's your turn, Captain Su. The two exchanged polite refusals, causing the impatient Lu Xiaodong to grow restless. This trivial matter need not trouble the two captains. Allow me to retrieve it for you. As she spoke, she lightly tapped her toes, her form becoming ethereal as she glided gracefully to the treasure chest. Upon opening it, she reached inside and rummaged through its contents, retrieving only 4 cards. Please take a look, Captain, she said, noticing Lu Xiaodong's playful demeanor. Tang Ming shot her a disapproving glance before casually taking the cards from her hands and passing them to Su Wanxiu. Captain Su, please have a look. Thank you. Su Wanxiu expressed her gratitude and did not hesitate further. After receiving the cards, 3 heads leaned in closer. Hint card provides hints for the current scene upon use. 2. Support card allows the retrieval of an item from the survival world upon use. 2. Captain Tang, it seems there are exactly 2 of each card. So we shall divide them equally, she suggested. Agreed, Tang Ming replied. Just then, Chen Zhou urged, let us not waste time standing idly here. We must hurry to find the treasure. Tang Ming nodded in agreement. The panel on the transparent barrier had vanished, replaced by a button labeled Enter Instance. Chen Zhou pressed the button on behalf of the group, activating the instance. With a rumble, the stone door before them slowly creaked open, sending vibrations through the stone slabs beneath their feet. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black corridor that stretched into the depths of the ruins, its end obscured from view. The group steadied themselves and ventured into the ruins. Chapter 67. The mechanism is excessively deliberate as the group traversed the grand entrance. They found themselves within the depths of the ruin. Before them lay an exceedingly dark corridor, approximately 2 stories high and square in shape. The walls, composed of stone, were adorned with a myriad of marine life, including coral and seaweed. They could even observe small fish darting about, an enchanting sight indeed. The group lingered at the entrance for a few moments, primarily to assess any potential dangers ahead, while allowing the girls to capture some photographs. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards them from the depths of the corridor, as if a colossal blower were exhaling at the far end. They grasped the indentations in the walls, barely managing to steady themselves against the oncoming current. At that moment, a small school of tuna swiftly approached from the corridor's depths. While Chen Zhou and his companions deftly evaded the fish, Tang Ming's team member, Expanse, was not as fortunate, suffering a gash on her arm from a tuna's fin. However, the tuna's intent was not on them, but rather on the swiftly closing stone door. In a last-minute escape, the fish swam through just as the door sealed shut, leaving the corridor entirely devoid of water. The group knelt upon the ground, coughing out the water that had filled their lungs. What on earth just happened? Just moments ago, we could breathe underwater. Chen Zhou coughed up a considerable amount of water, the burning sensation in his lungs alleviating slightly. Are you all right, Zhou? I'm fine. Just swallowed some water. How about you, Sister Sharaway, Emily? We're okay, cough cough. I'm also unharmed. Relieved that everyone was safe, Su Wanxiu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Turning to Tang Ming and her team, her gaze fell upon Xinji's bloodied arm. Xinji, your arm is injured, she exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the latter merely smiled gently, gesturing for her not to panic. With a flicker of light from her hand, Xinji pressed against her arm, and in no time, her injury was miraculously healed. My talent is healing. This minor injury is nothing to fret over. Captain Su, please don't worry. Su Wanxiu's brows relaxed as she nodded in response. At that moment, the coral growing along the corridor walls suddenly emitted a radiant white glow, illuminating the entire passageway. Thanks to this newfound light, they could discern that at the corridor's end lay a chamber, though its contents remained obscured. As Chen Zhou and his companions prepared to delve deeper, they were halted by Tang Meng's urgent voice. Wait. Cough, cough. Don't rush ahead. Chen Zhou looked at her in confusion. What is it? Tang Meng offered no reply, but exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiaotong beside her. Subsequently, she activated her ability, summoning her doppelganger. Nearby, Lu Xiaotong's palm shimmered with golden light. As her palm made contact with her doppelganger, Tang Meng, a golden bell materialized, enveloping the doppelganger in its protective embrace. Her innate abilities had recently been enhanced, and now, this golden bell not only fortified her defenses, but also inflicted thorny repercussions upon her adversaries. Chen Zhou observed with keen interest the maneuvers of Tang Meng and Lu Xiaodong. Quickly deducing the intention behind their actions, they aimed to send the doppelganger ahead to scout the path. With a gentle wave of her hand, Tang Meng signaled for her doppelganger to proceed deeper into the corridor. The group followed closely, their eyes fixed on the retreating silhouette of the doppelganger. After taking 10 steps, nothing unusual occurred. 15 steps later, still no signs of danger. Believing the area to be safe, they hastened their pace slightly. From a cluster of corals along the wall, 2 electric eels emerged languidly, their bodies intermittently sparking with electricity. As the doppelganger approached their attack range, they lunged forward, coiling around her. The group, trailing behind the doppelganger, remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Chen Zhou gripped his handgun, while the girls beside him brandished submachine guns, assault rifles, and shotguns. Tang Meng and her companions, witnessing this spectacle, were nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Had they just robbed an armory? Why did everyone have a weapon? While they could comprehend the top-tier status of the area, it seemed the game exhibited an overwhelming bias. It turned out their lack of effort was not the issue. Rather, the disparities between individuals were staggering. Just as envy ignited within Tang Meng and her friends, 2 shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring the doppelganger tightly. In an instant, the figures crackled with electricity as though someone had ignited a welding machine, unleashing torrents of energy upon the doppelganger. Yet, the electric eels soon realized their prey appeared utterly unfazed, maintaining a steady march forward. In fact, they sensed a strange sensation of discomfort themselves. Goodness gracious, were those long black creatures? Exclaimed the nearest Hai Rue. Immediately, Chen Zhou positioned himself protectively behind her, raising his weapon to fire at the 2 dark entities. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed loudly in the confined corridor, reverberating through the air and causing those nearby to cover their ears. With a soft thud, the 2 electric eels fell from the doppelganger's neck, their soft bodies writhing on the ground. Chen Zhou advanced swiftly, delivering 2 more shots to ensure the creatures were thoroughly dispatched. Ugh, what grotesque monsters were these, Zhoubao? He remarked, observing the elongated, unsightly eels. Kicking one of the eels to confirm its demise, Chen Zhou pondered aloud. How can they still survive when the water in the corridor has been drained? Lu Xiaodong approached, imitating his actions with a couple of kicks. Perhaps they have mutated. I recall that the lore mentioned bizarre marine life existing within this ruin. Tang Meng stepped forward, patting her doppelganger and instructing her to continue onward. The others maintained a safe distance, trailing closely behind. As Chen Zhou traversed halfway down the corridor, he discovered artificially carved grooves within the walls on either side. Within each groove stood a statue of a sea deity, each gripping a colossal double-edged axe. A knowing smile graced Chen Zhou's lips. This was the quintessential trope of puzzle-solving games. He gestured for those beside him to slow their pace and remarked, "Pay attention to the statues on either side. Once the doppelgangers advance, the axes in the statue's hands will surely descend." Upon hearing this, Emily reciprocated with an understanding smile. Darling, I comprehend your intent. For these 2 gaming enthusiasts, the mechanism was glaringly contrived, devoid of any technical sophistication. Just as the others glanced at the statues in bewilderment, the double-edged axes abruptly fell. With a resounding clang, the axes hovered ominously above the doppelganger of Tang Meng. The golden bell flickered twice, revealing several fissures. How did you 2 know? Lu Xiaodong blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting between Chen Zhou and Emily. The duo remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing high five. Approaching the statues, the group skillfully maneuvered beneath the descending axes, emerging unscathed from the first trap. Subsequently, the axes lifted, allowing the doppelganger of Tang Meng to continue onward. Chapter 68, Temporary Separation. As they approached the conclusion, they finally discerned the fundamental layout of the room. The entire chamber was cylindrical, with a stone pillar standing prominently at its center. When the doppelganger reached a position 5 meters from the entrance, Chen Zhou suddenly signaled to Tang Meng, instructing her to halt the doppelganger's advance. What has Brother Chen discovered? After recent events, Tang Meng's trust in Chen Zhou had notably increased, and she was now inclined to heed his guidance. Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings and continued. I suspect there may be a mechanism at the entrance. He moved closer to the door, scanning the walls at the corridor's end. It seemed he had uncovered something, and he turned to Emily, saying, "Look over there. Doesn't it resemble a descending stone door?" Emily approached, following the direction of Chen Zhou's finger. Above the corridor's end, amidst the solid stone wall, 2 dark lines emerged conspicuously. Emily nodded in agreement. You have a keen eye. That is undoubtedly a stone door's descending mechanism. Chen Zhou concurred, nodding, and instructed the girls, let us form a horizontal line in front of Captain Tang's doppelganger and then run into the room together. This was to prevent anyone from prematurely entering the room, only to be trapped outside by the sudden descent of the stone door. Without hesitation, the group aligned themselves according to Chen Zhou's directive. I will count to 5. Captain Tang, you all should begin running at 3. Why? I will explain later. Tang Meng exchanged glances with Lu Xiaotong and Expanse, yet they remained silent, patiently awaiting Chen Zhou's countdown. Ready? 5, 4, 3. As his words fell, the 3 on the right sprinted toward the room's end. Indeed, the moment one of their feet crossed the threshold, the stone door above them thundered down. They turned to glance back at the corridor, only to find that Chen Zhou and his group had already entered the room. You all, that was fast. Tang Meng and the others panted slightly, while Chen Zhou's group appeared entirely unfazed. Moreover, they had not even witnessed how they had entered. What extraordinary physical prowess! At that moment, Emily proudly produced a crystal pendant from around her neck, flaunting it to Tang Meng and the others. Because we have this. Lu Xiaodong's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the crystal pendant, leaning in eagerly. Beauty. May I take a look? Emily graciously nodded in affirmation. Lu Xiaodong cradled the crystal in her palm, gently caressing it. At that instant, a panel materialized beside the crystal. After scrutinizing the text on the panel, Lu Xiaodong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wow, this pendant is incredible. It not only enhances 3-dimensional attributes by 5 points, but also withstands a single fatal blow. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng and Expanse also crowded around, eager to examine it, their eyes brimming with envy. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou had taken a cursory glance at the 3 diverging paths. If his assumptions were correct, each path corresponded to a distinct side quest. Ultimately, each quest would yield a key, aligning with the 3 recesses on the stone pillar before them. At last, the true path leading to the treasure will reveal itself. Everyone, come hear me. Chen Zhou beckoned, and the girls hurriedly gathered around. We shall divide into 3 groups to venture into the 3 paths before us. Each path should correspond to a level, and the reward for each level should be an object of circular form. As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby stone pillar. Only by retrieving that object and placing it upon this pillar can we unlock the subsequent path. Beside him, Emily nodded vigorously, while the others appeared somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Expanse, who had been relatively silent, inquired, must we split into 3 teams? Can't we go together? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou fell silent. It seemed that splitting into teams was not the only option. He had been so engrossed in strategizing for the challenges that he had not realized the others were unfamiliar with such a decryption game. At that moment, Tang Meng suggested, I believe we could form 2 teams, each entering one of the 2 paths, and then unite into a single team to tackle the 3rd path. However, Tang Meng paused, her gaze shifting to Chen Zhou as she continued. Brother Chen and Emily are more familiar with this type of instance, so we would need one of you to accompany us. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou found this approach feasible. The question remained, who among him and Emily would be the more suitable companion for Tang Meng's team? He glanced at Su Wanxiu, seemingly seeking her opinion. Having considered the situation herself, Su Wanxiu promptly suggested, Zhou, you should go. Your marksmanship surpasses Emily's, which will ensure the safety of Tang Meng and the others. Emily, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of indignation. My father is a shooting range instructor. How could my skills possibly be lacking? But then she reconsidered, realizing that indeed, he was better than her. Chen Zhou was taken aback by Su Wanxiu's words. He had anticipated that she would suggest sending Emily, yet surprisingly, it was he who was chosen. However, given her reasoning, it was indeed the most prudent choice. He nodded and approached Tang Meng's team. Zhou, wait a moment. HM? Here, take my assault rifle. Let us switch. All right. Seizing the opportunity as Su Wanxiu approached, Chen Zhou stealthily placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and whispered, Wan. Stay safe. Su Wanxiu's face flushed crimson as she gazed at him with tender eyes, replying, You too. Meanwhile, Gao Rui and Emily also approached to embrace him, planting a kiss on each of his cheeks. Please be cautious as well. I do not wish to see our quartet diminished. Rest assured, we will be careful. Darling, you must also take care. Tang Meng and her companions watched the heartfelt scene unfold, their mouths agape in astonishment. Subsequently, Su Wanxiu chose the central path while Tang Meng opted for the right one. Upon entering their respective paths, Lu Xiaodong's inquisitive spirit ignited fervently. She leaned closer to Chen Zhou and whispered, Brother Chen, may I pose a personal question? Tang, upon witnessing the scene, hastily pulled Lu Xiaodong back and reprimanded Xiaotong. Do not be rude. She then turned to Chen Zhou and offered her apologies. I am truly sorry, Brother Chen. Please disregard what you just heard. Chen Zhou glanced at the two and smiled gently. It is quite all right. Xiaotong must be inquiring about the nature of my relationship with Captain Su and the others. Am I correct? Lu Xiaodong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she admitted, Yes. That indeed. There is no doubt. It is the kind of relationship you are all thinking of. The three women gasped in unison at this revelation. How long has this been going on? Inquired Xing, unable to contain her curiosity. How long? Let me think, Chen Zhou replied, counting on his fingers. The more fingers he displayed, the wider their eyes grew. Xiaorui has been for 6 days, and Emily for 14 days, he stated nonchalantly. Chapter 69. The mirror reflection puzzle. The narrow corridor was filled with the astonished exclamations of Tang Meng and her companions. Wow, Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. How did you persuade Captain Su? Persuade her to do what? To agree to you, being together with several people. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou chuckled softly. Who said it was me persuading her? Could it not be the other way around, that she persuaded me? What? The three women exchanged bewildered glances, overwhelmed by the revelation. So, it was Captain Su who convinced you to agree to being with all of them? Indeed. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely astonishing. Xing never anticipated that such a dramatic plot, typically found in novels, would manifest in reality. Tang Meng was equally astonished. She acknowledged that the man before her possessed a certain charm. In this world detached from law and society, the occurrence of polyandry was not entirely shocking. The moment she laid eyes on Chen Zhou, she sensed that he undoubtedly maintained an unusual relationship with the women in their group. However, she could never have imagined that the one proposing such an unconventional relationship was not Chen Zhou, but rather Captain Su. Could it be that Chen Zhou had developed feelings for the later joined Gao Rui, thereby wishing to abandon Captain Su? And then, was it that Captain Su, unwilling to lose Chen Zhou, had to compromise and persuade him to agree to their union? What, then, was the situation with the recently arrived Emily? Surely, Chen Zhou could not have shifted his affections once more, leaving both Captain Su and Gao Rui to endure their compromises simultaneously. Her mind raced with thoughts, completely unaware that Chen Zhou, walking ahead, had suddenly halted. Consequently, she collided directly with him and fell into his embrace. Captain Tang, be careful and watch where you're going. Realizing her indiscretion, Tang Meng quickly sprang back from Chen Zhou's arms and bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry. It was my oversight. It's quite all right. We are entering a critical area now. After saying this, Chen Zhou stepped aside. At the end of the corridor lay an enormous chamber, filled with countless identical cubic stone blocks, stacked upon each other to create platforms of various sizes. The room formed a labyrinthine structure, resembling a marvel, transporting them to a peculiar world. What is this place? Lu Xiaodong mused as she gazed at the intricate formations, reminiscent of a toy Rubik's Cube she had played with before. Chen Zhou pointed to a glimmering object on one of the platforms, saying, "Do you see that? If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be a mirror reflection puzzle. What on earth is that?" For them, who had never engaged in gaming, the term was utterly foreign. To facilitate their forthcoming actions, Chen Zhou elaborated. A mirror reflection puzzle involves adjusting the angle of a mirror to direct light emitted from a source to a specific location, thereby triggering the corresponding switch. Tang Ming's mind was quick to grasp the concept. So, all we need to do next is adjust the angle of the mirror to obtain the key, right? Precisely. Captain Tang, let us commence. Having grasped the rules of the challenge, Tang Ming was the first to step into the room, making her way directly towards the nearest cube. After a brief observation, she noted that the cube measured approximately 1 meter on each side, its surface possessing a frosted texture. The intricate structure of the room was constructed entirely from these cubes. Some cubes stood alone, while others were interconnected, forming a myriad of shapes. These shapes resembled mountains, valleys, and other fantastical forms, some appearing fierce and others arranged in orderly fashion. The force that connected the cubes remained a mystery. Tang Ming attempted to push the cube before her, discovering it was surprisingly light. However, pushing it alone proved somewhat challenging, prompting her to wave towards the entrance. Ji, Xiaotong, come help me move this stone cube. Coming. Upon reaching the cube, Tang Ming pointed toward a larger cube near the wall and instructed, "Help me push it next to that big cube." Together, the three of them exerted their strength to maneuver the cube beside the larger one. Subsequently, Tang Ming placed her arms atop the cube and climbed up. Her goal was to reach the shimmering object atop the larger cube. Once she ascended, she realized that the dazzling object was, in fact, a crystal towering taller than a person. Illuminated by the coral on the wall, the crystal radiated a splendid glow. Below, Chen Zhou was oblivious to Tang Ming's situation, wandering about the room instead. He was in search of the unique light source and the ultimate destination of the light. As he meandered to the center of the room and looked around, he spotted a cube suspended in midair, distinguished by its different color. Though he could not see what lay above the cube, he was convinced that it marked the endpoint of the light source. Next, he needed to locate the light source. At that moment, he heard Tang Ming's call, "Brother Chun, over here." Following the sound, Chen Zhou found Tang Ming standing atop a large cube, waving at him. "Is this the mirror you mentioned?" Tang Ming pointed at the crystal behind her. Chen Zhou hastened to the cube, leaping a few times to join them. Upon seeing the vibrant crystal, he nodded, affirming, "Yes, it must be this one." He then gestured toward the differently colored cube in midair, saying, "Look over there. That should be where the final mechanism resides. Now, we simply need to find out where the light source is." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaodong remarked, "Aren't those glowing corals on the wall the light source?" Chen Zhou shook his head. "No, the corals are not the source. The light source I refer to is one that can emit beams of light." "A light source that emits beams," Lu Xiaotong murmured, surveying the area multiple times, yet failing to identify a suitable light source. "Perhaps we should utilize a hint card," Tang Ming suddenly proposed. Chen Zhou hesitated. He was reluctant to use the hint card at that moment, fearing that more difficult challenges lay ahead, which would render it a waste. "Let us search a bit longer. Using it now seems somewhat extravagant." "All right then." A group of individuals deliberated briefly and resolved to act separately for enhanced efficiency. Chen Zhou opted to ascend, while the remaining 3 women commenced their search on the ground. After several rounds of searching with no fruitful results, they returned to their original position. "Mengjia, we can't seem to find anything," one remarked. "Ji, have you discovered anything?" "I haven't either, and this place is vast. Searching solely on the ground is insufficient." The trio stood in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou continued his ascent and soon arrived before a distinctly colored cube. There, he observed a large, tightly closed scallop resting atop the cube. No matter how much he pushed or pulled, the scallop remained utterly unmoved. What sort of adhesive is used? It's incredibly secure. He drew his assault rifle from his back and fired 2 shots at the scallop. The sound echoed, and the bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. Goodness, the bullets can't penetrate. What kind of extraterrestrial scallop is this? It appeared he would have to adhere to the established protocols. He returned the rifle to his back and examined the scallop closely. Compared to a typical scallop, this one was enormous, roughly the size of a carton of milk. Aside from its impressive size, one particular feature caught his eye. Embedded within the shell were 6 crystals, each the size of a finger. They were like miniature versions of the massive crystal below. This observation sparked a realization. There were not just 1 but 6 sources of light. Chapter 70. The Sudden Anomaly Meng Meng. Was it the sound of gunfire? It seems like it. I hope Brother Chen hasn't encountered monster. We must go and rescue him. Mengjia, please wait for us. The 3 of them climbed upwards along the cubic structure. After ascending approximately 4 or 5 floors, Chen Zhou's voice suddenly echoed from above. Captain Tang, I know what to do now. Chen Zhou nimbly leaped between the cubes and quickly arrived before Tang Meng. Captain Tang, it was my mistake earlier. I assumed we needed a beam of light, but it seems I was incorrect. You mean we don't need just 1 beam of light? Lu Xiaodong interjected. Chen Zhou shook his head. No, what I mean is that 1 beam is insufficient. We require 6. 6? But we haven't found even 1. How can we possibly gather 6? Xiaodong, please remain calm and let Brother Chen finish. Tang Meng shot a warning glare at Lu Xiaotong, signaling her to refrain from interrupting. Chen Zhou, undeterred, continued. Just now I took a look at the cube. There's a shell the size of this, and inside it should be the key we are searching for. He gestured with his hands to illustrate the size of the shell, then continued. However, there are 6 mini crystals on the shell. If I'm not mistaken, we need to gather 6 beams of light to illuminate these crystals in order to open the shell. Seeing Tang Meng reprimanding Lu Xiaotong, Xing inquired. So what was the method you mentioned earlier? I was just pondering that since we need 6 beams of light, it must correspond to 6 light sources. Chen Zhou pointed towards the coral on the wall. In this entire room, only the coral emits light. So that is the source we need. But before Xing could voice her concerns, the sharp crack of a gunshot erupted nearby, compelling her to cover her ears. After the gunfire, the coral on the wall was shattered, and a brilliant blue beam shot forth from behind a wall, perfectly illuminating the initial crystal. In an instant, the light refracted, creating a blue dot on the wall beside Chen Zhou. He nodded in satisfaction, confirming his earlier thoughts. The coral had concealed the beam, masquerading as a source of illumination. So that is how it is, Tang Meng exclaimed in sudden realization. Simultaneously, she silently rejoiced. Had it not been for Chen Zhou's presence, they would have struggled to solve this puzzle. Following that, Chen Zhou traversed the room, using his assault rifle to shoot at the coral on the walls. Soon, all the coral was destroyed, and 6 beams of light crisscrossed throughout the room. Captain Tang, the next step is to adjust the angles of the crystals so that the 6 beams of light shine on the shell. Understood. I'll take it from here. As soon as she spoke, Tang Meng's form instantaneously blurred, and 3 identical clones of Tang Meng appeared. You stand by the crystal below, you go to that one, and you take the one at the very top. Upon issuing her commands, the 3 clones proceeded toward their respective crystals. Ji and Xiao Tong, each of you should find a crystal. When the time comes, follow Brother Chen's instructions diligently. Understood. After a brief discussion, Xing and Lu Xiaotong descended to the lower level. Lu Xiaotong approached a crystal on the upper tier. Once everyone was in position, Tang Meng selected her designated crystal and addressed Chen Zhou, saying, Brother Chen, shall we commence? Chen Zhou nodded and surveyed the arrangement of the crystals. He then cupped his hands to form a megaphone and called out loudly, the avatar at the bottom, rotate the crystal clockwise. Stop. Xiaotong counterclockwise. Good, that's the position. Captain Tang, direct the light here. As the beam of light struck the shell, the mini crystals seemed to absorb the energy emitted, beginning to tremble slightly. They proceeded with the same method, bustling around the cubic structure until they aligned 3 beams of light. They had completed half of the task. Encouragement surged among them as success appeared imminent. Just as Lu Xiaotong was about to voice her fatigue, she silently shut her mouth. Approximately 20 minutes later, 5 out of the 6 crystals were successfully activated. Only one more was needed to obtain the key to this level. However, as they began to move the last crystal, the beams of light extinguished abruptly. Looking towards the source of light, they were astounded to discover a multitude of marine creatures crawling across the wall. Each creature, bearing a shell and roughly the size of a domestic cat, possessed 2 large pincers and 8 hairy legs that scuttled toward them with alarming speed. "Help me!" Xingji cried out as she found herself surrounded by these bizarre beings, wielding her spear in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, swiftly driving her into a corner. Tang Ming, positioned closest, hurled a Molotov cocktail toward her. The bottle shattered upon impact, igniting flames among the creatures. Unexpectedly, the creatures began to spray water, extinguishing the flames within moments and releasing wisps of white smoke. Tang Ming was frantic, but her own situation was dire as well. She drew her cleaver and struck at the creatures, but their pincers were unyielding, meeting her weapon with fierce resistance. The clang of metal against claw sent shockwaves through her arm, leaving her hands aching, while the pincers remained unscathed. Bang! 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 From his elevated position, Chen Zhou decisively opened fire, first assisting the most perilous situation faced by Xingji in carving a path toward the corridor. This passageway offered a refuge from the encroaching creatures. Retreating to the initial chamber would provide them an opportunity to strategize. Instead of retreating to the corridor, she maneuvered on the ground, meeting Lu Xiaotong, who was hastening to the lower level. Observing this, Chen Zhou refrained from further comment. Due to Lu Xiaotong's innate talent for the Golden Bell Shield, she is able to shield both herself and her companion from harm, allowing her to extend her focus towards aiding Tang Ming. The situation on Tang Ming's side is dire. Her mountain-splitting blade has been unexpectedly shattered by the pincers of a grotesque creature. Deprived of her weapon, she can only resort to using Molotov cocktails to slow the encroaching threat. As Chen Zhou hastens to the lower levels, he fires in the direction of Tang Ming. Xingji and Lu Xiaotong are also swiftly advancing towards her. Thanks to the protective aura of the Golden Bell Shield, they confront their adversaries with newfound audacity and composure. Soon, the group successfully reunites. We must push towards the corridor. Lingering here will inevitably lead to our encirclement. All right, Brother Chen, what do you propose we do? I shall forge the path. You all follow closely behind to provide cover. As Chen Zhou rapidly discharges his weapon, he retreats towards the corridor. Tang Ming and her companions closely trail him, utilizing their Molotov cocktails to impede the advancing grotesque creatures. Unbeknownst to them, within the confines of the corridor, a colossal entity is breaking through a large cube, drawing ever closer. Chapter 71. The stench of this monster's saliva upon entering the corridor. Chen Zhou instructed Tang Ming and the others to take cover behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to throw their Molotov cocktails. After requesting Lu Xiaotong to also shield him with a protective barrier, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared for combat. Since the mutated creatures could only advance from the direction they entered, he simply needed to focus on pulling the trigger ahead of him. The assault rifle he wielded was a G36C, chosen for its exceptional performance. Fragmentation bullet. Each bullet can split into 2, capable of striking separately or simultaneously. He had adjusted the firing mode to strike separately. After a bullet was fired from the barrel, a new round would spontaneously materialize within the chamber, ready to be discharged after the subsequent shot. Thus, a single bullet could be fired twice, coupled with a magazine capable of holding 75 rounds. This weapon allowed for extended combat duration. Inside the corridor, the corpses of bizarre creatures piled up at the entrance, forming a small mountain. The relentless tide of creatures that had once surged forward began to retreat from this mound of bodies. Believing he had successfully repelled the enemy, Chen Zhou stepped forward to investigate. To his astonishment, a massive claw suddenly struck at him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he bent down to evade the blow. The claw effortlessly lifted a small heap of corpses and casually tossed them aside. At that moment, a towering, mutated creature, over 2 meters tall, peered into the corridor. Its colossal form nearly filled the entire passage. It opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, and unleashed a jet of foul-smelling liquid directly toward Chen Zhou's face. Instinctively, he sidestepped, allowing the noxious stream to drench Tang Ming and her companions. Thankfully, they were protected by the barrier and sustained no harm. However, the durability of the shield was rapidly waning, and an unpleasant odor emanated from their bodies, assaulting their senses. "Oh my goodness, that stinks. Get rid of the slime. The barrier won't hold much longer." As soon as the words escaped her lips, the group began to flail their bodies as if they were possessed. In front of them, Chen Zhou soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's shell. The monster staggered back, losing its balance and flipping onto its back. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed and fired at its vulnerable abdomen. To his surprise, the creature was not defenseless. In the very moment it flipped, it retracted into its shell. With a resounding thud, the bullet struck the shell and ricocheted away. At that moment, the smaller creatures began to swarm around, attempting to help the larger one regain its footing. "Are you all right?" Chen Zhou seized the opportunity to inquire about the situation behind him. As he spoke, he continued to fire at the smaller creatures, ensuring that as long as the larger one remained incapacitated, they posed no immediate threat. Meanwhile, Tang Ming and the others vigorously flung the slime from their bodies onto the ground. With a sizzling sound, the liquid corroded the stone floor upon contact, leaving a series of pits of varying sizes. Just as the slime was expelled, the durability of the protective barrier reached its limit. At this moment, the towering monster had been righted, brandishing its massive pincers with a rhythmic clack. Chen Zhou fired once more, yet the creature effortlessly shielded its face with its claws, retracting its 8 hairy legs, revealing no vulnerabilities. A wave of regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to retreat into the corridor. The corridor was defensible yet challenging to assault, proving effective against smaller creatures. He never anticipated that a colossal foe awaited him from behind. To contend with such a formidable adversary, one must engage in a more expansive arena. A single misstep from the enemy could lead to a swift demise. Retreating to the initial chamber was not an option. The space was too confined, making evasion perilously difficult. The optimal location remained the checkpoint room ahead, ample in size and vertical space for maneuvering. Yet, the corridor was now entirely occupied by this behemoth, leaving only the option to retreat to the first room and devise a way to circumvent back to the checkpoint room. Clack, clack, it was over. He had run out of ammunition. "Brother Chun, I still have a Molotov cocktail. Throw it first to prevent its charge." Tang Ming handed a burning bottle to Chen Zhou while retrieving another from her backpack. The 4 of them took turns hurling their Molotov cocktails, igniting the corridor in a blaze. However, the monster emitted some signal, summoning the smaller creatures once more, which began to spray water. In no time, the flames were extinguished. At that moment, Chen Zhou pondered a pressing question. Why was it not spraying acid like before? Was it aware that the acid was ineffective against them? Or did the acid-spitting skill require a cooldown? With the flames doused, the monster advanced again. The group hurled their Molotov cocktails in a frantic manner, while streams of water shot back at them. Suddenly, Tang Ming's nose began to bleed, and she slumped against Chen Zhou's back. "Captain Tang, what happened to her?" Xing quickly supported Tang Ming, treating her while explaining to Chen Zhou, "Muming's clones deplete her health when they perish. She must have summoned too many, and they were likely all taken out by those small monsters. What should we do now, Brother Chun?" Lu Xiaotong exclaimed, anxiously stomping her foot. Her talent had also reached its limit for the day. She could no longer summon the protective barrier. "We need to retreat to the first room and find a way to regroup with Wan and the others." Chen Zhou grasped Tang Ming's arm, hoisting her onto his back, and swiftly made his way toward the entrance of the corridor. Xing followed closely, continuing to administer treatment to Tang Ming. They quickly reached the entrance, only to collide with Su Wanxiu and her group. "Darling, we came looking for you. Zhou, how are you? Is Captain Tang injured?" With monsters pursuing from behind, Xiao Rui quickly helped Captain Tang and the others become invisible. Chen Zhou placed Tang Ming against the wall at the entrance of the third side corridor. while Gao Rui approached Xingji and Lu Xiaotong, saying, Xiao Tong, hold on my arm. Okay. Ji continued treating Captain Tang. With one hand grasping Xingji's arm and the other clasping Tang Meng's left hand, the next moment, the three vanished in a thin air. You all focus on your treatment here. I will handle the rest, came the voice of Chun, filled with concern. Is Brother Chen all right? It's all my fault for being so weak. Tang Meng's voice resonated through the air, indicating she had regained consciousness. Do not blame yourself. Just concentrate on your treatment. Xiao Rui, lend me your gun. Mine is out of ammunition. All right, here you go. The Victor submachine gun materialized before them, and Chen Zhou received it, slinging it over his shoulder. Having addressed these matters, the large figure had already arrived at the doorway. It surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing only 3 individuals in the room, paused in stillness for several seconds. Chapter 72. This creature is called a hermit crab Zhou. There is an enormous hermit crab over there. It turns out this creature is known as a hermit crab. Darling, be cautious. That thing is about to spit. Upon entering the room, the colossal hermit crab noticed that one person was missing from the group. It paused momentarily, seemingly attempting to ponder with its limited intellect. Ultimately, it chose to abandon thought and decided to spit first. Move aside quickly. Its saliva is toxic. Chen Zhou pulled Su Wanxiu and Emily to the side. The hermit crab's corrosive saliva arced over their heads, splattering onto the stone door. To their astonishment, within moments, a large pit had been eroded in the stone door, accompanied by a considerable amount of white foam overflowing. They could even hear the sizzling sound of the stone being corroded. Emily shuddered, as if she could feel the stone door's agony. Chen Zhou gazed at the pit, and an idea suddenly struck him. Wan, has the acid-resistant suit we acquired been completed? As per your instructions, the entire set has been made. Let S. Just as he was about to say something, Emily suddenly exclaimed, Watch out. Its pincers are swinging towards us. The 3 of them bent down and easily dodged, then began to utilize the central stone pillar of the room to engage in a game of cat and mouse with the giant hermit crab. Zhou continued speaking. Let us use our support card to retrieve the acid-resistant suit. Darling, we have only made 1 suit, and there are 7 of us here. 1 suit will suffice. When I take action, you all go find Xiao Rui. Darling, do you intend to act alone? Do not worry, I have it all under control. The 3 circled around the stone pillar, which was about as thick as 2 people could embrace, making it very convenient for their game. However, now and then, a few smaller hermit crabs would come to harass them. Yet, armed with guns, they were unperturbed. Su Wanxiu took out the support card, and with a thought, the card enlarged and floated in midair, transforming into a transparent panel. The panel displayed all the items in the storage box. Looking at the hundreds of pages of supplies, they couldn't help but exclaim, having too many things is not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, there was a filtering function in the upper right corner. Su Wanxiu selected the most recent acquisitions, and while circling the pillar with Chen Zhou and the others, she flipped through the pages. Upon reaching the 5th page, she finally found the acid-resistant suit. She retrieved it and handed it to Chen Zhou. Here you go, Zhou. Chen Zhou quickly donned the suit. After spinning around 4 or 5 times, the giant hermit crab finally lost its patience. It emitted a series of gurgling sounds, seemingly preparing to spew acid again. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhou fired his weapon to attract its attention and began moving towards the stone door. The creature's ire was indeed focused on him, and it unleashed a spray of saliva in his direction. Chen Zhou executed a successful roll to evade, and the saliva splattered once more against the stone door. In an instant, a large hole was corroded into the stone door. Chen Zhou's expression brightened. The creature had finally fallen into his trap. As he fired his weapon, he retreated toward the stone door, shouting, Don't worry about me. Quickly go fetch the key. Upon witnessing Chen Zhou slip outside the stone door, the creature unleashed a powerful phase charge. With a resounding crash, the stone door shattered into countless fragments. Fool, come chase after your granddaddy. Chen Zhou taunted, twisting his hips in mockery. Although the hermit crab did not comprehend the meaning behind his words, the earlier jest had already ignited its fury, prompting it to pursue Chen Zhou with fervor. Inside the room, Su Wanxiu and Emily approached Tang Ming and her companions to ascertain the prior events. After Lu Xiaodong recounted the sequence of events, Su Wanxiu nodded and declared, "We shall follow Zhou's guidance and retrieve the key." "I will assist, darling," Emily exclaimed as she prepared to leave, but Su Wanxiu stopped her, saying, "We must trust Zhou. Our presence may complicate matters." After a moment of hesitation, Emily responded, "Then I trust Zhou. Let's go get the key." Tang Ming's health had returned to 70, allowing her to move normally. Under her leadership, the group arrived at the mirror puzzle chamber. A few solitary hermit crabs remained in the room, which Su Wanxiu cleared away with her handgun, restoring tranquility. Upon witnessing the intricate blue beams crisscrossing the room, Su Wanxiu and her companions expressed their astonishment. "Emily, are you familiar with the mirror reflection puzzle?" Su Wanxiu inquired softly as she approached Emily. Emily confidently patted her chest and replied, "No problem. I've got this. Besides, Darling has nearly resolved it. We merely need to reset the final crystal." Subsequently, the group ascended the path. After climbing approximately 3 levels, they discovered that the upward route had been severed. Tang Ming pointed at the void before them and remarked, "There used to be a large platform here, but it has completely collapsed." Su Wanxiu surveyed the scene. The gap stretched at least 4 or 5 meters across, with a height of no less than 10 meters from the ground, compounded by a 1-meter height difference on either side. If they failed to jump across, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. "What shall we do? Is there anyone among us with strong jumping abilities?" Emily's words hung in the air, met with silence from the others. None possessed physical talents. Even the most athletic individual could not leap 4 or 5 meters. Perhaps a professional long jumper might attempt it, but alas, none among them were. As Su Wanxiu's mind raced, she scanned her surroundings and her gaze landed on a crystal not far above. The crystal. "Emily, Sister Xiaorui, may I borrow your crystal pendants?" The two exchanged puzzled glances but complied, removing their pendants and handing them to her. She adorned herself with both pendants in addition to her own, now boasting 3 sparkling crystals around her neck. With a swift shake of her dazzling neck, she crouched low and leaped upwards. With a whoosh, she soared to a height of at least 5 meters. "My goodness, how high it is. Come and catch me. I will come to pick you up, Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, I have arrived too." Bang! The 3 of them fell to the ground. Su Wanxiu's discomfort swiftly transformed into joy as she rubbed her backside. She had indeed guessed correctly. The effects of this pendant stacked. Now, her strength had reached 23 points, and with the enhancement of the wolfskin vest, it totaled 28 points. Her agility and speed had also received corresponding boosts. Observing the movements of those around her felt akin to watching in slow motion. "Emily, tell me what to do next." "Sister Wanwan, all you need to do is reach the position of that crystal, rotate it, and align the beam." "All right." With her objective clear, she leapt forward to the vacant spot. She effortlessly vaulted over and arrived at the upper platform. Then, she began to hop laterally between the platforms, swiftly reaching the final crystal. On the shell, 5 mini crystals had already been successfully activated. She rotated the crystal before her, directing the beam at the last mini crystal. Instantly, all 6 crystals trembled in unison, and the shell began to slowly open. Below, the onlookers anxiously gazed up at the unfolding scene. Su Wanxiu then leaned out, holding a pearl radiating a white glow. "I have obtained the key." Chapter 73. The 2 keys acquired. "Yay, I've obtained another one," exclaimed Emily, bouncing with joy as if she had just claimed the pearl herself. Su Wanxiu returned from above to the location of her companions, presenting the pearl to Captain Tang. "Captain Tang, please keep the key safe. We must hurry to rescue Chen Zhou." Tang's eyes were filled with concern as she held the pearl. She yearned to join the mission to save Chen Zhou, yet after a moment's contemplation, she relinquished the thought. They were unarmed, and their presence would only complicate matters. "Captain Su, please be cautious. You must ensure Chen Zhou's safety." "Rest assured, we will succeed," Su Wanxiu replied, exchanging a resolute glance with her sisters before hastening towards the corridor. Outside the stone door, Chen Zhou was engaged in a fierce struggle with an enormous hermit crab in the hallway. Initially, he had intended to lure the creature towards the 2 statues flanking the corridor, hoping to subdue it with the twin-bladed axes. However, he He was astounded to discover that the crab's shell was extraordinarily resilient, shattering the axes into fragments. With no word from the checkpoint, he was left to delay the crab's advance in the corridor. After observing the creature for half a day, he noted its acute sensitivity to sound. Each time he fired his weapon, the echoes in the corridor would momentarily immobilize the creature. Unfortunately, having expended all his ammunition earlier in the passage without realizing this weakness, he lamented that his submachine gun was less effective than Emily's shotgun, which would have likely afforded him a longer window of control. At that moment, the crab's massive pincers swung towards him. Chen Zhou bent down to evade, yet the sharp protrusions of its shell grazed his chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining his t-shirt crimson. He staggered back, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Just then, a gunshot echoed from the stone door. "Chen Zhou, are you all right?" "Darling, we're here to rescue you." Su Wanqiu fired rapidly, while Emily and Gao Rui ducked to avoid the line of fire, swiftly making their way to Chen Zhou's side. "You're hurt," Gao Rui gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the blood soaking Chen Zhou's chest. "I'm fine. Just tell me to the back," he replied, as the two women each grasped one of his shoulders and assisted him backward. At that moment, Tang and her group arrived as well. Seeing Chen Zhou wounded, Xin Gigi rushed forward to offer her assistance. Placing her hands on his chest, a radiant glow emanated from her palms. "Wow, Chen Zhou, your muscles are impressive." The more she treated him, the more her cheeks flushed, her hand inadvertently resting on his abdomen. "You have abrasions here too. Let me tend to those as well." 1, 2, 8-pack abs. Chen Zhou remained oblivious to the subtle smile that curled at the corners of Xin Gigi's lips. After expressing a brief word of gratitude, he urged Su Wanqiu, "That creature fears loud noises. Gunfire can temporarily hinder its movements." Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration ignited within Su Wanqiu. "Chen Zhou, may I borrow your crystal pendant?" Chen Zhou felt a flicker of confusion, yet as he noticed the 3 pendants adorning Su Wanqiu's neck, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Then he removed the pendant from around his neck and handed it to Emily. She took the pendant and adorned her neck with it, then said to Chen Zhou, "Zhou, I've just developed a new technique. You'd better watch closely." With that, Su Wanqiu fired her gun at close range. The hermit crab was bewildered by the thunderous noise, its large pincers flailing aimlessly as if throwing a series of uncoordinated punches. Su Wanqiu ceased firing, and the hermit crab finally regained its composure. It observed the woman before it, half-crouched with her right hand positioned behind her. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the hermit crab was sent crashing to the floor with a single punch. It quickly extended its pincers to retaliate, but Su Wanqiu sidestepped and delivered another uppercut. The hermit crab swung its pincers wildly, unable to keep pace with Su Wanqiu's speed. Now, her strength was a formidable 33 points, complemented by her extraordinary speed and agility. In the flurry of movement, she managed to break 3 of the hermit crab's 8 legs. This was the most exhilarating boxing match Su Wanqiu had ever experienced, facing an opponent that offered no resistance. Why, you may ask? Because she had a gun. The moment her opponent showed any sign of defiance, she would fire a shot to remind it of her dominance. After several rounds, the hermit crab was thoroughly dazed. Every time it contemplated a counterattack, it was met with the deafening sound of her weapon, rendering it incapable of enduring the onslaught. Now, all it wished for was to return home to its mother. As Su Wanqiu continued her assault, she noticed that the hermit crab had retreated into its shell and refused to emerge. "Weren't you quite formidable just now? Why are you hiding? You had the audacity to beat up my Zhou like that. Come out and face me for another 100 rounds." She thrust her handgun into the crevice beside the shell and fired several rounds. The hermit crab began to ooze green liquid, yet it still remained tucked inside its shell. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Captain Su truly lived up to her reputation as the top captain of the team, displaying formidable combat prowess. At that moment, Tang Ming cautiously approached, fearful that Su Wanqiu might become too fervent and direct a punch her way. "Captain Su." "Ah, it's Captain Tang. What brings you here? Do you need a Molotov cocktail?" "Excellent idea." Su Wanqiu accepted the cocktail and slid it into the shell's opening. Immediately after, she fired several more shots. The bottle exploded within the shell, releasing a mingling aroma of charred seafood and the pungent scent of slime. causing all present to grimace. The hermit crab was thus cooked alive. Su Wanqiu tousled her hair and clapped her hands, declaring, "All done. Time to wrap it up." She then nestled into Chen Zhou's embrace like a pampered wife of a wealthy tycoon. "Zhou, how did I perform just now?" Chen Zhou gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wan, you were absolutely phenomenal." Gao Rui and Emily chimed in with praise. "Wan, you were incredibly fierce just now." Indeed, you were more exhilarating than any show." Tang Meng and the others, witnessing the four of them huddled together, couldn't help but turn their faces away, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "Very well, there are still important matters to attend to." Chen Zhou gently patted them on the back and then approached Captain Tang Meng, saying, "Captain Tang, are you all well? We are no longer facing any issues. Let us proceed to the third checkpoint." Subsequently, the group returned to the chamber. As they passed by the cylindrical structure at the center of the room, Su Wanqiu suggested, "Let us place the 2 keys we have acquired upon it." She retrieved a stunning aquamarine gemstone and set it into the recess atop the cylinder. Tang Meng followed suit, placing the pearl beside it. In the next moment, the surface of the cylinder was adorned with swirling patterns of blue and white, resembling ribbons as they gracefully circled the pillar. "Only one more to go. Let us embark," Chen Zhou declared, gesturing grandly as he led the group towards the final challenge. Chapter 74. Utilizing the hint card in the final corridor, a palpable silence enveloped the group, their hearts laden with trepidation. The corridor, arched in shape, was illuminated by glowing corals adorning the walls. As they reached the midpoint of the passage, Chen Zhou suddenly inquired, "Emily, what kind of challenge did you encounter?" "It was merely a straightforward combinatorial puzzle," Emily replied, her intellect shining through as she grasped the solution effortlessly. Meanwhile, Wan and I were utterly baffled. "Indeed," Chen Zhou mused, "the moment I saw those levers, I was reminded of a math problem we tackled in elementary school." "What kind of math problem?" Chen Zhou asked, his curiosity piqued. "It involved one pipe filling water and another draining it. How long would it take to fill the container?" At this, Chen Zhou chuckled softly. So was that kind of riddle." He then probed further. "Was the process of operation seamless?" "Not exactly," she admitted. "When we made errors, a horde of fishmen would leap out from the adjacent pool. Thankfully, we had firearms, which allowed us to resolve the situation swiftly." Chen Zhou nodded in understanding. The sheer firepower was indeed advantageous. Had they faced the mirror riddle instead, perhaps they would have navigated it with greater ease. Nevertheless, as the outcome was favorable, there was no need to dwell on past troubles. After traversing approximately 20 to 30 meters, the group arrived at the corridor's terminus, only to be confronted by a solid wall. "What is going on?" Tang Meng gazed at the stone wall, her eyes brimming with confusion. She turned to Chen Zhou, and soon, all eyes were fixed upon him. Unbeknownst to him, he had assumed the role of an unspoken leader. Chen Zhou, equally perplexed, tapped and pushed against the wall. Yet it remained immovable. He meticulously scrutinized the wall and the surrounding floor, even shattering the corals one by one for examination, but to no avail. He found himself in an impasse. "This is indeed rather peculiar," he pondered, standing beside the wall as the others began to emulate his thorough inspection. Su Wanqiu even drew her handgun and fired several shots at the wall, yet her efforts were in vain. At that moment, Tang Meng produced her hint card, approaching Chen Zhou and suggesting, "Brother Chen, shall we utilize the hint card?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhou ultimately nodded in agreement. "Let us use it. It's a tool provided by the game, after all." "Then you should take the lead, Brother Chen," she said, handing him the card, as if believing that its potential could only be fully realized in his hands. Gazing at the pale blue card inscribed with the words hint card in bold black letters, Chen Zhou remarked, "All right, I will give it a try." With a gentle pinch of the card's corner and a mental invocation, it shattered into a myriad of sparkling starlight, tracing a soft blue guiding line through the air. The line extended down the corridor, traversed the room, evaded the shattered stone door, and finally settled upon the carcass of a hermit crab. Following the guiding line, the group approached the remains of the hermit crab. The expressions of everyone present were profoundly varied. Some wore looks of astonishment, others displayed confusion, while a few appeared utterly bewildered. Did I perhaps eliminate it too prematurely? What connection does it have with that wall? Gigi, have you forgotten? This creature is capable of spraying acidic liquid. Ah, right. How could I overlook that? Several women engaged in a spirited discussion about their next course of action, while Chen Zhou's gaze fell upon a machete held by Tang Ming. Captain Tang, may I borrow your machete for a moment? Oh, certainly, she replied. With the machete in hand, he turned to Su Wanxiu and said, Wan Wan, please hand over the crystal pendant around your neck. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiu promptly removed all the crystal pendants and placed them in Chen Zhou's hands. Darling, have you thought of a solution? Emily inquired with curiosity. Almost, just hold on to the knife for now, Chen Zhou said as he approached Emily, handing her the machete. He then adorned Emily's neck with the crystal pendants and gestured toward the carcass of the hermit crab, stating, I need you to extract this creature's body from its shell. Me? Emily pointed at herself, her face a mask of uncertainty. Indeed, among us, only your talent is offensive. I must rely on you, my dear Emily. Chen Zhou patted her shoulder and whispered a few words in her ear. To his surprise, the reluctance that once clouded her expression was instantly replaced by enthusiasm. Rest assured, darling, I've got this, she declared, moving to the carcass, seizing the large pincers and pulling them back with force. The previously curled forward limbs were straightened out. Next, she raised the machete and struck down forcefully at the joints of the front limbs, severing them with precision. Inside the shell, the hermit crab had turned a vivid red from the heat. After a brief inspection, she turned to the others and said, Now, I require your assistance. Emily, how do you propose we proceed? She asked, gripping the two front legs. I need you all to stabilize the shell. I will pull it out directly. Following her instructions, everyone positioned themselves at either side of the shell. To facilitate Emily's task, Chen Zhou grasped the edges of the shell with both hands. Once preparations were complete, he exerted force, akin to a tug of war, pulling the shell backward. Emily, placing one foot on the lower edge of the shell, pulled with all her might. Pull with strength. Ah! The corridor echoed with her cries and the sound of tearing. Fortunately, it did not take long for the body of the hermit crab to be extracted. The acrid odor in the air intensified. Darling, I've pulled it out. What's next? Chen Zhou panted, gesturing toward the carcass with a chopping motion. Use the machete to cut the body open. Emily, trusting his guidance, began to contemplate how to slice through the creature. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu could not contain her curiosity, asking, Ah Zhou, what is inside its body? Chen Zhou took a moment to steady his breath before responding, I wish to ascertain whether it possesses organs for storing that acidic liquid. Previously, I pondered why this creature could only expel its acidic fluid after a certain interval, akin to a cooldown in a video game. Thus, I surmised that it must possess a reservoir for storing the acid, allowing it to unleash another spray only once filled to capacity. Meanwhile, Emily had already plunged her machete into the neck of the hermit crab. Fortunately, the only rigid parts were the shell on its back and its formidable pincers. The rest of its body was relatively soft. Consequently, Emily effortlessly severed the creature's head. The scene resembled a refuse dump that had been fermenting for over a year. Overwhelmed by the stench, Emily immediately retched. Chen Zhou patted her on the back, offering comfort. Emily, you've done well. I will handle the rest. I'm so sorry, darling. I truly cannot endure this odor. It's all right. You may retreat to the room for a while. Upon hearing this, Emily swiftly made her way to the room at the end of the corridor, prompting the others to follow suit. With everyone else gone, Chen Zhou found himself alone and sighed quietly. Well then, I shall manage this alone. He donned acid-resistant gloves and rummaged through the crab's head. To his surprise, he indeed found something. With a swift tug, he extracted a semi-transparent pouch from within the crab's head. Shaking the pouch, he discovered it contained half a bag of white acidic fluid. Success. Chapter 75. Is it really that simple? Chen Zhou cautiously held the bag of acid, fearful that a moment's inattention might cause it to tumble and burst upon the ground, rendering all prior efforts futile. He glanced at the remaining volume of acid within the pouch, estimating it to be around 2 liters, sufficient to corrode a hole in the stone wall large enough for a single person to pass through. Upon entering the room, he found it devoid of the women. Just as confusion began to settle in, their voices echoed from the corridor, engaged in lively conversation. How do you all sleep at night? Together? Indeed, Everyone wishes to snuggle into Xiao Rui's bed, and sometimes Chen Zhou is left out in the cold. I suddenly feel quite sorry for Brother Chen. Do you all take turns then? One pezon ate? Of course, we do it together as well. At this, Tang Meng and the others displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Could Chen Zhou's body endure such demands? Or did he possess some secret fitness regimen? May I be so bold as to inquire? Lu Xiaotong suddenly raised her hand. How does Brother Chen manage to be so formidable? Upon hearing this question, Su Wanxiu and the others blushed deeply. Tang Meng, sensing their embarrassment, reprimanded Lu Xiaotong. Xiaotong, don't ask such foolish questions. Oh, come on. Meng Jia, you must be curious too. I'm merely voicing what you all want to know. Xiaotong. Tang Meng shot a stern glance at Lu Xiaotong, signaling her to cease her prattling. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu and her companions wore complex expressions. Should they reveal Chen Zhou's extraordinary talents? Would it be too peculiar to mention? At that moment, a cough resonated through the corridor. Chen Zhou appeared, brandishing a translucent bag. Zhou, is this what you were searching for? Yes, the pouch for storing the acid. He approached the stone wall, carefully cutting a small opening at the top of the pouch before gently squeezing the acid onto the surface of the wall. Instantly, the stone began to dissolve under the corrosive liquid. The entire contents of the pouch were expended, successfully creating a hole approximately the height of a person. He tossed the empty pouch aside and addressed Tang Meng. Captain Tang, can you still summon a clone? Tang Meng nodded and summoned a clone. Chen Zhou removed his acid-resistant suit and dressed the clone in it to shield it from any residual acid. Now, go inside and search for the key. Tang Meng commanded the clone. The clone bent down and crawled through the opening. In no time, she re-emerged, cradling a dark orange amber in her arms. All present were left in bewilderment. Was it truly that simple to acquire it? No traps, no mutated creatures? This seemed rather hasty. However, Chen Zhou found the design rather ingenious. To unlock this level, one must first solve the mirror puzzle, which would summon a gigantic hermit crab. Only by utilizing the crab to breach the wall could they successfully obtain the amber key. Yet, due to the unanticipated ease of the situation, none dared to approach the amber, fearing there might still be hidden traps awaiting them. Captain Tang, perhaps you could send your doppelganger to place the key, Chen Zhou suggested. All right, place the key on the pillar in the room at the end. Subsequently, the group followed behind the doppelganger Tang Meng, observing as she stepped out of the corridor and carefully placed the amber on the pillar. In the next moment, orange patterns emerged on the pillar, merging with the other two patterns into one. Immediately, the entire circular room began to tremble. The group watched as the surrounding walls started to ascend, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping them. This room was in fact an elevator. Are we ascending or descending? Of course, we're descending. The descent lasted about a minute before the room shook once more and a stone door swung open. Beyond the door lay a bridge crafted from coral, and at the end of the bridge was a circular clearing. Tang Meng once again directed her doppelganger to scout ahead. It was only when the doppelganger reached the midpoint of the bridge that they felt reassured enough to exit the room. Upon stepping out, the group was astounded by the sight before them. The entire bridge was enveloped in a cylindrical, transparent barrier, and beyond it swam countless marine creatures. Wow, this is far more breathtaking than an aquarium. Look, a whale. Above, a blue whale opened its enormous mouth, swallowing the smaller fish surrounding it. The fish scattered in panic, only to regroup elsewhere. The group was mesmerized by this spectacle, completely forgetting about opening the treasure chest. It wasn't until Chen Zhou inadvertently lost his grip, and his machete clattered to the ground, that their thoughts returned to the task at hand. That scene was incredible, nothing like what we see on television. Indeed, I would love to be a fish swimming freely in the ocean, only to be eaten by a whale, right? Haha, Zhou, you were so annoying. All right, back to business. The group approached the clearing, discovering 5 identical chests laid out before them. The designs on the chests featured marine elements, waves, schools of fish, and a blue whale hunting, mirroring the earlier scene. Beneath these motifs was an image of a treasure chest overflowing with gold coins. This must be the treasure mentioned in the dungeon. Should we open it now? Once again, all eyes turned to Chen Zhou. He cleared his throat, feeling a sudden weight of pressure. Let me observe first. He then examined all 5 chests thoroughly. His conclusion was they were completely identical. Any insights? None. Upon hearing that even Chen Zhou was at a loss, the expressions of those around him instantly dulled. Su Wanxiu pulled out her hint card and inquired, "Should we use the hint card?" Chen Zhou waved his hand, saying, "We won't need the hint card. Captain Tang, could we borrow your support card?" Without hesitation, Tang Meng readily produced the support card. Chen Zhou took the support card, and with a thought, a panel appeared before him. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered the item he had been seeking. With a mere touch of his fingertip on the panel, a gold coin materialized in his hand. "So this is it." Su Wanxiu realized as she beheld the coin, prompting knowing smiles from Gao Rui and Emily. However, Tang Meng remained perplexed and curiously inquired, "Brother Chun, what is the purpose of this gold coin?" "Please wait while I demonstrate," he replied. He then posed a question to the coin. "Are there any dangers within the 5 chests before me?" Immediately after, he flicked the coin into the air, producing a resounding chime. As the coin descended, he caught it effortlessly, revealing the obverse side. It appeared that the chests contained mechanisms. Henceforth, he would have to inspect them one by one. He proceeded to ask each chest, "Is there treasure from the ruins inside?" Of the 5 chests, 3 responded negatively, while the remaining 2 affirmed his query. Consequently, he pointed to the first chest on the left and the second-to-last chest on the right, declaring, "These 2 contain the treasures of the ruins." Chapter 76. Clearing the instance and returning to the survival world upon noticing the direction indicated by Chen Zhou, Emily exclaimed, "This sequence resembles the lever order from our level." "It indeed seems so," she continued. "I remember it distinctly. This is the order." Beside them, Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui also confirmed this observation. Hearing their agreement, Chen Zhou felt that he had inadvertently taken a roundabout route. Nonetheless, all paths lead to the same destination, and as long as the outcome remains unchanged, it suffices. Once the location of the true chest was established, Tang Meng maneuvered her avatar to open the chest. With a clang, the 2 chests opened in succession, but instead of the anticipated dazzling gold coins, what greeted them was the gaping maw of a blue whale reminiscent of an abyss. "Oh my! Run! The blue whale is coming!" Lu Xiaodong shouted, prompting everyone to dash toward the bridge. However, the whale's enormous mouth reached them first. All went dark before they were violently swept away, as if tossed into a toilet by a torrent of water. Shortly thereafter, they glimpsed a radiant light above, accompanied by an upward thrust that propelled them skyward. The light grew closer and increasingly brilliant. With a splash, they were expelled from the blue whale and landed on a grassy expanse. As Chen Zhou surveyed the surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast ocean, perched atop a raised earthen mound. "Have we returned?" he wondered aloud. Not far off, they busted quietly by the roadside, while the water level on the road had risen above the tires. He also noticed that Tang Meng and her group had vanished, presumably transported back to their own world. "How are you all?" He approached the girls, checking on their conditions. Fortunately, they only felt a bit dizzy from the earlier ordeal, and their health was otherwise intact. "Are we back?" one inquired. "Yes, we are," Chen Zhou replied. "Wait, where are Captain Tang and the others?" "They must have been sent to their own world," he surmised. "Oh, I didn't even get to say goodbye to them." At that moment, a mechanical female voice emanated from his watch. "Congratulations, player, on clearing the regional instance, underwater treasure hunt. As there remains an unused hint card from this instance, it will automatically convert into 10 advanced resource packs, which will be included in the instance rewards. The rewards obtained from this instance are as follows: red supply box 1, orange supply boxes 3, purple supply boxes 6. Advanced resource packs 10, points, 8126. The aforementioned rewards have been dispersed. Please check. Wishing all players a pleasant survival experience. Shall we open the chests now? Su Wanxiu inquired of Chen Zhou. He shook his head. Let's return to the bus first. It's still raining outside. At this juncture, Gao Rui interjected, "Zhou Bao. I recall there being an inflatable boat in the chests. Should we retrieve it?" "All right, let me take a look." Chen Zhou accessed his watch, switching to the storage box interface. Indeed, he located an inflatable boat capable of accommodating 6 individuals. In such weather, swimming across would undoubtedly lead to catching a chill and falling ill. The force swiftly boarded the boat, and Chen Zhou wielded the oars, guiding the inflatable craft to the arsenal's location. He then addressed his watch, commanding, "Steward, activate the lift. The lift has been activated for you." Above, a circular hatch opened, and a platform bearing a Gatling gun ascended, accompanied by a previously secured rope ladder. He retrieved a long and used clothesline pole from a box, straining to extend its end toward the ladder. With a loud crash, the ladder slid down the side of the vehicle. "Please, you go first." Chen Zhou assisted the girls in climbing onto the roof before following suit. Once inside, they hastily shed their soaked garments and donned dry clothing to prevent illness. Chen Zhou surveyed the interior, relieved to find that they had preemptively sealed potential leaks. Otherwise, given the external water levels, their vehicle would surely have been inundated. Now, aside from a few damp spots at the seams, the situation was manageable. Glancing at the time, it was just past 5 o'clock on the 20th day. This escapade into the instance had consumed 4 hours in total. They sprawled on the entertainment room's sofa, exhaustion etched across their faces. Su Wanxiu checked her watch and noted that the regional channel and trading market had yet to return to normal, likely requiring the conclusion of the instance before they could resume. "Should we open the boxes now?" she inquired anew. "I can't muster the energy. You all go ahead." Chen Zhou waved dismissively, his voice lacking vigor. Emily mirrored his gesture, indicating her reluctance to move. Seeing this, Gao Rui felt no obligation to decline and acquiesced to Su Wanxiu's wishes, joining her in the task of opening the boxes. "Wan, I'll assist you with the boxes," she offered. "You're the best, Xiao Rui," Su Wanxiu replied, planting a gentle peck on Gao Rui's lips. They arranged all the boxes on the floor, filling the entire room. "Xiao Rui, where shall we start?" "Let us begin with the ones containing the most purple items." "All right." They approached the purple supply boxes, methodically opening 6 of them in succession. Canned meat, dehumidifying packets, iron blocks, medical kits. "This one doesn't contain a blueprint." "I have one, a charcoal blueprint." "A charcoal blueprint?" Chen Zhou sprang from a sofa, moving beside Gao Rui. "What does it do?" Gao Rui scrutinized it closely. Combining 5 wooden planks yields 1 charcoal, enhancing combustion efficiency. "I'll have the steward produce some for us." Chen Zhou then addressed his watch. "Steward, create 1 unit of charcoal and inform me of its effects." "Understood. Please hold on." Charcoal, 1 has been successfully produced. Effect: each piece of charcoal can raise the temperature by 1 and can sustain combustion for 5 hours. Upon discovering the charcoal's properties, Chen Zhou felt a wave of satisfaction, fearing their previous stock of wooden planks might be insufficient for burning. Transforming them all into charcoal would surely provide ample supply. Returning to the entertainment room, Su Wanxiu handed him 2 more blueprints. "Here, I've unearthed 2 more blueprints." Chen Zhou took a glance and discovered it to be the blueprints for the water collector and radar. He instructed the steward once more to produce the blueprints. At present, the water collector had advanced to level 8, capable of generating 100 liters of pure water daily. The radar had also been upgraded to level 3, with its detection range doubling to 4 kilometers. Furthermore, it could perform real-time 3D modeling of the surrounding terrain, displaying it on the car's windshield. "Ah, Zhou, it's time to open the orange box. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely." Upon returning to the entertainment room, he found Emily eagerly standing before the orange box, brimming with anticipation. "Darling, let me open it." "Of course." Emily chuckled mischievously and promptly opened the 3 orange supply boxes before her. "What do you think? What's inside?" Everyone gazed expectantly at Emily as she activated her watch, revealing 2 blueprints and a ring. One was a blueprint for the autonomous driving upgrade. Another was for the water recycling system upgrade, and there was also a magnetic attraction ring. As she spoke, she handed the blueprints and the ring to Chen Zhou. He tossed the blueprints to the steward for production and began to examine the magnetic attraction ring. Magnetic attraction ring, category, item, quality, orange, effect, when worn. The bearer can attract objects within a 10-meter radius to themselves. After donning the ring, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixed on the item on the shelf. He extended his left hand forward, and with a mere thought, the item unexpectedly soared through the air into his grasp. Chapter 77. The The transformation of a vehicle into a vessel upon witnessing Chen Zhou's newfound ability to manipulate objects from a distance. The girls were utterly astonished. An idea suddenly sparked in Chen Zhou's mind as he raised his left hand towards Su Wanqiu. It was as though her clothing were being tugged by an unseen force, drawing her into his embrace. "My dear, your allure is simply overwhelming." Su Wanqiu's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a tipsy maiden. Just as she was about to utter a word, Chen Zhou placed a finger gently upon her lips. "Hush, I seem to sense two formidable attractions once more." In a manner akin to before, he summoned Gao Rue and Emily to his side. They shared a tender gaze upon the sofa, their breaths growing heavy. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken desires, their lips dancing in a tantalizing duel, entwined in each other's arms. Had it not been for the unopened crimson supply box, the scene might have lingered for hours. The four eventually disentangled from their quantum entanglement, and Chen Zhou rose to approach the final red box. "Let us see what treasures lie within." With a resounding click, the lid sprang open, flooding the room with a radiant crimson glow. He activated his watch to inspect the newly acquired items in his backpack, revealing a blueprint. Amphibious system blueprint. Quality, red. Usage, 1 time. Required materials, plastic 500. Iron blocks, 350. Electronic components, 100. Vehicle core, 1. Alas, where shall I procure a vehicle core? Chen Zhou sighed, his expression clouded with concern. Su Wanqiu, noticing his distress, approached him with genuine concern. "What troubles you, Zhou? Have you found something?" Chen Zhou handed the blueprint to her, exclaiming, "This design necessitates a vehicle core for its creation." Su Wanqiu glanced at it thoughtfully before suggesting, "But do we not have the 10 additional high-grade material packs as rewards? Given their superior quality, might they not contain a vehicle core?" At her words, Chen Zhou's eyes brightened with hope. "Perhaps there truly is one. The material packs are with me. I shall distribute them." "No need for that. Let's open them all at once," Gao Rue declared, retrieving the packs and promptly sharing them among the group. The sound of tearing bags filled the air, a symphony of excitement. The first 5 packages yielded an assortment of canned meats, vegetable packs, and dried fruits. It was only from the 6th package onward that electronic components and medical supplies began to emerge. Upon opening the 8th bag, Chen Zhou gasped in astonishment. "By heavens, it truly exists." The girls turned to see a hexagonal metallic component manifest in his hand. The panel that popped up boldly displayed the words vehicle core. Eagerly, Chen Zhou entrusted the blueprint to the butler for fabrication. Moments later, the butler's voice resonated. "The amphibious system has been completed. It has been added to your central control screen and watch, and you may summon me to activate the system," he continued. As the butler's words faded, Chen Zhou swiftly located the shortcut for the amphibious system on his watch. Upon activation, the interface revealed 2 buttons, switch to vehicle mode and switch to boat mode. As they were currently in the bus form, the first button illuminated with a vibrant glow. Upon activating the boat mode on the right side, the entire bus began to sway unexpectedly, as if some unseen force were lifting it. As the tremor subsided, Chen Zhou approached the window to investigate. To his astonishment, a large circle of black rubber air cushions had materialized around the bus. Thanks to the buoyancy, the vehicle was elevated above the water's surface. He attempted to drive the bus. However, due to the shallow water and the weight of the vehicle, the rubber cushions still made contact with the ground as they floated. Chen Zhou removed the plastic bags that had blocked the door seams, opened the door, and stepped onto the air cushion. There was about a meter gap between the door and the outer edge of the cushion, allowing him to walk alongside the bus to the front. At that moment, he noticed that the bus lights had vanished or transformed into 2 searchlights atop the roof. Behind him, the girls had also come over, exclaiming, "Wow, it really turned into a boat. I want to play Titanic." Emily tugged at Chen Zhou, standing at the forefront with his arms wrapped around her waist. She then spread her arms wide, reveling in the moment. "Oh, Jack. Oh, Rose," she exclaimed. Emily furrowed her brow, finding the words somewhat awkward. Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue had erupted into fits of laughter. Emily continued, "Jack, you jump, I jump. But Rose, don't jump. The sea is so cold. Oh, darling. You're so annoying. I'm not playing anymore." Emily pouted as she stormed back into the bus. Once Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui had calmed down from their laughter, they began to admonish Chen Zhou. Look at you, you've upset Emily. Hurry and make it up to her. This girl is so easily offended. Upon returning to the interior of the bus, they found Emily sulking on the sofa, her face buried in the cushions. Chen Zhou called out, elongating her name deliberately. Don't come over, I'm mad, came her muffled voice from the cushions, her feet swinging rapidly beneath her. Suddenly, two figures approached her. Emily felt a soft touch on her neck and behind her ears. Confused, she lifted her head, only to be met with Chen Zhou's comforting presence. Are you still angry, Emily? Look, your sisters have come to comfort you. And no, I'm not angry anymore, Emily replied, her eyes fluttering closed as she savored the gentle sensation. Time, day 20 time, 20:07 interior temperature, 15 exterior temperature, 8 weather, torrential rain after the regional channel was unblocked. They quickly established contact with Tang Meng's group. Refrigerator won't cool team, Tang Meng. That's wonderful. You're all safe. You scare me to death. A bear team, regional number 1, Su Wanxiu. Indeed, we were worried about your safety, so it's a relief to hear you're all okay. The refrigerator won't cool team, Tang Meng. Thank you for your assistance. It is thanks to you that we were able to acquire the vehicle shield, or else we would have truly struggled to survive this acid rain. Wait, acid rain? Chen Zhou, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but voice his confusion. So, it appears that this week, each player has encountered different weather conditions, yet they all share a common theme. They are all related to rain. As far as we know, they are experiencing heavy rain, while Tang Meng's team is facing acid rain. He opened a regional channel to see a lively discussion taking place. His second uncle's team, who has acid-resistant suits. I'll pay a high price for them. AAA building materials boss. Even a light rain next week has caused mold in my vehicle. Heaven protects our nation team. How many teams participating in the dungeon have successfully found treasures? Banana won't take team. We found it and obtained an amphibious system. Heaven protects our nation team. We also discovered treasures. Inside the box, we uncovered a vehicle shield. A bear team, regional number 1. May I timidly inquire, what's the weather like in your area? Banana won't take team. Big boss, we are experiencing a torrential downpour here. Heaven protects our nation team. Here is acid rain. His second uncle's team. I too have acid rain here. Had I known, I would have taken a chance and participated in the dungeon. Past winds team. Am I truly that incompetent? All I have here is a light drizzle. Upon reading this, Chen Zhou shut off his watch. The mystery is solved. The game must dynamically adjust its difficulty based on the development of each team. Chapter 78. Have you ever heard of cricket fighting? Upon reflection, this game is rather humane. It ensures that well-developed teams do not enjoy undue comfort, while simultaneously preventing underdeveloped teams from facing extinction. With this thought in mind, he opened a regional channel once more. A bear team, region number 1. May I inquire about the temperature during last week's weather calamity in your area? Spicy crawfish team. It seemed to be around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Banana team. Last week, it was 45 degrees Celsius here. Memories with the wind team. Indeed, I am rather inexperienced. I only had 39 degrees Celsius. Coca-Cola team. How hot is it over there, bear boss? A bear team, region no. 1. It is a scorching 65 degrees Celsius here. The moment Chen Zhou sent this message, the regional channel erupted in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by the absurdity of such a temperature. Banana team. No wonder, bear boss, you can survive in such conditions. Coca-Cola team. Suddenly, being a novice doesn't seem so bad. A bear team, region number 1. I'm logging off. I need some quiet time. Chen Zhou closed his watch and slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn, we are being targeted by the game. Hearing the commotion, the girls approached with inquiries. Zhou, what do you mean? Darling, don't be angry. Who upset you? I'll handle them. Chen Zhou recounted his recent discoveries to them, and they too were incensed. However, upon further contemplation, they realized that perhaps this was how it should be. Fairness does not imply uniformity for all. Rather, it is about personalized adjustments to the challenges each team faces. Otherwise, those with lesser talents would find no chance of survival in this world. Wanting extraordinary gifts while also enjoying other privileges? Isn't that simply shameless? There is no choice but to blame their own strength. Chen Zhou consoled himself with this thought. Greater ability begets greater challenges. At that moment, the vehicle's radar detected the location of a supply crate. Under the guidance of the butler, the car slowly came to a halt. Zhou, the crate has arrived. Let us go open it together. All right, let me put on a raincoat. The car door swung open, and the group stepped outside. In the darkness, the water surface was as black as ink, rendering the supply crate invisible. Xiaorui, please check the radar. It should indicate the exact location of the crate, then relay the information to us via the intercom. Gaorui nodded and returned to the vehicle. 1-1, Emily, there are 2 searchlights on the roof. Once Xiaorui provides the location, you both should use the spotlights to search. Understood. After saying this, Su Wanqiu also returned to the car. Soon, Gao Rui's voice crackled through the intercom. I see the crates. There are 2 approximately 10 meters to the right of the front of the car and 6 about 15 meters to the left, all submerged beneath the water. On the roof of the vehicle, Su Wanqiu maneuvered the searchlight to the left, while Emily directed hers to the right. Soon, through the shimmering surface of the water, they glimpsed the gleam of a box. With a splash, Chen Zhou leaped into the waist-deep water, advancing towards the beam of light. Be careful, Zhou, called Su. Don't worry, he replied, reaching the box on the right side of the path. He tossed a coin, confirming it was safe. After hastily examining the contents, he dashed towards the left. Upon tossing another coin, he sensed danger. Without hesitation, he stowed the box in his backpack and returned to the vehicle. Eager to climb back aboard, Su Wanqiu jumped down from the roof, grabbing him. Zhou, how is it? The left one is dangerous. I brought back a box. With that, he entered the vehicle and placed the box on the floor. Drawing his gun, he addressed the 3 women. Prepare yourselves. I am about to open it. The sound of guns being cocked filled the air. Chen Zhou approached the first box, reaching out to touch its lid. With a clang, the box opened, and just as they were about to fire, 3 mutated piranhas leaped out, flopping on the floor, their gill covers rhythmically opening and closing. Good grief! Chen Zhou sheathed his gun and drew a machete, striking at the fish's head. Thank goodness I had the foresight to bring the box back. Otherwise, I would have been fish food. The subsequent boxes posed no threats, and they swiftly completed their task while the girls continued unpacking the supplies. Chen Zhou ascended to the upper floor, shedding his drenched trousers for a dry pair. Upon returning downstairs, he noticed Emily tidying up the empty boxes. Suddenly, he called out, Emily, wait a moment. What's the matter? She inquired. Place the box on the floor. I want to conduct an experiment. Obediently, Emily set the box down, her curiosity piqued. Chen Zhou extended his left hand towards the box, and with a mental command, it levitated into the air. He caught it with open arms, his expression one of delight. It works. Ah, I see. Darling, you intend to draw the boxes directly from the water onto the vehicle, right? Clever. Exactly. He handed the box to Emily. Thank you for your assistance in dismantling it. Emily lifted her face, sweetly responding, It's no trouble at all. After all, I am part of Chen Zhou's family. At this, Chen Zhou glanced back at Su Wanqiu and Gao Rui, who immediately lowered their heads. It was you 2 who taught her, wasn't it? Not at all. It's just that Emily is exceptionally bright and learns on her own. Let us hope it remains that way. An hour later, they arrived at the location of a new supply box. Chen Zhou stood at the front of the vehicle, speaking in the walkie-talkie. Xiaorui, where's the box positioned? There are 4 on each side. All right, shine the searchlight for me. On the roof. Su Wanqiu redirected the searchlight to the right. Xiaorui, steer the vehicle slightly to the right. Understood. Chen Zhou leaned on the inflatable cushion, palm poised above the water surface. With a resounding splash, a blue box soared from the water, which he expertly caught. Yes, I truly am a genius. To be candid, he had harbored some doubts moments earlier. Could it be that only empty boxes attracted attention, while unopened ones did not? Now all was well. He would not have to wade through water all night. Otherwise, he would surely catch a cold. Employing the same method, he swiftly retrieved the remaining boxes, amassing a total of 8. Upon returning to the car, he laid them out on the ground, 5 blue and 3 purple. Among them, one of each color posed a danger. He decided to first open the safe boxes and store their contents, while placing the 2 hazardous boxes face to face. Zhou, what are you up to? Xiaorui, just in time. Stand behind the purple box. Nearby, Su Wanqiu and Emily exchanged puzzled yet curious glances, uncertain of his intentions. Xiaorui, I will count to 3, and then we will open the boxes simultaneously. All right. 1, 2, 3. Clang, clang. The 2 boxes sprang open at once. From the purple box emerged a mutated electric eel, while the blue box released 3 mutated piranhas. The eel collided mid-air with 2 of the piranhas, one of which clamped its jaws around the eel's body, prompting the eel to emit a powerful electric shock. Subsequently, they landed on the floor, thrashing about briefly before falling still. Curiously, Emily inquired, "Darling, what is this new game?" With a slight smile, Chen Zhou replied, "Have you ever heard of cricket fighting?" Chapter 79. Learning again in the entertainment room, Emily appeared to be quite captivated by the cricket fighting. Haha, how amusing. Let's play again next time. Chen Zhou swiftly dispatched the lone survivor with a decisive strike and subsequently stowed away the empty box. As he did so, he pondered why he hadn't thought of this cricket competition sooner. He found himself somewhat intrigued by the prospect of witnessing a showdown among lions, wolves, and bears, curious about which would emerge victorious. Alas, this particular diversion had been conceived rather late. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, they prepared to park and rest for the night. After a refreshing shower, while lying in bed, Emily suddenly nestled into Chen Zhou's embrace, whispering something in his ear. In response, Chen Zhou playfully pinched her cheek and affectionately remarked, "You, dear, can never seem to forget about these matters." "Hee, so will you agree to my request?" she teased. "I shall agree." That night, shadows danced on the second-floor terrace of the bus. They dubbed this evening the Seaside Room Night. Date, Day 21, time, 13:40, inside temperature, 15°C, outside temperature, 8°C, weather, torrential rain after a night of heavy rainfall. The water level outside had risen once more. Chen Zhou measured it with a ruler, estimating it to be about 1.8 meters high. Should he leap into the water, it would nearly submerge him entirely. Upon returning inside, he noticed Su Wanxiu engaged in conversation with Tang Meng and the others. Their brief interaction the previous day had evidently fostered a bond of friendship. "What are you all discussing?" he inquired. Today marked the final day of the 3rd week. He was curious about their circumstances. Upon glancing at the date, he realized it was indeed the 21st day. The revelations regarding the impending weather disaster of the 4th week would be unveiled tonight. To be frank, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Knowing that everyone faced varying levels of difficulty instilled a discomforting uncertainty about the future. Fortunately, the designated skill for sorting packages could alleviate some of his anxiety. "Ahu, it's time for dinner. Come on over." Rising from the sofa, he made his way to the kitchen, where a delectable spread awaited on the dining table. "Today, we are indulging in Australian lobsters to celebrate." On the table lay a vibrant red lobster, surrounded by a colorful array of vegetables, tantalizing both the eye and palate. Emily's large eyes sparkled as she turned to Chen Zhou and exclaimed, "Darling, when will you take me swimming in the presidential suite?" Chen Zhou slapped his forehead. "Oh, right. Emily hasn't visited Crazy City yet. When will you take me? I wish to slay zombies too." Gao Rue forcefully detached a claw from the lobster and placed it on Emily's plate, cautioning her, "Emily, the isn't as fun as you think. We had quite the mishap last time. Consider it a thrilling adventure. Perhaps after your visit, the armored vehicle will acquire new capabilities." Su Wanxiu gently patted Emily's head, gazing at her affectionately. "Once we reach the presidential suite, I shall take stunning swimsuit photos of you." "Thank you, Sister Wanwan." Emily abruptly leapt from her chair, showering Su Wanxiu's face with affectionate kisses. Su Wanxiu responded with equal enthusiasm. All right, you two stop the frolicking and sit down to eat," Chen Zhou urged them. He then pried open the lobster claws handed to him by Gao Rue, extracting the succulent meat within. Thanks to the enhancement from the crystal pendant, he found it remarkably easy to indulge in the lobster. With a gentle squeeze, the hard shell crumbled, revealing the tender shrimp meat that was effortlessly accessible. Leaving no morsel wasted, savoring the shrimp, he slowly remarked, "Once the calamity of weather strikes, we shall seize the opportunity to visit the rest area." Wanwan made a valid point earlier. With Xiaorui's addition last time, the armored vehicle gained a mapping feature. Adding Emily this time should unlock even more functionalities. Not only that, but the presidential suite might even see the addition of new rooms. Upon hearing Chen Zhou's words, the girls brimmed with anticipation. After the meal, Chen Zhou called out to Su Wanxiu. Wan, do you have anything in mind for next week's parcel sorting? I have no particular thoughts. What about you? We have an abundance of firearms, yet we lack ammunition, so I'm inclined to choose bullets. Su Wanxiu nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I trust your judgment. Following this, the four of them busied themselves with their respective tasks. The girls were responsible for unpacking the parcels, while Chen Zhou assisted with sorting and dismantling. With 2 parcels arriving every 5 kilometers, and considering their current speed, they averaged 1 parcel per minute, coupled with the supply crates that appeared every 200 kilometers. The group was in a state of constant rotation. Fantastic. It's a dryer, came Gao Rui's excited voice from outside the workspace. Chen Zhou stepped out and beheld the white dryer. Now I need not worry about our clothes not drying after washing. I'll go upstairs to fetch the clothes. Su Wanxiu announced before swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor. Where shall we place the dryer? In the bathroom, perhaps? Agreed. Chen Zhou activated his watch and utilized the room DIY function to position the dryer in the bathroom. Just then, Su Wanxiu returned downstairs, clutching the damp garments and tossing them into the dryer. The girls took turns hand-washing their clothes. On occasion, Chen Zhou wished to lend a hand, but the girls always declined, reasoning that these tasks were best left to the capable hands of the homemakers, sparing the leader from such duties. Upon opening the dryer, Su Wanxiu remarked, "We still need a washing machine. It will come. With so many parcels arriving daily, it's bound to be our turn soon." Chen Zhou recalled the air conditioners, refrigerators, and water heaters they had previously dismantled, believing a washing machine would surely follow. As evening descended swiftly after dinner, he prepared to indulge in some gaming in the entertainment room. Unexpectedly, Emily burst in. "Weren't you supposed to help Wan with the dishes? Why have you come here?" "I've finished washing them." Emily sprawled across the sofa, resting her head on Chen Zhou's lap. She picked up the remote from the coffee table and turned on the television, subsequently accessing the content on a USB drive. "How did you manage to open this?" "Behold." Sister Cherish remarked that the swimming pool in the presidential suite resembles those depicted in films, and I yearned to behold its appearance. At that moment, 2 heads peeked through the crack of the door. "Excuse us, may we enter?" How could I refuse? What a delightful thought. Thus, several of us gathered before the television and indulged in yet another cinematic experience. An hour later, the girls emerged from the entertainment room, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Chen Zhou stretched his numbed legs and rose from the sofa. "Goodness, I shall never slack off again. I feel as though I might fall apart." As he leaned against the wall and approached the door, Gao Rui handed him a cup of goji berry water. "Zhou Bao, here is a drink for you." Chen Zhou took the cup and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed, "Goodness, why does the water diminish while the goji berries multiply?" He couldn't help but quip, "Next time, please just hand me the goji berries directly. I can consume them without the need for this cup." Nearby, Su Wanxiu and Emily stifled a giggle, setting down their water jug. Chapter 80. Let us wager the rights to Xiao Rui's usage as the night descended. Chen Zhou donned his raincoat and ventured outside to retrieve the box. The weather outside was nothing short of tempestuous, with the wind causing cars to sway precariously on the water's surface. Chen Zhou grasped the safety rope on the air cushion tightly, ensuring he would not be toppled into the water. After much effort, he finally gathered the boxes and commenced the cricket fighting competition once more. Kulme. The new round of cricket fighting begins. He tapped a stainless steel basin and pointed to the 2 blue boxes before him. "We shall wager on which box will prevail. What say you? And what shall the stakes be? Since you inquired, let us wager the rights to Xiao Rui's usage." "Huh? Me?" Gao Rui questioned, perplexed, pointing at herself. "Shouldn't be Chen Zhou's rights instead?" Su Wanxiu was the first to place a bet. "I wager 1 knight, selecting the left box to win." Chen Zhou followed suit. "I wager 2 knights, choosing the right box to win." Emily raised 5 fingers confidently, exclaiming, "I wager 5 knights," opting for the left box to triumph. Beside them, Su Wanxiu and Chen Zhou exchanged astonished glances at Emily, marveling at her audacity. The girl who often sought Gao Rui for sympathy was willing to risk 5 knights. Such a fierce competitor. Chen Zhou struck the stainless steel basin once more. Bets are locked in. Bets are locked in. Wan, you shall open the left box, while I will unveil the right. Su Wanqiu nodded and approached the left box. Both opened their boxes simultaneously, and out sprang a mutated crab from each. These crabs were peculiar, covered in spikes, with blinking eyes on their shells. Their size and claws surpassed that of ordinary crabs, and their pincers were notably sharper. The moment they clashed, the crabs began to attack with their pincers. After several rounds, one crab lost 2 legs and a pincer, while the other merely lost its eyes. Just when they thought the former might succumb, it clamped down on the latter's body with its pincers. As it exerted more force, the shell of the eyeless crab began to crack ominously. With a resounding snap, the eyeless crab was suddenly cleaved in two. "Ha! I have one." Emily dashed to Gao Rui's side, playfully nudging her. "Yay, Xiao Rui Jia is now mine." Chen Zhou struck the basin once again, announcing that the victor of this cricket fighting contest was Emily. Now, 5 nights without interaction with Xiao Rui. Zhou, Ruiya. "I shall miss you." Su Wanqiu extended her right hand, feigning reluctance. To their surprise, Emily generously replied, "You need not worry. I will share a day with each of you." After the event concluded, they began unpacking deliveries while eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Meanwhile, in a mobile home, as Ma Hongyu engaged in physical activity, he turned to his companion Nuo Ran and inquired, "Is what is being said on the regional channel true? The challenges faced by everyone are indeed disparate." Nuo Ran lowered her head earnestly, striving to avoid the scenes before her, and replied in a notably professional tone, "My lord, I have gathered the weather information disclosed by various teams on the regional channel and cross-referenced it with data from the world channel. It is highly likely that this matter is authentic." Ma Hongyu stepped back, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued, "Can you discern which metrics correlate most significantly with the difficulty level?" Nuo Ran and Zheng Li nodded in agreement, watching her exit the room before turning to Ma Hongyu. Her tone icy as she stated, "The higher the vehicle's level, the greater the potential difficulty." Ma Hongyu acknowledged this with a nod. "Then let us refrain from upgrading this RV for now and instead enhance Xiao Wu's vehicle to a medium truck." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Nuo Ran responded, preparing to leave the room. Suddenly, Ma Hongyu's voice rang out sharply, "Did I permit you to leave?" Nuo Ran hastily returned, kneeling on the floor in apology. "I beg your pardon, my lord. It is my fault." Ma Hongyu approached her, lifting her chin. "Have you received any favors today?" "No, my lord," she replied. "Go to the bathroom and prepare for me." "Yes." Outside the door, upon hearing the two preparing to exit, Zheng Li quickly hid herself in the adjacent guest room. It was only after their footsteps faded that she exhaled in relief. Each day, 2 voices clashed within her mind. One urged her to seize the moment, as Ma Hongyu's favorability had surged to 60, to contract him without delay. The other cautioned her that the Supreme Lord is a sacred being and should not be sullied so easily. As her loyalty to Ma Hongyu deepened, and his fondness for her grew, the discord between these voices intensified, threatening to tear her apart. She sat on the floor of her room, burying her head in her arms, her expression one of deep anguish. Approximately an hour later, Ma Hongyu emerged from the bathroom. As he traversed the corridor, he spotted Zheng Li crouching on the floor of the guest room. Noticing her desolate demeanor, he entered the room, his tone softening slightly. "What troubles you, Xiao Li?" Upon hearing his voice, Zheng Li quickly composed herself, donning a smile. "My lord, I am well." Ma Hongyu lifted her gently and placed her back on the bed in the master bedroom, enveloping her in his embrace as he gazed into her eyes. "You must be aware that I can perceive the talents of my team members," he stated. At his words, Zheng Li's expression shifted from surprise to terror. Had he suspected her all along? Was he intending to dismiss her? What should she do now? Should she respond? To what? In an instant, Zheng Li navigated a torrent of thoughts, ultimately asking, "My lord, I am eternally loyal to you. Could you please not cast me away?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyu shook his head. "No, I will not dismiss you. You are of great value to me." He sat up, retrieving a piece of dried fruit from the bedside table and placing it in his mouth. "Next, I will instruct Noran to recruit some enforcers to bolster the strength of our convoy. However, individuals possessing such prowess are unlikely to submit willingly to my authority. Moreover, I have yet to procure the legal clause that would allow me to exert control over such figures. Thus, obtaining their loyalty proves to be a formidable challenge. Therefore, I require your assistance in contracting them, persuading them to willingly become my loyal companions. Are you capable of this? Upon completing his statement, he again gazed into Zhang Li's eyes, imbuing his previous gentleness with an added layer of command. Under the intimidation of the legal clause, she found herself devoid of the right to refuse. Yet, she had never contemplated rejection, for she realized that she had become inseparable from this man. Chapter 81. Tempestuous winds at 11:55 at night. Chen Zhou and his companions sat quietly on the sofa in the entertainment room, awaiting the impending meteorological disaster. Gao Rui opened a packet of potato chips, munching away with Emily, while Su Wanxiu and Chen Zhou each held a glass of juice. As seconds ticked by, midnight soon arrived. Day 22. Weather disaster. The tempest has commenced. This meteorological calamity is expected to last 7 days. May everyone strive to survive, as the alert from the watch concluded. A fierce wind swept outside. The vehicle tilted sharply to the left under the force of the wind, only to right itself once more, buoyed by the waves. Items on the coffee table clattered to the ground, and even the wardrobe on the second floor crashed down with a resounding thud. The vehicle rocked incessantly under the relentless waves. Chen Zhou steadied himself against the wall as he exited the room, greeted by a scene of chaos. Unopened packages littered the floor, the dining table lay toppled, and the kettle rolled across the floor. It truly felt as though he were navigating a ship. Chen Zhou muttered a curse under his breath before proceeding to the driver's seat. The radar displayed a light representing the vehicle, now veering off course. Yet, under the control of the autopilot, it strove to regain its direction. However, the wind was too fierce. Without facing it directly, returning to the road seemed impossible. On the windshield, a weather update appeared. Time, day 22, time, 2:07, interior temperature, 15, exterior temperature, 8, weather, tempestuous winds, wind force, level 7. He settled into a seat he hadn't occupied in a while, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Upon detecting human control, the autopilot disengaged automatically. He corrected the wheel and pressed the accelerator with fervor. The priority now was not merely to return to the road, but to escape the zone of crosswinds. The vehicle bobbed and swayed with the waves, and Chen Zhou truly felt as if he were at the helm of a ship. After approximately 10 kilometers, he noticed the wind's intensity beginning to diminish. From level 7 to level 5. Gazing through the windshield, he observed the water's fury transforming into mere agitation. A sigh of relief escaped him as he activated the autopilot once more. The steering wheel began to turn automatically, and the radar expanded its scanning range. However, after a minute, a warning notification popped up on the central control screen. Current road not detected, unable to proceed along the route. Would you like to continue in the current direction? Chen Zhou frowned at the alert. Could he be lost? In his haste to escape the crosswinds, he had neglected to keep the road within the radar's detection range. Yet, he had no prior knowledge of such a requirement. He had assumed the system would navigate automatically. To his dismay, it appeared that remaining within the radar's range was essential. He hurriedly returned to the driver's seat, seizing the steering wheel. Which direction had he come from? He looked out the window, attempting to recall the general orientation of the road. The torrential rain outside rendered visibility woefully poor, coupled with the fact that he had been driving solely by instinct. It was a miracle if he could even discern the direction of the road. This was it. This was truly the end. At that moment, the girls approached the front to assess the situation. They beheld Chen Zhou slumped in his chair, looking utterly lifeless. The vehicle seemed to sway less violently than before. Perhaps the wind had died down. Are you all right, Zhou? Why do you look so downcast? Darling, have you exhausted yourself today? Chen Zhou straightened up momentarily, only to collapse forward again, resting his entire body on the steering wheel. It's over. We strayed too far from the road to return. At his words, the girls were momentarily stunned before they began to panic. How far could we have strayed? The radar could no longer detect the road's presence. It must be more than 4 kilometers off course. Can you recall the direction we came from? I was merely driving by feel. It's not a matter of remembering. The road ran east to west. As long as we head north or south, We should be able to return, right? But I've forgotten the direction we strayed from. I can't even tell which way is east or west now. Does the radar not display any directions? No. Then when the sun rises, we know the direction. Chen Zhou gestured towards the torrential rain outside. In this weather, do you really think we'll see the sun? Upon hearing this, the girls' spirits plummeted. They slumped in their chairs, mirroring Chen Zhou's earlier despondency. Alas, it's all my fault. I should have been more attentive to the direction. Zhou Bao, we do not blame you. Gao Rui stepped forward to embrace Chen Zhou, her fingers gently caressing his hair. Emily and Su Wanqiu also joined them. Chen Zhou was now enveloped by their warmth, feeling as if he could scarcely breathe, suffocated by the weight of their concern. Wait, death. Suddenly, Chen Zhou sprung from the girl's embrace, exclaiming with fervor, death. Retreating will lead to death. Gao Rui had been correct. The road ran east to west, and retreating would lead to death, meaning moving westward would spell doom. With that, he turned the steering wheel, making the car begin to circle. Suddenly, alarms blared from his watch. Warning, vehicle has reversed 5 meters. Warning, vehicle has reversed 10 meters. He quickly pressed the brake, and the alarms ceased. This direction was indeed west. Behind him lay the east. How do we ascertain the north-south direction? Gao Rui inquired. Puzzled, Chen Zhou shook his head slightly. I'm uncertain if this method will work. Let us try it as a last resort. He then produced a gold coin and asked, is the supply box located to the south? Negative, he exclaimed in excitement. No way, it really works. The girls were equally astonished by his actions. This coin can be used like that? It certainly deserves more than just a purple quality designation. Only with red quality can it truly be worthy. To ensure that the gold coins were not mere figments of imagination, Chen Zhou cast them repeatedly, throwing them over a dozen times. It was not until the 20th attempt yielded a negative response that he finally felt a sense of relief. Then, let us set sail towards the north, he declared, returning to his seat, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right and pressing down on the accelerator. As he drove, he adjusted the route with the gold coins. After approximately 10 minutes, the radar's edge suddenly revealed an image of the road. They recognized that familiar path, and their spirits soared. Ah, Zhou, you are incredible. Zhou Bao, you are my everlasting deity. Darling, I love you. The group embraced each other, spinning joyfully in circles. Overwhelmed with happiness, Chen Zhou felt immense joy as well, grateful for having devised a solution. Primarily, it was the efficacy of the gold coins that had saved them. Otherwise, they would have been adrift at sea indefinitely. He then addressed the girls, saying, let us go. It's time to open the treasure chests. Chapter 82. It is not that sister does not love you, but that the boat is too alluring. A few individuals exited the vehicle, securing all the supply boxes before eagerly returning to open them inside. This time, there was no competition of cricket fights, only a profound sense of relief after narrowly escaping disaster. Among the contents of the boxes lay a blueprint that alleviated their immediate concerns. Chen Zhou had been pondering how to prevent the vehicle from drifting aimlessly on the water during the night. He considered either attaching a heavy object to the rear air cushion to serve as an anchor or having the group take shifts to keep watch in the driver's cabin, ready to respond to any deviation from their course. However, with this blueprint in hand, he no longer had to worry about such matters. They could forego the night watch and indulge in unrestrained moments of intimacy. He proceeded to the workshop, entering the blueprint into the workstation. Would you like to create the anchor blueprint? He pressed the confirmation button. Confirmed, please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, a black iron anchor materialized above the workstation. After installing the anchor at the rear of the boat and lowering it, he hurried to the driver's cabin to check the radar. The anchor glided in tandem with the vehicle's direction. After sliding approximately a kilometer across the grass, the iron chain tethered to the anchor suddenly tightened, causing the entire vehicle to come to a jarring halt. The abrupt deceleration nearly caused him to lose his balance, and he heard a loud crash from upstairs, likely the wardrobe falling to the ground once more. He rushed to reassure the girls, urging them not to panic. The anchor had merely snagged on the grass, resulting in the sudden stop. I thought we were truly becoming the Titanic, Emily exclaimed, patting her chest to calm herself. Ascending to the second floor, Chen Zhou found the bedroom in disarray. The wardrobe, constructed of mere wooden planks, had disassembled after 2 falls. Scattered across the floor were the girls' skincare and makeup products, while the floor lamp and the red wine and goblets on the coffee table lay askew. He sighed heavily, feeling a wave of frustration, until the weather disaster subsided. These scattered items would have to be packed away, otherwise they would be compelled to tidy up every day. He called the girls upstairs and informed them of the situation, to which they nodded in agreement. After all, the deliveries downstairs were enough to keep them busy, leaving little time to clean the room. The girls stowed their various bottles and jars into their backpacks, while Chen Zhou dismantled the broken wardrobe into several pieces, tossing them into the fireplace to serve as firewood. Su Wanqiu glanced at the mountain of clothes on the bed and promptly fashioned a new storage box specifically for clothing. Once these tasks were completed, they descended to the first floor to unpack the deliveries. Chen Zhou glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. With the anchor already deployed, they decided to finish unpacking the deliveries and retire for the night. Engaged in light conversation, they squatted on small plastic stools, unpacking the boxes. Chen Zhou casually picked up a delivery box and sliced through the seam with scissors, only to extract a metal rod from within. What on earth is this? He wondered. At that moment, a panel emerged beside the metallic rod. After carefully reading it, he let out a loud exclamation of astonishment. The girls, drawn by the sound, approached with equally astonished expressions. Lightsaber, hilt, category, weapon, quality, silver, effect, capable of slicing through nearly all materials, excluding special metals. At this point, Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a child who had grown up watching Star Wars, possessing a lightsaber was the ultimate dream. She rubbed her small hands together, twisting her body in anticipation, and implored, "Darling, may I have a look?" "Of course, here you go." Emily cradled the hilt in her hands, gently caressing its smooth surface. The hilt was predominantly silver gray, its polished metal gleaming coldly, adorned with concentric anti-slip grooves, and featuring 4 small claws protruding from the top. "This must be a toy," Su Wanqiu mused, questioning the authenticity of the object, although being in this world was inherently surreal. Acquiring such a powerful item would typically require navigating a complex and challenging dungeon, enduring numerous trials, and ultimately receiving it as a reward. Yet here it was, unwrapped from a package, seeming rather hasty. Emily inspected the hilt closely, discovering a red button that piqued her curiosity. "There's a button here. Should we give it a try? With a panel like this, it must be real," Chen Zhou declared confidently. Upon hearing his words, Emily nodded and gently placed her finger on the button. As she pressed it, a pale blue blade shot forth from the top, accompanied by a buzzing sound. "WTF? No way, it's real." Emily and Chen Zhou were on the verge of ecstatic insanity. With this weapon, they could slice through anything in their path. "Darling, can I borrow this lightsaber for a few days?" Emily's wide eyes brimmed with hope. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? However, she acknowledged Chen Zhou as the rightful owner of the lightsaber. To her surprise, Chen Zhou responded, "Emily, that should be my line. The lightsaber's true master is you." Among the group, only Emily's talent was perfectly suited for this lightsaber. One must consider, with a weapon as nearly invincible as this, augmented with enhanced attack power, what challenge could not be resolved with a single strike? If one blow was insufficient, 2 would suffice. In Emily's hands, this lightsaber would reach its fullest potential. Take, for instance, that hermit crab in the dungeon. It could withstand bullets, yet a single strike from the lightsaber would be as effortless as slicing through tofu, posing no threat whatsoever. Had they obtained this lightsaber sooner, they could have bypassed the arduous jumps and maneuvers within the dungeon, simply cleaving through all obstacles. Upon hearing Chen Zhou proclaim her as the lightsaber's master, Emily leaped joyfully into his arms. "Tian so embraced her, welcoming her affectionate kiss." Beside them, Su Wanqiu and Gao Rue stood with their hands on their hips, wearing expressions of exasperation. "You two really ought to invite us next time you get cozy," one remarked. "Indeed, we're always subjected to your displays of affection, while 2 lovely ladies over here are left wanting for a kiss." Emily, having just descended from Chen Zhou's embrace, appeared somewhat sheepish. "Sister Rue, Sister Wan, please don't be upset. I'll make it up to you right away." She then approached the 2 women and bestowed a kiss upon each of them. Chen Zhou, taking it upon himself, gathered them all into his arms, showering them with affection. A few minutes later, the four reluctantly parted ways. Chen Zhou and Emily began to delve into the intricacies of lightsaber techniques, while Su Wanxiu and Gao Rui busied themselves preparing for a shower. By 4:30, everyone had retreated to the bedroom to prepare for sleep. As Gao Rui settled into bed, Emily clung to her stubbornly. "Sister Rui is mine. You all mustn't try to take her from me." In response, Su Wanxiu nestled into Chen Zhou's covers and remarked to Emily, "Then it seems that Chen Zhou is for my enjoyment alone. Sore, Emily. It's not that I don't love you, but Chen Zhou is simply irresistible." With that, Gao Rui also slipped into Chen Zhou's blanket. Chapter 83, Slow Down. Where they won't keep up. Day 23, time, 13:01. Internal temperature, 15°C. External temperature, 8°C. Weather, torrential rain after enjoying lunch. Chen Zhou positioned himself in the middle section of the vehicle. There, on the floor, lay 3 wooden crates, each adorned with the image of a burning match. Encircled by a diagonal line, an unmistakable prohibition against flames. He retrieved a crowbar and deftly inserted its tip into a crevice at the corner. With a firm, downward thrust, the lid of the crate creaked open. Peering inside, he discovered a neat array of metallic boxes, each filled with pristine ammunition. This particular crate contained only 7.62 caliber bullets, perfectly suited for the Gatling gun. Each metal box held 500 rounds, totaling 20 boxes and an impressive 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Remarkable! Such a bounty of bullets would last them quite some time. After securing the ammunition in a storage compartment, he proceeded to open the remaining 2 crates. The variety of ammunition in these boxes surpassed that of the first, covering virtually all the firearms they frequently utilized. Upon rising that morning, he had employed his talent to categorize the deliveries, designating them for ammunition. Thus, for the entirety of the day ahead, he would receive nothing but bullets. Should the upcoming deliveries consist solely of these wooden crates, they could confidently declare that ammunition was abundant. It was likely that by the time they achieved their objectives, they would still have plenty of bullets left over. Having organized all the ammunition, he made his way to the long-neglected driver's cabin. Ever since the advent of autopilot, he had rarely ventured there. However, following the incident where the vehicle was swept away by a strong wind, he felt it was imperative to remain vigilant in the driver's seat. Should they encounter another gusty area, he would be prepared to swiftly steer the vehicle back on course. As the saying goes, a lesson learned through hardship is a lesson well learned. Next time, he would not rely solely on instinct. His devised strategy was to maintain the correct heading when faced with strong winds, while also seeking a route to navigate away from the tempestuous area. To maintain an accurate course, he would need to drive directly into the wind, utilizing the engine's power to counteract some of the wind's force, thereby ensuring the vehicle would not veer off course. However, this approach posed a significant dilemma. It would undoubtedly consume an exorbitant amount of fuel. Persistently battling the wind would result in a staggering fuel expenditure. Fortunately, their gasoline reserves were reasonably ample. He could only hope that this meteorological catastrophe would not deplete their supply entirely. Meanwhile, the girls had set out their small stools, engaging in their daily ritual of unpacking deliveries. Initially, they approached this task with enthusiasm. Yet, after several hours of continuous unboxing each day, their spirits began to wane. Regardless of any interest or hobby, once it morphs into an obligatory chore, it inevitably breeds disdain. Indeed, the sounds of their grievances had already reached Chen Zhou's ears from the rear of the vehicle. Alas, as soon as I settle onto the bench, a sharp pain shoots through my lower back. Who isn't plagued by such discomfort? My neck feels equally strained. Each day, as I unbox packages, my hands become coated in a sticky residue of tape that refuses to wash away. Thud! Another package lands. The girls let out a collective sigh and begin to unpack the boxes. Chen Zhou listens intently to their complaints, yet he finds himself powerless. These packages must be dealt with. Otherwise, the sheer volume of parcels would soon fill the compartment to capacity. At this moment, his eyes dart around, and a woman's face materializes in his mind, Tang Ming. How wonderful it would be if he could replicate Tang Ming's talents. enabling him to summon several avatars to assist in unboxing. This would liberate Su Wanxiu and the others from their laborious task. Just as he contemplates whether to recruit Tang Ming and her companions, the radar suddenly blares an alarm. Chen Zhou springs up from his seat, scrutinizing the radar's display. 2 red dots are advancing from 4 kilometers away. The images relayed by the radar indicate that they belong to other convoys merging onto the road. Clearly, they come with ill intentions. Rising swiftly, he instructs the girls to ready their defensive sprays and load their firearms, preparing for confrontation. This presents a splendid opportunity to acquire the vehicle's core. It must not be squandered. He uses his watch to reduce the bus's speed to 120 km/h, ensuring that the adversaries cannot keep pace. Otherwise, they would merely be left trailing in the exhaust fumes, incapable of mounting a robbery. Before long, a recreational vehicle approaches the bus, navigating through the waves. Evidently, the intruders also possess an amphibious fleet. The passenger door of the RV swings open, revealing a burly man who steps onto the air cushion. His muscles are taut, veins bulging, presenting the epitome of a strong man. He twirls a rope in his hands, the end fashioned into a crude hook with a metal weight. With a swift motion, he flings the hook, ensnaring it around the bus's rearview mirror. Simultaneously, another of his accomplices reaches the bus's air cushion, a bearded man peering through the window, yet finding no sign of life within. Murmuring to himself, he brandishes a pickaxe. With a resounding thud, the pickaxe strikes the windshield, but to his astonishment, the glass remains unscathed while the pickaxe head twists out of shape. How peculiar! Why is this glass so resilient? At that moment, the strong man crawls over, snatching the pickaxe from the man's hands and seemingly rebuking him. Raising the pickaxe high above his head, he swings it down onto the windshield with all his might. A sharp crack resounds as the wooden handle snaps and the strong man, propelled by inertia, tumbles forward, colliding with the front of the vehicle. Just then, a hand lands on his shoulder. He looks up to find a youthful face of Easter descent. "Brother, you've dented my bumper. You owe me compensation." The bearded man's expression turns to one of sheer terror. Where did this person emerge from? However, the man's expression soon transformed into one of fierce intensity. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from his hand, coalescing into a formidable ice fist. He swung his fist directly towards the young man's face, only to find that he had struck nothing but air. This was not due to any inadequacy in his martial prowess, but rather because the Eastern youth had mysteriously vanished before their eyes. The bearded man and the burly companion were taken aback, yet they swiftly regained their composure, realizing that this must be the young man's extraordinary talent. Subsequently, the bearded man began to condense droplets of water in his palm. Before long, an ice shield materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, his companion transformed, his body turning to stone, becoming a formidable stone figure. The two scanned their surroundings, vigilant against any potential ambush that might arise. Chapter 84. The talent upgrade of Gao Rue and Emily. Despite their extensive search, the two still found no sign of anyone. Suddenly, an explosion of flames erupted behind them. The burly man let out a horrific scream, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed onto the air cushion, his back riddled with gaping wounds. After a few pitiful whimpers, he succumbed to his injuries. The strong man, his body transformed into stone, withstood the blow, though his back was marked with numerous craters. He turned to throw a punch, but found only emptiness behind him. A glance at his teammates' wounds stirred a sense of eerie familiarity within him. Being in a petrified state, he could not display any expressions, yet a glimmer of terror shone in his eyes. It was evident that the wounds were inflicted by a shotgun. The realization struck him that there was an armed adversary nearby. He scanned his surroundings, apprehensive of another ambush. At that moment, another teammate emerged from the RV, ready to speak when the bus's roof suddenly lit up with a blinding flash, followed by a deafening crack that pierced through the rain. The strong man's companion fell lifelessly to the ground, blood and brain matter spilling forth, soon washed away by the downpour that enveloped the air cushion. That shot had been a clean headshot. Above, the man's gaze shot upwards, momentarily disregarding his fallen comrade. He leaped high, grasping the edge of the vehicle's roof, and with a powerful heave of his arms, he propelled himself onto the top. Despite his stone-like form, he was surprisingly agile. Upon reaching the roof, he beheld the Eastern youth once more. The young man waved his hand, grinning as he exclaimed, "Hey, big brother, look over here. There's a Gatling gun spewing blue flames." In an instant, a barrage of dazzling lights flickered before the man's eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, bullets shattered his right leg into fragments. The onslaught of gunfire rained down upon him, and despite his stony exterior, he could not withstand such terrifying firepower. His body crumbled like a collapsed wall, instantly reduced to a pile of stone debris. The Gatling gun's barrel gradually ceased its relentless assault, the rain pattering against it with a hissing sound. Chen Zhou emerged from his cover, approaching a severed hand nearby. He bent down to retrieve it, removing the watch from the wrist. After emptying the contents of his backpack, he leaped down from the roof and handed the watch to Su Wanqiu. "Absorb this watch. There are 2 corpses available, one for each of you." Emily opted for the watch from the man whose hands could freeze, carefully detaching it from his wrist. Gao Rui followed Chen Zhou to the air cushion of the RV, taking the watch from the man who had suffered a fatal headshot. Now, apart from Chen Zhou's backpack, which boasted 30 slots, the girls' backpacks had been reduced to 20 slots. Chen Zhou then inspected each compartment of the RV, finding no concealed survivors. After he and Gao Rui rummaged through the vehicle's boxes, they returned to the bus, the RV now stowed away in his backpack. Of course, he did not forget to take the workbench as well. Once back inside the vehicle, Chen Zhou opened his backpack, assessing the spoils of war he had just acquired. "Let me see if this lot has anything of value." Ah, behold a chip for engine modification, quite remarkable indeed. He contemplated handing the blueprint to the steward for execution, only to suddenly realize that the sequence was amiss. The workstation should be upgraded prior to the creation of the blueprint. Thus, he addressed the steward. "Steward, please assist me in upgrading the workstation." "Certainly, I have detected surplus workstations in your inventory and am proceeding to upgrade your workstation." At that moment, he observed the workstation enveloped in a radiant white light, swiftly ascending to level 4. He noted that the workstation had undergone a slight transformation in appearance. In his limited vocabulary, he could only describe it as becoming more professional, or perhaps more technologically sophisticated compared to its previous minimalist white design. Upon accessing the workstation's information, he discovered that the level 4 workstation offered the remarkable benefit of a chance to double the output with each creation. This was indeed advantageous, allowing for the return of raw materials while simultaneously yielding double the output. Eagerly, he inputted the blueprint, and within mere seconds, the modification chip was complete. "Steward, please install the chip." "Understood. I have detected both the engine modification chip and the shell modification chip. Which chip would you like to install?" "The engine modification chip. Currently, a modification for the engine is already in place. Would you like to continue upgrading the existing effect, or choose a different modification direction?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhou pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to continue enhancing the current effect, which was reduced fuel consumption. Each time the vehicle was upgraded, its speed increased, yet fuel consumption remained unchanged. Thus, reduced fuel consumption presented a more cost-effective option. "I choose to continue upgrading the current effect." "Very well. Fuel consumption reduction has been selected for you." Subsequently, a detailed information sheet regarding the vehicle appeared on the screen. The fuel consumption metric had improved from 15 km/L to 20 km/L. As for the shell modification chip, he had yet to determine its potential applications. The shell modification also offered 4 upgrade directions: durability enhancement, thermal insulation, acid corrosion resistance, and defense enhancement. The defense enhancement was not a consideration, given their reliance on energy shields for protection, which had proven invaluable during 2 road merges. Regarding durability enhancement and acid corrosion resistance, the acid rain weather encountered by Tang Meng's team would likely benefit from these modifications. Moreover, their current resources were abundant. Even frequent repairs would not deplete them significantly. Thus, only the thermal insulation option remained. This was a matter open to debate, but Chen Zhou felt there was a strong likelihood he would ultimately select this option. Having completed these tasks, he exited the workshop only to hear Gao Rui exclaim with unrestrained joy, "Both Emily and I have upgraded our talents." "Darling, look." 2 watches were presented before Chen Zhou. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Gao Rui's talent had reached level 4, while Emily's had attained level 3. Gao Rui could now generate a layer of transparent air bubbles, rendering any object within the bubble invisible. Moreover, she possesses the ability to manipulate the position of air bubbles, enabling her to maintain invisibility in 2 distinct scenarios simultaneously. One pertains to entities she physically contacts, while the other concerns those within the air bubbles. In contrast, Emily's innate talent merely augments the attack power of cold weapons by 10 points. Nevertheless, such an enhancement is formidable for cold weaponry. What once could slice through bone with ease can now cleave through iron effortlessly. In the future, executing a blade aura may well become a reality. Thus, the strength of the convoy has further escalated. There is no denying it. After all, we are blessed with a prosperous aura. Gao Rui tossed her hair and proclaimed with pride. Goodness, with a single prosperous aura, a man can soar. With 3, I would surely break free from the earth and ascend into the cosmos. Chapter 85. The movie night was merely a ruse today, as deliveries were half comprised of bullets, all of which Chen Zhou was responsible for unpacking. Consequently, the girls only needed to handle Su Wanchio's parcel, making their task relatively easier. Before long, evening descended upon them. After a refreshing shower, they gathered an assortment of snacks and made their way to the entertainment room. Earlier in the day, Emily had unearthed a portable hard drive among the packages. Upon connecting it to the television, they discovered it was filled with classic foreign films. Thus, they resolved to indulge in a proper movie night. A little diversion could lighten their spirits and be beneficial for their mental and physical well-being. Seated on the couch, Chen Zhou occupied his usual prime viewing position in the center. Emily, petite in stature, nestled under his left arm. Su Wanchio sprawled comfortably on the sofa, her long legs draped across his lap. On his right, Gao Rui leaned against his shoulder, her body pressed close to him. She had even wrapped Chen Zhou's right arm around her neck, allowing his hand to rest conveniently on her chest. Witnessing this arrangement, Chen Zhou couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a situation! I am completely surrounded." This was hardly a movie night. It was evidently all about him. "What shall we watch?" Emily inquired, navigating through the interface with the remote. The hard drive boasted over 200 films, each in stunning 4K quality. The owner of the hard drive must surely be a cinephile. Chen Zhou pondered, thinking he ought to choose a safer film. Otherwise, the night could devolve into chaos. "Is there